What is the world truly like? People shaped by different living environments, levels of education, and social status form utterly divergent views on this question. Some see nothing but rank wealth and debauchery. Others see tinder sprouts pushing through the earth and generations toiling in silence. Yet the world in Zhou Heng's eyes was unlike anyone else's. To him, existence itself was an immense pool of information, and everything within it was merely an exchange between streams of data. In his vision, all formless things took on concrete shape, including the fickle, elusive emotions that usually defied understanding. He saw that the emotion called happiness was triggered by the reception of information such as reverence, envy, gratitude, support, praise, expectation, fulfillment, and so on. He saw that an act as simple as eating generated its own data, satiety, texture, flavor, calories, nutrition, and countless other traces of information. Now in Zhou Heng's eyes, everything in the world had become an indescribably tangled, distorted torrent of information. Just a single second of observation flooded him with such a colossal volume of data that his skull felt as if it would split open, and nausea and convulsions racked his body. Ow! Zhou Heng hastily squeezed shut his seemingly mutated eyes. Only when everything returned to darkness did he finally let out a long, trembling breath of relief. Zhou Heng had once been a university student in Huagua, majoring in mineral exploration technology and engineering. After graduation, he joined a state-owned mining enterprise, and due to work requirements, he was dispatched to the third-world country called Naria. To be honest, before leaving his homeland, Zhou Heng had never truly appreciated how precious safety in Huagua was. But once he arrived in Naria, everything there brutally shattered his simple worldview. Bandits, yes, bandits. This vile profession, long since consigned to the pages of Huagua's history, was still thriving vigorously in Naria. Imagine a place where even the chiefs of local tribes would be kidnapped by bandits if they traveled without sufficient security detail. In the eyes of those brigands, there was never any distinction between locals and outsiders. So long as there was profit to be made, they would not let a single opportunity for plunder slip by. It was hard to fathom by what bizarre mechanism such a miraculous country continued to function, yet it undeniably existed in the modern world. Unfortunately, Zhou Heng had to work in precisely such a place. In truth, the mining company Zhou Heng worked for possessed ample security forces. In more than a year on the job, neither he nor his colleagues had suffered any harm. Just when he had gradually grown accustomed to the local chaos, the unexpected struck without warning. During one survey mission, a stray bullet from nowhere slammed into him. As he collapsed, he heard his team leader shout, "Stray fire. Everyone down now." Half-conscious, Zhou Heng felt his sense of self slipping away at terrifying speed. It all happened too fast, so fast he did not even have time to be afraid. His final thought was those madmen really ought to be consigned to hell. When Zhou Heng regained consciousness, he saw nothing but chaotic, twisted currents of information rampaging in all directions. In that instant, he thought there must be something fundamentally wrong with his brain. Yet the unfamiliar surroundings, the residents dressed in simple, archaic garb, and the omnipresent streams of information flowing between heaven and earth all hinted at one thing: he seemed to have crossed into another world. And this was no ordinary transmigration. By merely opening his eyes, he could glimpse a portion of the world's underlying essence. This suggested that he had become some kind of extraordinary existence. If I can now see the flow of information, then can I also perceive the information contained within my own body? With that single thought, an image of a valiant young man appeared before his tightly closed eyes. Under his gaze, everything about that youth transformed into ordered sequences of information unfolding like a carefully edited film for him to watch. He saw an infant wailing as he entered the world, family members circling him with jubilant faces. He saw the child's father passing the imperial examination after years of hard study, happily packing his belongings to take up a new official post. He saw the family home draped in white funeral banners, the bewildered child kneeling before the spirit hall, not understanding. He saw the child's eldest uncle late at night, when all was silent, bitterly cursing, "Second brother, your greed knew no bounds. Look what has happened now. Your corruption drove the villagers to revolt, and it cost you your life." Thus Zhou Heng finished watching the brief 16 years of this body's life. He now understood how his current incarnation had died, and why he himself possessed such a miraculous ability. All of this had happened just yesterday afternoon, when Zhou Heng's former self had been sent by his eldest uncle to the estate to inspect that year's harvest. Everything had gone smoothly at first, but when the former self saw an itinerant peddler driving a few sheep along the road, he was struck by a sudden impulse. He decided to buy 2 of the animals to reward the peasants for their hard labor. Unexpectedly, the itinerant trader refused to make the sale, even when offered additional silver. Annoyed, the youth called over a few sturdy peasants and forced the purchase of 2 sheep. When the peasants, delighted, were about to slaughter the animals, they discovered that the 2 lambs transformed into 2 women the moment water touched them. This bizarre spectacle did not frighten the youth. Instead, it enraged the peasants, for the 2 women were in fact the wives of local peasant men. Possessing a measure of courage and a strong sense of loyalty, the youth was incensed. He immediately led the peasants armed with clubs and dogs to scour the area in search of the itinerant trader. The peddler, whose only skill lay in a few sinister arts, had no real power. He was quickly captured by the strong, able-bodied peasants. To save his life, the itinerant trader tried to offer money as compensation and threatened the youth, claiming he practiced Yenshin curses. If they did not let him go, he would lay a curse upon the youth. To the youth this was intolerable. If today the man could use curses to force him to release a criminal, then tomorrow he might threaten him into supplying peasants as offerings to be turned into lambs by that same vile sorcery. So the youth decided without hesitation to eradicate this evil. The method was simple. Following the peasants' crude wisdom that nothing wicked endures being soaked in a cesspit, they pressed the traitor into an outhouse pit and pinned him there with a large stone. As it turned out, the peasants' simple method of exorcising evil worked quite well. After only a few bubbling breaths, the traitor fell silent. It seemed that the wicked man had been suppressed for good. The affair should have ended there. But perhaps the traitor found the manner of his death too humiliating, for he chose to sacrifice his chance at reincarnation, condemning his soul to utter annihilation just to unleash a final curse in revenge. No one knew how he managed to perform the Yinsheng curse from within a cesspit. By rights, such sorcery should have required hand seals, incantations, and ritual gestures, should it not? In any case, whatever method he used, the youth was cursed by a malevolent, vengeful ghost of the darkest kind. As the vengeful spirit tore at him, the youth's soul began to crumble and disperse. At the very moment he could no longer endure, a vast and holy silhouette appeared deep within his soul. What a boundless and sacred figure it was, clad in blue and white striped garments, the attire of a hospital patient, with a transparent strange mask over the face, an oxygen mask, and multiple crystalline tubes like mighty rivers, the 4 lines trailing from the body. That single image contained an overwhelming sense of greatness, as if an immortal deity had descended upon the mortal world. The sheer holiness and majesty of the scene obliterated the vengeful spirit entirely. So after being shot, I became a vegetative patient. This new body of mine is not extraordinary in itself. The reason I can perceive part of this world's essence is that my original body, still alive, is a higher dimensional life form relative to this realm. To think that someone as ordinary as I once was becomes a higher dimensional existence the moment I enter another world. Have I ascended a dimension or descended into one? By observing the information about his own existence, Zhou Heng came to understand his current situation. He had not suddenly transmigrated into this world out of nowhere. Rather, after suffering brain damage and becoming a vegetative patient, his consciousness had through some unknown means descended in dimension into this realm, and by reincarnating here obtained a new life. Without the interference of external forces, he would most likely have lived out an ordinary lifetime in this world, yet the vengeful ghost had torn his soul of this life to shreds, awakening the high-dimensional essence of his true soul. Under the influence of high-dimensional power, his soul's essence was actually able to establish a faint resonance with his distant body on the high-dimensional Earth star. This perception, originating from a higher dimension, bestowed upon Zhou Heng a strange sight that could pierce through part of the underlying nature of the present world. The greatest problem now before Zhou Heng was that he lacked a high-dimensional brain, and thus was fundamentally incapable of efficiently processing the immense flood of information observed through that higher-dimensional sight. Naturally, without that high-dimensional brain, he likewise could not take control of the high-dimensional body that remained far away on Earthstar. In other words, he needed to reboot that already brain-dead organ before he could obtain complete high-dimensional power for everything, including consciousness, and thought ultimately originated from that high-dimensional brain. This is troublesome. With the level of medical technology on Earthstar, keeping my physical body alive is no problem at all, but as for repairing the brain, there is simply no hope of that. Am I supposed to forge in this low-dimensional world an information processor as intricate as a brain, and then use it in reverse to activate my original high-dimensional body? Zhou Heng knew this notion was utterly insane. To shape a high-dimensional brain within a low-dimensional world was an undertaking that bordered on the impossible. Yet the vague resonance arising from the essence of his soul allowed him to glimpse a hope of exploring ascension in dimension, and this temptation, rooted in the very source of life's evolution, was so intense that it drove him toward an almost fanatical pursuit. For now, dreaming of dimensional ascension is nothing but idle fantasy. What I should do at this moment is rely on my high-dimensional perception to quickly obtain great power within this world. Breaking free from the allure of ascension, Zhou Heng discovered that his once tattered soul had already been restored to wholeness by the power fed back from his high-dimensional soul essence, which once again concealed itself within the outer shell of his low-dimensional soul. The damage and recovery of his soul aroused in Zhou Heng a keen interest in vengeful ghosts, these soul-based forms of life. Let me examine the essence of these vengeful ghosts, these Yin spirits. This is, after 2 lifetimes combined, the very first time I have encountered such a wondrous life form as a ghost. Under Zhou Heng's observation, the information contained within the vengeful ghost that had previously invaded the sea of consciousness of his soul was peeled apart strand by strand and unfolded before his perception in extraordinary detail. So this is what a vengeful ghost truly is. By damaging the essence of the soul, it forcibly condenses the 3 Hun and 7 Pa into a Yin spirit to be used for suicidal curse attacks. It is indeed an evil art. Yet for me, this so-called evil art may be a rather useful spell. The essence of my soul hails from a high-dimensional world. Merely forcing it to condense into a Yin spirit will not cause me any real harm. Having grasped the mode of existence of vengeful ghosts, Zhou Heng, relying on the high-dimensional essence of his soul, began to simulate this evil art capable of forcibly condensing a Yin spirit. After several failures, Zhou Heng confirmed that his soul essence had indeed not suffered the slightest damage. The low-dimensional soul, partially harmed during the forced condensation of a Yin spirit, was swiftly restored to normal by the repairs from his high-dimensional essence. This costless trial-and-error process gave Zhou Heng the confidence to continue exploring the extraordinary powers native to this world, allowing him to set aside his worries and conduct all manner of experiments on his own low-dimensional soul. So this is how the world appears through the eyes of a Yin spirit. I have succeeded. At last, after more than a dozen failures, Zhou Heng forcibly transformed his low-dimensional soul into a Yin spirit. Now, even if he were to abandon this low-dimensional body, he could still survive in this world in another form of life. In the instant the Yin spirit was successfully condensed, Zhou Heng gained another vantage point from which to observe the world. Though the vision of a Yin spirit differed somewhat from that of ordinary people, at least he no longer had to directly face the distorted torrents of information perceived through high-dimensional sight. The emergence of this new sight was very good news for Zhou Heng, for a low-dimensional body and soul simply could not effectively handle the vast data observed through high-dimensional vision. Now, with the vision of a Yin spirit, he could at last live normally in this world. A Yin spirit forcefully condensed by an evil art that harms the soul's essence may possess the ability to leave the body and attack the souls of others, but it cannot endure for long. Judging from the vengeful ghost that attacked me, it could at most survive for about 3 hours before dissipating completely as its energy ran dry. But I am different from it. The essence of my soul hails from a higher dimension. Maintaining a Yin spirit consumes almost nothing for me. Compared to a Yin spirit that blooms for but an instant, I am more akin to a long-sighted, long-lived Yin god. Such is the greatness of high-dimensional power. In the past, Zhou Heng of this world was merely an ordinary person, yet now by virtue of a mere projection of his high-dimensional status, he had become a being capable of enduring and watching long across time in this realm. Once Zhou Heng had grown familiar with his Yin god state, he voluntarily departed from his own body and began attempting to walk around and observe the bedchamber in the form of a Yin god. Through the eyes of a Yin god, he finally saw the normal surface appearance of this world, the wooden bed, brocade, quilt tables and chairs, and the hazy starlight and moonlight filtering through the papered window, scenes not much different from what his previous self had seen. The only difference was that his Yin god vision always revealed faint wisps of vapor drifting upward from the ground, and even the window paper that should have blocked the light of stars and moon now shimmered with a hazy, lustrous glow. Overall, the vision of a Yin god simply came with more special effects. After all, as an energy-based life form, it was perfectly natural for a Yin spirit to see the fluctuations of energy. Since this world contains evil arts and Yin spirits, it should also harbor spells, ghosts, and similar phenomena. Next, I must gather more extraordinary knowledge of this realm. While becoming stronger, I shall also explore how to effectively invoke high-dimensional power. After wandering about the bedchamber for a while in Yin god form, Zhou Heng returned to his body. He then locked his high-dimensional sight onto his own physical form and used his Yin god vision to take over the senses of that body. At first, controlling 2 fields of vision simultaneously was far from smooth, but after a period of adaptation, Zhou Heng finally managed to roughly master this mode. Although the simultaneous observation from 2 perspectives caused him some confusion, it was not without its benefits. By locking his high-dimensional gaze onto himself, Zhou Heng kept himself under constant self-observation so that any change in his own being would be noticed by him at the very first instant. This state of complete self-knowledge was rather pleasant. It allowed Zhou Heng to know exactly how much stamina he possessed, where the limits of his body lay, and how much reserve energy he could actually draw upon. It was as though he were playing a game. In Zhou Heng's eyes, his own body had become an impeccably precise set of observable data. Because there was simply too much data, he focused only on tracking a few core indicators and based on them assembled a simple personal data panel. Named Zhou Heng Human Yin Spirit in essence, one using the healthy physical condition of Zhou Heng in this realm as the basic data unit, Qi, one using the normal energy accumulation of Zhou Heng's previous body as the basic data unit, Yin Spirit, 10, using the soul state before attaining the Yin Spirit as the basic unit. Zhou Heng's soul power surged after becoming a Yin Spirit. In talent, high-dimensional true spirit, the essence of a high-dimensional soul, high-dimensional vision, O body of the Yin Spirit, who due to his decent background and never lacking in food and drink since childhood combined with his youth and some martial skills, Zhou Heng's body was not bad and was likely stronger than most ordinary people. Therefore, using his previous condition as the foundational measurement unit seemed quite reasonable to Zhou Heng, allowing him to intuitively understand his progress at all times. When all efforts and progress could be visually observed, an endless motivation surged within Zhou Heng's heart, making the pursuit of knowledge a fascinating endeavor for him. As the night passed and the morning sun's rays illuminated the oil paper window, the ordinary light appeared splendid and beautiful in the vision of the Yin Spirit, akin to the auroras of an ice field cleansing the soul. After a night had passed, Zhou Heng, initially ecstatic about his newly acquired abilities, gradually calmed down. And he got up, dressed, and opened the door to step into this new world. "Hey, second young master, why are you up so early today? Is it because you're not accustomed to living in such a simple manner? Just bear with it. This is the condition of the manner. In a few days, once the autumn harvest is over, we can return to the estate. Manager Wang, am not that delicate. It's currently the autumn harvest season and the villagers are working hard. How can I indulge in sleep? In the team sent by Zhou Heng's uncle to inspect the harvest, although Zhou Heng was nominally in charge, the actual inspection work was still managed by the experienced Manager Wang. Thus, Manager Wang had gotten up early to busy himself, but he was surprised to find that his usually indolent second young master had also risen early today. It's commendable that the second young master can empathize with the villagers' toil. Breakfast isn't ready yet, should I go hurry them? No need, everything can proceed as usual. I just happen to want to stroll through the fields and see the splendid autumn harvest. In stepping out of the small courtyard made of yellow clay walls, Zhou Heng greeted the villagers as he walked out of this quaint rural manor. When Zhou Heng arrived at the grain-filled fields, he noticed that many villagers were already busy working. He didn't disturb them, but headed towards a piece of land with several mounds of varying sizes. In the vision of the Yin spirit, Zhou Heng saw several ethereal figures squatting by the mounds under the pine trees, staring blankly at the hard-working villagers. Without needing to guess, Zhou Heng understood that these figures were likely the Yin spirits transformed from deceased humans. And under normal circumstances, these weak Yin spirits wouldn't be able to exist for long, so where did their sustaining energy come from? Zhou Heng approached the mound and noticed traces of burning and unfinished paper offerings, ghost money. He pondered that offerings in this world indeed seemed to create a connection between the living and the dead. Greetings, uncles. Why do you not enter the underworld to reincarnate? Is there something you are unwilling to let go of? Having received all the information from his previous life, Zhou Heng knew that this world had legends of the underworld and reincarnation, and now he observed the effects of offerings. Therefore, he wanted to gather information about the underworld and reincarnation from these Yin spirits. However, Zhou Heng was destined for disappointment. The Yin spirits seemed not to hear his words, still gazing blankly at the busy villagers. Can't they hear me, or have they lost their normal wisdom? In considering that Yin spirits were different life forms from humans, Zhou Heng's Yin spirit detached from his physical body, preparing to inquire again with his Yin spirit form. And woo-woo. But the situation was somewhat unexpected for Zhou Heng. The moment the Yin spirits saw his Yin spirit form, they seemed to have encountered something terrifying. One by one, they screamed and dove into their graves, trembling as they tried to curl up their ethereal bodies. This is troublesome. They are so afraid of me that they can't even plead for mercy. It seems they have lost their wisdom, leaving only the instinct to survive. Zhou Heng watched the several Yin spirits struggling to curl themselves into balls, realizing that his plan to obtain information about the underworld through communication was likely to fail. Fortunately, he had already gained some insights and obtained a goal worth exploring, which was offerings. With a goal in mind, Zhou Heng immediately left the graveyard. After his figure completely disappeared, the Yin spirits once again emerged from their graves and continued to sit under the pine trees, staring blankly at the hard-working villagers. Young Master Heng, as long as we sincerely offer sacrifices to you, will we really have candy to eat? Really, look, this is fine ginger candy made in Latangfang in the capital. As long as you sincerely offer sacrifices, these will all be yours. The dozen or so children, the oldest of whom was only 5, became Zhou Heng's experimental assistants. Under the temptation of the sweet ginger candy, these naive children were unusually obedient. But young Master Heng, my father said that offerings are a remembrance of the deceased ancestors. Will you find it inauspicious to receive our sacrifices? Don't worry, didn't I mention that last night the evil person who turned people into sheep turned into a vengeful ghost to trouble me? Luckily, our village's earth god saved me from disaster. However, the earth god also said that because I was haunted by the vengeful ghost, my soul was injured and needed the sincere offerings of innocent children to help me calm my soul. You don't need to worry about inauspiciousness. If the offerings prove useful, I will also renovate the earth god temple. Alright, I still have a piece of paper offering at home. I'll go get it to help young Master Heng calm his soul. And I'll go too. I have some incense left over from the ancestor offerings at home. Perhaps the temptation of ginger candy was genuinely enticing, or perhaps the simple-minded children sincerely wanted to help Zhou Heng calm his soul. Facing Zhou Heng's reasonable explanation, the children left without suspicion to gather offerings. As a wisp of blue smoke rose from the flames, accompanied by the children's sincere offerings, a special power surged toward Zhou Heng's Yin spirit form. This power was weak yet extraordinary. It carried the emotional longing of the children, transforming into tiny white light spots absorbed by Zhou Heng's Yin spirit. Miraculously, Zhou Heng's Yin spirit even experienced a slight sense of fullness. Since Zhou Heng's high-dimensional vision was in a state of self-observation, he easily detected the effect of this special power. The moment the power appeared, it was absorbed by his Yin spirit, becoming energy that sustained its existence. Although this power was quite weak and had little effect on Zhou Heng's Yin spirit, he judged that it was sufficient for ordinary Yin spirits to maintain their survival for a period. So, young Master Heng, did you feel any effect? Yes, I feel clear-headed now. It seems the Earth God's method of calming the soul is effective, and of course I must thank you for your help. That's great. Young Master Heng is a good person. You saved Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li from the evil person who turned people into sheep, so helping you is the right thing to do. Facing the eager eyes of the children, Zhou Heng smiled and took out the sweet ginger candy from the oil paper bag to distribute. And, yay, it's so sweet. In Anji village, a rural settlement affiliated with the Zhou family in the capital, an extraordinary event occurred on the 13th of August amidst the autumn harvest. The cause was the manifestation of the village's earth god, who helped the young master of the family dispel the curse of the vengeful ghost from the sheep-transforming sorcerer. In gratitude for the earth god's protection, Zhou Heng, the young master from the capital, decided to renovate the village's earth temple. This matter itself was already quite miraculous, especially since the sheep-transforming sorcerer had indeed existed, threatening to cast a curse using a form of exorcism before being immersed in the cesspool. The entire situation was reasonable, leaving the villagers with no choice but to believe. It was at this point that the villagers realized the earth temple, which they had previously neglected and with little incense offered, could indeed protect the people. Thus, the renovation of the earth temple proceeded naturally. Even though it was the busy season for the autumn harvest, the villagers managed to spare a carpenter and 2 masons to assist Zhou Heng in the temple's renovation. Regarding this matter, Wang, the steward who temporarily supervised Zhou Heng, also expressed his support, stating that all expenses could be reimbursed through the village's public account. Wang's actions served to thank the earth god for his protection on behalf of the Zhou family, as well as to help his young master succeed. With Wang's support, Zhou Heng's renovation plan went smoothly. The previously small earth temple, which only reached the waist of an adult, was expanded and raised to a height of 2 meters. Even the statue of the earth god, which was originally only a foot tall, was set to be replaced with a larger one around 1 meter in height. Since Zhou Heng had received protection from the earth god and was the only one who had seen the true form of the earth deity, he naturally took charge of the statue's casting. Under Zhou Heng's direction, the earth temple was quickly renovated anew. Although the new temple remained small, it could at least accommodate a few adult men, serving as a shelter from wind and rain. On the night of the 15th of August, with the moon fully round, the busy villagers, having not eaten dinner, arrived at Zhou Heng's courtyard to lift the deity. 4 strong men carried the mud statue over 1 meter high towards the newly renovated earth temple, while giggling children followed their parents, bouncing joyfully. Zhou Heng had not received any favor from the land, so what significance did this hold for him? Was it merely to perfect his lies? In truth, it was not so. After receiving the worship of the children, he discovered the miraculous power of the offering, hence he needed a fixed experimental platform to collect incense. In the countryside, the local god earth god was more readily accepted by the villagers. As for what to do with the original earth god, it was never a problem, for the earth god of Anji village was merely a mud puppet devoid of any supernatural quality. Zhou Heng did not know whether the absence of land was a widespread phenomenon or a localized one. However, this was irrelevant to his plan, or whether the land had never existed or had faded away due to lack of offerings would not affect his scheme. We've arrived. Everyone be careful not to drop the earth lord. Please return the earth lord to his abode. Once the deity was set in place, Zhou Heng took out a red cloth to drape over the statue. The villagers, generally not affluent, considered draping a red cloth over the statue a profound display of piety. If Zhou Heng were to truly dress the statue in new garments, it might be stolen in the middle of the night within a few days. After all, the reverence inspired by the mud statue was limited, the new garments could easily be exchanged for tangible benefits. The earth lord is dressed in new attire, red cloth. Please bless our Anji village with safety and abundant harvests. With a loud call, the villagers of Anji knelt in reverence together. At that moment, no matter who they were, they shared an instant of sincerity. Perhaps this was the very essence of ritual activities capable of uniting people's hearts and genuinely generating power in this world. The mud statue of the earth god enjoyed the villagers' worship, remaining still and serene. Its clay face resembled that of a young man with some stubble, somewhat resembling Zhou Heng's appearance during his time on earth. Moreover, Zhou Heng had mixed a clump of his own hair into the clay, allowing his shadow spirit to possess the statue and enjoy the offerings dedicated to the nameless deity. Anji village was not large, but it had over 50 households and more than 200 people. The incense power generated from these offerings far surpassed that of a few children and was also more organized. The moment Zhou Heng's shadow spirit received the incense, countless chaotic thoughts surged forth, attempting to influence his mind. However, his high-dimensional true spirit rendered him naturally immune to disturbances targeting his soul. Thus, these chaotic incense energies posed no threat to him. They were merely inferior energy to him. While these incense energies were affecting his thoughts, they also continuously nourished Zhou Heng's shadow spirit. With his high-dimensional perspective, Zhou Heng realized that as long as the incense power was sufficient and the nourishment lasted long enough, his shadow spirit could gradually grow stronger. Zhou Heng did not need to worry about the influence of the incense power, yet he could enjoy the benefits it provided, which was undoubtedly good news for him. As the incense power continuously flowed in along with the villagers' sincere prayers, part of the incense power transformed into a piece of bright red cloth that wrapped around Zhou Heng's shadow spirit. The red cloth was not much different from the red cloth on the earth god statue, and at this moment, the incense power continuously showcased its wonders in Zhou Heng's perception. Offering cloth as a robe incense nourishes the spirit. The world is both kind and cruel to beings of shadow, allowing them to enjoy the worship of all, while also becoming bound by the incense, potentially losing themselves and transforming into the embodiment of the hopes of all beings. Under Zhou Heng's high-dimensional perception, controlling the incense power became simpler. He meticulously pried open the energy nodes, filling this wave of incense entirely into the red cloth formed from the incense power. Then he transformed the cloth into a wide-sleeved red garment to envelop his shadow spirit. Now this incense power would gradually nourish his shadow spirit, and the incense garment would also provide a layer of protection. Following this, he added a line to his attribute panel skill incense garment. The ceremony is complete. After another loud call, the villagers rose one by one, and the previously quiet children sprang to life again. Let's go, it's time for the feast. Young Master Heng is being generous today. He's inviting us all to dinner. I heard there will be meat soup. This year, we can truly enjoy the Mid-Autumn Festival. Meat. With the villagers' laughter, the ritual of the Earth God's housewarming celebration officially concluded. They gathered in groups to the threshing ground to receive a bowl of mixed vegetable meat soup, served with millet cakes, happily enjoying their meal. Under the full moon, a few ethereal figures stood by the threshing ground, gazing at them intently. Young Master Heng, your monthly allowance isn't much. Oh, why invite the villagers to dine together? I have received their offerings, so I naturally must give back. The autumn harvest is a precious time, and the entire month of August is destined to be a busy month for the farmers. After more than 10 days of hard work, the farmers have stored the harvested grains, and after clearing the straw from the fields, they begin to sow sorghum. At this time, Zhou Heng and his companions had completed their tasks, and after Manager Wang updated the land rent records, they set off on their journey back home. Since Zhou Heng had been getting along well with the children of the village, as he was leaving, the little ones specially came with their parents to bid him farewell. After Zhou Heng promised to bring them sweet ginger candy in the future, they waved goodbye to him with anticipation. With Zhou Heng's departure, the previously closed and conservative village returned to tranquility, yet the stories sparked by his arrival began to spread to the surrounding villages. The tales of exorcising evil, saving people ginger candy, distributing soup, and renovating the village temple became topics of bragging among the villagers and children. Due to the departure of Zhou Heng and his group, the villagers unrestrained began to shape Zhou Heng's story through their own interpretations. Thus, several different versions of the exorcism story started to circulate in the nearby villages. While the details differed, the overarching narrative remained unchanged. As a result, Zhou Heng quickly earned the title Valiant Zhou, Erling, slayer of evil spirits in the nearby villages. In the ancient countryside where entertainment was scarce, the villagers placed great importance on events happening around them. Sometimes, even a wife struggling to wash clothes could be discussed for half a year. Moreover, Zhou Heng, the young master from the capital, had done significant deeds in Anji village. As the story spread wider, more villagers began to mention them. Logical and accepted tales under the faint faith provided by the villagers began to leave traces of existence in this world. And Zhou Heng's higher dimensional true spirit instantly captured the information about his own story. One day, sitting in the carriage and heading towards the capital, Zhou Heng discovered something interesting. His higher dimensional true spirit, hidden within his shadow, sensed another version of himself in this world. With the instinctive gathering of higher dimensional power, Zhou Heng gained control over this other self. Oh, another me living within a story. As Zhou Heng projected his consciousness onto this other self, he found himself back in Anji village at the moment he had just arrived at the farm. However, some things in this version of Anji village were different from what Zhou Heng had previously known. It wasn't that the buildings had changed much, but rather the villagers had transformed. The once honest and not particularly strong farmers had suddenly turned into burly men wielding rifles and accompanied by fierce dogs. Now they resembled a group of professional fighters rather than farming villagers. Zhou Heng observed for a moment and noticed that everyone was perfectly still, quietly watching him, as if everything in this world had crystallized at that instant. "My sheep," Zhou Heng said thoughtfully, and in an instant the world sprang to life. Oh, fierce farmers dragged out a hideous-looking peddler from the corners of their homes. The villain was about to resist, but the moment Zhou Heng looked at him, he became docile, and together with the farmers they silently watched Zhou Heng, waiting for him to choose the sheep. At this moment, Zhou Heng understood everything in this story. Where he was the protagonist, he was the absolute center, and without his guidance the story simply could not proceed. Upon realizing the truth, Zhou Heng quickly completed the selection of sheep, transformed them into humans upon encountering water, and then led the farmers out of the village to capture the peddler who harmed people with evil magic. Upon exiting the village, Zhou Heng discovered that the world of the story was very small. It contained only Anji village, and over 1,000 acres of farmland beyond which lay nothing but void and darkness. In such terrain, the peddler had no place to hide, and soon the farmers loyally executed Zhou Heng's capture order. When the peddler was captured again, everything was the same as Zhou Heng's previous experience. He was once more submerged in a pit of filth. However, at this point the story began to change. The originally clear day suddenly turned into night, and the hideous peddler transformed into a terrifying ghost lunging at Zhou Heng. Faced with this horrifying scene, Zhou Heng did not flee. His redrobed shadow spirit stepped out from within him and instantly smashed the ghost to pieces with a single slap. Indeed, in this story world, Zhou Heng still possessed the power of the shadow spirit. Since his consciousness entered here, his higher dimensional true spirit projected his real-world powers. This power, akin to one proof lasts forever, was quite magical. It directly transformed the core character of this story world. The ghost was destroyed the moment it appeared, and after a moment the land god who had sparkled with golden light at the ghost's emergence finally arrived, holding his wooden staff and attempting to attack, but finding no target to strike. At this point the story seemed to have hit a bug. Everything here was frozen at this moment, as if the necessary story chain had been severed. The land god is me, who I defeated the ghost and protected myself, and the story can continue. As Zhou Heng spoke, his redrobed shadow spirit walked towards the village temple while his physical body remained in place. With the redrobed shadow spirit entering the village temple, the world came to life again. The farmers joyfully began to repair the village temple while the golden figure completely vanished as if he had never existed. Ha ha ha. As the farmers carried the new statue into the village temple, Zhou Heng draped the red cloth over his statue, and after the farmers sincerely bowed in worship, his shadow spirit fully became the land god in this story. In the end, amid laughter and feasting, the story concluded. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Heng found himself back at the story's beginning, where a group of fierce farmers quietly watched him, waiting for him to lead the story's development once again. All is well, merely a grand dream. This story is indeed intriguing and captivating. If Zhou Heng were an ordinary person, he might willingly sink into his own story. After all, here he is the center of all things, and under the premise of adhering to basic rules, he can recklessly do as he pleases. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary person, and his higher dimensional true spirit does not allow him to become lost in this flawed illusion. Reflecting upon oneself, observing one's true self, let me see where the me in the story comes from and how I exist. After Zhou Heng's higher dimensional vision locked onto himself in the story, all illusions were shattered, and he saw the thoughts of countless villagers manifesting into this illusory story. Indeed, this story may circulate for some time, but its essence remains illusory. In the real world, it can only serve as a topic of conversation among the villagers and cannot exert any influence on reality. Even though the rituals and offerings in this world possess supernatural abilities, the stories passed down by the villagers are ultimately just stories. They cannot transform into a world merely through their narration. If villagers could create a world solely by spreading stories, they would no longer be human, but divine beings capable of miraculous creations. Yet Zhou Heng possesses such miracles. When he steps into his own story, the higher dimensional power will turn that illusory tale into an existence akin to a dream. All of this is simply because he has been here bringing the story world from illusion into reality. Even if the story world is now just a dream, it has already genuinely stepped into reality. The story world, akin to a dream, is fragile, yet it serves its own purpose. Firstly, it can absorb the incense faith that praises this story world. Secondly, it can accommodate the existence of shadow spirits. In other words, the story that Zhou Heng is currently weaving is akin to an incomplete divine domain. If sufficient incense power is provided, this illusion can evolve into a true divine domain. The emergence and solidification of the story world provided Zhou Heng with some inspiration. He intends to piece together different story illusions to create his own domain world. Through a higher dimensional observation of Zhou Heng within the story, the reality, Zhou Heng realizes that a story must be logically coherent, widely recognized, and most importantly related to him, in order to be acknowledged by his higher dimensional true spirit. Understanding the rules of story creation, Zhou Heng began to ponder how to fabricate a new tale for himself. On August 30th of the 5th year of the Pingkong era in the Great Qi, after several days of traveling, Zhou Heng and his companions finally arrived at the capital city of Daliang. At this time, the Guangzhou Gate, located on the western side of Daliang City, was much like it was when Zhou Heng left the capital. The flowing crowds were divided into three groups. One group of elegantly dressed individuals appeared spirited, while another group in plain clothing chatted leisurely. The most striking was the third group of people, who were ragged and dullied, carefully keeping their heads down, afraid to look around. This group was the largest, forming an endless line, yet they were the hardest to enter the city. Manager Wang, didn't the court issue a decree for disaster relief before we left the capital? Why are there more and more refugees entering the capital now? Young Master Heng, this question is difficult for me. How would a mere manager understand the process of disaster relief? I was mistaken. Manager Wang, let us enter the city. Zhou Heng noticed the evasive look in Manager Wang's eyes, understanding that he had his own insights on the matter, but was too afraid to speak out due to the risk of causing trouble. It was reasonable for Zhou Heng to inquire about the gathering of refugees, while Manager Wang's evasion proved that his inner answer was not something pleasant, hence, he dared not speak. The people of Great Qi, especially those in the capital Daliang, were not as ignorant as Zhou Heng had seen in historical dramas on Earth. His past experiences informed him that the people here had their own understanding of events happening around them. Now, even a mere manager questioned the matter of disaster relief, indicating that there were considerable issues within the Great Qi court. Oh, it's Zhou's convoy, to please come in quickly. The city guards merely conducted a symbolic inspection, not even collecting the entrance fee, allowing Zhou Heng and his companions into Daliang City. This was not due to the significant influence of Zhou Heng's family in the capital, but entirely because his uncle Zhou Rui was the city gate captain, specifically overseeing Guangzhou Gate. Thus, passing through Guangzhou Gate was as convenient for Zhou Heng as returning home. After traversing the thick city wall archway approximately 15 meters wide, Zhou Heng and his companions finally entered Daliang City. Upon entering the city, Zhou Heng lifted the curtain of the carriage and leapt down. The bustling crowd, the vibrant streets, and the diverse shops all testified to the prosperity of this city. The appearance of this city was no different from when Zhou Heng had left, but he was no longer the same person he once was. Erling, you have endured hardships on this journey. After you settle in, your brother will host a welcome feast for you. As Zhou Heng jumped down from the carriage, a military officer stationed in the inner city approached with a hearty laugh, clapping him firmly on the shoulder twice. Thank you for your concern, big brother. Aside from a bit of fright, Heng has not suffered much. Though Zhou Heng had not returned home before the incident of his curse by a malevolent person had already been conveyed to the family by manager Wang, which is why his elder brother Zhou Rui came forward to inquire and express concern. After bidding farewell to his brother Zhou Rui, Zhou Heng and his companions continued on for a while before arriving at the Zhou residence. They saw the stone lions sitting majestically in front of the residence, the bright copper nails on the vermilion door gleaming, and a lacquered plaque hanging high prominently inscribed with imperially established general's residence. The title of General of the State sounds impressive, but in the Great Qi Court, it can only be considered a low-ranking title. In the Great Qi Court, the ranks of nobility from highest to lowest are Prince, Duke, Marquis, third-class generals of the state, third-class assistant generals of the state, and third-class generals of the state, all of which can be inherited by demotion. Titles that cannot be inherited due to non-orthodox lineage include cavalry commanders, cloud cavalry commanders, and favor cavalry commanders. In addition, there is a special title of favor general, which is the lowest level of orthodox title. This title serves as a safety net for the court to prevent noble families from degrading to commoners over generations. Of course, to truly become a favor general means that the noble has reached the end of their influence. Apart from a pleasant title and a small monthly salary, they possess no real political power. Zhou Heng's uncle Zhou Jian is indeed a favor general in the Great Qi, and it can be said that since his grandfather passed away, this family has been on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, his aunt married into their family, allowing the Zhou residence to continue. Young Master Heng has arrived home. Both the master and mistress are waiting for you in the Rangan Hall. Guided by a maid, Zhou Heng passed through several courtyards and entered the inner courtyard of the residence to pay his respects and greetings to the two elders. Anger, you have endured hardships. Not only were you harmed by malevolent individuals on this journey, but you also missed the family reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's all your uncle's fault for being so heartless. Rest assured, I have already instructed him that from now on you will no longer be sent for the arduous tasks of inspecting the farmlands. Moreover, your uncle did not see you during the Mid-Autumn Festival, so he entrusted me to bring you many gifts. I have already sent someone to place them in your courtyard. You can go back and see if you are satisfied. Thank you, aunt, for your concern, and thank you, uncle, for your kindness. The uncle mentioned by Zhou Heng's aunt, he is not Zhou Heng's relative, but her brother, who is also the uncle of Zhou Rui. If he were to forcibly claim a relationship, Zhou Heng could also call him uncle. This distant uncle may not even remember him. Apart from the people of the Zhou residence, only this aunt truly remembers him. Therefore, it suffices to merely listen to the gifts from the uncle. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards the kindness of he. Zhou Heng's aunt appears friendly towards him, but she is not truly close. She resembles a smiling ruler, her face displaying a pleasant demeanor while harboring a neutral scrutiny beneath. Zhou Heng's elder brother once told him that his mother required him to be friendly on the surface. Even if he despised someone intensely, he could punish them in secret, but must maintain a friendly facade. This developed personality may be related to his background. She is the legitimate daughter of the Sini Marquis family, and being born of a concubine holds no significance in this world. Otherwise, he would not have married Zhou Jian, this impoverished man. It is likely that her cautious upbringing in the Marquis household shaped her friendly exterior. Her arrival indeed changed the Zhou residence. This wise woman leveraged her maternal family's power, enabling Zhou Heng's uncle to attain the position of a 5th-rank minister in the Ministry of War and later secured a 6th-rank city gate captain position for her child Zhou Rui. As for Zhou Heng's father and the second branch of the Zhou residence, they did not enjoy such fortune. Zhou Heng's father rose through the imperial examination but died in office, while Zhou Heng remains an ordinary commoner to this day. The kindness of women is such the farmlands are the lifeblood of the residence. I do not trust others with it. Young Master Heng has no official duties to occupy himself with, so it's just right for you to help manage the farmlands at various locations. Moreover, what are a few hardships? No one has a smooth path. Young Master Heng, you should rest for a while, and after the new year you can inspect the farmlands. Heng, I will heed uncle's teachings. Zhou Jian's words were quite interesting. Without an official position, one manages the farmlands, while with a position, one does not need to manage them. He seems to want he to choose between the farmlands and the position. Those who do not belong to this era cannot comprehend the value placed on farmland by the people of this time. In an age of low productivity, land is the best asset to pass down through generations, as well as the foundation for one's livelihood. Zhou Jian's intention for Zhou Heng to inspect the farms was quite clear. He intended to hand over some of the estates to the second branch of the family for management. This inspection was a lesson in how to manage the farms. Can the second branch inherit the estates of the family? According to the traditions of the Great Qi, it is optional, but Zhou Jian is clearly a man of integrity. Having inherited the title and family assets himself, he could not possibly leave nothing to the second branch. Previously, Zhou Heng was too young to say much, but now he was already 16. Zhou Jian, this elder uncle, was preparing to secure some assets for his nephew to settle down. Due to the political power of the Zhou family, which stems from the political influence of the Xian Wuhou residents, Zhou Jian could not easily utilize the faction's political power to help Zhou Heng secure a position without the consent of the family. Thus, Zhou Jian began to contemplate the estates under his control. Now the issue had come to the He family. Either they would suffer financial loss, allowing Zhou Heng to secretly annex several estates, or preserve their wealth, helping Zhou Heng secure a position, and after fulfilling his obligations, separate him from the Zhou residents. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Henger has already turned 16, and it is indeed time for him to find something to do. Coincidentally, my brother has sent some gifts for Henger, and as a junior, he must return the courtesy. Let us return to the Xian Wuhou residence together tomorrow. Thank you, Aunt, for your kindness. Heng is truly grateful. Gifts from elders can be accepted freely, but gifts from juniors are not so easily taken. Accepting a junior's gift means that even the Xian Wuhou residents must express their gratitude. Barring any unexpected events, Zhou Heng would soon have a position, and it would not be of low rank. After all, the Hou residents also cared about its reputation. With the matter roughly settled, Zhou Jian felt he had lived up to his deceased younger brother. The He family had preserved the estates and demonstrated their benevolence. As the head of the household, Zhou Heng had gained tangible benefits. Thus the three of them chatted cheerfully, and it was inevitable that they would discuss Zhou Heng's troubles with the vengeful spirits. The He family immediately suggested it was time to invite the spirit statue for worship at the residence. Their laughter continued until Zhou Rui returned home from his shift. With the true eldest son of the household back, a welcome banquet officially commenced. The banquet lasted late into the night, with the boisterous Zhou Rui pulling Zhou Heng to drink heavily, even suggesting that Zhou Heng accompany him to the Guangzhou Gate for a post claiming the benefits there were extraordinary. Zhou Heng smiled and declined his elder brother's good intentions, expressing that he did not wish to stand guard and eat dust every day, which earned him a good-natured scolding from Zhou Rui. Zhou Heng could accept the kindness of the He family, but he could not directly accept the Zhou family's patronage. Because the Zhou family had already become too deeply bound to the Xian Wuhou residents, as a legitimate heir of the Zhou family's second branch, Zhou Heng would naturally need to offer opportunities for the faction leader to bestow favors. The wine of Daliang City might not be very strong, but it has a significant after-effect. As Zhou Rui and Zhou Heng became intoxicated, the banquet came to a complete end. Zhou Heng's drunken body was carried back to his chamber by servants, while his spiritual self watched intently as an imposing general intruded into his room. Hey boy, do you know you won't live much longer? I do not know who you are, General, but you do look somewhat familiar. Zhou Heng recognized the general before him because his portrait hung in the Zhou family's ancestral hall. He was Zhou Su, the first-class marquis of the Zhou family and the founder of their title, making him Zhou Heng's great-grandfather. I am your great-grandfather. A few days ago, I heard that our family's descendants were plagued by vengeful spirits, and since our lineage is not thriving, I wanted to see if I could help you calm your spirit and drive away the evil. I did not expect that you have already condensed the Yin spirit. Boy, Yin spirits are difficult to nurture. It won't be long before you exhaust your energy and your soul scatters. I am grateful for my great-grandfather's concern, and my land deity said the same thing. He bestowed upon me a garment of incense that is said to ensure my survival for a time. That land deity is kind-hearted. Oh, without that garment, you wouldn't be able to survive a single day. Your act of reconstructing the temple for him is merely proper etiquette. Zhou Su, the night wanderer under the city god, looked at his calm and orderly descendant and nodded in satisfaction. Although this descendant might have had bad luck, his talent was not low, otherwise he wouldn't have condensed the Yin spirit in an attempt to counter vengeful spirits. Therefore, he was prepared to expend some resources to protect this descendant. Great-grandson, do you know that to survive as a Yin spirit, you must absorb incense? However, if the incense is scarce, you will gradually lose your emotions and wisdom, becoming a mere shell. Conversely, if there is too much incense, you will be influenced by distractions and lose your true self. I know a little. May I ask if there is a solution, great-grandfather? Yes, if you are protected by the divine seal, you will be able to absorb incense within a certain range and maintain your true self. After hearing the words of Zhou Su, the night wanderer, Zhou Heng secretly thought to himself, the divine seal can maintain one's true self. It seems this is the cornerstone of the operation of the divine path in this realm. Since you have mentioned the divine seal, there must be a way to obtain it. I, your great-grandson, humbly request your assistance in this matter. You do possess some wisdom. Currently, some positions of city god are vacant, and the king of blessings and spirits, the city god, is holding a city god examination. However, do not even think about participating. Those eligible are all well-connected Taoists and officials with fortune returning from the underworld. Nevertheless, I, your great-grandfather, have some influence and can recommend you to a certain city god temple as a Yin official. What do you think? Zhou Heng had too many secrets. He merely wanted to seize the opportunity to collect a divine seal and did not wish to join a complete administrative system. With his high-dimensional vision, he could accomplish many things through a divine seal, so he needed a position that was not managed and afforded him autonomy. Your great-grandfather's suggestion is excellent, but your great-grandson has just received an opportunity to enter the Xian Wuho residence and does not wish to forsake his future. Great-grandfather, do you think the position of land deity is feasible? This way I can preserve my life while also having a light responsibility that does not hinder my position in the capital. You boy, your life is almost gone and you're still considering your future. If I preserve my life but lose my future, what's the difference from being dead? Very well, the position of land deity is indeed feasible, but you must understand that if you truly become a land deity after your death, you will only be able to live in the village governed by that land temple, and the endless torment will drive you mad. Zhou the Night Wanderer could not comprehend his descendant's choice. Although the position of land deity offered more freedom than an ordinary official, the long-term solitude was no trivial matter. Within their city god system, being a land deity was not a good profession, thus there were many vacancies for land deities within the territory of Great Qi. Zhou had seen many who, after taking on the role of a land deity, had strained to transfer to the position of official. He had never seen anyone who would choose to be a land deity instead of an official. It seemed this descendant was still young and impulsive, unaware of the value of elder experience. But that was fine, as seeking a position as a land deity was relatively simpler. Zhou had no reason to refuse. He only wanted to protect his descendant, allowing him time to grow. As for whether the descendant would ultimately choose the position of land deity or official, it was not important. What mattered was that divine seal that could maintain oneself while absorbing incense. Please grant this request, great-grandfather. Very well, I shall seek a divine seal for the land deity for you. Zhou Heng's great-grandfather has passed away. This first-generation general of the Fenghui sought the land god seal for his descendants. Faced with the goodwill of his great-grandfather, Zhou Heng was temporarily unable to offer an effective return, so he rose early the next day to go to the ancestral hall and respectfully offered a bundle of incense. After breakfast, his uncle Zhou Jian handed Zhou Heng a page of bills. Henger, this is a list of gifts I've prepared for you. Remember it well, so that you aren't caught off guard when the Marquis inquires. Thank you for your kindness, uncle. The gifts sent to the Marquis residence were even more than Zhou Heng had imagined. Although there were no direct valuables like gold or silver, items such as silk, wild ginseng, and pearls could certainly be considered substantial wealth. It seemed that Zhou Jian genuinely wished to secure a good position for Zhou Heng. The heavier the gifts, the more they represented the Zhou family's esteem for him, as well as their expectations of a corresponding return in terms of rank. The principle of giving and receiving was equally applicable in the lower dimensional world Zhou Heng found himself in. The convoy delivering the gifts along with their attendants quickly packed the gifts into boxes. Once everything was ready, Zhou Heng's Aunt Mrs. He boarded the carriage with the assistance of her maid. Zhou Heng and his brother Zhou Rui rode ahead of the convoy, leading the way as they made their grand procession from the west city towards the inner city of Daliang. Daliang City was built in layers comprising the imperial city, inner city, and outer city. Those residing in the inner city were truly the high-ranking officials and nobility, and it was also the core area of the various political powers of the Great Qi. Zhou Heng's previous incarnation had never entered the inner city of Daliang. This was his first visit to the ruling center of the Great Qi Empire. Here he saw streets far more prosperous than those in the outer city, as well as many extravagant mansions, with the Xinwu Marquis residence naturally among these grand estates. After arriving at the Xinwu Marquis residence, Zhou Heng handed the gift list to the steward who had been waiting at the front of the estate, and then followed Mrs. He into the imposing and elegant mansion. From the various servants who continuously bowed and paid their respects, it was evident that the Xinwu Marquis residence had strict rules. Even though Mrs. He was a secondary daughter of the Marquis, she received not a hint of neglect. Your sister just returned during the Mid-Autumn Festival a few days ago. Why have you come again today? Is it because you are worried about the family? The current Xinwu Marquis, He Hong, was not a robust martial figure. His gaunt face combined with a gentle demeanor made him seem more like an elegant scholar. Not at all. This time it is not I who wish to return home, but your two younger generations who want to pay you a visit. Especially Henger, because he missed the Mid-Autumn Festival after returning from the farm, he immediately brought many gifts to see you, his elder. So it's Rue'er and Henger's intention. It is great that you could come. There is no need to bring any gifts. Although the Xinwu Marquis appeared warm on the surface, he had no intention of conversing with Zhou Rui or Zhou Heng throughout the visit. It seemed he understood that the Zhou family had ulterior motives in their gift-giving, and he would not show goodwill until he understood the specific situation. After chatting for a while longer, the Xinwu Marquis took the opportunity to meet with the steward who had been waiting in the courtyard. Upon returning, he smiled at Zhou Heng. Henger is getting older now. Have you considered whether you want to pursue the 4 books for the sake of achieving fame or seek an official position early on? I lack the talent and learning to aspire for fame. I wish to find a position to secure my livelihood. That's fine. Do you have a place in mind? I will heed the Marquis' instructions. He Hong looked at the valiant youth before him, pondered for a moment, and soon thought of a position that could accommodate Zhou Heng. A few days ago, when the cavalry lieutenant came to my residence for a banquet, he mentioned that he had several vacancies. Henger, why not start by being a deputy lieutenant for the cavalry? Although it was just a 7th-rank military position, the benefits were quite good. How do you feel about it? Heng, thank you for your support, Marquis. No need for such formality, it feels distant. From now on, just call me uncle like Rear does. Thank you, uncle, for helping Heng secure a position. I am deeply grateful. After discussing official matters, the atmosphere at the Marquis residence became more joyous. During this time, Heng even engaged Zhou Rui and Zhou Heng in a game of throwing pots, and during dinner, he continuously urged them to drink, appearing very warm and amiable. This day passed quickly amidst the festivities at the Marquis residence. As the Zhou family left, Heng even expressed that Zhou Heng should consider the Marquis residence as his home and come over to play for a few days whenever he felt like it. In response to Heng's enthusiasm, Zhou Heng displayed great excitement, resembling a passionate youth moved by the recognition of a significant figure. On the way home, Zhou Rui, who had been cautious after arriving at the Marquis residence, rode closer to Zhou Heng and casually shared some words. Some things should not be taken seriously. Until you have done something to earn the Marquis' respect, do not easily visit the Xinwu Marquis residence. Of course, if you have enough wealth to bring as a greeting gift, then you may go. I understand, big brother. Zhou Rui did not seem happy. Perhaps he had gone through something that made him want to impart such advice to his brother. The efficiency of the Xinwu Marquis residence was not low. Zhou Heng had only waited 3 days at home before receiving an appointment from the court. From the moment he received the official robes and the seal from the envoy, he became an official of the feudal state of Great Qi. Compared to the arduous path his father had to take for the imperial examination, Zhou Heng's official position came much more easily, and the rights associated with this position were not diminished in any way. The deputy lieutenant of the cavalry was a 7th-rank military position in Great Qi, a mid-level military officer within the cavalry system, overseeing 50 armored warriors. Above the deputy lieutenant, there were 2 higher ranks, the lieutenant and the captain. This cavalry was not a privileged organization like the Jinyui of the Ming dynasty on Earth, but rather a powerful public security agency under the command of the Dalian governor. The cavalry differed from regular constables. They numbered 500 each, equipped with armor and horses, relying on high mobility and combat power to strike against lawless thugs. Given that the cavalry primarily dealt with violent criminals, their benefits and authority were significantly greater than those of the constabulary. If it were only this, the cavalry would not be considered a good profession. However, this was the capital city of Dalian, and whenever ruthless criminals appeared, all units guarding the capital would undoubtedly respond. Thus, the cavalry had relatively few duties, becoming a high-paying and leisurely welfare occupation. It had now devolved into a department for placing the illegitimate children and relatives of nobles. However, the complex composition of the cavalry also provided complex benefits. Those with rich backgrounds in the cavalry could do many things that regular constables dared not do or could not do, so the rewards in this department were equally substantial. The position of deputy lieutenant not only provided Zhou Heng with a change in status, but also brought about some miraculous changes to his own attributes. Maintaining a constant high-dimensional perspective for self-observation allowed Zhou Heng to quickly identify these changing attributes. Through careful observation, he discovered the essence of these new data: fortune, or what one might call the share of the world. The low-dimensional world, where Zhou Heng currently resided, was composed of countless lives. In other words, the lives here all possessed shares in the world, though each person's share was different. Now, with Zhou Heng's change in status, he had acquired 50 direct subordinates, thus increasing his share. From the perspective of the external world, it appeared as if his fortune had risen. This was truly a miraculous mechanism. If one person were to absorb all the world shares, they would inevitably become the ruler of this world. As Zhou Heng grew stronger, his primary goal became to reconstruct his high-dimensional brain and uncover the mysteries of ascension. This comprehensive evolution stemming from the soul life and thought was something he could not refuse, and the operational mechanism of the world known as fortune inspired him to move forward. If he could control this low-dimensional world filled with countless lives, could he use this world as an information processor to manipulate parts of his high-dimensional body? Even a little effective feedback would provide a clear direction for his path of ascension. Thus, Zhou Heng's goal shifted from merely becoming stronger and integrating into this world to striving to seize a share of this world and becoming its master. If one were to compare the world to a company, its shares would be akin to stocks. The ways to control a company include not only owning all the stocks, but also holding over 51 of the shares to gain absolute authority. Zhou Heng was unaware of how much share the Great Qi and surrounding human nations held, but he knew that the city god system and the underworld forces behind it, along with the legendary deities, must occupy a significant portion of this world. Therefore, if he wished to gain control over this world, he needed to accommodate multiple paths, including those of humanity, divinity, and even ghosts. Fortunately, he possessed high-dimensional true spirit and vision, which made it possible for him to embrace multiple paths simultaneously. Now what Zhou Heng needed to do was to make a name for himself, gaining greater power and more fortune world shares, while striving to shape his legendary story. Then he would use his story to devour the divine path of this realm and contend for control over the human path with his power. The Tiki Division belongs to the subordinate office of the Great Liang government, and its headquarters is located within the Great Liang government. The Tiki Division is further divided into 5 city garrisons: east, west, south, north, and central. Apart from the central garrison directly under the Tiki captain, the other 4 garrisons are situated in different regions of the Great Liang city. Zhou Heng's position as a Tiki deputy officer is in the North City garrison, but today is his first day on the job, so he needs to first meet the Tiki captain Peng Ji at the headquarters. Young nephew, you are talented at such a young age and are destined for great achievements. I am a close friend of your uncle Lord He, and you can come to me for mediation whenever you encounter problems during your tenure. Upon seeing Zhou Heng, Captain Peng Ji immediately stood up to greet him warmly, as if he were a relative. Peng Ji was a typical robust man from the northern land with a strong physique and a thick beard resembling a fierce general. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. I will uphold justice and not disappoint you, or Lord He. Huh, good. Our Tiki division needs passionate young men like you. Now please fill out your family background, height, physique, and important past experiences in this form, as these will serve as your identification for record. Understood. Zhou Heng filled out his important feature information in the official register as per Peng Ji's guidance, thus experiencing the anti-counterfeiting measures of the great Qi feudal empire. While Zhou Heng filled out his information, clerks occasionally entered and exited the Tiki division. Upon seeing Zhou Heng's deputy officer uniform and youthful appearance, they couldn't help but lament that the Tiki division was becoming increasingly aristocratic. After Zhou Heng completed his information, Peng Ji carefully scrutinized him against the details in the official register. Young nephew, soon the officer Tan from the North City Tiki garrison will come to update the official register. You should accompany him to the North City office to ensure mutual support and facilitate your identity verification. Heng, I will comply with your orders. The North City Tiki officer Tan Shiwen arrived quickly. After exchanging pleasantries with Peng Ji, he took the prepared official register and led Zhou Heng to the North City Tiki garrison. The two did not converse much along the way, revealing that Tan Shiwen was a rather reclusive person. Upon arriving at the North City office, Tan Shiwen briefly introduced Zhou Heng's identity, before leaving without any intention of helping Zhou Heng familiarize himself with his duties. Another Tiki deputy officer at the North City office, Qian, she warmly introduced Zhou Heng to the office's situation, allowing him to understand his usual duties and points of attention. Upon learning that the office had an instructor for martial arts, Zhou Heng immediately became interested. With his intuitive ability to perceive information, he enjoyed the process of becoming stronger, so he planned to practice martial arts after returning to the capital. Unfortunately, the Zhou manor had shifted from martial to literary. The Minister of War was a civilian official, and his elder brother Zhou Rui was similar in nature. After all, one couldn't expect the privileged children of nobility to diligently train in martial arts, so there were no remarkable martial instructors in the Zhou manor. However, it was different now. As the Tiki were armored elite soldiers, the instructors dispatched by the court might not be able to control these lower-tier noble youths, but they should possess the necessary skills. Thus, the first thing Zhou Heng did upon arriving at the North City office was to summon the office's instructor Yao Sun. Instructor Yao, may I ask what martial arts you teach in the garrison, and how many enemies can one face upon mastering them? In response to Deputy Officer, my humble position is that of a martial artist from the Jianghu known by the nickname Iron Palm, towns the Three Mountains. Due to my outstanding performance in the capital's martial arts demonstration a few years ago, I was retained and promoted to this position as the instructor of the North City Tiki division. The martial arts I teach, besides the commonly used blades and spears in the military, also include the iron cloth shirt and iron sand palm passed down from my master. As for how many enemies one can face, that is hard to say. An unarmored person would struggle against 100, while a skilled armored warrior could probably take 5 or 6 before my life is in danger. Instructor Yao Sun did not immediately answer Zhou Heng's question, but first showcased his past honors. He hoped that this newly appointed Tiki deputy officer would be discerning, otherwise he feared he would waste his life at the North City Tiki office. To withstand 5 or 6 skilled armored soldiers, Instructor Yao, your martial arts are truly remarkable. I wonder if you could bear to part with the iron cloth shirt and iron sand palm to bestow them upon me. In great Qi, skilled soldiers in armor and cowardly unarmored men are two separate matters. The martial arts capable of countering skilled armored soldiers are already not to be underestimated. I shall obey your command, but martial arts training is arduous, so please prepare yourself mentally. Rest assured, as long as I can become stronger, I can endure any hardship. Ambitious Zhou Heng soon understood why the soldiers here were slacking off. While he could tolerate the initial training of wielding armor and drawing bows, martial arts practice became perilous by the afternoon. Faced with a pot of iron heated with firewood in front of him and 2 soldiers wielding wooden sticks, Zhou Heng hesitantly inquired, Instructor Yao, are you sure this is martial arts practice and not self-harm? Rest assured, my lord, I went through it this way, there's no mistake. I guarantee that in less than 10 years you'll be able to flip iron sand with your hands and have skin as tough as an ox. My lord, would you prefer to practice iron sand palm first or iron cloth shirt? Instructor Yao, there's a reason the Tiki are isolating you. Whether your method can make one stronger is uncertain, but the possibility of becoming disabled is indeed quite high. My lord, this is a medicinal ointment for invigorating blood circulation and resolving bruises. Please apply it, it is highly effective. Zhou Heng ultimately chose to practice the iron cloth technique first. He needed to personally experience the training method of the iron cloth technique to discover its strengthening logic through self-observation from a higher dimensional perspective. Once he began the body-tempering training of the iron cloth technique, he quickly realized how inefficient this traditional hard skill was and the extent of bodily harm its side effects could inflict. Under his higher dimensional observation, 99% of the information he received while practicing the iron cloth technique was painful negative feedback, with only 1% being positive reinforcement, which essentially meant strengthening the body. Additionally, Zhou Heng discovered that the essence of the iron cloth technique relied on the continuous recovery from bodily damage, gradually enhancing the scare's positive effects through the accumulation of time, ultimately achieving the goal of solidifying the foundation and making the skin as tough as an ox. However, the touching efficiency and the immense side effects on the body were unacceptable to Zhou Heng. At this rate, even if he practiced for 10 years, it would not compare to a single strike from his current Yin spirit. Thus, this martial art held no significance for him. Should he abandon his physical body and focus solely on the path of the Yin spirit? This was not an impossible option, but Zhou Heng was concerned that encountering similar problems after obtaining the Land God seal would deter him from giving up martial arts as a means to enhance his strength. At midnight, Zhou Heng, who was in his bedroom, did not rest. He focused intently on the sliver of positive feedback he had received during today's training through higher dimensional vision. Through continuous analysis, he discovered a way to exploit a bug. Since part of the current world's essence is the state of information, it meant that as long as he enhanced a certain type of information, he would receive real-time feedback. Under the convergence of his higher dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng in the story world was equivalent to a real existing life. Could he utilize his story world to extract the positive information generated during his training? Thinking of this, Zhou Heng immediately immersed his consciousness into his story world, allowing the villagers to continuously strike his body in the story with sticks. As he was repeatedly struck, his story form gradually collapsed, but each time his story form collapsed, the story world would restart from the beginning. Since Zhou Heng's higher dimensional true spirit supported the existence of the story world, this illusory story world would not collapse during its continuous reenactments. Through the constant reenactment of the story and the continuous cultivation of his story form, Zhou Heng harvested a significant amount of strengthening the body information. Under his subjective consciousness manipulation, this strengthening the body information continuously fed back to his physical body in reality. As the experiment progressed, Zhou Heng adjusted the angles and intensity of the strikes using higher dimensional vision and simultaneously developed a more effective breathing method suitable for his body. Thus, after a night, Zhou Heng's body in the story world had been destroyed dozens of times, and the strengthening the body information obtained through this life-risking method exceeded an ordinary person's accumulated training over a year. When these strengthening the body messages fed back to Zhou Heng's physical body, there were notable changes in his physical attributes. Name: Zhou Heng, Human Yin Spirit, Vitality 2. 3 Chi 1 Spirit, 10 Talent, Higher Dimensional True Spirit, Higher Dimensional Vision, Yin Spirit, Body Skills, Garment of Incense, Iron Cloth Technique, Cloth Style. Martial arts are meant to continuously accumulate positive reinforcement information, and what I need to do is extract this information through various methods. The strengthening the body information obtained overnight not only allowed Zhou Heng's iron cloth technique to reach the cloth style level mentioned by instructor Yao, but also increased Zhou Heng's physical constitution data by 1.3 units. Now Zhou Heng's strength has become greater and his bodis resistance to blows has also significantly improved. At this point, instructor Yao's teachings had lost their significance. The new iron cloth technique Zhou Heng had improved upon was stronger and more efficient than the original version taught by instructor Yao. However, Zhou Heng did not feel complacent because of this. He stepped out of his house and returned to the North City Cavalry Guard, heading straight to the training ground where instructor Yao was located. Instructor Yao, let's practice the iron sand palm today. Good, but I must say, my lord, that hard skills require diligent practice to yield results. You should ideally focus on one method first, or the progress will be significantly slower. Rest assured, I just want to see which martial art suits me better. Under instructor Yao's guidance, Zhou Heng quickly understood the training methods, techniques, and accompanying breathing methods for the iron sand palm. Additionally, instructor Yao provided him with several jars of ointment specifically for training the iron sand palm. As Zhou Heng's hands continuously struck in the pot filled with soybeans, he soon discovered that the training method of the iron sand palm was even less efficient than that of iron cloth. At least the iron cloth technique could yield a fraction of positive feedback from 100 efforts, but the iron sand palm was stingy to the point of producing not even a single piece of positive feedback. After nearly 2 hours of training, Zhou Heng finally observed a sliver of positive information appear, the essence of which was strengthening the bones. After such prolonged continuous training, had it not been for the fact that Zhou Heng's iron cloth technique had already reached the cloth style level, his hands would have been nearly incapacitated by now. Even so, his hands were still covered in wounds and severely swollen. My lord, there is no need to be so hard on yourself. Hard skills value persistence and do not achieve results in a day. If you continue like this, you will not only injure yourself, but also delay your subsequent cultivation due to your injuries. Instructor Yao, do you think the iron cloth technique can be practiced to a hardness greater than iron armor? Can the iron sand palm compare to a pair of diamond gloves? Well, to be honest, it can indeed reach the level of iron clothing according to the records, but I have not achieved it. Moreover, even if it were perfected to iron clothing, it might not be harder than quality iron armor. Then why practice it at all? Why not just wear iron armor? Because I was previously a wandering martial artist with no other choice. Facing Zhou Heng's inquiry, instructor Yao sighed inwardly. He too had such doubts when his master imparted martial arts to him. But later he understood that practicing martial arts is a process of becoming stronger, and during this process both strength and will are tempered to become more formidable. Now that Zhou Heng asked the same question, instructor Yao did not share his life experiences, just as he had no choice but to practice this clumsy hard skill. And as the deputy commander of the cavalry guard, Zhou Heng had far more options. He could wear quality iron armor and wield a crossbow that was several times more lethal than the iron sand palm. While wandering the martial world, instructor Yao had witnessed well-known heroes being shot to pieces by organized crossbowmen. From that moment on, instructor Yao realized that wandering the martial world had no future. It's difficult to surpass the strength of well-armored soldiers wielding powerful crossbows. In this land, the Qi dynasty possesses the mightiest fist. Thus, after achieving martial skills, he chose to present his martial arts in the capital, and later he was fortunate enough to gain the favor of a noble and was promoted to this North City Cavalry Guard. Instructor Yao, starting tomorrow, well-practiced knives, spears, bows, and arrows in the morning and iron cloth technique in the afternoon. What do you think? Good, as long as you don't give up, that's fine. Zhou Heng could cheat, so why continue practicing iron cloth technique? It was because he wanted to find a reasonable justification for the changes in his body. Zhou Heng had not forgotten the itinerant merchant he encountered during his inspection at the farm, who practiced dark arts and could transform into vengeful spirits. If an unidentified itinerant merchant could wield such dark skills, then the ruling court of the great Qi must surely have many talented individuals. Moreover, in this capital city, there was the foaming spirit king known as the city god of the world, keeping a watchful eye on Zhou Heng, preventing him from carelessly showcasing his extraordinary abilities. As for relying on a higher dimensional true spirit to look down upon this lower dimensional world, Zhou Heng had never considered such a notion. It is important to note that during his time on Earth, he had read numerous fantasy novels about god-slaying, even about splitting and consuming true gods. No one could be certain whether there were similarly ruthless beings among the intelligent life in this lower dimensional world. Therefore, until he possessed absolute power to suppress the world, Zhou Heng would do his utmost to conceal himself. Just like the official register the Great Qi Court had him fill out, he would ensure that all his displayed abilities had a reasonable origin. 2 full hours of practicing the iron sand palm had left Zhou Heng's hands severely injured. Initially, he wanted to continue practicing other martial arts, but after Coach Yao examined his injuries, he advised him to rest and take medicine for a few days, otherwise he could risk further injury and a difficult recovery. Thus, after applying a special ointment, Zhou Heng with his pitiable hands went to see his direct superior, the North City Cavalry Captain Tan Xuan. The cold-faced and solitary Tan Xuan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon seeing Zhou Heng's swollen hands. Deputy Captain Zhou, training must be done in moderation. Although Tan Xuan maintained his composure throughout, Zhou Heng could tell that he felt a tinge of schadenfreude. Then, in a pleasant mood, Tan Xuan personally helped Zhou Heng fill out a leave application, revealing his rough, tree bark-like palms. It seemed that Captain Tan was the last student of Coach Yao, though he could also be a victim. With the leave slip personally approved by his superior, Zhou Heng returned home, where his uncle Zhou Jian and elder brother Zhou Rui praised his martial spirit, likely recognizing Zhou Heng's resilience in their hearts. Father, do we have any martial arts that are not so brutal? If Erlang continues to practice like this, it could lead to problems. The martial arts in our residence are all battlefield skills like archery and military strategy, not like the iron sand palm or iron cloth shirt, which are from the Jianghu. Well, Brother Heng seems genuinely eager to practice martial arts. In a few days, I will visit Qingyang Temple to ask the Taoists there for a method to nurture strength. Huh. Then Father, you better hurry, otherwise Erlang might not even be able to hold chopsticks in the future. Why are you laughing? Isn't this a good thing? At least Brother Heng has found his own pursuit, unlike you who only think about the girls in the brothels every day. Am I not just following your example? Should be quiet. If your mother hears, neither of us will have a good outcome. Zhou Heng, who had already left, turned back halfway and quietly leaned against the window, listening to the conversation between those two. How harmonious it is for a father to be kind and a son to be filial, sharing common interests. Zhou Heng turned back halfway, initially intending to ask his uncle to use his connections to find some Jianghu martial arts, but now it seemed he did not need to bring it up. Since Zhou Rui and Zhou Heng were both on leave today, Zhou Jian decided to take them to fish and chat by the pond in the backyard, during which he imparted many insights on governance to Zhou Heng. The core of his teachings boiled down to one principle: respect those above you, love those below you, speak less and listen more, do no wrong, and do more to avoid mistakes. From these conversations, Zhou Heng saw the image of a seasoned bureaucrat. It seemed that Zhou Jian's position as a minister of war was not solely due to connections, he possessed some political acumen. After finishing his teachings on governance, Zhou Jian spoke of the philosophy of fishing. Although what he said made a lot of sense, he had not caught a single fish all afternoon. Instead, it was the novice Zhou Rui who caught 2 koi from the pond, while Zhou Heng, due to his injured hands, could only accompany him. Father, it is getting late. After I release the koi, let us go back for dinner. Why release them? Brother Heng is injured. They would be perfect for making soup to nourish him. No, these are koi. Don't you always release them after fishing? I am kind-hearted and cannot bear to kill. How can a soldier like you have compassion? Under Zhou Jian's insistence, the two koi ultimately became fish soup, yet they were too plump from being raised, resulting in the soup not being very tasty, though Zhou Jian enjoyed it immensely. After the family in the government office learned of Zhou Heng's injuries, he finally gained a few days of leisure. Thus, due to his injuries, he could begin wholeheartedly immersing himself in the story world, extracting positive information to strengthen himself. Without the worry of injuries or death in the narrative body, Zhou Heng had the capital to accumulate and strengthen information through extreme methods. In the story world, he first adjusted the practice method of the iron sand palm with the help of higher dimensional vision. The new iron sand palm, while improving efficiency, also became a fierce life-claiming martial art, like the new iron cloth shirt. Practicing such a brutal martial art caused Zhou Heng's narrative body to quickly have the flesh of his hands separate, becoming bony claws. At this point, he resumed practicing the iron cloth shirt and restarted the story world after his body collapsed. Thus, through continuous death and reincarnation, a vast amount of information on strengthening the body and strengthening the bones was constantly captured and extracted by Zhou Heng. With the continuous feedback of this positive information, his physical body in reality was constantly becoming stronger. Due to the positive information extracted by Zhou Heng, the feedback target being his entire physical body led to his iron cloth shirt and iron sand palm having effects that were completely different from the original. The original martial arts enhancement focused on the trained areas. For instance, the iron sand palm primarily strengthened the skin of the palms and the bones of the hands. However, in Zhou Heng's hands, these two martial arts became comprehensive strengthening techniques with no dead angles across all 360 degrees of his body. Although the expanded areas of enhancement slowed Zhou Heng's strengthening rhythm considerably, losing some efficiency in exchange for more comprehensive enhancement was very worthwhile. Furthermore, Zhou Heng's martial arts, due to this comprehensive enhancement ability, completely transcended the realm of conventional martial arts, becoming extraordinary skills akin to mystic spells. The feedback from the comprehensive enhancement was terrifying. Merely 3 days had passed, and Zhou Heng had observed significant improvements in his bones, muscles, skin, and even his internal organs. The intuitive data changes indicated that Zhou Heng's attributes had changed once again. Essence 5, Qi 1, Spirit 10, Skills Attire of Incense, Iron Cloth Shirt, Leather Armor, Iron Sand Palm, Stone Bone. On this day, Zhou Heng's consciousness was controlling the narrative body in training when a stern general walked through the wall and into his bedroom. Great-grandson, I have obtained the land god seal you wanted. How do you plan to thank me? Great-grandfather, out of kindness, saved my life. Heng Yuan offers incense and sacrifices daily. Huh. You slippery little rascal, you actually want to get the seal for free. Please, great-grandfather, let me know if there is anything you need me to do. Indeed, but it is not that I want you to do anything. Rather, the Judge Liu of the City God's Mansion said that rewards are given for merits, so you must earn merit to receive this land god seal. Originally, a plain white lunch was placed before Zhou Heng, but now this lunch had a price tag. This is acceptable. Being compensated for work would bring Zhou Heng a greater sense of peace. Please, great-grandfather, state your request clearly. If I can accomplish it, I will not refuse. Very well then, I shall speak plainly. Judge Liu captured an evil deity named Wudong the other day. This deity is known for its debauchery and malice, yet due to its ability to handle wealth, many people in Qi secretly worship it. This wild spirit and its followers engage in a mutually beneficial relationship, so the city god office usually neglects to manage it. However, recently this fiend has grown increasingly audacious, even daring to infiltrate the backyards of the powerful, intending to influence them to gain the court's legitimate recognition at this critical juncture when the divine path is lacking. Due to the deficiency in the divine path, certain evil entities have begun to emerge and commit misdeeds. Thus, the city god office cannot afford to show any sign of laxity or compromise at this time. Consequently, Master Liu immediately apprehended the Wudong evil deity, but due to the distinction between yin and yang, its worship in the capital has not ceased. What Judge Liu wants you to do is to lead a team to destroy the temple of the Wudong evil deity so that the petty crooks in Daliang City can see the city god office's determination to combat evil. Zhou seemed to have no intention of concealing anything. He even mentioned the deficiency in the divine path, indicating either his complete trust in Zhou Heng or that this matter had become widely known and was no longer a secret. Zhou Heng leaned more towards the latter. The news of the problems with the divine path had likely spread widely among the extraordinary powers of this realm. The divine path is lacking. For the past 16 years, whether through my own observations or by consulting historical texts, I have rarely encountered tales of gods, demons, or monsters, only hearing some myths and stories of seeking immortality. However, not long ago, I actually encountered a wicked person skilled in dark arts in the fields. Great-grandfather, this must be due to the changes in heaven and earth causing the rise of extraordinary forces. Combining my own experiences with Zhou's narrative, Zhou Heng faintly felt that the world was in a state of spiritual energy revival, but he quickly realized how absurdly wrong his guess was. Great-grandson, you have misjudged this time. The heavens and earth have indeed changed, but it is not a surge of spiritual energy, rather it is a retreat. This matter is not a secret in the entire cultivation world. But that makes no sense. Why would a retreat of spiritual energy result in the manifestation of the extraordinary and the rampancy of evil deities? When spiritual energy is normal, the extraordinary does not manifest. Yet when it retreats, extraordinary powers begin to show. Logically, this phenomenon does not make sense. Your question touches upon the reasons for the retreat of spiritual energy. These secrets have already been largely leaked by those Taoists and Yin emissaries, so I will share it with you. When the gods are intact and the heavens and earth are normal, divine beings watch over every 3 feet. During that time, anyone who dares to provoke trouble, whether human, ghost, or monster, would quickly learn the might of the heavenly nets. Therefore, previously the extraordinary did not manifest, and the populace was at peace, but now everything has changed. The order of the heavenly nets is gradually diminishing, allowing those hidden evil entities to act recklessly. At this point, Nightwalker Zhou Su paused briefly. To prevent his descendant from misunderstanding the world situation and making a wrong choice, he planned to share some truly useful information. Everything happening now is due to our realm being invaded by external enemies, causing the world to allocate more energy to the divine beings. Of course, the divine beings also have to bear the burden of fighting against the invaders. Thus, under the leadership of Emperor Hao Yin, many deities have formed legions to defend the world's outer barrier. Due to the departure of many powerful deities, the originally perfect order of the heavenly nets within the realm has developed many loopholes, and the extraordinary order maintained by the deities has also begun to collapse in parts. However, great-grandson, you need not worry. Our realm has faced invasions before. Emperor Hao Yin will lead the deities to achieve ultimate victory. Zhou Ce's words allowed Zhou Heng to break free from the confines of the world and view the problem from a more macro perspective. Although Zhou Se said not to worry, stating that the emperor named Hao Yin had experience in repelling external invasions, Zhou Heng still harbored his own doubts. For war is not without the possibility of failure. Since that unknown world dares to invade, it proves they have assessed both sides' strengths and believe they have a chance of victory. Come take your land deity seal. You kids shouldn't be overthinking. You're just a newly appointed minor land deity. Why worry about such grand matters? I tell you this news just to make you understand the situation of the divine path, to prevent you from succumbing to temptation and covertly serving the invaders. In any case, if the sky falls, there will be tall ones to hold it up. Now focus on your own duties. Here, this is the location of the Wutong Lude Temple. In a few days, once your land deity seal stabilizes, lead people to raid its lair. Nightwalker Zhou Su clearly felt he had said too much, and his descendant was frightened by this world-level war. So, he shifted the topic and subtly hinted at Zhou Heng's position. Alright, once I adapt to the land deity seal, I will promptly lead troops to eradicate the Wudong evil deity's lewd worship in the capital. However, great-grandfather, shouldn't the matters you mentioned be confidential? Why are they now known to the Taoists and evil beings? It's fine to tell you, as many powerful deities among the earth gods have been reassigned, resulting in many changes in the management of divine positions, including the city god office. Currently, many of the deities in the city god office have also been promoted from lower ranks. For instance, I was elevated from the captain of the Yin emissaries to a night walker. Thus, there have been some vacancies in the positions of city gods across the Qi. Great-grandson, considering such a large-scale change in divine positions, how could it escape the notice of those ghostly evil beings and the Taoists with their abilities to perceive the mysterious? Alright, the situation is worse than Zhou Heng imagined. Not only have some divine beings left to join the military, but even the city god system, which indirectly affects the mortal realm, has joined the battle. Great-grandfather, how long has this situation persisted? About 30 years. Those evil gods and monsters have only begun to incite their minions to test the waters because the great divine has not appeared for so long. Thank you, great-grandfather, for revealing these secrets. Otherwise, I would still be muddling through in a dream. Zhou Ce's mention of the heavenly net system made Zhou Heng understand the stringent control the divine path has over the world. Such terrifying control meant that even after the departure of the deities for nearly 30 years, those evil beings still dared not act recklessly. However, such a powerful and strict divine system, even with the drawing away of many high combat power deities to form legions, has still failed to achieve victory, indicating the strength of the invaders. Thus, the current world situation instilled a significant sense of crisis in Zhou Heng. He needed to become powerful quickly and view the future situation from a higher vantage point. A stable and peaceful world does not mean the absence of danger. The relatively stable situation of this realm is achieved through the active resistance of numerous deities against external invasions. From this perspective, the divine system of this world has developed quite healthily, as the deities who enjoy power and privileges have not forgotten their responsibilities. However, this strictly regulated divine system has also brought about some issues, primarily the long-standing suppression of extraordinary forces. This suppression creates a relatively fair living space for ordinary beings, but severely stifles the developmental soil for those with extraordinary powers. If the divine order could maintain its formidable strength, the discontent of the monstrous creatures and malevolent spirits would hardly trigger any disasters. Yet now the once tight divine system has begun to show flaws. With the weakening of divine power, the numerous suppressed extraordinary forces are bound to launch a counterattack. Furthermore, with the presence of underground factions and guiding parties in this realm, the consequences of various factors may erupt at some point. By then not only might the Grand Qi dynasty be toppled, but the living conditions of ordinary people would also undergo earth-shattering changes. Of course, in the worst-case scenario, the defense forces of the Heavenly Emperor Haoyan might be compelled to divert some of their strength back to maintain internal order, which could lead to a profound instability in the rear and potentially result in a complete loss of control over the war. If the loss of control in the war leads to defeat against external forces, the world where the Grand Qi resides could very well be destroyed, and everything would become nourishment for the enemy's growth. Fortunately, the deities currently stationed in the world can still maintain the present situation, but the initiation of the city god examination indicates the pressure faced by the city god. Even if those fortunate officials and Taoists can fulfill their duty of guarding a locality, it remains uncertain whether they can adapt to the battles among deities. It seems that most officials and Taoists in this realm are not adept at combat, especially in the face of the complex conflicts that deities must confront. Therefore, these newly appointed city gods as crucial nodes in the divine system are likely to become weak points targeted for attack by the disruptive monsters. No wonder my great-grandfather previously promised to seek the divine seal of the Yin officials and land. It turns out the city god system has already begun its efforts to expand. The news brought by Zhou Su has given Zhou Heng further insight into the current situation of the Grand Qi dynasty. Although this dynasty has not yet reached a century since its founding and appears relatively stable, it has secretly been surrounded by numerous crises. As long as the order of the divine system is partially broken, the Grand Qi dynasty, which holds a large population and fortune, will become a prime target in the eyes of new forces. Meanwhile, Zhou Heng, temporarily serving in the Grand Qi dynasty, will also become embroiled in the clashes of multiple forces. I hope this land divine seal will allow me to glimpse the secrets of the divine system in this realm, thereby granting me the power to change the situation in the potential chaos that may arise in the future. With this expectation, Zhou Heng absorbed the land divine seal brought by Zhou Su into his Yin divine body. This is a land divine seal without a designated territory, allowing the bearer to occupy any unclaimed land temple. Under Zhou Heng's high-dimensional vision, the information contained in this divine seal unfolded layer by layer, revealing its contents: fertile land, nurturing grains, peace for livestock, and guiding souls. The land divine seal appears to have many responsibilities, but it lacks powerful divine abilities. The most prominent function, guiding souls, simply sends souls to the city god's palace or the underworld. However, Zhou Heng was not disappointed, for what he needed was not these divine duties nor the ability of the divine seal to purify incense to a certain extent. What he truly needed was the composition of the divine seal, which is the essence of the foundational principles of the divine system in this world. Through continuous observation, Zhou Heng saw layers of authorization through the information of the land divine seal, and following the authorization information of the city god, he found the core of the land divine seal. Upon reaching this understanding, Zhou Heng finally grasped the essence of the divine seal, which is the method of transferring authority in the world. This transfer of authority does not truly generate power, but can convey the upper-level authorization to the lower-level bearers. The power of the land divine seal comes from the superior authorization of the city god of the realm. Thus, it can be deduced that the city god's authorization originates from the ghost emperor of the underworld, and the ghost emperor's authorization should stem from the heavenly emperor Haoyan. As for the authorization of the heavenly emperor Haoyan, he is referred to as Haoyan, and his authorization naturally derives from the world itself, or he is the manifestation of the world's consciousness. This layered system of authorization also resolves a question in Zhou Heng's mind: why are the deities of this realm so united? The reason is that all authority and power of the deities stem from the heavenly emperor Haoyan. Thus, he possesses the power to revoke authorization at any time. The phrase bearing the heavenly decree here is not a mere metaphor, but a statement. Hence, this extreme, strict hierarchical structure allows the divine system to become an extension of the will of the heavenly emperor Haoyan, compelling the celestial deities and earthly spirits to unite under his leadership. Having seen through the core of the divine seal, Zhou Heng gained rewards far beyond his expectations. Since the heavenly emperor Haoyan can harness the energy and essence of the world to create a well-ordered divine system, Zhou Heng can also rely on his own high-dimensional true spirit and vision to replicate a system of authority and authorization unique to himself. With this technique, if Zhou Heng resolves the issue of projecting power from his high-dimensional body into the lower-dimensional world, he could even create numerous divine systems to conquer the lower-dimensional realms. However, even now he is not lacking, as the power derived from his high-dimensional true spirit and vision already enables him to accomplish many things. The foundational material for the land divine seal is high-quality soul fragments, greatly facilitating Zhou Heng's replication. Presumably higher-level divine seals should consist of soul fragments with greater carrying capacity. Zhou Heng cannot disrupt his own high-dimensional true spirit. Even if he could, he would not use it to create a divine seal as a mere vessel. Thus, he can only make do with his lower-dimensional soul. As Zhou Heng's Yin divine body continuously fractured and subsequently repaired itself through feedback from his high-dimensional true spirit, he soon achieved self-sufficiency in raw materials. After obtaining sufficient soul fragments, Zhou Heng's divine body began the work of replicating the divine seal using these fragments. The intricate and complex divine seal was rendered into an intuitive image akin to building blocks under Zhou Heng's high-dimensional observation. Now what he needed to do was to patiently construct the core authority transmission system of the divine seal. The initial drawings did not go smoothly, but after several trials and errors, Zhou Heng became increasingly proficient. After 2 days, he finally completed the construction of the core authority transmission system. Now what he needed to do was to obtain authorization. At this point things were undoubtedly much simpler. After some consideration, Zhou Heng inscribed decree, supervised the fortune in the eyes of the law. Then at the authorization location, Zhou Heng inscribed the authorization for himself. When Zhou Heng's divine body absorbed the divine seal, he created a tiny portion of the capabilities of his high-dimensional vision was fed back to his divine body through the divine seal as an intermediary for authority. This ability granted him the authority to penetrate illusions and supervise fortunes. I succeeded. I can decree myself. The divine seal created by Zhou Heng can operate normally in this realm. Thus, the authority of monitoring fate dispersed from a higher dimensional perspective allows him to see the distribution of shares beneath the surface of the world. He saw swirling red and white energies above his head, where the red energy represented the proportion he occupied in this realm, encompassing his identity, authority, and strength. The white energy, on the other hand, represented the Tiki guards affiliated with him. These scenes of fate flowing seemed to have no substantial effect, yet they granted Zhou Heng the ability to discern the identity and strength of his targets. However, the authority to monitor fate is not particularly important. What matters most to Zhou Heng is the success of replicating the divine seal. This allowed Zhou Heng to establish a power structure centered on himself as the core of authority. In other words, he obtained the qualification to construct a new divine path in this world. Moreover, since the authority Zhou Heng wields comes from his own higher dimensional essence, his system of divine path is destined to transcend the limitations of this realm applicable to most lower dimensional worlds. This technology capable of building a power system is terrifying, stemming from the stringent authorization methods of the divine path in this realm, ensuring loyalty within the ranks. Those who believe in me transcend, while those who do not shall sink, will become the true reflection of the power Zhou Heng establishes. A strict authorization system guarantees loyalty, and the dispersed power of his higher dimensional essence allows Zhou Heng's followers to see a future filled with hope. Thus, a loyal force brimming with hope is about to be born in this realm. Now what Zhou Heng needs to do is give a profound name to the force he intends to build. Creating a coherent mythological system on his own is undoubtedly a challenge for Zhou Heng. But as he hails from the dragon kingdom of the Earth Star, there are many mythologies and legends he can draw upon. With references in hand, Zhou Heng quickly selected the operational logic of his power, which is encapsulated in the system of the Three Officials Great Emperor. The Three Officials Great Emperor refers to the heavenly official, earthly official, and water official. The heavenly official is named the upper yuan first grade, bestowing heavenly official. The earthly official is the middle yuan second grade, pardoning earthly official, and the water official is the lower yuan third grade, delivering water official. Thus, the Three Officials Great Emperor is also referred to as the 3 yuan 3 grade 3 Officials Great Emperor. The heavenly official bestows blessings, the earthly official pardons sins, and the water official delivers relief. As long as Zhou Heng can unravel the mysteries of dimensional transitions in the future, he can bestow these authorities upon followers in lower dimensional worlds. Since the Three Officials Great Emperor represents 3 deities, adopting it as his alias will not conflict with the deities in Earthstar mythology. Although the deities in Earthstar mythology may merely be religious legends, Zhou Heng will still make an effort to avoid being associated with their names. Having established the title of the supreme deity, Zhou Heng's power now possesses a basic logic of authority. For example, in Zhou Heng's system, the underworld authority is represented as follows: Three Officials Great Emperor. Zhou Heng authorizes the heavenly official Zhui Great Emperor, who in turn authorizes Fengdu Great Emperor, and Fengdu Great Emperor authorizes the 5 Directions Ghost Emperor. The 5 Directions Ghost Emperor authorizes Luofeng's 6 Heavens, which in turn authorizes the reincarnation 10 Halls, exemplifying a layered authorization down to the most basic level of Insha Ghost officials. Such a vast power structure ensures that the grassroots personnel within the force have a well-defined promotion pathway, which is especially important for a healthy organization. Once Zhou Heng's power has a complete structure, he will need an independent space to attract subordinates. Such a space is not lacking for Zhou Heng. The real story world supported by his higher dimensional true spirit is the best choice. His story world exists nowhere yet everywhere, being both secretive and safe. No life that has not received his authorization can enter there under any circumstances. After determining the base of his power, Zhou Heng needs to slightly modify his story world to better align with the expectations of his subordinates. As for the method of recruiting subordinates, Zhou Heng decided to take inspiration from traditional adventure novels from Earthstar. What could be more thrilling than discovering a once glorious pantheon by chance? If there is anything more exciting, it would be that Zhou Heng will open up a complete promotion chart for divine positions, which will even include the pinnacle of the pantheon, the Three Officials Great Emperor. However, those fortunate enough will never be close to the core positions of the pantheon. Unless granted an exceptional promotion by Zhou Heng, the divine position at the level of the 5 directions Ghost Emperor will be the highest position they can attain. As for the mode of controlling subordinates, Zhou Heng will not adopt the overt method of issuing tasks to directly influence them. In the early stages of the force's development, he will not interfere with these subordinates at all. However, the conditions for each subordinate's promotion will be his subtle influence over them. His promotion criteria are very clear. Whoever can gain more fate and incense will earn the right to be promoted and acquire more authority. This pursuit of self-strengthening and obtaining higher divine positions will certainly make them more proactive, proving to be more effective than Zhou Heng issuing orders directly. Of course, the fate world shares obtained by the subordinates will ultimately flow back to Zhou Heng, the source of authority. With the feedback of a large number of subordinates, Zhou Heng will gain the opportunity to influence and even assimilate the world. For Zhou Heng, like the Emperor of Heaven in this realm, a single word can bring back the powerful deities within his system to the mortal realm. Therefore, when necessary, Zhou Heng will also employ this power to fight for him. The tightly knit system of divine path authority means they can never refuse his commands. With the operational method of the force established, Zhou Heng immediately began to modify his story world. The divine seal of land possessed the technology to construct a divine territory, allowing him to skip the Trilanderer phase. Building a divine domain from scratch requires considerable energy, with incense power and soul power being viable sources. Ultimately, the strength of the domain depends on the potency of the authority and the amount of energy used. After entering the capital, Zhou Heng did not seek any reasons to collect incense at that time. He did not call out loudly, nor did he possess the hypnotic influence to convert the masses. However, he was not lacking in soul power, so his plan to construct the divine domain proceeded smoothly. Due to the differences between the story world and the normal world, the technology acquired from the land divine seal could not expand Zhou Heng's story world. Thus, Zhou Heng compressed the beings within his story world into a very small space, utilizing the remaining area to build his divine court's secret realm. With over 2,000 acres of fields and several hundred acres occupied by scattered Anji villages, Zhou Heng possessed nearly 3,000 acres of usable land. It is impossible to build any grand scenes in 3,000 acres, so Zhou Heng referenced scenes from a certain game in Earthstar, constructing an ancient, dilapidated, and deserted palace area. He named this place Tian Zhao Zwiki Tian, a location in Luofeng 6 Heavens, to observe the good and evil of the 3 realms. Here, those fortunate enough to obtain Zhou Heng's divine seal can view their fate and incense data and can upgrade their divine positions if they have sufficient fate or sacrifice a large amount of incense to activate higher-level divine seals. Of course, they can also communicate with each other, form alliances, or engage in internal conflicts. Zhou Heng will allow all these actions. After all, aside from the source of authority belonging to Zhou Heng, they are entirely free individuals. What kind of people would cherish the divine seals crafted by Zhou Heng? Naturally, it would be those who seek miracles and are filled with ambition. Such individuals are abundant in the great chi, from the officials and the courts to those in humble cottages. As long as they are given an opportunity, they will not hesitate to invest. Thus, Zhou Heng's target demographic was quite vast, but during the initial phase of expanding his influence, he chose a more efficient group, namely the numerous middle and lower class citizens. With a target selected, the methods for finding experimenters were easily devised. Zhou Heng first created 2 divine seals. One was proclaiming the past, observing one's own memories, and the other was proclaiming the past, observing all beings. In simple terms, one authority allows observation of one's own memories, while the other grants a 360-degree perspective. After crafting these 2 divine seals, Zhou Heng took out 2 unpolished inferior jade stones from his room and infused the completed seals into them. Having done all this, he set off to the flower and bird market to purchase koi, but on his way he discarded the 2 inferior jade stones into an empty alley. Soon these 2 stones would be discovered and flow into a shop, ultimately becoming a miracle for some lucky individual after several transactions. Yang Yuankue, born into the Duke of Xing's household, was not a legitimate son. Due to the numerous descendants of the Duke of Xing, this illegitimate son was greatly neglected in the household, and now even the servants with some influence looked down upon him. If it weren't for the relatively strict family rules of the Duke of Xing, those servants might have even deducted his allowance. Yet even so, the allowance he received was merely the lowest quality of broken silver. It's important to know that these inferior broken silvers hold significantly less value than proper official silver of the same weight. Facing the various injustices and oppression from those in charge of the household, Yang Yuankue had no thoughts of resistance, as he still relied on the household's silver to survive, meaning his life could not withstand any turmoil. Since he could not change his situation, Yang Yuankue learned to ignore it. Those in the household ignored him, and he ignored them in turn. Thus, he became a small, inconspicuous figure in the Duke's residence. His greatest hope for the future was to receive a hint of favor from the master when he was assigned away from the residence, thereby securing a way to make a living. However, relying on the favors of the powerful is ultimately unstable, so he often went to the household school to study, hoping to qualify for the imperial examination. If nothing changed, Yang Yuankue would likely not achieve a satisfactory life, but the appearance of a jade stone altered his destiny. As Yang Yuanqi's mother's birthday was approaching, he specifically went to the jade shop to select an inferior jade stone. To save money, he planned to find a craftsman to carve this unpolished jade into hairpins or jade pendants to gift to his mother. What he never expected was that such an ordinary stone would lead him into a new world filled with miracles. One night, Yang Yuanqi was caressing the jade stone he had exchanged for a month's allowance. Suddenly his movements halted, and he tremblingly raised the jade high while bowing respectfully. I, Yang Yuanqi, pay homage to the god of observing past crimes. After a long time passed, Yang Yuanqi received no response, but he was not disappointed, for he was bowing to himself. Previously, when he was caressing the jade, the divine seal contained within it sensed a faint belief and spontaneously merged into his soul. Then the information carried by the divine seal instantly flowed into his memory. Thus, in a very short period, Yang Yuanqi understood the capability of the divine seal and the conditions for elevation, as well as the method to enter the heavenly hall of good and evil observations. Miracles came too quickly and too directly. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yang Yuanqi found himself unable to identify an object of gratitude, so he bowed respectfully to his divine seal. Lying on the ground, Yang Yuanqi silently laughed and cried with wild abandon, and after a while of venting, his emotions gradually settled. Afterward, he carefully wrapped the jade that brought him hope, then extinguished the candle and lay down on his bed. Heavenly Hall of Good and Evil Observations. In his repeated calls, Yang Yuanqi felt his soul connecting to an unknown world. This was not an illusion, as the divine seal within him allowed him to perceive the world constructed by countless souls. The power of the unknown world exceeded Yang Yuanqi's imagination. At the moment he received a response to his call, his soul was transmitted to the Hall of Good and Evil Observations. However, upon arriving at the hall, Yang Yuanqi discovered that it was not the resplendent palace he had imagined. Here there was only endless silence. The sound of his footsteps became the sole rhythm of this world, creating an illusion of being at the center of the universe. How could this be? Where have the deities of the Luo Feng six heavens gone? What has happened here? Yang Yuanqi's divine post originated from the heavenly hall of good and evil observations of the Luo Feng six heavens. The clear records informed him of the vast scale of the divine court to which he had joined. Yet how could such a powerful divine court become so desolate? With many questions in mind, Yang Yuanqi entered the towering main hall of the divine court. On the mirror of karma hanging at the main hall's entrance, he saw his own fortunes, incense, sins, and merits. Upon entering the hall, he discovered a gigantic chart of divine positions ranging from the lowly ghost officials to the celestial lords governing the Luo Feng six heavens, all laid before him. However, he could not see beyond that. It seemed he had yet to qualify to gaze upon those great deities. Most of the divine images he saw were lifeless and gray, adorned with vibrant and lifelike portraits. Only a few positions below the chart of divine positions had such images. Among those majestic and sacred living divine images, one emerald-eyed deity felt strikingly familiar to Yang Yuanqi, and upon approaching, he realized that it was himself. With gods vacant, the talented rise with the wind, while the untalented perish. Is this my opportunity? Will there be a place for me in the future Luo Feng six heavens? The conditions for divine elevation lay bare before Yang Yuanqi. He appeared to inquire in confusion, yet a strong desire surged within his heart. He was utterly certain that he needed this opportunity, utterly certain that there would eventually be a place for him here, and even more certain that he would not stop at this point. Observing my past, observing others' pasts, observing all beings' pasts, observing the past of heaven and earth, I, the judge of past observations in the hall of good and evil, have taken my seat. Once a small figure, Yang Yuanqi's ambition was stirred by the chart of divine positions. Though he did not know how powerful the judge of past observations was, he was aware that the path corresponding to his divine seal must be formidable. For the judge of all beings, who judges the past of all creatures, occupies a position in this vast chart of divine positions that surpasses many other deities. After learning the precise ascension path of his divine seal, Yang Yuanqi departed from the hall of observing virtue and vice across the three realms, his heart ablaze with towering ambition. The authority of observing one's past self instantly transformed him into a prodigy with perfect recall. The imperial examination, once an unattainable dream, now lay within his reach. While Yang Yuanqi secluded himself in the Qing State Duke's Academy, voraciously devouring books, the second experimental jade stone, discarded by Zhou Heng, passed through several hands before landing in those of an elderly artisan. The old craftsman meticulously polished the flawed jade into a delicate jade lock and gifted it to his 5-year-old grandson. The boy cherished the jade lock deeply, wearing it around his neck day and night without ever removing it. And that humble talisman would soon usher him into a world brimming with wonder and miracles. The experiment was a resounding success. It appears I may now begin mass-producing divine seals. Yang Yuanqi entered the hall of observing virtue and vice across the three realms using Zhou Heng's authorized divine seal, an act that confirmed to Zhou Heng the definitive success of his divine seal experiment. This news filled Zhou Heng with quiet triumph. From this day forward, a divine Taoist power centered upon him would formally ascend onto the world stage. Yet before widespread distribution of divine seals could commence, Zhou Heng had one final obligation to fulfill. the promise he made to Magistrate Liu of the capital city God Temple to dismantle the licentious cult of the Wutong, evil deities in Daliang City. Upon returning to the Northern City Imperial Guard's office, Zhou Heng found instructor Yao still awaiting new recruits. Evidently, the shared misfortunes of Lieutenant Tan Xuan and Deputy Marshal Zhou Heng had already become cautionary tales for newcomers. Deputy Marshal Zhou, you've fully recovered then. Here to lift your leave. Yes, indeed. However, over these past days I've also secured a rather promising assignment. I'll be leading my men to apprehend several individuals. Deputy Marshal Zhou certainly commands impressive connections. Very well, you draft the arrest warrant, and I'll approve it. Though Lieutenant Tan granted his approval readily, he insisted Zhou Heng first submit a formal application, lest this young subordinate intoxicated by authority recklessly wield the Imperial Guard's might without restraint. Deputy Marshal Zhou, purging licentious cults falls outside our jurisdiction. We ought to refer such matters to the Astronomical Bureau, which oversees illicit worship. Studying Zhou Heng's official document, Lieutenant Tan hesitated. Though the cult's shrine was located in the Northern District, and thus technically under their purview, the matter posed complications. There was little reward to be gained, and the Astronomical Bureau might well intercept the operation at the last moment, seizing credit for themselves. He therefore wished to spare his subordinates such thankless labor. Lieutenant Tan, this is the Wutong after all. Reflect carefully, statues forged from gold and silver. Do you truly believe the Astronomical Bureau's Taoist priests possess the strength to lift them? When real exertion is required, only our elite Imperial Guards can deliver. Lieutenant Tan scrutinized the document once more, and noted with surprise that the term Wutong appeared nowhere within it. Instead, the text referred only to licentious cults of evil deities. He lifted his gaze thoughtfully toward Zhou Heng, then tapped the document 3 times with his index finger. An astute observation, Lieutenant. But might the portion we submit be too modest? Not at all. Our men deserve their share, you and I deserve ours, and Commandant Peng and the Prefect must also witness our diligence. Thus, submitting a fixed guaranteed portion of merit suffices. Understood. With Lieutenant Tan's official endorsement secured, Zhou Heng immediately assembled his contingent of Imperial Guards and subtly intimated to them that a lucrative opportunity awaited. Empowered by both the Northern District Commander's order and the Deputy Marshal's personal assurance, 50 Imperial Guards ignited with fervor, donning armor and saddling horses without a single command. Orders: march on Longda Lane. Surround the 3rd and 5th households in the left lane, the Zhang and Ma residences. Any resistance shall be met with lethal force. Affirmative. Hearing this long-awaited raid order, so rich in spoils, the Imperial Guards erupted in jubilant, thunderous affirmation. Daliang City's social stratification was stark. Beyond the Imperial City, the 4 districts followed a rigid hierarchy. East for the wealthy, west for the noble, south for the impoverished, and north for the outcast. To the Imperial Guards, the Eastern District offered the richest plunder, the Western District felt stiflingly oppressive, the Southern District afforded the greatest prestige. Yet the Northern District stood apart, a chaotic confluence of trades and professions where dragons and fish swam side by side. Such disorder, compounded by brothels, theaters, and dens of every conceivable persuasion, concealed immense hidden wealth. Yet these enterprises were covertly controlled by powerful aristocrats, leaving the guards wary of overreach. Thus the Northern District Guards yearned most for raid orders. A single such mission could sustain them in comfort for half a year. Now, seizing this rare chance, they dispatched mounted scouts to clear the streets ahead, then surged forward toward Longda Lane. Zhou Heng at their center, sword-drawn crossbow, leveled, radiating formidable authority. Clack, clack, clack. The sharp, rhythmic hoofbeats paired with the guards' palpable aura of lethal intent signaled to nearby residents that calamity was imminent. Who cursed fool provoked these masters? With their methods, they'll scour the earth clean before withdrawing. Alas, a turbulent age indeed. Even the Imperial Guards have mobilized. Some vicious criminal must have infiltrated Daliang City. Let us hope no hostages are taken, otherwise innocent lives will surely be lost. Whispered murmurs among the alleyways revealed the guards' unpopularity. Were it not for their role as a linchpin of Northern District order, the people's scorn would have been far louder and more unrestrained. Deputy Marshal, the Zhang and Ma residences are surrounded, but they request an audience with you. Shall we grant it? Then grant it. Lieutenant Tan Xuan had already departed for the Imperial Guards headquarters to file the arrest warrant. Until Commandant Peng issued further orders, the guards were authorized only to detain, not to execute at will. Naturally, those who launched counterattacks or attempted escape were deemed defiant, and thus subject to immediate execution on the spot. Esteemed sir, we beg to know what offense our 2 households have committed to warrant such overwhelming force. Might we offer a token of goodwill? Perhaps you'd consider leniency. You maintain illicit shrines. We purge malevolent spirits. The rest requires no elaboration. Open your gates, the compliant shall face trial, the defiant shall face the blade. Realizing their crime was exposed, the Zhang family abandoned all pretense of bribery and silently swung open their tightly barred gates. The guards are few. Break through the cordon. Escape means survival. Kill. Servants of the Zhang and Ma households cast off their disguises, brandishing blades and cudgels as they charged forth in frenzied waves. This was not born of fearlessness, but of cold calculation. Amid Daliang's teeming crowds, escape meant vanishing into anonymity. evading imperial pursuit forever. Criminals resist, form ranks, and eliminate them. Obeying the command, the guards swiftly formed interlocking five-man squads coordinating seamlessly to isolate and overwhelm the insurgents, revealing in brutal clarity the chasm between armored warriors and unarmored rabble. Their hardened iron armor shielded them not only physically but psychologically, bolstering courage in the crucible of combat. Under relentless assault, the insurgents suffered over a dozen casualties before retreating in terror to barricade themselves within the courtyard. These living beings bear no fortune aura. In the world of the Great Qi, every living being, so long as it breathes, occupies a distinct share of the world's fortune known as Qi Yun. Even ordinary life forms, unlike inanimate objects incapable of thought, possess at least a trace of this vital fortune. Yet within Zhou Heng's fortune-scrying divine eye, the several heretics who had just attempted to infiltrate the imperial secret guards bore not a shred of fortune. Such a phenomenon was profoundly inexplicable. Beings devoid of fortune existed in this world with the stillness of ordinary stones. How then could they possess consciousness or thought? Raise shields and advance. Crossbowmen, volley fire. Clad in finely wrought iron armor, Zhou Heng leapt from his horse. Sword in one hand, shield in the other, he led the imperial secret guards in a swift assault upon Zhang Manor. Zhou Heng's current physical constitution was fivefold that of an ordinary man, his hide resilient as oxhide, his bones unyielding as stone, making him exceptionally fierce in battle and in turn kindling the morale of his troops. Under Zhou Heng's peerless scythe-like onslaught, the heretics of Zhang Manor scattered in panic. Yet those five fortuneless figures defied expectation, rushing toward him instead to launch a coordinated assault. Sever their legs and arms. I want these five alive. Having issued the order, Zhou Heng struck with lethal precision, lopping off the arms of two men before him. Though his subordinates lacked his martial prowess, they executed his command flawlessly, relying on disciplined coordination and mutual support. Deputy Commander, these five bear severed limbs, yet show no sign of distress. Truly indomitable warriors. Indeed, their utter fearlessness marks them either as elite death servants or fanatically devoted heretics. Bring fire, cauterize their wounds. SSSSS, SSSSS. The sharp hiss of flames searing flesh filled the air, carrying the acrid scent of roasted meat. Yet the Imperial secret guards, locked in combat and riding high on adrenaline, displayed no revulsion or hesitation. Lying prostrate, the five heretics showed not a flicker of fear beneath Zhou Heng's piercing gaze, even as their limbs lay mangled. Instead, they regarded him with unnerving curiosity, as if studying a rare artifact. Tell me, how did you infiltrate Daliang City? Zhou Heng posed the question cautiously. He sensed clearly these strange beings burned with an intense, almost desperate urge to communicate. But his hope quickly faded. These individuals appeared utterly bereft of language. They could not even cry out in pain or hurl curses. I spawned straight into Daliang City the moment I entered the game. This question isn't for us, but for the game designers. Then, young general, dare you give your name? Once public beta launches, I'll hunt you down and cleave you limb from limb. Silence, Chieftain. You know full well, the God Spirit's war linguistic interface remains incomplete. During closed beta, direct dialogue with NPCs is strictly prohibited. The five maimed figures repeatedly glanced toward their companions, leading Zhou Heng to surmise they were communicating via some extraordinary nonverbal method. Unraveling their true nature would in truth be straightforward. Zhou Heng need only project his higher dimensional vision upon their bodies, and all mysteries would dissolve before revelation. Yet activating such vision exacted a crushing toll upon both soul and flesh. The present battlefield offered neither safety nor stillness for such an act. Thus Zhou Heng ordered two guards to gag the captives with strips of cloth, to prevent them from biting through their own tongues or tearing at one another in suicidal frenzy. You two remain here to guard them. The rest, follow me onward. Under the terrifying martial might of Deputy Commander Zhou Heng, the denizens of Zhang Manor were swiftly apprehended. Even the sect's high-ranking leaders hiding deep within concealed chambers proved powerless against his fortune-scrying divine eye. Nowhere could they hide. Deputy Commander, the Zhang family is a prize catch. Our men discovered vast hoards of gold, silver, jewels, and assorted treasures in their vaults. Excellent. Assign sentries to secure the vault. The rest, follow me to reinforce Ma Manor. That too promises rich spoils. With reinforcements arriving, the heretics at Ma Manor were likewise eradicated without quarter. When the twin gilded statues of the Wu Tong deities melted beneath roaring flames, Zhou Heng's vow to magistrate Lu of the City God's Bureau was fulfilled. Thereupon the sun-traveling god, who had silently shadowed Zhou Heng since his departure, bowed respectfully, then drifted away to report to the magistrate. Imperial Secret Guards command purge illicit cults, raid and confiscate the Zhang and Ma households. Zhou Heng's men had already begun tallying the spoils when Commander Tan arrived belatedly with his detachment. Yet his timely decree carried weight. It confirmed their deeds would be duly rewarded. Deputy Commander Zhou, you have performed admirably. Such vicious fiends left unchecked within Daliang City would surely unleash carnage on a massive scale. Commander Tan, the seized wealth from both households lies here before you. Very well. Deputy Commander Zhou, you shall escort the prisoners back to the northern city garrison. I shall carry the confiscated funds and evidence of heresy directly to the prefect. Under Tan Xuan's efficient coordination, nearby households quickly supplied several horse-drawn carts. 7/10 of the spoils and all captives were conveyed to the northern city Imperial Secret Guards garrison. 3/10 of the silver and the incriminating relics of idolatry were dispatched to the Imperial Secret Guards command. No doubt officials from the prefect's office and the Imperial Secret Guards command would descend upon the northern garrison tonight, not only to celebrate, but also to collect modest local specialties as customary tribute. Yet such matters held little significance for Zhou Heng. His sole focus remained the 5 fortuneless heretics, mutilated, unbroken, and utterly enigmatic. Prepare an interrogation chamber. I will question these hardened zealots. Understood. Behind a sturdy iron-barred grille, one limbless, armless heretic was hoisted onto the torture rack. Zhou Heng asked no questions. He applied no torment. Seated in silent repose, he seemed merely to wield atmosphere and psychological pressure, waiting for the captive's resolve to shatter. But this was mere theater. In truth, his own spirit had already withdrawn from his physical form, poised to activate his higher dimensional vision and scrutinize these anomalies. Crack. A single glance through the higher dimensional lens unleashed unbearable strain, shattering his own spirit into countless infinitesimal fragments. Yet the instant his eyes closed, the feedback of the higher dimensional true spirit surged forth, seamlessly reconstituting his spirit whole. Still unable to constrain the field of vision, the influx of data remains overwhelming. But I saw it. Now I know what you truly are. Though his observation lasted but a sliver of time, the information cluster pulsing within the heretic's cranium blazed with unnatural clarity, allowing Zhou Heng to extract precisely the knowledge he sought. As anticipated, these fortuneless aberrations were invaders, hailing directly from the alien world, now breaching the Great Qi realm. Yet their method of invasion was singular. They framed conquest as a game, and treated their initial infiltration as a closed beta test. This peculiar paradigm guaranteed both absolute fearlessness and unwavering loyalty to their native world, for no one obeys the commands of a fictional character nor turns upon the homeland of their tangible reality. Moreover, from this intelligence, Zhou Heng learned the precise timing of their descent. They had manifested in this world at the end of the 7th lunar month, meaning the Heavenly Sovereign's divine legion had been suppressed by them over a month ago. Now, having not only pinned down the Heavenly Sovereign's celestial host, but also breached the outer defenses of the Great Qi world, they deployed a weapon disguised as a game and invaded. The enemy has already opened a second front. The Great Qi world is steadily forfeiting its strategic initiative in this war. Zhou Heng knew all too well the catastrophic potential of players, their utter disregard for death, their staggering numbers, their capacity for systemic sabotage. It was entirely plausible that the Great Qi world would be hollowed out from within. I bear the seal of the local god granted by the Heavenly Court. Why has the world not issued a purgative directive through it? Is it because these parasites remain undetected, or because the Heavenly Sovereign's battlefield is severed from all channels of information? The emergence of players granted Zhou Heng a deeper understanding of the war's current trajectory in this world. He deemed it highly improbable that the world remained unaware of the invaders. Far more likely was that the realm's sovereign arbiter, or its governing program, the Sovereign Emperor Hao Yin, had been trapped beyond the frontier battlefield and severed from all channels of information transmission. For Zhou Heng, this intelligence carried both promise and peril. The boon lay in the diminished likelihood of relentless suppression against his nascent divine Tao system by the entrenched Orthodox pantheon. The peril, however, was stark. Long subjugated forces, demons, fiends, specters, heretics, and even celestial cultivators, might erupt into brutal internecine conflict as they vie to shape the new cosmic order. And before such strife commenced, they might first unite to purge the old divine Tao system entirely. Were this upheaval to unfold in a peaceful world, it would merely entail the fall of old deities and the ascension of new ones. Yet the Great Qi world was now locked in an existential external war. The internal chaos would catastrophically erode its martial potency. The appearance of beta test players already confirmed the Great Qi world's deteriorating position. Thus, any severe internal rupture could plunge the entire realm into irreversible annihilation. As Zhou Heng currently stood aligned with the Great Qi world's faction, he was willing to exert himself to preserve its stability. Yet his nascent divine Tao system remained incomplete, incapable of furnishing elite legions capable of battlefield intervention. His present course, therefore, was clear. When the world's order inevitably collapsed, he would erect a new order upon the foundations of his divine Tao, and simultaneously constrict the survivability of these invasive players. I pray it is not too late, else I shall be forced to wander the boundless void between realms, adrift within my own narrative cosmos. Having secured a definitive objective, Zhou Heng first attended the victory banquet hosted by the Beijing Imperial Secret Police garrison, then returned home, bearing his share of spoils. Once ensconced in tranquil seclusion, he commenced crafting a new divine seal, this time imbuing himself with an additional divine authority. Success. With this new authority, I shall perceive the encrypted communications among players. The divine seal, Imperial Edict I of encrypted language perception, drew its power from his transcendent vision. Through it, players' clandestine modes of discourse would lie utterly exposed. The following day, upon returning to the Beijing garrison, Zhou Heng observed that every imperial secret agent now regarded him with markedly heightened deference. Evidently each had reaped generous rewards at yesterday's banquet. Bring the 5 recalcitrant captives into the interrogation chamber. I shall question them myself. Understood. And when Zhou Heng reappeared before the 5 detained players, their earlier composure had dissolved. Senior brother Wenhan, what on earth are these NPCs scheming? They neither release us nor execute us. Even last night, they fed us rice porridge. Surely they intend to outlast us. That cannot be tolerated. Our beta accounts will become obsolete if this drags on. Clearly they wish us alive, probing us gradually, methodically, until we break. We miscalculated gravely. We should have chosen self-termination from the outset. Indeed, death by one's own hand remains preferable to languishing here. Incidentally, Wutong proved utterly inept. My friend's faction, Shanjun, has already surmounted its foundational trials. Unlike us, whose entire faction was eradicated. Whose fault is that? You lecherous lot shared Wutong's perverse predilections. Your current plight is your own doing, pure and simple. Bah, you call it appreciating art. We're labeled perverts. How lofty you are, how admirable. And beneath the gaze of the eye of encrypted language perception, the players' exchanges manifested with crystalline clarity before Zhou Heng's eyes. From these transmissions, Zhou Heng deduced their infiltration methodology and learned chillingly that certain native factions had already become collaborators for the extraplanar invaders. It followed that news of Sovereign Emperor Hao Yan's battlefield defeat and entrapment had already been disseminated by these traitorous intermediaries. Yet the more restless factions were likely still observing, awaiting verification of the truth. Only then would they decide whether to rise in defiance or fracture the realm, declaring autonomy while awaiting imperial amnesty. Attendants, apply salves and tend to their wounds. From today onward, conduct interrogations in rotation. Whether we hook greater prey depends entirely upon your skill, brothers. Rest assured, Deputy Commander, your trust shall not be misplaced. These 5 players had now become Zhou Heng's vital nodes for gathering extraplanar intelligence. He would not permit their premature demise, nor would he feign benevolent NPC camaraderie. For the living beings of the great Qi world were finite, non-regenerating souls. Aiding the players would only hasten the realm's decay. Thus his path was unequivocal: crush the players with overwhelming supremacy and seize every opportunity to launch a counter-invasion. In following Zhou Heng's suppression of a licentious cult, the Beijing garrison swiftly regained its calm. Though routine incidents occasionally demanded the garrison's dispatch, such matters rarely warranted the personal involvement of high-ranking officers like commanders or deputy commanders. In his idle hours, Zhou Heng's distribution of divine seals proceeded steadily, stonewood porcelain, each transformed into a vessel for sacred inscription, flowing outward along merchant routes to every corner of the great Qi realm. As automated mass production of divine seals remained unrealized, only 23 such seals had dispersed across the land during these days. These seals ultimately reached diverse hands: monks, Taoist priests, scholars, martial heroes, even women and children. Their reactions varied widely. Some erupted in ecstatic joy, others recoiled in cautious dread, while still others embraced the revelation with serene equanimity. Yet regardless of disposition, each bearer entered Zhou Heng's narrative cosmos, and within the Tianzhao Sinsan Virtues celestial tribunal of the 3 realms, discovered the path destined for their future. Curiously, the swiftest progress among recipients did not belong to those wielding political power, but to a child and a monk. The child was the grandson of the elderly Jadelock carver. At merely 5 years old, he chanced upon the divine seal, imperial edict, eye of eightfold self-perception, and driven by innocent curiosity stepped into the celestial tribunal of the 3 realms. An independent space. A sanctuary nearly his alone. A world so secure and wondrous that this tender life became utterly entranced. Later he encountered other sealbearers within the tribunal, bonded by shared identity. They treated the boy not with condescension, but with warmth, spending time laughing and playing with him whenever they met. Thus the child swiftly surrendered to this miraculous new world, so much so that each evening, the moment he finished his meal, he would rush to bed and fall instantly asleep. His parents, fearing illness, took him to a physician, but no prescription alleviated his profound somnolence. Witnessing their sorrow and his grandfather's anguish, the compassionate boy confessed everything to his family. Xiao Shida, you claim you've become a deity and ascended to the heavenly palace, and upon promotion you may even appoint subordinate deities. Zhou Heng's nascent divine Tao mirrored the operational logic of Sovereign Emperor Hao Yan's ancient pantheon. Both granted subordinates the authority to infect lesser divinities, yet retained absolute sovereignty over the source of all divine authority. Indeed, Master Huiming instructed me that a deity must cultivate compassion and exercise utmost prudence when appointing subordinates. Master speaks truly. Xiao Shi, tell us, are your grandfather, father, and uncles righteous men? Might we too become your appointed deities? Of course they are. All of you are good people. Once I am promoted, I shall surely elevate you all to divinity. Indeed, self-interest proves the most potent catalyst for progress. At merely 5 years old, bearing the formal name Feng Un and the childhood appellation stone, The boy had yet to master the art of concealing his advantages. He remained profoundly impressionable, rendering the authority vested in him easily accessible to those close to him. Fortunately, this truth was known only to his parents and grandfather. Thus, as the family's sole heir, and faithfully the future supreme deity, he was immediately enshrouded in vigilant protection. Once his family confirmed the authenticity of his divine authority, his uncles and elder cousins discreetly verified that a young master named Yang Yuankui truly existed within the Xinhua prefecture, thereby granting full familial recognition to his newly assumed identity. Upon confirming their son's ascension to divinity, Old Man Feng led his entire household out of Daliang City and back to their ancestral mountain village, a place where generations of Fengs had dwelt. The Feng family's return sent ripples through that remote hamlet. Amidst the ensuing commotion, clan elders convened overnight in the ancestral hall, deliberating deep into the night. No one knows precisely what transpired in that hushed council, but from the following dawn onward the village elders stood taller, their eyes brighter, their steps lighter. And so on that very day the village welcomed a new deity, the golden child of the eight direction perceiving wisdom, an unorthodox, unofficial cult, yet one met with neither scrutiny nor resistance in such an isolated realm. By decree of the venerable clan chief, every household in Fengjia village offered 2 rustic incense sticks daily to the golden child. Moreover, the elders, speaking in hushed reverent tones, began extolling the golden child's blessings to neighboring villages. When word spread that devotion to the golden child could grant sons, faith rapidly blossomed across several surrounding villages. Under the steady nourishment of abundant incense offerings, young Feng and swiftly attained the sacred prerogative to appoint subordinate deities. The moment he conferred the first divine mandate, the 4-direction perceiving self-reflective eye, upon the village's elder chief, Fengjia village descended into ecstatic fervor. Though the delegated authority rooted in Feng En's divine seal held modest power, the supreme allure of becoming a subordinate deity had never lain in raw potency, but in the promise of soul longevity and deliverance from the abyss of unknown death. The seduction of near mortality alone would have sufficed to command absolute devotion. Yet Zhou Heng further amplified this pull by granting his subordinates access to his own narrative cosmos. Upon entering the celestial palace, named the Heavenly Hall of Tranquil Illumination, sin-detecting heaven, and 3-realm moral adjudication, Elder Chief Feng experienced an unprecedented sense of sanctuary. Thereafter, beyond his duties within the clan, he devoted all remaining hours to sweeping the deserted precincts of the Divine Hall and tending its sacred environs. Steeped in the wisdom of age, he stationed himself at the hall's threshold. Whenever another sealed devotee arrived, he introduced himself proudly as a divine functionary and extended aid wherever possible. His presence revealed to others a profound truth: the greatest strength of the divine seal lay not in personal might, but in forging a loyal pantheon centered upon oneself. Yet their innate wariness of outsiders impeded swift construction of such divine hierarchies. If young Feng and rose through sincerity, trust, and the bedrock of clan solidarity, then the monk, Huiming, ascended solely through audacity. As abbot of Songxiang Temple in Fushui County, Huiming had long been a paragon of devout piety, until the arrival of a new wooden fish shattered the rigid confines of doctrine and liberated his spirit entirely. The eye that perceives the suffering of all mortals, the eye that perceives the sins of heaven and earth. This is my Tao. All living beings fall ill, even heaven itself may sicken. I shall become the bodhisattva of universal compassion and celestial salvation. Having become divine, Huiming's mind underwent a radical metamorphosis. He no longer beheld Buddhas and bodhisattvas as objects of worship, but as sovereigns whose vast powers he now served as a humble subordinate. Once his perspective shifted, he realized he too could occupy the lofty dais, gazing down upon supplicants, and that his own presence might surpass even the gilded bronze cast idols in grace and efficacy. Without hesitation, he melted down the temple's revered statue of the great wisdom radiant bodhisattva, and installed his own likeness upon the sanctum's highest altar, bestowing upon it the august title Bodhisattva of universal compassion and celestial salvation. You are the bodhisattva of the past, O I am the bodhisattva of the future. The incense of the multitudes belongs not to the past, but to the future. A once devout monk cast aside the sacred image and began worshipping himself. Either he had lost his wits or discovered a higher calling. The Buddha's compassion is boundless. When I attain Buddhahood, mine shall be likewise. After the iconographic revolution, Abbot Huiming personally greeted each pilgrim, proclaiming the new bodhisattva's name and declaring that this compassionate deity had bestowed upon him the sacred eye to perceive mortal suffering. Because Master Huiming accepted no alms and offered diagnostic insight, free of charge, the temple's incense offerings surged dramatically. Though Huiming diagnosed ailments without prescribing remedies, thus sparing local apothecaries significant loss, no practitioner dared challenge a sage whose spiritual powers were manifestly real. Thus, through boundless compassion and miraculous perception, Master Huiming became Fushui County's most celebrated figure. With the fervent support of countless believers, Master Huiming swiftly elevated his divine rank, whereupon a novice monk entered the Hall of 3-realm moral adjudication to assist Elder Chief Feng in maintaining the celestial sanctuary and to guide newly sealed devotees with patient clarity. Terror of mortality, desperate grasp at fortune seized, unwavering faith in celestial beings, fostering ultimate faith in oneself. The sealed devotees' ambitions ignited. They rejected stagnation. They demanded agency over destiny. And through their zeal my Tao of divinity would spread like wildfire. Through intuitive resonance with the divine mandates, Zhou Heng witnessed the transformations of Yang Yuan Kuei Feng, Un, and Master Huiming, perceiving in them greed, hope, and unshakable devotion. Yet regardless of inner turmoil, the path linked to each divine seal inexorably propelled them forward. They would not halt, for each bore burning desires and unyielding aspirations. While Zhou Heng's nascent Tao of divinity flourished, the political landscape of Daliang City shifted imperceptibly, until probing advances by transcendent factions drew the capital into a gathering vortex of peril. One morning en route to his official post, Zhou Heng noticed an alarming influx of refugees begging along the city's thoroughfares. This was deeply irregular. The imperial court had issued disaster relief edicts over 2 months prior. Even if provincial officials moved sluggishly, such delay defied credulity. Nor would the ministers of the court idly watch incompetent bureaucrats allow manageable calamities to metastasize beyond control. Something grave had occurred, something that had eroded the court's capacity to govern its own domain. Reflecting on this, Zhou Heng turned sharply toward home and summoned his trusted steward Lifu. Lifu, go today to both the northern and southern districts of Daliang City. Speak with as many displaced persons as you can. Learn the true extent of the disaster. As he spoke, Zhou Heng withdrew 2 taels of silver from his purse and placed them in Lifu's hands. Young master, such a sum is excessive. A few steamed buns would suffice to loosen any refugee's tongue. Lifu fumbled as he accepted the 2 taels, equivalent to 2 months' wages for a servant. Do not speak with just 2 or 3. Seek out many, and leave no detail unexamined. I demand absolute clarity. Yes, young master. Leave it to me. I shall unearth the beginning, middle, and end of this matter and present it to you with flawless precision. Commander Tan, with so many people flooding into Daliang City all at once, won't chaos break out? It's hard to say. Deputy Commander Qian Yu and Deputy Commander Zhou shall jointly lead patrols across the northern district. No matter what unfolds elsewhere, our district, the one entrusted to us brothers, must remain utterly stable. Zhou Heng had barely stepped into the investigative administration hall of the Northern District Embroidered Uniform Guard Station when he overheard Commander Tan Xuan and Deputy Commander Qian Shi discussing the sudden influx of disaster refugees. Clearly they too had sensed something amiss. Indeed, before an earthquake strikes, rats, ants, insects, and serpents often detect the coming crisis long before humans do. This truth applies equally to imperial officials. The lower-ranking bureaucrats who interact daily with common folk are the ones who truly grasp the empire's unvarnished reality. Whereas the high ministers seated in the celestial halls see only carefully worded memorials from afar, wherein ordinary citizens are reduced to mere statistics reflecting political achievement. Commander Tan speaks with profound insight. On my way to duty, I noticed anomalies myself, so I turned back mid-route, dispatched my attendants to mingle with the refugees and gather intelligence on both the disaster and relief efforts. Deputy Commander Zhou need not go to such lengths to learn about the refugees' plight. I am privy to certain inner details myself. We are all brothers here, no outsiders among us. So I shall speak plainly to help you grasp the gravity of the situation. As Tan Xuan spoke, he rose, summoned 2 trusted guards to stand watch at the door, closed the hall's entrance, and gestured for Zhou Heng and Qian Shi to draw nearer. You see only the flood of refugees pouring into the city, but beyond Daliang's walls lie far greater numbers awaiting the court's salvation. The relief operation is deeply entangled with court politics. Ordinarily, I would never speak so freely, but when refugees beg for survival while factions battle for supremacy, the stakes are immense. Should disorder erupt, we brothers can rely solely upon ourselves. Thus today old Tan breaks precedent to share these heartfelt truths. Understand well that the 100 armored elite under this Northern District Embroidered Uniform Guard Station constitute our sole safeguard, our very foundation for survival. Commander Tan Xuan, usually reserved and aloof, spoke at unusual length. It was evident he felt deeply unsettled by the current crisis and sought to bind Qian Shi and Zhou Heng to him through confidential intelligence. The matter is not overly complex. Yun and Liang provinces, located in the northwest of the Great Qi dynasty, were struck by severe drought. The court swiftly issued edicts ordering grain shipments from neighboring provinces for relief. Yet herein lies the crux. These 2 provinces operate a unique horse administration system, established because their soil is barren, yet their pastures lush akin to grassland regions. Accordingly, the court decreed that local households raise horses in lieu of grain taxes, a policy that benefited both sides. Peasants paid less in grain, while the imperial court acquired vast numbers of steeds. Later, to prevent horseholders, peasant breeders, from submitting inferior or diseased animals, the court mandated grain penalties for substandard deliveries or equine deaths. By now you likely grasp the irony. Though the court sent relief grain, it was seized as horse tax, thus rendering genuine disaster relief impossible. Preposterous. When people flee famine, how can taxes still be levied? You deem it preposterous, but others do not. They believe relief has already been delivered. Since refugees now receive rations, why would they need horses? Hence they administer relief and enforce the horse administration simultaneously. Refugees cannot even feed themselves. How then could they nourish horses? Thus, nearly all submitted animals are emaciated or defective, triggering further grain penalties to offset the horse tax. Observe they rescued the people, yet the relief grains circled right back into their coffers. Order is preserved, not only without expenditure, but with a surplus of inferior mounts. How brilliantly they claim this affair has been managed. Tan Shiwen, normally measured in speech, now bristled with indignation, his restraint crumbling as he longed to curse aloud the arrogant nobles ensconced in the imperial halls. This is no way to govern. Surely censors have spoken out, and, indeed they have. Censors from rival factions have already ignited fierce controversy. Relief efforts have become mere pawns in factional warfare. Until a victor emerges, no resolution will be reached. Does His Majesty the Emperor stand idle? Even an ordinary man can perceive the absurdity of such governance. How could he intervene? Grain reserves from adjacent provinces are already being diverted to the stricken zones. Must the Emperor deplete his own private treasury? Until factional strife concludes, no amount of grain shipped to Yun and Liang provinces will yield any meaningful effect. The Great Qi dynasty had reigned for less than a century. Zhou Heng had assumed the realm remained in a period of stability, yet he was stunned to find court factionalism had already escalated to such perilous intensity. Within the dazzling metropolis of Daliang City, portents of national collapse had already begun to surface. If not for the retired emperor's presence, factional strife would not have spiraled so severely. Deputy Commander Qian, choose your words with care. We may condemn corrupt officials, but must never broach matters concerning the imperial household. Tan Shiwen placed a hand over Qian Shi's mouth. He knew criticizing factional rivalry was permissible, but attacking the true sovereign of the realm would mean utter annihilation for their lowly embroidered uniform guards. Since Commander Tan has spoken so frankly, Qian shall likewise lay bare his thoughts. You claim our sole reliance lies in the 100-odd armored soldiers of this station. Has some intelligence prompted this warning? That is easily deduced. Deputy Commander Qian, what do refugees possess beyond their lives? Sickles and pitchforks, and lean breeding horses. Should relief fail to arrive, and should someone rise to lead them, they skilled in horsemanship may seize spears and staves to fight, not for power but for survival, for themselves and their families. Precisely as Brother Hong surmised, nearby provinces may fall under assault, and even opulent indifferent Daliang City will not escape, especially if provoked by external instigators. Uprisings led by horseholders differ fundamentally from peasant revolts. The former command abundant steeds, granting unmatched offensive capability and mobility. Mobility affords them wide latitude for error. Defeat allows retreat, victory enables pursuit. As victories multiply, horseholders across Yun and Liang provinces may join this plundering frenzy en masse, and before imperial forces suppress them, their mobility alone will enable devastation across numerous prefectures of the Great Qi dynasty. We foresaw all this. Surely the grandees at court did as well, and they certainly did. Yet recall history, even as the founding emperor marched upon their capital, they continued feuding internally. It is not that former dynasty ministers were fools, but they understood that only by toppling rivals could anything be accomplished, otherwise factions would oppose for opposition's sake alone. Given Daliang City's formidable defenses and garrison strength, refugees alone could never breach its walls. Yet when unrest erupts, chaos within the city is inevitable. I shall say no more. Brothers, bring your closest kin to the embroidered uniform guard station. United, our three selves and the station's elite troops shall ensure your family's safety. Tan Shiwen's lengthy exposition aimed solely at securing sanctuary for his own family. Whether upheaval would truly occur, and how to respond if it did, remain questions he had yet to resolve. Wars beyond the realm, incursions by foreign players, conflicts among transcendent powers, turmoil among mortals. It appears native ambitionists and collaborators have grown impatient. Their final probe has begun. The inadequate disaster relief in Yun and Liang prefectures has sown the seeds of turmoil. The Deqi court, despite its shortcomings, is not blind to these hidden dangers. Zhou Heng believes that the probing by the extraordinary realm and the guiding factions has led to the current situation, causing what could have been controlled factional strife to suddenly transform into irreconcilable party conflicts. The one thing Zhou Heng cannot comprehend is the presence of the Grand Emperor, who still holds military power. It is rumored that this Grand Emperor has converted to Buddhism, spending his days either eating vegetarian meals and chanting or discussing Buddhist teachings with various monks. However, this seemingly reclusive Grand Emperor shows no intention of relinquishing power. To maintain control over the court, he even actively instigates factional conflicts. Now that the party strife threatens the stability of Deqi, why does he, as a vested interest, not step forward to assist the current emperor in stabilizing the situation at the Deqi court? Does this Grand Emperor not see the stakes involved? It is easy to incite chaos, but quelling it is far more difficult. Once chaos erupts, supported by multiple extraordinary forces, countless individuals will rise to seize power. At that time, it is feared that Deqi may well become a chapter in history. In the afternoon, after finishing his duty, Zhou Heng hurried back to the Zhou residence. His family situation is complex. His aunt, he sure, might not be willing to stay temporarily at the modest Tikawai station. Young master, you finally returned. Today I spent the whole day asking 2 to 3 dozen disaster victims, and I have already gathered the information you wanted me to inquire about. Good, follow me back. We will discuss it in detail at the residence. Although Zhou Heng had gained some understanding of the disaster situation through Tan Dui, he wanted to hear directly from the disaster victims, as their insights would more accurately reflect the on-ground reality. Lai Fu closely followed Zhou Heng into the residence, hesitating, as if he believed the information he had gathered was significant. Speak, what did you find out today? Young master, I will discuss the disaster situation later. While gathering information, I discovered some matters that I believe are more important, so I will inform you of these first. Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. Since even an ordinary person like Lai Fu finds those matters significant, it likely indicates that they are evident and troubling. Young master, during my inquiries, I found that many people are looking for disaster victims to gather information. Among them, a few seem to have connections to the Cine Marquis household. When the First Lady married into our household, they helped her move her dowry. It is understandable for the Cine Marquis household to send people to learn about the situation after the disaster victims entered the city. Is there anything else? Yes, the gates in the East, West, and North districts do not allow disaster victims to pass. Only the gate in the South district is wide open, allowing disaster victims to enter the city. Now, the victims say that the captain of the South district, Kai Yi, is a great man. Opening the gates for disaster victims indeed qualifies him as a great man, but it is unclear whether he acts out of goodwill or is carrying out someone else's orders. Although Zhou Heng has not interacted with the captain of the Southern district, he suspects that if Captain Kai Yi lacked support from behind, he would have been immediately apprehended and held accountable for opening the gates. Thus, it is highly likely that Kai Yi is not simply a benevolent figure, but a pawn placed by a certain faction. By the way, young master, I also learned that someone is guiding the disaster victims along the way. Many unaware disaster victims, upon hearing them mention that the court has set up disaster relief locations in the capital, followed them here. With someone guiding them and the intervening counties not managing the situation, it seems a powerful force aims to exploit the disaster victims for their own agenda. The officials in the court probably feel the danger as well, otherwise they would not have sealed the city gates. However, they are likely still embroiled in internal conflicts, otherwise the captain of the Southern Gate would not have opened the gates so freely. Next, the information Lai Fu relayed was similar to what Tan Shuang reported, but Lai Fu's insights gained directly from the disaster victims were more detailed. According to him, many disaster victims are on the verge of losing their patience, and a few respected individuals are proposing that everyone join together to intercept the officials' carriages and collectively petition the court for disaster relief. In the evening, while the Zhou family dined, Zhou Heng informed his uncle Zhou Jian of the gathered intelligence and suggested that they temporarily stay at the Tikawai station until the storm passes before returning to the residence. As Zhou Heng had predicted, he sure did not wish to go to the rudimentary Tikawai station, nor did she believe that the Tikawai could ensure her safety. However, she is a wise woman who would not gamble with her own life and the lives of her husband and son. The next day, she took Zhou Jian and Zhou Rui to the Cine Marquis household under the pretense of visiting relatives, while Zhou Heng insisted on not abandoning his comrades, thus he stayed behind. Moreover, he sure sent a message to her daughter, who had married at just 15, asking her to bring her in-laws to the Tikawai station to accept Zhou Heng's protection. Since Uncle Zhou Jian is affiliated with the Cine Marquis household, he does not have any concubines. At nearly 40 years old, he has only one son and one daughter. His eldest son, Zhou Rui, serves as the captain at Guangmen. His younger daughter married a third-class scholar at the age of 14, yet this scholar seems to lack talent and failed to enter the Hamlin Academy as a scholar, now serving in the Ministry of Rights as a low-ranking official. Zhou Heng's cousin resembles Uncle Zhou Jin, not particularly striking in appearance and not possessing a good temperament. Fortunately, she is very obedient to her mother, and upon receiving the news, took her family to the Beiqing Tikawai station to seek Zhou Heng's protection. Her husband Zheng Zhihai, educated in traditional Confucianism, after understanding the situation, went to Zhou Heng to apologize and returned to the Ministry of Rights, seemingly wanting to contact the officials to prevent the outbreak of turmoil. However, his lowly status and lack of influence would inevitably change little, and there was no time left for the officials in the court to reach a consensus. On the morning of the third day after Zhou Jian's family entered the Cine Marquis, household officials were intercepted by disaster victims, prompting the guards to disperse them. In the ensuing scuffle, it remains unclear who struck first, but several disaster victims were killed on the spot, causing the long-repressed anger of the disaster victims to erupt completely. Kill these corrupt officials, avenge our fellow villagers. The Holy One has decreed to save us, but all the grain has been embezzled by these corrupt officials. If the villagers kill these corrupt officials, the Holy One will surely save us. Kill them. Why should we suffer from disaster and hunger while they live in luxury? Suddenly, dozens of skilled heroes surged out from the crowd of disaster victims, leading the helpless victims towards the imperial city. At the same time, numerous individuals outside Daliang City were also leading uprisings, guiding the entrapped disaster victims through the unguarded and Ding Gate of the southern city into Daliang City. At this moment, the residents of Yun and Liang prefectures still stationed there rode their lean horses, brandishing kitchen knives, sickles, forks, and other implements, shouting as they charged into various government offices under the leadership of heroes and chivalrous figures. Clop, clop, clop. Countless hoof beats shook the earth, and simultaneously the legitimacy of the Deqi court trembled. Daliang City had descended into utter chaos, overwhelmed by the surging tide of starving refugees. Outside the city walls, several military encampments swiftly responded. Soldiers donned armor in disciplined sequence under their officers' commands and readied themselves for battle. Yet the noble generals who held command of the armies showed no urgency to quell the unrest. Instead, they dispatched scouts into the city and waited in silence for imperial orders. "My lord Marquis, time is critical. Must we truly wait?" Zhou Jian had entered the camp with Marquis Xinwu. He hung the previous night, assuming the nobles were preparing for potential upheaval. But now he realized his error. The nobles harbored their own designs. Brother-in-law, patience. Look around, none have moved. To march upon the capital without explicit imperial command is tantamount to treason. We wait until orders arrive, then we strike without delay. He Hong's hesitation was no anomaly. All garrisons near the capital remained eerily still, as though the rebellion raged not in their sovereign's very seat of power. Under the nobles' deliberate inaction, only the imperial palace guards and the 5-city military command remained to defend the capital. Fortunately, both forces were sizable, and for now still held the city's unraveling order in check. Raise shields. Knock arrows. Any who approached the Tika garrison. No warning, immediate execution. Captain Tan Shiwen armed every available Tiku officer, transforming the modest garrison into an impregnable bastion. Zhou Heng was assigned to guard the western wall of the garrison. Through his divine eye of fate observation, he witnessed the great Qi dynasty's celestial mandate collapsing at terrifying speed. He beheld a black dragon, its claws and fangs severed, its shattered scales and torn flesh transmuting into wolves, jackals, eagles, and hounds locked in savage combat. From its fractured spine rose a white tiger, roaring fiercely as it strained to break free from the dragon's dominion. Claws and fangs shattered beasts devouring the dragon. The great Qi faces catastrophe. Zhou Heng knew that probes by transcendent sects and traitorous collaborators would spark grave turmoil, but he had never imagined they would seek the emperor's outright assassination. Given the dynasty's fragile state, the emperor's death would shatter its political legitimacy beyond repair, and the realm would swiftly fracture into ruin. The city walls have fallen. Fellow villagers, let us demand of the emperor why he permits corrupt officials to rule. Storm the palace. Kill. The 5-city military command had nearly restored order, until inexplicably the imperial guards within the Forbidden City turned upon one another in sudden mutiny. With rebels aiding from within, the palace gates swung open, leaving the son of heaven stripped of his final bulwark. "General, the rioters have breached the palace. What shall we do?" "Dispatch urgent couriers to the encampments outside the city. Tell them the palace has fallen. If they delay further, the great Qi is lost." "Understood." By the time the emergency summons reached the camp's, thick smoke already billowed from the palace, flames beneath it consuming the past, blazing with desperate final brilliance. The palace is ablaze. Rebels have invaded the capital. Soldiers, enter the city and exterminate the traitors. Perhaps the urgent plea stirred action, or perhaps the nobles had simply awaited their appointed hour. At the command of their generals, the 8 great camps encircling Daliang City surged forward in unison. Over 100,000 troops flooded the capital from every direction. In this upheaval, each faction pursued its own ambitions. Yet the moment the old rules shattered, they discovered that prestige, reputation, and scholarly virtue held little weight. Instead, the very warriors they had long scorned now wielded the greatest power, determining which faction survived, rewriting the game's ancient laws, and purging their hated rivals under cover of chaos. Shouts of slaughter drew ever closer. Loyalist soldiers formed an iron ring around the Chaiyang Hall. Within it cowered ministers and the imperial family, trembling with dread. "Father, behold your nobles. Rebellion has raged for hours, yet not a single regiment has marched to our aid. Meanwhile, the 5-city military command, my command, bleeds in defense of the throne." The emperor's contemptuous tone and seething glare ignited the retired emperor's fury. "And what of you? What befell the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? Why did the Taoist adepts turn on one another? Why did the palace guards mutiny? Had these failures not occurred, how could the rabble have breached the inner city? How could they now besiege the palace itself? At least I am no worse than you. 24,000 troops garrison the 8 capital camps, yet not a single banner advances to save you. Your factional strife has sundered civil and military authority, estranged ruler from ministers. This is the fruit of your governance." The reigning emperor had ruled only 3 years. He refused to let his father's failures stain his name with the infamy of a dynastic destroyer. He sought to govern the realm, not to reign as a tyrant hunted by his own people. Naive, factional strife alone could never topple the great Qi. What truly unraveled our realm were the Taoists, monks, heretical deities, and demonic entities. Since the celestial emperor departed for war, these fiends emerged from shadow, seeking not mere dominion, but the annihilation of the divine way itself. The great Qi is but a stepping stone beneath their feet. The retired emperor's words stilled the emperor's rage. He knew the dynasty's stability in the cultivation world rested upon the Taoist masters and the celestial bureaucracy. Now that the celestial bureaucracy faltered, and the Taoists shifted allegiance, the pillar upholding the cultivation world had crumbled. That the great Qi should collapse was inevitable. What is done is done. May the great Qi endure this storm. Yet the emperor's hope, and that of his court, was already doomed. Through Zhou Heng's divine eye of fate observation, the capital city god temple within Daliang City trembled under assault by waves of ashen calamity Qi. Though the sheer volume of the calamity Qi paled beside the temple's vast torrential mandate, it coalesced into resilient, arrogant rings of ash-black energy, temporarily pinning the city god temple in place. Popular revolt, military mutiny, internal betrayal, divine withdrawal. Every ill omen converged. For the court of the great Qi to remain unscathed was now impossible. Your Majesty, flee. The Chaoyang Palace cannot hold. Flee where? Countless foes await beyond these walls, eager for my head. If I depart, cultivators with supernatural powers will hunt me down without mercy. Take the crown prince and the imperial princes. You stand a far greater chance of survival without me. My son, father, your sacrifice is noble. Since you choose to stand and fight alongside your soldiers, then I too must remain. Fear not. We shall uphold the great Qi's altar, father and son united. The retired emperor had intended to flee, but the emperor made clear he would not be permitted to leave. Thus the elder who had contended with his son for 3 years ultimately yielded to him. Boom! The Chaoyang Palace gates splintered inward as burly men, far from starving refugees, led the mob inside like a flood. Slay them all. Slay the corrupt officials. All the palace's treasures are ours. What do you intend? Harm the emperor or us, and not one of you escapes alive. The capital's armies have entered the city. I urge surrender now, and you may yet redeem yourselves. What do we intend? We come to seize our lives. If we cannot escape, then neither shall you live. As the halls echoed with the trampling of aristocratic bones, the emperor fell, no longer sovereign, but mortal man. And as blood stained the earth, the black dragon, symbolizing the great Qi's celestial mandate, plummeted from heaven. The fall of the whale brings life to all things. When the black dragon descends, it freely disintegrates into numerous auspicious creatures, such as snakes, carps, wolves, and cranes amidst heaven and earth. The white tiger, which had been roaring and struggling on the spine of the black dragon, leaped out from the dragon's corpse, filled with murderous intent, ready to hunt the surrounding auspicious beasts. The common people shut their doors while the soldiers exterminate the rebels. With the gradual advance of the soldiers from the 8 camps, the space for the unruly citizens entering the capital continues to be compressed. Ultimately, most of the unruly citizens were pushed to the imperial city, where they had their only chance of survival. Quick, please bring out His Majesty. As long as the emperor stands with us, we can live. Yes, as long as the emperor gives the order, these soldiers must let us go. Some respected leaders among the unruly citizens, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, entered the imperial palace with the help of their followers. Led by a small eunuch desperate to survive, they quickly surged towards the Chaoyang Palace. Your Majesty, we are not rebels, but righteous men who kill corrupt officials, please. Ah, that fool has killed the emperor. The leader who entered the Chaoyang Palace stared in shock at the palace, now a river of blood filled with unruly citizens, officials, and 2 individuals dressed in bright yellow dragon robes. The one who killed the emperor seemed to fear that others would not recognize him and deliberately propped the emperor up and tied him to the dragon throne while the retired emperor was placed before it. From the outside, it appeared that the emperor was gazing down at his father amidst a sea of corpses and blood. However, the wound on his chest had stopped bleeding, and his pale, stiff face proved that he was already dead. A single emperor who had just ascended the throne 3 years ago while the country was relatively stable had died like this. Even though he once held an illustrious status as one of the 2 rulers of the great Qi, far too many people wished for his death. In collaboration with those individuals, even he as emperor could not escape. Moreover, he not only lost his physical life, but his soul and the dragon Qi were also extracted and taken away by the attackers. Upon seeing the emperor's death, the leaders of the unruly citizens understood that the situation had become complicated, entirely different from what they had discussed before their uprising. At this point, the army of the capital would absolutely not allow them to escape. Attack the city. The first to breach will be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with gold and titles. Originally, the unruly army wanted to threaten the capital's army with the emperor's safety, but they miscalculated. The imperial army showed no signs of compromise and directly began the siege. Fight them, fight them. Once they enter the city, they will definitely not let us go. Do not be afraid, the leaders have already captured the emperor. The emperor is currently drafting an edict of pardon for us. As long as the edict arrives, we will be innocent. Victory, victory. The soldiers shouted in unison, indicating that the victors had appeared, and the powerful nobles in control of the military took this opportunity to sweep away the civil officials and break free from the shackles of imperial power. It seems that the leaders of the 8 camps in the capital also had certain connections to the extraordinary powers behind the rebellion, otherwise they would not have allowed the chaos to rampage until they finally dispatched troops to quell it. Although the rebel forces had been defeated, the soldiers, unruly citizens, robbers, and thieves took advantage of this rare opportunity to plunder wealth without restraint. The soldiers would go to the homes of the wealthy, the rebels would raid the bustling markets, and the thieves would seek out their neighbors. In such chaos, several factions of rebels attacked the North City Cavalry Guard, but most of them were unruly citizens without skilled leaders, so their repeated assaults were repelled by the cavalry. The numerous bodies made it clear to later attackers that the cavalry guard was not to be trifled with, leading to a decrease in the number of assaults on the cavalry guard. Deputy Chief, Zhou, the soldiers are cheering for victory, indicating that the situation has been brought under control. Do you think we are safe now? Yes, the situation in Daliang City has indeed been controlled, but the situation in the world remains uncertain. Previously, it was a multitude of beasts devouring the dragon, but now that the dragon is gone, the next step is naturally to consume the multitude of beasts and transform into a dragon's body. However, it is unknown how long the chaos will last before the disastrous consequences of today's riot calm down, nor how many people will perish amidst the future disputes in the world. At night, all the streets became no man's land, and the fortunate survivors hid in their homes afraid to venture out. Swish, swish, swish. Bright torches, synchronized footsteps, tensioned crossbows, and bloody spears indicated that the army had begun to suppress the turmoil with force. Although the murderous army was incredibly dangerous, their patrols at this moment brought a sense of security that had been missing to the citizens of Daliang City. In addition to the visible army, numerous Grim Reapers were secretly dispatched to capture the souls of the deceased. Today's situation has angered the city god, the fall of Daliang City, the loss of the emperor's soul, and the powerful demons detaining their own side. All these events are challenging the city god's frayed nerves. Therefore, the furious city god issued an order to his subordinates to cleanse the souls and immediately returned to the underworld, planning to discuss a counterattack against the demons with the officials of the underworld. Among the ranks of Grim Reapers, a land deity, dressed in red, was also capturing souls. Since Zhou Heng's spirit had been registered at the city god's office and the land deity indeed had the authority to ferry souls, the Grim Reapers paid no heed to Zhou Heng. It was not that they were aloof, but rather that there were simply too many souls in Daliang City at this time, so many that the Grim Reapers earnestly wished for their colleagues from nearby counties to come and assist them. Zhou Heng's speed in capturing souls far surpassed that of the Grim Reapers. With a wave of his hand, he could ensnare a vast number of souls into his story world, quickly transforming it into a lake of souls. Amidst the wandering of these souls, strands of spiritual energy appeared, nourishing them and ensuring their survival. Zhou Heng captured these souls not to consume them with his story world, but for another purpose. The events of today are far too significant for the news to be concealed, and soon it will spread throughout the neighboring states and counties, eventually reaching the entire Great Qi. This signifies that a new story with numerous believers is taking shape. Although Zhou Heng is not the protagonist of this new story, he is undeniably an experiencer of it. As long as he can enter the new story world, there will be a way for it to become his possession. Thus Zhou Heng began to collect those souls. He intended to bring these souls into the story world and merge them with their counterparts in the story to see if they would gain wisdom as a result. If these souls could allow their counterparts in the story world to acquire wisdom, then everything would be perfect. The essence of the story world is information. If this information learns to think, Zhou Heng's story world will no longer merely be a real existing world, but will further evolve into a truly existing and living world. That's enough. Continuing to capture would be excessive. After capturing over 10,000 souls, Zhou Heng ceased his efforts. Fearing that further capturing would attract the Grim Reaper's suspicion, he deemed that the quantity of over 10,000 was sufficient, thus allowing his spirit to return to his physical body. Early the next morning, Captain Tan Xuan entered the enforcement hall of the guard with a notice, his face showing panic. The emperor has passed away and the crown prince is missing. Gentlemen generals, we must support the 6-year-old prince of Bohai to inherit the throne. The disappearance of the crown prince is undoubtedly the worst news for the Deqi and the aristocratic faction. The emperor's death had already severely undermined Deqi's legitimacy, and now with the legitimate heir missing, its legitimacy has truly plummeted to rock bottom. The aristocrats have achieved their goal of breaking free from royal authority, but the crown prince's disappearance has transformed them from potential supporters of the state into power-hungry officials controlling the center. Thus, the local factions in Deqi have even more reason to reject the central government's leadership. The aristocrats in Daliang City could support the king of Bohai's ascension, and local powers could certainly back other already enfeoffed princes as Deqi's rightful rulers. In the near future, it is highly likely that multiple emperors will appear across Deqi's lands. If this continues, Deqi may completely disintegrate, and the decline of royal power will accelerate the chaos. A change is coming. The administrative system of Daliang City will likely be completely restructured soon. In response to Zhou Heng's remark, Du Wei Tenshuing nodded in agreement, fearing that he might be accused and imprisoned during the power reshuffle. Zhou Heng's prediction quickly became reality. The then Grand General Duke Su Guogong Zhang Shiji united the aristocratic faction under the pretext that a nation cannot be without a leader for a single day, and within 3 days, he supported the king of Bohai in inheriting the imperial authority. At just 6 years old, King Xiao Jiming of Bohai still lacks the ability to govern, so all court matters have been monopolized by the aristocratic faction. After the aristocratic faction seized control of the court, they promoted many of their own members to official positions. Even the Zhou family, a minor aristocracy, benefited significantly. Zhou Jian was promoted from a 5th-rank officer in the Ministry of War to a 4th-rank deputy minister. Though it seemed like a modest advancement, the head of the Ministry of War in Deqi held a 3rd-rank position with 2 4th-rank deputies beneath him. Thus Zhou Jian leapt from a mid-level official in the Ministry of War to one of its 3 major leaders, and this promotion allowed him to become a powerful official capable of participating in state affairs. In addition, Zhou Heng's elder brother Zhou Rui left Guangmen and took a position in the Wuqing military command, rising from a 6th-rank gate captain to a 5th-rank commander of the Northern City Military Command. However, the most significant promotion was Zhou Heng's. With the issuance of an imperial decree, the Tiki division was expanded into 5 divisions and 1 guard. Consequently, the Northern City Tiki Guard expanded from 100 armored soldiers to 500. Zhou Heng was also promoted from a 7th-rank deputy officer of the Tiki to a 6th-rank officer of the Northern City Tiki. As for Zhou Heng's former superior Du Wei Tenshiwen, he was transferred to the Tiki Guard as the chief officer of capture, maintaining his position without promotion or demotion, thus successfully navigating the power transition. Through the changes in his family, Zhou Heng confirmed that the Marquis of Xinwu Hihong gained sufficient benefits during the chaos in the capital, leading to a qualitative increase in his political influence. The Zhou family, having all received promotions, naturally had to visit the Marquis of Xinwu's residence to offer their gratitude. During their time at the Marquis estate, Hihong did not engage in in-depth discussions with Zhou Jian, but turned to Zhou Heng and Zhou Rui with a serious expression. Brothers Rui and Heng, you are aware of the situation in Daliang City. I have made one of you the commander of the Northern City Military Command, and the other the officer of the Northern City Tiki. It is necessary for you both to work together to swiftly restore order in the Northern City. I do not wish for other districts to return to normal while the Northern City remains chaotic. We will obey the Marquis' orders. We brothers will not disappoint you. Zhou Rui's Northern City Military Command comprises 2,000 men, while Zhou Heng's Northern City Tiki has 500. As brothers managing the same district, they indeed should achieve some results. After leaving the Marquis estate, Zhou Heng immediately summoned 5 subordinate officers to explain the situation in the Northern City and the court's requirements. As a result, a considerable number of armored soldiers began to patrol the Northern City daily, and under the intimidation of archers and armored soldiers, the public order in the Northern City quickly returned to normal. However, compared to the restoration of order in Daliang City, chaos gradually erupted in various regions of Dachi, with many areas starting to ignore central orders. Some even secretly formed alliances to support feudal lords' ascension. After the Ma, Humin, and Yun and Liang provinces cleared the local government offices, they split into multiple factions that attacked each other. While the minor chaos has ended, a greater upheaval could erupt at any moment. Here it comes. The story of the Daliang City chaos is unfolding. With order restored, the residents of Daliang City found a platform for communication, and as the news spread, the tale of the Daliang City chaos finally took shape. In that moment of the story taking shape, Zhou Heng's higher dimensional true spirit successfully accepted and consolidated a vague and seemingly non-existent piece of information. The Northern City Tiki Guard killed many chaotic soldiers during the unrest and protected the residents around the guard station, thus some elements were reflected in the story. As the deputy officer of the Northern City Tiki Guard, Zhou Heng did not gain much fame, but his higher dimensional true spirit still extracted some information from the Tiki Guard's records. That information represented the soldiers within the Northern City Tiki Guard, and Zhou Heng's information was naturally included, but it was so vague and insignificant that it did not take shape. However, after his higher dimensional true spirit consolidated this information, everything changed. Zhou Heng's information became increasingly clear, ultimately taking on the form of a living story. This unique story life also upheld the truth of the Daliang City chaos with its own magic. Prepare the shields, draw arrows on the crossbows. Anyone who dares to approach the Tiki Guard shall be shot without warning. As soon as Zhou Heng immersed himself in the story world, he immediately heard Du Wei Tenzaiwang's voice. However, this place is ultimately not the real world. All lives here apart from Zhou Heng lack wisdom and act according to fixed procedures to reenact the events of that chaotic day. Thus, at that moment, the Daliang City chaos story resembled a game instance with Zhou Heng as the sole player. During the actual chaos, I could not determine the strength of the rebels or how many extraordinary powers emerged, therefore, I could only hold my ground. But now it's different. Let me see what roles those in power are playing. The story world is formed from the evolutionary information of many similar lives. In other words, it includes the experiences of behind the scenes masterminds, powerful nobles, and deities from that day. Regardless, the Daliang City chaos is a significant event for all who experienced it. Even if they do not seek someone to confide in the information they emit while pondering, will eventually converge into this story. This provides Zhou Heng with the opportunity to explore the truth and allows him to repeatedly experience the chaos of that day. The Tiki, mount your horses and follow this officer to quell the rebellion at the guard station. With Zhou Heng's command, his 50 Tiki immediately mounted their horses and prepared for battle. The lack of wisdom among the inhabitants of the story world has its advantages. If Zhou Heng had given such an order on the day of the real chaos, the Tiki would likely have ignored him entirely. Go to the palace. Kill. Kill. Shortly after Zhou Heng led the Imperial secret guards out of their garrison, they encountered a band of rebel soldiers. The rebels were poorly equipped. Almost none wore armor. Yet their leaders were exceptions. Crude outer garments, concealed iron breastplates, and their weapons were finely crafted swords and sabers. In the real world, such a ragtag force would have retreated upon sighting 50 well-armed, disciplined cavalry. But this was a story world. Devoid of reason, it was also devoid of fear. Thus, instead of yielding, they let out guttural cries and charged headlong into Zhou Heng's cavalry assault. Boom, boom, boom. The street near the secret guard's garrison was narrow, wide enough for only 20 riders abreast, so Zhou Heng's troopers instinctively formed a tight, three-rank formation. Likewise unburdened by fear, the secret guards launched a fearless yet rigid charge down the thoroughfare, a compact, perfectly aligned advance that evoked for Zhou Heng the wall charge of Earth's historical warfare. Indeed, such dense momentum delivered devastating impact, not only upon the enemy ranks, but also upon the charging cavalry themselves. Amid the thunderous collision, scores of rebels were hurled airborne, while many secret guards were likewise flung from their saddles. The battle had barely begun yet in that single brutal clash, both sides suffered catastrophic losses, and the few well-armed rebels were crushed outright beneath the cavalry's charge. The combat power unleashed by the absence of fear is truly astonishing. Only after Zhou Heng and the surviving secret guards slew the last rebel did the skirmish finally end. Not a single soul fled, neither rebel nor guard. Each fought as an unflinching warrior unto death. Yet this harrowing encounter did not ease Zhou Heng's path forward. To avoid further clashes, he led the remaining dozen secret guards through narrow alleys toward the inner city, only to meet smaller bands of rebels even there. Before crossing a few intersections, his troops were all but annihilated, leaving him to continue alone. Finding no safe passage on ground, Zhou Heng scaled walls, instead navigating the capital's dense urban labyrinth across rooftops. Clatter after clatter rang out, the sound of tiles dislodged by his hurried steps. Screams pierced from shuttered rooms, rebels roared through alleyways. The ancient incense-scented city of Daliang now resembled a metropolis besieged by the undead. Shoo! An arrow whistled through the air aimed at Zhou Heng mid-rooftop sprint. He threw himself flat, just in time to evade it. Shoo! 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 More arrows followed in rapid succession, forcing Zhou Heng to roll off the roof and drop into the courtyard below. After confirming the house was empty, Zhou Heng abandoned his physical body and resumed his journey across the rooftops in his in-spirit form. This time he finally saw his attackers. Not rebels, but a squad of elite ironclad Imperial Guards. Among them stood a figure he recognized. Peng Zhi, the former commandant of the Secret Guards. He serves Lord Xinwu. Why during the uprising is he stationed not in the inner city, but guarding a secluded compound in the northern district? To anyone else this might spark mere curiosity, but Peng Zhi was different. Before the chaos, he commanded the Secret Guards. Afterward, he rose to become commander of the 5th Bureau and 1st Guard. By protocol, a noble-born officer of his rank should have been stationed at the prefectural yamen, or attending a high-ranking noble. His presence here defied all logic. Mortals in this story world could not perceive Yin spirits, so even as Zhou Heng's Yin spirit drew near, Peng Zhi the commander remained utterly unaware. Zhou Heng passed silently through Peng Zhi's armored ranks and entered the chamber within the courtyard to discover what exactly demanded such vigilant protection. What awaited him defied expectation, not some powerful magnate or court official, but a woman of serene countenance, calmly sipping tea and admiring a scroll painting even as the city descended into chaos under armed guard. Would Peng Zhi abandon the prefectural yamen and forsake his duty to a noble lord for a single woman? Under ordinary circumstances, absolutely not. Thus Zhou Heng reached out, not toward her, but toward the painting she held, determined to test whether her placid exterior masked hidden danger. Yet what followed stunned him. The woman ignored his assault entirely. Though his Yin spirit's strike wounded her and drew a cry of agony, she remained oblivious to his presence mere inches away. Who dares harm Princess Changwen? Her cry drew Peng Zhi's attention. He thrust open the door, scanned the room, saw no threat, and withdrew again to resume his vigil over the courtyard. A princess? What is happening? Is Peng Zhi a loyalist to the throne, despite serving the noble faction? To Zhou Heng, the nobles had already proven their disloyalty through action, including Lord Xinwu Hihong. Yet Peng Zhi, personally promoted by Lord Xinwu, appeared to follow his own allegiance. If the woman posed no threat, then the painting must hold the key. Otherwise, why bring the princess to this remote courtyard rather than sheltering her securely within the Secret Guard's headquarters? Zhou Heng's probing strike had been light, so the woman sustained no mortal wound. She rose quickly, unfurled the scroll once more, and resumed her rapt contemplation. Wait, could this be the late emperor himself? The scroll in Princess Changwen's hands was no idyllic landscape, but an uncannily lifelike portrait, a Taoist master astride a white tiger. At first glance, nothing seemed extraordinary, except the dragon-embellished pearl set into the master's Taoist crown and the princess's own status as a member of the imperial clan. That alone compelled Zhou Heng's suspicion. No wonder the great Qi emperor perished so effortlessly. His imperial astronomical bureau and palace guards both failed simultaneously. Perhaps he orchestrated the uprising as a means of vanishing. Having formed this hypothesis, Zhou Heng abandoned his plan to head for the palace. He had countless opportunities to explore the Daliang uprising narrative, so he remained in the chamber searching for hidden truths. On the 13th day of the 10th lunar month in the afternoon, the dragon throne fell. The same moment the uprising erupted in the real world. But here something diverged. As the emperor died, the ink and wash portrait in Princess Chongwen's hands began to bloom with vivid color. Only the dragon pearl on the Taoist master's crown remained black, yet the coiled dragon itself stirred, slithering fluidly across the painted surface as if newly awakened. With each hue layered upon the image, the portrait sharpened in detail, until at last it stepped forth from the silk as living flesh. Your humble son pays homage, father. May your majesty break free from your cage and sever all chains. Chongwen, you have done well. After I depart, remain hidden in Dalian. Exercise utmost caution, move with discretion, and if necessary, flee using the secret art, soul returning scroll. Remember, sever all ties with the capital city god temple. From now on it shall be the most perilous place in all of Dalian. Your humble son obeys without fail. As father and daughter exchanged words, Zhou Heng's keen spirit endured assault. The moment the emperor emerged from the scroll, his mount, the white tiger, roared and lunged straight at Zhou Heng. I knew it. The noble factions each harbored private schemes. Of course, the emperor too had prepared his own escape route. With a majestic roar of a tiger, Zhou Heng's shadowy body was torn to pieces by the white tiger. Believing he had eliminated the invading enemy, the white tiger returned to the scroll carrying Emperor Qi Xiao Yanjun, but upon their return, the once vibrant colors faded back into lifeless ink. Princess Chongwen calmly rolled up the scroll and opened the door, leaving the secluded courtyard in the northern city under the escort of the Tiki cavalry captain Peng Ji. After their departure, Zhou Heng's shadowy body reassembled. The white tiger, filled with military aura, could not truly threaten him. What is wrong with this world? Besides the forces of the divine path, why do other powers have such rebellious thoughts? Zhou Heng did not expect that in this realm the great Qi part of the human forces would see its emperor lead a rebellion. What is this? Am I rebelling against myself? The image of Emperor Qi in the portrait conveyed much information. He donned a Taoist robe, indicating that he had likely abandoned his physical form to join the Taoist forces. This choice is quite normal, as the Qintian Bureau under Emperor Qi is itself a Taoist force. When he distanced himself from the divine path, the best choice was to align with the Taoist forces. Looking back, Emperor Qi had only been on the throne for 3 years, yet the world had been invaded for over 30 years. Therefore, it is entirely understandable that the Grand Emperor in good health converted to Buddhism and passed the throne to Emperor Qi. The royal family, the Shao clan, truly knows how to calculate. The Grand Emperor follows Buddhism, the Emperor follows Taoism, and leaves the Prince, the Bo High King, to befriend the divine path. That missing crown prince wouldn't side with the invaders, would he? Moreover, the aura of the dragon and tiger that Emperor Qi carries indicates much. It is quite normal for an emperor to accumulate some dragon aura. However, the white tiger raises questions, as it likely represents the martial generals and noble families. This proves that many generals in the great Qi remain loyal to the royal family. Among those seemingly rebellious nobles waiting for the palace to be besieged, there is likely a significant number of royalists. It seems that the greatest beneficiaries of the great Liang city turmoil are the royal family, as they not only sever deep ties with the divine path, but also seize the opportunity to invest in various factions, securing capital for the future volatile situation. It seems that 30 years ago the divine path managed this world so well that those with ambition are striving to suppress their desires. Now, with external invasions and the decline of the divine path, the changes they have been waiting for have finally arrived, causing their long-suppressed desires to surge forth. Previously, Zhou Heng knew nothing about the Emperor Haoyan of this realm, but now through his own experiences, he has gained some understanding of the Emperor Haoyan. This emperor is undoubtedly a fair existence. His governing style should strictly adhere to rules, otherwise during the prior flourishing of the divine path, he should have seized the opportunity to eliminate all evil spirits. Yet the reality is that under his governance, as long as one follows the rules, they can survive. This inclusiveness with strict regulations makes him resemble the embodiment of the will of heaven and earth. If Emperor Haoyan truly embodies the will of heaven and earth, then the situation in this realm becomes even more dire. The war continues, and our leaders along with elite troops are besieged by the enemy. In such circumstances, it is difficult for the great Qi world to find a chance to turn the tide. Victory! Victory! As the soldiers of the 8 camps of the capital cheered, the tale of the great Liang city turmoil came to an end. Once again, Zhou Heng found himself back in the Tiki cavalry where the story unfolded. However, this time Zhou Heng gained a deeper understanding of the chaos in Great Liang City. He realized that beneath this ordinary riot lay a struggle among countless forces. The conflicts among these forces can be glimpsed through the internal strife of the palace guards, as some were manipulated by other forces, while others were ordered by the emperor to rebel. It is highly likely that both scenarios exist. The clash of loyalists, disloyalists, and those ordered to rebel led to the once fortified Great Liang City being easily breached by the commoners. Taking advantage of the chaos, the emperor broke free from his cage. Other forces tested the current battle capabilities of the divine path, and the noble families gained unprecedented power. All the infamy will be borne by the commoners and faction officials. Without extraordinary powers, they ultimately become pawns to be used. A Taoist Emperor Qi carrying the dragon and tiger aura, a monk Grand Emperor embodying dragon aura, and even a missing person, the crown prince representing the rightful continuation of the dynasty. If things continue this way, it won't be surprising if one day the missing crown prince leads the invaders' players to rise against Great Qi in the mortal realm. With the surreal reality and the self-serving ambitions of various forces, this world, after years of stability, is gradually heading toward madness. Re-experiencing the story of the Great Liang City turmoil led Zhou Heng to discover numerous hidden clues. As he left the story world to reflect and analyze, she brought him an expected, yet unexpected message. Captain, the general's third son Zhang Hongshuan is to marry Princess Changwen. Should our northern city Tiki cavalry express our congratulations? When is this happening? Just now, during the morning court, His Majesty personally bestowed the marriage. The court has already begun posting announcements in Great Liang City. The Emperor Xiao Yanjun has not been dead for several days, and the young emperor has not yet held the coronation ceremony. When such an order was issued, it seems this was arranged by Emperor Qi before his death. Otherwise, the general would not hasten such a marriage during the emperor's mourning period. After all, he who has effectively controlled the court has ample time to arrange a marriage for his son. Of course, we should send our congratulations. The general is the benefactor of the Xinwu Marquis, who oversees all Tiki cavalries. Naturally, our northern city Tiki cavalry must prepare a generous gift to congratulate the general. She was previously a colleague of Zhou Heng and had been promoted to Tiki Due after the turmoil. He is now one of the 5 Due under Zhou Heng. Among his subordinates, Zhou Heng was most familiar with so he assigned him to gather information from the inner city of Great Liang for timely updates on court developments. Understood. I will first select gifts from the treasury and present them to you later for your approval. Go ahead. Zhou Heng's words made Shi realize that the northern city Tiki cavalry needed to express not just gifts, but an attitude. The general required not gifts, but the compliance of his subordinates. Indeed, everything was as Zhou Heng had anticipated. The emperor's mourning period marriage sparked significant opposition from many old officials who claimed that General Zhang Shiji was disrespectful to the late emperor, refusing to attend court and threatening to resign. This provided the general with an excuse to purge the old officials, allowing many who resigned to be approved by the court to return to their hometowns. Meanwhile, their former subordinates and those who had accumulated in the court for years, such as Hanlin scholars, Shijishi, and scattered officials, suddenly became powerful officials in the court. This new batch of officials quickly ousted the old officials to protect their own power. General Zhang Shiji not only seized the opportunity to cleanse a batch of political opponents, but also gained the support of a large number of newly appointed officials. The emperor and the nobles he has conferred titles upon share a common interest that transcends the ordinary relationship between a ruler and his subjects. In a world devoid of extraordinary powers, General Zhang Shiji could very well become a figure akin to Chancellor Chao or Grand Master Dong. However, in the world of Deqi, such scenarios are hard to materialize. The Deqi royal family pushes Wang Xiao Jiming out to take the blame, and the nobles who understand the reasons will naturally refrain from becoming pawns in the conflict between the cultivation realm and the divine path. Thus, the 6-year-old young emperor's position is quite stable at this time, and for now no one will have designs on him. Yet beneath the stability of the throne lies a turbulent political undercurrent. Many regions have clearly declared their support for the feudal princes to ascend, and even some border generals claim to have received secret decrees from the crown prince urging the border towns to unite and enter the capital to quell the uprising. The powerful in Daliang City did not remain idle. While expanding their military, they also conferred titles and positions across Deqi. As these awards were distributed, they directly accelerated the power struggles throughout Deqi. Many local officials who were previously in agreement were also forced to become entangled in this chaotic political battle. However, under the suppression of the stationed troops in the capital Daliang City, where the chaos first began, gradually began to recover its prosperity. Yet everyone knows that the stability and prosperity that once characterized the nation can never return. The current prosperity is merely a temporary phenomenon caused by wealthy families relocating to Daliang City for safety. With the temporary influx of local funds, the lives of the common folk in Daliang City gradually returned to their former state, while the expanded Tiki division once again became a relatively idle department. As the powerful officer of the North City Tiki Division, Zhou Heng thus found himself with more time to explore the story of the Daliang City uprising that instigated the changes in Deqi. While exploring the Daliang City uprising once more, Zhou Heng selected one of the over 10,000 souls he had previously captured as a test subject and immersed it into this world of authentic stories he had upheld. That fortunate or unfortunate soul was the street patrol officer Wenrini from the northern district of Daliang City. Wenrini clearly remembered dying at the hands of the chaotic army and subsequently entering the Yellow Spring Lake of Souls to await the judgment of the underworld. Yet he never expected to return to Daliang City once more, and on the very day the turmoil erupted. As he was still in shock over why he had returned to the mortal realm, when Rini suddenly heard the chaotic cries of the residents of Heshenfang, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his iron ruler. Shaowen, what are you dawdling for? Run. The prefecture only sends us a meager half-tael of silver per month. You don't want to risk your life, do you? When Renai's partner Nyo Dafu typically said something like this before rushing into the alley without looking back. Come back, old Nyo. In times of danger like this, we should stick together and help each other. Experiencing turmoil for the first time, the young patrol officer, when Rini, was terrified. After hearing Nyo Dafu's words, he ran home, without a second thought. But having died once, he understood that surviving amidst the chaos required not just luck, but strength. Thus, he wanted to call out to Nyo Dafu to gather with other patrol officers and rely on their numbers for survival. Yet he miscalculated. It seemed Nyo Dafu did not hear him at all, showing no intention of turning back. Having faced death once when Rini did not want to die again, so he resolutely chased after Nyo Dafu, wanting to stay with familiar companions during the impending crisis. Old Nyo, slow down. We're outnumbered. We should first head to the patrol's rest area in the neighborhood and see if we can gather more colleagues. Trust me, this civil unrest is not a minor incident. Only if we work together can we save our lives. When Rini caught up to Nyo Dafu, trying to persuade his companion, but it seemed Nyo Dafu did not hear his words and continued to run quickly in a certain direction. No, Old Nyo, are you deaf? Old Nyo, I'm talking to you. It's over. Old Nyo has been scared silly. After delaying a moment beside Nyo Dafu when Rini worried that the chaotic army might enter the neighborhood and had to grit his teeth and continue following Nyo Dafu. Old Nyo, brother, I hope this time I've been righteous to the end. I hope the place you go to is hidden enough to keep us brothers safe. Old Nyo, I'm telling you, I think I dreamt about today, but in the dream I couldn't escape this calamity. Under normal circumstances, when Rini should have already noticed Nyo Dafu's strangeness, but now he was so tense that the horror of death seemed like an invisible blade pressing down on his ability to think. In fact, to distract himself from the tension, when Rini even began recounting his previous death experience while running. Though he described it as an experience in a dream, he knew how real that dream was, so real that he could vividly feel the pain of death and the coldness of his wandering soul. Mother, open the door. It's Dafu, I'm back. Creak. The old wooden door was opened from within, and upon seeing that it was truly her son, Aunt Nyo joyfully pulled Nyo Dafu inside. Aunt Nyo, I came with Brother Nyo. I thought we should stick together at a time like this. Don't you agree? When Rini noticed that Aunt Nyo was ignoring him and awkwardly smiled as he stepped forward to greet her. To save his own life, he couldn't care less about feeling awkward. After greeting her, he forced himself to enter the narrow courtyard of the Nyo family with Nyo Dafu. However, what happened next made him deeply regret trusting Nyo Dafu. Thief! How dare you bully my family? No, Brother Nyo, where's the thief? Don't scare me. When Rini was startled by Nyo Dafu's words, hurriedly looking around and finding no one else in the cramped courtyard. He sighed in relief. Just as he was about to calm Nyo Dafu down, he saw Nyo Dafu had already turned around and pulled out a large knife with an iron ring on the back. Thief, die. The heavy knife was swung fiercely by Nyo Dafu, who possessed a bit of brute strength. Old Nyo, are you crazy? Shaowin. He awoke to find himself trapped in a time loop. Was this fortune or misfortune? If the recurring day were one of peace, perhaps it would not be so unbearable. But when Rini was bound to the very day chaos erupted, the threat of death shadowing his every step, the crushing pressure nearly driving him to madness. Thwip, thwip. The sickening sound of blades piercing flesh momentarily stilled when Rini's frantic heart. With his final breath, he strained to memorize the faces of his killers. Agony seared their features into his very bones. You are all doomed. I will return. His voice was frail, his whisper barely audible, yet this feeble vow became the sole force propelling him forward. Revenge, he craved it fiercely. He would make those who murdered him taste death's bitter sting. The rebel army has breached the city gates. Consciousness returned. Once again when Rini stood upon the streets of Hushing Lane. Turning to Nyo Dafu beside him, he spoke, without preamble. Old Nyo, I won't kill you this time. Even as a mindless puppet, you still shielded your family. I respect you as a true man. I'll let your murder of me go unpunished. And since you'll never recall my killing, you consider us brothers reconciled. Faced with such chilling words, Nyo Dafu showed no reaction at all, merely repeating with unwavering fidelity the exact phrase he had uttered on that fateful day. Shaowin, why are you standing there dazed? Run. The magistrate's office pays us wretched street patrols only half an ounce of silver per month. You surely don't intend to die for it. Get lost, fool. I'm off to exact vengeance. Watching Nyo Dafu vanish down the alleyway when Rini's face softened with quiet envy. Perhaps this is better after all. Without thought there is no fear. Unlike me, trembling inwardly, yet forced to wear the mask of ferocity to keep madness at bay. After watching Nyo Dafu depart, when Rini slipped familiarly through several narrow alleys and vaulted into a secluded courtyard, where he retrieved a finely forged long sword and a lacquered hunting bow. He had discovered this courtyard during earlier loops while evading rebel soldiers. Though he'd escaped their pursuit that time at midnight, precisely at the stroke of Z, he always reappeared on Hushing Lane's cobbles. When Rini refused to believe he was eternally imprisoned within this single day, after careful reflection, he concluded the reason he remained trapped was his failure to defeat the very rebels who had slain him. Thus, in each subsequent cycle, he visited the courtyard each morning to arm himself and practice swordsmanship and archery for a while before setting out. In the afternoon, he retraced a carefully mapped safe route back to his home, laying traps while awaiting the rebels' arrival. Through repeated trials, when Rini had grown confident he could slay the band of rebels who had surrounded him, now he would end them himself and shatter the fate that claimed his life. Shoo shoo. His hunting bow was no war-grade weapon, yet the rioters wore only cloth and flesh. Crouched atop his roof, he exploited the narrow confines of his courtyard to harvest their lives with ruthless ease. Some 30 rebels advanced as they had before, not one turned to flee. They watched their comrades fall with cold indifference, and observed when Rinny atop the roof with even colder detachment. When nearly all lay dead, a burly man bearing a wooden shield remained unscathed. Beneath his tattered outer robe a metallic sheen glinted. Armor. Let the armored warrior wait a moment. I'll deal with you soon enough. When Rinny lowered his bow, stretched his aching hands, then pulled wine and cured meat from his satchel and ate heartily. He did not yet realize it himself, but he was no longer the timid street patrolman he once had been. Now he faced encirclement with calm resolve, dispatched enemies with icy precision, and even drank wine amid the carnage, listening without flinching to the dying shrieks of wounded rioters. Where was the petty constable now? Even seasoned battlefield veterans could scarcely match his composure. Don't run, I'm coming right now. Having rested when Rinny tossed a hemp rope over the eaves, clenched a steel blade between his teeth, and slid down. Sliding off the roof, he sprinted around a corner, only to intercept the rebel leader who had just abandoned his courtyard after losing his target. Clearly this was not his first such maneuver. Armored warrior, how do you evade so deftly? I hurled stones at you over a dozen times, yet you dodged them all. My arrows cannot pierce your armor, forcing me to meet you heat-in brutal combat. Then fight. When Rinny wore no armor, direct confrontation placed him at grave disadvantage. Yet he had already planted several long spears within this alley. Now, relying on intimate knowledge of his foe's fighting style, he intended to end the battle swiftly. Now, as the armored warrior lumbered closer, when Rinny ducked sideways into a narrow side alley, then whirled as the man rounded the corner, thrusting a spear straight toward his brow. The warrior instinctively raised his shield, but in that split second when Rinny dropped low, seized another spear and lunged forward. The strike landed with surgical precision, piercing the lower abdomen of the half-armored foe, delivering a devastating, crippling blow. Without pause, when Rinny snatched up his long sword and spun toward the alley's mouth, just in time to meet two opportunistic bandits who had rushed in amid the chaos, their throats meeting his blade. Their martial prowess paled beside the armored warriors. Had they not ambushed him unexpectedly last time, when Rinny would never have fallen to them. A slash, then a thrust, swift, clean, decisive. Then, retrieving another spear from the ground, he delivered the final fatal blow to the armored warrior, now collapsed and helpless. Afterward, he drew a sheet of paper from his sleeve, moistened his brush with his tongue, and methodically crossed off two names: rebels and bandits. As the ink faded from those entries, the remaining names stood out all the more starkly. Every hand that slew me has now met its end. If midnight passes and nothing changes, I shall eliminate Nyo Dafu, the rebels and the bandits alike, next cycle. When Rinny feared that if reality restored itself, those he killed might truly perish. Given the choice, he wished to spare Nyo Dafu. After all, he still hoped to walk the beat alongside him tomorrow, and perhaps debate which maiden in town possessed the fairest countenance. Though he knew deep down that after all he had endured, returning to his former life would be near impossible, he still wished to try. Midnight arrived precisely as before. He watched legions of soldiers march with flaming torches. He saw the ravaged city of Daliang slowly re-establishing order. Yet this familiarity brought no comfort, for familiarity meant stagnation. He would likely awaken once more upon Hushing Lane, condemned to relive the same horrors anew. Had the people of Daliang retained free will, even amidst this absurdity, he might have borne it. But among puppets animated by invisible strings, he felt a loneliness that pierced his soul. So be it. Perhaps the torment of death is this endless recurrence. Dong, dong, dong. Just as despair settled upon him, a sonorous bell tolled, clear, resonant, eternal. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a silent temple shimmering with ethereal sacred light in the distance. That temple, and that chime, had never appeared before. When Rinny knew with absolute certainty that the temple was the threshold to tomorrow, and without hesitation, he ran toward the unknown sanctum. Tianzhao, sin-dispelling temple of celestial judgment, three realms, good and evil, am I to stand before my reckoning? When Rinny pushed open the door of the temple, only to find an eerie silence instead of the expected officials. With confusion, he continued forward, the mottled stone walls emitting a faint glow, filling this sunless place with a soft light. The ancient temple was vast, and as when Rinny walked through such a majestic architectural complex, he carefully felt the former grandeur that once resided here. In the stillness of the temple, one Rinny pondered aloud, will humans die, and will gods die as well? A voice from the side answered, yes, everything has an end and gods are no exception. Who? Show yourself. When Rinny drew the long knife hanging from his waist and stepped forward towards the source of the voice. He cautiously turned around a side hall, being a person who was adept at utilizing blind spots for ambushes. He feared encountering a treacherous attack. However, his caution proved to be unnecessary, as he encountered no attacks along the way. When he arrived before a temple that soared into the clouds, he saw the one who had answered his question, a young monk in white sweeping the floor. Little monk, this place is spotless. Why are you cleaning? Benefactor, cleaning is a ritual, not a purpose. The temple blesses all beings, and as a monk, I must show my respect through action. The long cycle of brutal battles had left when Renai's heart very lonely, so upon meeting a normal life form, he instinctively wanted to converse more. Little monk, where is this place? Why have I come here? Have you received the divine seal? No, I have not. The calm little monk paused in his sweeping, carefully observing Wenrini before resuming his task. Since you have not received the divine seal, you may enter the main hall to seek answers. What if I have received the divine seal? In that case, the temple will have the answers. Wenrini was eager to understand what had happened to him, and the temple that freed him from the time loop was the only clue. Now the sweeping monk also mentioned that the main hall might hold the answers he sought, prompting Wenrini to approach the grand hall ahead with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. At the entrance of the main hall, he saw an ancient copper mirror hanging high where he glimpsed his own reflection along with some text. Fortune 1, incense none, evil deeds 1, good fruits 2. It seems I am indeed an insignificant little person, but at least I can still be considered a good person. The education Wenrini received since childhood emphasized kindness and love. Although he later became a constable and discovered the harsh realities of the world, he did not become a villain. The mysterious mirror before him rendered a judgment on his life, and he readily accepted the simple and clear result. He, a mere street constable, could not be a benevolent figure nor a wicked one, ultimately living only as a half-good person. Wenrini pushed against the great door, which he initially thought to be heavy, but surprisingly found it open smoothly. As the door swung open, he beheld an endless black and white mural depicting the majestic forms of countless deities, some glaring fiercely, others with benevolent expressions, and some in serene tranquility. If the vast number of colorless deities represented various postures, then the few colorful gods were truly lifelike. Wenrini even felt that the vividly colored deities were gazing at him with multicolored divine light, and under their imposing gaze he involuntarily felt the urge to bow in reverence. However, he ultimately did not bow, for one of the colorless deities gradually transformed into his likeness, and a surge of information regarding the temple emerged from his heart. By now he understood the answer the little monk had spoken. He could attain the temple's blessings and become a deity. He belonged here. The gods observe me, I am a deity. As the opportunity to become divine appeared before him, a myriad of complex emotions surged within Wenrini. He feared this might all be a false dream, and worried he might not fulfill the role of a deity. Yet all these emotions could not stop his advance, for he feared even more to return to that chaotic loop with no future. As Wenrini approached the mural, it felt as if he naturally blended into it without touching its physical form. In the next moment, he saw a brilliant divine seal rising from his eyes, his constable's attire transforming into a pitch-black armor, while a bow and long knife materialized one after another. From the realm of Rofeng, the heavens of Tion, the Bureau of Punishment investigates and captures the Yin officials, bestowing the power of the Yin deity. Wenrini was no longer a living person. His physical body had long since perished, and it was impossible for the seemingly abandoned temple to provide incense for free. Therefore, the authority bestowed upon him by Zhou Heng was the Yin deity body, with the logic of authorization being that Zhou Heng's higher dimensional true spirit authorized his lower dimensional soul, which in turn granted Wenrini the ability of the Yin deity body. Thus, the Yin deity body became the authority that sustained Wenrini's soul. After Wenrini stabilized his soul with the Yin deity body, Zhou Heng discovered that Wenrini and his story body had achieved a stable symbiosis. The story body provided him with the concept of being alive, while his soul reflected the true concept back to the story body. In other words, Wenrini, this living soul combined with the story body, obtained the qualification to leave the story world and enter the real world. He thus transformed from a being of the great Qi into a life with dual nationality in both the great Qi and the story world. The experiment was very successful. The story body and the living soul can combine to form a completely new life when both are stable simultaneously. This kind of life seems neither dead nor alive. They resemble a pure energy life form capable of existing in both the human realm and the story world. The stability of Wenrini as an experimental subject brought Zhou Heng considerable gains. He could use this as an example to transform a batch of story lives to build his Yin realm system. The site for his Yin realm would be the story world of the Daliang City Rebellion, which he would transform into a reincarnation Yin realm. When the day comes that the Daliang City God Temple is no more, his reincarnation realm will become the new resting place for the souls of the Daliang City populace. Zhou Heng would allow souls that meet the reincarnation criteria to merge with their story bodies, continuing their lives in the Daliang City of the story. Using Daliang City as a model, Zhou Heng's ultimate goal is to create a brand new underworld, one that possesses an alternative reincarnation system. If the Great Qi world were to be destroyed or the underworld breached and occupied, Zhou Heng would turn his underworld into the last refuge. Wenrini has become a deity, yet he remains filled with doubts. He wishes to understand the nature of the cyclic turmoil in Daliang City and how a mere patrolling officer like himself could enter the divine temple to obtain the divine seal. In response to his confusion, the wise monk Zixin's master Huiming offered a reasonable explanation. Huiming informed Wenrini that the cyclic Daliang City is the sea of suffering, and after his death, he fell into this sea and sank. Souls in the sea of suffering repeatedly experience death. They must either completely succumb and collapse or change their fate to escape the sea. There is no other choice. And what about the divine temple? The temple is the other shore. It is omnipresent, but only the enlightened can see it. When you have overcome your inner self and awakened your true self in the sea of suffering, thus you are able to glimpse the other shore and enter the divine temple. Moreover, you have transitioned from death to life, and from mortal to deity. Master Huiming's words made much sense. When Rennie could find no better explanation for his experience of abandonment, so he began to believe that he had indeed glimpsed the divine temple of the other shore through awakening his true self. The other shore, you say? Master, I once believed in deities. And now I believe even more, for I have already become a deity myself. Master Huiming is an excellent counselor. He is well-versed in Buddhist teachings and possesses the courage to reinterpret them, thus his words resonate more closely with individual experiences. Under Master Huiming's guidance, when Rennie let go of his doubts and confusion stepping out of the divine temple, regardless of whether the outside world is the cyclic Daliang city or the normal Daliang city, he was mentally prepared to face it. Having entered the divine temple without receiving the seal and rewriting my fate of death, it seems the temple not only accepts humans, but also other potential life forms. Before meeting, when Rennie, Master Huiming thought of him merely as a lucky individual. However, after their exchange, he found himself somewhat envious of Rennie's experience, wishing to possess a similar encounter and thereby break free from the sea of suffering to see his own other shore. Indeed, Huiming believes that each person's other shore is different. It should be redemption rather than a specific place. He believes that when Rennie's other shore is life and divinity, while the other shore he envisions is the golden lotus seat of the compassionate Buddha. I have truly returned to the normal world. Master Huiming did not deceive me. After escaping the sea of suffering, I have transitioned from death to life. As when Rennie stepped out of the divine temple, he found himself in a desolate graveyard filled with mounds. He looked down to see that he was standing on a grave in front of which stood a wooden plaque that read "Grave of when Rennie," erected by his friend Nyodafu. At that moment, the scene before him fully convinced him of Master Huiming's words. He had returned from death and was back in this vibrant world. Old Nyo is quite loyal. Once he passes, I will promote him to be my subordinate ghost officer. When Rennie's parents had passed away early, leaving him alone to make a living in Daliang City, he had thought his corpse would be carelessly buried in the mass grave, but unexpectedly Nyodafu had given him a proper burial and a marker. This small act of kindness warmed when Rennie's heart, returning from death to find that there were still people who remembered him. I have died, yet I still live. How can this be clearly explained? Perhaps it's best to start anew in a different place. When Rennie left Daliang City, and when he returns, he will no longer be the patrolling officer when Rennie, but the ghost deity when Rennie. After when Rennie's experiment succeeded, Zhou Heng began to release more than 10,000 souls into the story world in batches. However, not all souls possess the fortune of when Rennie, nor can everyone withstand the constant pressure of death and a lack of future. This led a significant number of souls to choose to evade. After several trials, they discovered some safe places, and from then on they lived a solitary and secure life in the cycle. As they continued to abandon themselves and escape to extremes, they became increasingly aligned with the characters in the story, gradually losing their thoughts and nearly becoming ordinary roles within the narrative. In addition, there were also a group of chaotic soldiers whose souls were driven mad by continual death, as they could not defeat the elite soldiers of the court sent to exterminate them. After experiencing multiple deaths, their spirits finally shattered. Some fled to evade and survive, while others mechanically killed in a fit of rage, only to be suppressed and killed by the army. In the unending cycle, these chaotic soldiers' souls were gradually assimilated by the story world, becoming mechanical characters within the narrative. Ultimately, only a little over 100 souls faced life and changed their fates. These individuals did not become ghost officers like when Rennie, but were authorized by Zhou Heng to become ghost squad leaders, grassroots officers managing 5 individuals, leading those ghost soldiers who were souls lost in the story world. The souls lost in the story world, due to their essence, are still different from regular story life. After receiving Zhou Heng's authorization of ghost deity body, they can also exist in the story world and the human realm, so Zhou Heng allocated some thoughtless blank ghost soldiers to the outstanding ghost squad leaders. Under the training of these ghost squad leaders, this batch of ghost soldiers gradually took on the semblance of proper soldiers. Fearless and selfless, they executed orders and were very suited for the profession of ghost soldiers. Unlike normal recipients who have bodies and souls, those souls, fused with story world life, have their essence belonging to the story world, including when Rennie. In other words, these individuals can refresh themselves like story characters. The story world can refresh their story forms, and after supplementing their soul essence with soul power, they can regenerate new souls. However, their memories are tied to their current souls, and the regenerated souls are merely new lives without any memories. Relying on his high-dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng possesses nearly infinite soul power at his disposal, allowing those ghost soldiers to be resurrected at will as long as he desires. Yet he does not do so. The most important aspect of a ghost soldier is their combat experience, and each time they are restarted, they must begin their growth anew. Thus, Zhou Heng needs those ghost squad leaders to train the ghost soldiers properly and fulfill their duties as grassroots officers, leading these soulless soldiers to complete their tasks. The current task of the ghost squad leaders is the responsibility carried by their divine seals. The information contained within the divine seals informs them that they are the law enforcement unit of the underworld, tasked with capturing evil spirits exceeding the threshold of misconduct in both the underworld and the human realm. In this process, they can promote their divine status based on actual merits, simultaneously gaining layers of enhancement for the authority of observing evil deeds. Recently, the Yin officials of the capital's city god temple have discovered something unusual. Several well-trained teams are capturing malevolent spirits. However, every time they attempt to capture their targets, the latter always seem to vanish in an instant, causing some troubles for the Yin officials. Nevertheless, those capturing the spirits have not infringed upon the safety of the living, nor do they arbitrarily capture the souls of the deceased. Therefore, although the Yin officials are dissatisfied with these individuals' illegal actions, they have not classified this matter as a serious invasion. What the Yin officials do not know is that the troublesome ghost-catching teams actually belong to the formal law enforcement agency of Daliang City, though that city does not exist in the real world. Thanks to the protection of the story world, the Yin soldiers from Zhou Heng's underworld unit have not encountered any arrests by the city god's Yin officials during their several days of operations. Just as the Yin soldiers were gradually getting used to playing hide and seek with the city gods' Yin officials, they noticed one day that the number of Yin officials from Daliang City had suddenly decreased significantly. This abrupt change left them with a lot of questions. Old Fong, did you encounter any Yin officials from the city god temple today? No, speaking of which, those Yin officials used to guard against us like we were thieves. Why have they been so rare these past 2 days? Fong Haoyu, who was once a squad leader in the 5 cities military, is now a Yin soldier sergeant in the underworld system. Despite his change in identity and position, he has a strong adaptability. After becoming a Yin soldier sergeant, he has been very proactive about his new duty of capturing malevolent spirits, making him one of the sergeants who has encountered the city gods' Yin officials the most. Who knows? Next time I run into them, I'll look for a chance to ask, "Are you crazy, old Zhou? They would love to capture each one of us. If you approach them, isn't that just walking into a trap, eh?" Zhou Heng is different from Fong Haoyu. He was a butcher who ran a meat shop in life. His innate courage and straightforward personality earned him a good reputation among neighbors and friends. What's there to be afraid of? They are Yin officials, and I am still a Yin soldier officer. Besides, they guide the souls of the deceased while we capture malevolent spirits. In terms of duty, we are colleagues. That's not the same. They belong to the city god temple, while we belong to the heavenly judgment of the Luofeng's 6 heavens under the temple of good and evil in the 3 realms. To them, we are not colleagues, but competitors vying for their bread and butter. Old Fong, you are just too cautious. Look, they can't catch us and have no means against us. We aren't doing anything excessive, so there is a basis for communication between us. Zhou Heng has always had a bit of courage, and now with the protection of the temple, he has become bolder. Of course, he does not intend to provoke the Yin officials of the city god temple. He simply wants to find a chance to inquire about where the souls of the deceased ultimately go. He still thinks about his late mother who passed away 2 years ago and wishes to know how she is faring in the underworld. By the way, old Fong, how is your son recovering? He's almost recovered. I just want to see him today, and he can already get out of bed and walk. I just wonder how those 2 will manage without my protection. They will be fine. Old Fong, you could find a chance to let them know you are not dead. Children speak carelessly. Oh, let's wait a bit longer. The Yin soldiers were discussing the city gods' Yin officials, while the Yin officials had no time to pay them any heed. With the command issued by the city god, many Yin officials have entered the underworld under the leadership of the martial judge, preparing to participate in the suppression war against the rebellious Ghost King forces. That night, Zhou Heng clearly sensed that the Yin soldiers under his command had become more active, dividing into over 100 small teams to alternate patrols in Daliang City. Meanwhile, the Yin officials originally belonging to the city god temple have decreased, and both sides have begun tentative interactions. However, the law enforcement authority of the Yin soldiers has not been recognized by the city god's Yin officials, so their relationship remains temporarily strained. Erlang, what are you thinking about? After the 3 Zhou family members finished their drinks, the lively atmosphere gradually faded, and they silently sipped tea, pondering their troubles. I was thinking, big brother, you are almost 20. Why aren't you married yet? I will be getting married. My mother and I have reconciled, and the lady of the marquee is preparing a marriage arrangement for me. Is that so? What a pity. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to be with you, a frequent visitor to the brothels. Cough. Zhou Rui suddenly spat out the tea in his mouth, feeling guilty as he looked around, only relaxing when he confirmed that his mother was not nearby. Erlang, what nonsense are you talking? Big brother is a serious person. Are you foolish? Your second brother is a lieutenant in the North City Cavalry. How could he not know about your escapades in the North City brothels? Zhou Jian secretly rejoiced that he had only visited high-end venues in the inner city for safety, otherwise his family would have discovered his indulgence long ago. After reprimanding his son, Zhou Jian took out a roll of silk and handed it to Zhou Heng. Erlang, this is the inner scene morning yuan skill from Qingyang Palace. The Taoist master Shoujun said this skill is excellent for nurturing the body. Take it back and practice. If you have any questions, just go to Qingyang Palace and ask Master Shoujun. Thank you, Uncle. Heng will definitely practice this skill diligently to cultivate his body. Zhou Heng initially thought Zhou Jian had forgotten about the skill, but unexpectedly this uncle really found a technique for him along with a teacher named Shoujun. After becoming a lieutenant in the North City Cavalry, Zhou Heng had sent his subordinates to search for techniques, but the martial arts collected were no better than the ordinary ones like iron cloth shirt, providing him no effective assistance. As a result, although Zhou Heng's physical strength has increased during this period, it has not undergone a qualitative change. Conversely, his lower dimensional soul has raised its upper limit significantly due to the incense contributions from several subordinates. Name Zhou Heng Human Yin Spirit Energy 10 Qi 1 Spirit 18 Talent High Dimensional True Spirit High Dimensional Vision Yin Spirit Body Skills Incense Garment Copper Skin Iron Bones Iron Cloth Shirt has reached the Iron Garment realm, while Iron Sand Palm has reached the Steel Bone realm. Both are considered as one skill by Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng's Copper Skin Iron Bones is not a supernatural ability. Rather, his skin and bones have truly attained the hardness of copper and iron, making ordinary swords and blades incapable of injuring his flesh. Ordinary martial arts circulating in the Jianghu have good effects, and Zhou Heng certainly looks forward to the techniques from Qingyang Palace, a well-known establishment. Thus he bid farewell to Zhou Jian and Zhou Rui, returning to his courtyard to study the inner scene morning yuan skill carefully by candlelight. Nurturing the body, cultivating qi, accumulating qi to nourish the spirit, and integrating qi to strengthen the body. This inner scene morning yuan skill can form a grand cycle of energy, which is truly exquisite and extraordinary. However, I do not need to nurture my body or cultivate qi. I can borrow the idea of inner scene morning yuan skill to directly return qi to the spirit and use qi to nourish my body. The energy conversion method of the Neijing Chaoyuan Gong was indeed effective. Zhou Heng referenced its energy transfer techniques, and within merely 3 hours he achieved a qualitative change in his strength. However, since the core operation of Neijing Chaoyuan Gong revolves around the three treasures being complementary and unified, it emphasizes a harmonious coordination of essence, energy, and spirit, ultimately forming a stable energy circulation circuit. As a result, after Zhou Heng constructed his own great energy circulation using this technique, all his attributes became unified and stable. At this moment, his attributes were essence 18, energy 18, spirit 18. 3 flowers gather at the crown, 5 energies converge at the source, ultimately condensing the primordial unity that transforms the mundane into the innate divine, thus ascending to immortality. This path is too steady and complete, it is likely that very few can traverse it. To successfully navigate the Neijing Chaoyuan Gong, one not only needs to continually break through the limits of certain attributes, but also to reciprocally nourish other attributes, which requires an incredibly terrifying amount of energy. Zhou Heng estimated that within Qingyang Palace, Neijing Chaoyuan Gong was the kind of foundational theoretical cultivation method that was the most time-consuming and labor-intensive, yet also the most upright and harmonious. This method might not be incapable of achieving magical powers or attaining freedom, but its drawback lies in its slow and steady nature. Given its slow efficacy and ease of entry, this cultivation method is mostly the theoretical text needed for novice disciples. However, what Zhou Heng needed was not a divine skill manual. What he required was merely mature enhancement techniques. Thus, when Neijing Chaoyuan Gong came into his hands, he could instead convert part of its results at an extremely fast pace. Now, aside from the unification of the 3 treasures of essence, energy, and spirit, Zhou Heng had also learned the techniques of nourishing the body with energy and nurturing energy with spirit. Through these 2 techniques, he could transform true qi or heal physical injuries at any time using his soul power. In other words, after learning Neijing Chaoyuan Gong, Zhou Heng's true qi also possessed attributes akin to infinity. Moreover, as long as his physical body was not instantly destroyed, it could continuously recover by consuming a vast amount of energy. Therefore, the emergence of Neijing Chaoyuan Gong brought about a qualitative change in Zhou Heng's strength. Now, if he donned iron armor to fight against hundreds or thousands of ordinary soldiers without invoking his Yin spirit, he could exhaust them solely with the strength of his physical body. The qualitative change in his strength greatly improved Zhou Heng's mood, a transformation that even those around him could sense. Erlang, you seem to be in a great mood today. Is the Qingyang Palace's cultivation method really effective? Very effective. Although the Neijing Chaoyuan Gong is easy to understand but difficult to cultivate, the initial stage of body nurturing is still quite easy to get into. You should give it a try. Having a good body is always a good thing. Meditative practice and purifying desires are indeed troublesome. I won't practice them. Just focus on your own cultivation. Zhou Jian smiled and waved his hand in refusal, not because he was unaware of the benefits of cultivation, but because he found that after trying cultivation took much time and yielded minimal results. He simply had no time to invest his limited energy in a slow cultivation process. Erlang, you need not worry. Qingyang Palace has many secret medicines for solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. Those more convenient methods are more suitable for me and your elder brother. That is also fine. Cultivation indeed requires much time and effort, and it may not yield much return. During their casual conversation, Zhou Jian subtly indicated to Zhou Heng that after Zhou Rui's marriage, the family would consider his lifelong matters. The reason was not that Zhou Jian was anxious, but that the He family affiliated with the Xuanwu Marquis felt that Zhou Heng had benefited too much from the Marquis household. At just 16 years old, Zhou Heng had been secretly promoted to a 6th-grade powerful officer by He Hongming of the Xuanwu Marquis. The He family felt that they could not allow the youth they cultivated to benefit outsiders. Thus, they sought to use marriage to draw the political capital invested by the He family back into their own family. Zhou Heng found this quite distasteful, yet he could understand the He family's demands. After all, many distant relatives of the He family did not hold positions as high as Zhou Heng. They sought to reclaim the political resources invested through marriage, which was indeed a reasonable action. However, understanding does not mean acceptance. Zhou Heng was willing to repay the support of the Xuanwu Marquis household through other means, but he could not accept having his emotions manipulated by those clan powers. Moreover, Zhou Heng was not an ordinary person. He was also the actual controller of the Luo Feng 6 heavenly divine system. He could be friendly, but would not be easily manipulated. Uncle, this move is inappropriate. We cannot unconditionally bind ourselves deeply with the Xuanwu Marquis household. You are also aware of the current situation in the court. A crisis may arise at any moment, and we also need to leave a way out for the Zhou family, so I cannot board the ship of the Xuanwu Marquis any longer. What do you think? Erlang, I am very glad to hear you say this. It proves that you have not lost yourself in the splendor of Daliang City and the power of official positions. Please share your thoughts. Zhou Jian had anticipated that the young and impulsive Zhou Heng would be dissatisfied with his marriage being controlled by others. However, if Zhou Heng truly expressed such sentiments, he would be very disappointed. For Zhou Jian, this marriage could be concluded or not, but if it were not, there had to be a reasonable excuse and a way to avoid it. Uncle Heng plans to be transferred to another region to actually control local military power. Thus, if there is turmoil again, our Zhou family would have its own foundation. Indeed, it is a good idea, but now that chaos reigns across the lands, will you be able to survive and successfully gain power in another region? Heng's blade is already very sharp. Zhou Jian pondered for a moment, then stood up and patted Zhou Heng on the shoulder, signaling him to follow him to the study. Erlang, if you leave the position of the cavalry officer in Beijing's North City, it will revert back to the He family. When that time comes, if you want to marry into the He family, they won't even glance at you. Of course, if you voluntarily relinquish your position as the powerful officer in the capital, the He family will certainly be very pleased, as outsiders holding power cannot compare to their own. Thus, to facilitate your quicker relinquishment of the position, the He clan will definitely assist you in speaking to the Xuanwu Marquis, suggesting a promotion from a 7th grade position and then reclaiming a 6th grade position. The Xuanwu Marquis values his reputation, and he will surely make some concessions. As he spoke, Zhou Jian took out a simplified map from the bookshelf and spread it out on the desk. According to tradition, when officials from the capital are sent to the provinces, they are promoted 1 rank. You will have the credit for voluntarily relinquishing your position, so you will likely be promoted 2 ranks. A 2-rank promotion means you will hold the position of a 5th grade official, allowing you to become a prefect in various regions. However, considering your young age and the difficulty of commanding respect, the range of positions you can choose will only be practical military roles in certain localities. Look, the court currently only effectively controls 6 states in the central northern part of Deqi. Therefore, your options are limited to these 6 states. Do you have any thoughts? If not, I will choose one for you. As one of the 3 key figures in the Ministry of War, Zhou Jian had considerable insight into military matters across the regions and did not want his nephew to suffer from selecting the wrong place. Once a deputy officer managing 50 cavalry, the He clan looked down upon him. But now it is different. As a real power officer of the 6th rank managing 500 cavalry in the capital, the He clan holds him in high regard. When Zhou Heng expressed his willingness to relinquish this position, the elders of the He clan praised him for his understanding and promised to do their utmost to help him secure a favorable position. As for the matter of a marriage alliance, the elders of the He clan did not even mention it, as if they had never entertained such thoughts. Everything is as Zhou Jian said. After losing his real power as a court official, even if Zhou Heng wished for a marriage alliance, the He clan would not agree. However, this is actually quite good. Although the matter of marriage is off the table, both Zhou Heng and the He clan are satisfied with the current situation. As for the Xinhou He Hong, he is equally pleased. In recent days, he has been somewhat embarrassed by the frequent visits from the clan elders. Originally, he intended to resolve the internal disputes through a marriage alliance, but he did not expect Zhou Heng to willingly give up the position. Thus, at the banquet, Xinhou He Hong held Zhou Heng's hand, continuously praising him for his wisdom and foresight, stating that he would surely achieve great things in the future. As a reward for Zhou Heng's understanding, Xinhou He Hong indicated that he would soon arrange a new position for Zhou Heng, and he would serve as a 5th-rank Zhawu general in a local post. After discussions between the Zhou and He families, the He clan quickly dispatched a middle-aged man named He Wei to take over the position of officer at the Northern Cavalry Division. Of course, not everyone was pleased with this position change. Zhou Rui was confused as to why his father arranged for his brother to endure hardship in the provinces, but he only felt some dissatisfaction. The most dissatisfied was Zhou Heng's aunt from the He clan, who scolded her husband in frustration during the carriage ride home, saying that Zhou Heng should have been kept to compete with her maternal family. This woman had painstakingly sent all 3 of the Zhou family's men into the officialdom and helped them become powerful officials. After marrying into the Zhou family, she always believed the Zhou family belonged to her, while the Xinhou estate belonged to He Hong. Thus, she spared no effort in leveraging her maternal family's influence to assist Zhou Jian. Now, due to the greed of some clan elders nearly ruining a powerful official from the Zhou family, she could hardly accept all of this calmly. Madam, please do not be angry if this decision was made after discussions between me and Erlang. Discussing what? Erlang is only 16, what does he understand? I never expected you would become the Deputy Minister of War and still fear those old men. Madam, he was merely the eldest daughter born of a concubine, and not the biological sister of Zhou Heng, otherwise she would have directly rebutted those old men at the banquet. Restrained from losing her composure, she felt a belly full of anger looking at Zhou Jian with disdain. Madam, the situation has changed. While the capital is the center of virtue, it is also a vortex of competing forces. The Marquis is decisive and wise, but he may not be able to ensure our family's long-term peace, so we need to leave ourselves a way out. Since we need to leave a way out, why not leave several? Let Wainer Zhou Jian's daughter and her husband leave the capital together. They cannot go. All places are very dangerous now, and if they leave the capital, their lives may be in jeopardy. In fact, after the turmoil in Daliang City, Zhou Jian had already considered finding a way out for the Zhou family, but he couldn't leave, and Zhou Rui and Zheng Zhihai's son-in-law were not capable of handling things on their own. Thus, he had given up on expanding the family, but his conversation with Zhou Heng yesterday gave him new hope. He was willing to give his nephew a chance, and also a chance for the Zhou family. So, Erlang, are you not afraid he will die outside? Erlang displayed great bravery when leading troops to eradicate the vile cult, and he has shot down many bandits during the chaos. He is the only capable nephew I have. Moreover, this path is also chosen by Erlang himself. Once he arrives, he will know what he must do. Zhou Jian's words gradually calmed the previously furious madam. Her impression of Zhou Heng was average, but she held great admiration for Officer Zhou Heng. Thus, she was willing to trust the strategy jointly formulated by Officer Zhou Heng and her husband. On October 26th, the first year of Yangon the young emperor's reign, Zhou Heng left the capital city of Daliang amidst the farewells of many friends and relatives. Xinhou Hihong displayed great generosity this time. He withdrew over 100 elite soldiers from his controlled army and sent them to Zhou Heng as personal guards. In addition, Zhou Heng's friends from the cavalry division Qianxi and Yao Sun also followed him northward to Yuzhou. Yao Sun did not want to continue wasting his life in the cavalry division. While Qianxi faced unfortunate circumstances, the newly appointed cavalry officer, He Wei, dismissed him, so he had no choice but to seek out Zhou Heng for promotion. Thus, accompanied by former friends and escorted by over 100 elite soldiers, Zhou Heng set out on the road to Yuyang County. Interesting, truly interesting. After several days of travel, Zhou Heng and his companions arrived at the port of Zhuliujing, where they changed horses and boarded a ship. On this day, while Zhou Heng was deeply exploring hidden information about the Daliang City Rebellion story world, he suddenly felt a divine seal he had emitted being activated. If the activator of the divine seal had been a local life form, it would have been fine. However, this time the activator was a player and invader. Upon discovering that a group of players which was not part of the plan had activated the divine seal, Zhou Heng immediately planned to close the divine seal authorization, but the next moment he abandoned this intention. Because the players obtaining the divine seal represented an opportunity for him to invade the player's world in reverse. Thus, Zhou Heng directed his consciousness into the temple of observing the good and evil of the three realms and observed the actions of that player through the connection with the divine seal. Is this the temple of observing the good and evil of the three realms that the divine seal belongs to? This is the correct way to open demon god conquest. We do not need to join the forces of those demon gods. We can become demon gods ourselves. Baima Mo is a closed beta player of the demon god conquest game. He is very enamored with this groundbreaking game that approaches 100% realism. He enjoys the scenic beauty of the Great Qi and likes observing its social and cultural aspects. Although he cannot communicate with the people of the Great Qi, he is still obsessed with exploring everything here. With a spirit of exploration, he ignored the beginner tasks issued by the game officials. Instead, he transformed into a night thief and acquired numerous local books and items through theft. Today, he stole a book about myths and legends, and as he was carefully reading it, a golden light burst forth from the book and merged into his brain. That light was called Imperial Edict Observing Ghostly Eyes. After merging with the divine seal by Mo, discovered he could enter a certain temple, and without a second thought he immediately entered the temple of observing the good and evil of the three realms. What he did not know was that the divine seal passed through his player shell and virtual soul, ultimately binding to his true spirit. What he believed to be a game item, the divine seal, would grant him extraordinary powers in the real world. All of this was due to the divine seal's power originating from high-dimensional projection. Under the radiation of high-dimensional power, the divine seal's power was nearly applicable to all low-dimensional worlds. Baima Mo, originally named Ma Ji Gang, was fortunate to receive a beta testing spot for Demon God Conquest as a professional player. He initially believed that Demon God Conquest was a groundbreaking holographic virtual game, but the divine seal from the game world revealed the true nature of reality to him. Demon God Conquest not only features a unique social culture, but also various mythological tales, indicating that the game development team truly put considerable effort into constructing the world view within the game. As a high-end exquisite gaming pod was pushed open from within, Ma Ji Gang praised the quality of Demon God Conquest while rising to his feet. Even though he had exited the game, he still felt an unwavering desire for the experiences within it. Thus, he quickly replaced the nutrient solution in the gaming pod, intending to re-enter the game and experience that mysterious world once more. Wait, what is that thing? As Ma Jigang was cleaning the gaming pod room, he inadvertently caught sight of several strange objects floating in the sky through the window. Driven by curiosity, he approached the window. Are those balloons someone released? Who would be so cruel as to let such ugly balloons float around? Peering closely, Ma Jigang noticed that the objects floating in the air were grotesque and sizable, concluding that someone had deliberately released these hideous balloons to scare the high-rise residents. Such malicious behavior left Ma Jigang quite displeased, so he picked up his phone intending to capture the moment and share it in the residents group to warn other high-rise inhabitants. Why didn't I capture anything? Is my phone broken? Looking at the clear sky on his phone, Ma Jigang still hadn't realized the severity of the situation. He rummaged through his room to find his camera, aimed it at the sky once more, but the camera still showed a bright and clean sky, as if those ugly balloons didn't exist. This shouldn't be the case. How could such large balloons not show up in the picture? The current bizarre situation reminded Ma Jigang of the paranormal stories he had once read, sending a chill down his spine. Forget it, I shouldn't overthink and scare myself. Perhaps my eyes are just playing tricks on me. Ooh, I'll go to the hospital later. Hey, why is there such a long black line hanging down from the balloon? It seems to be connected to a person. Struggling to convince himself to trust science, Ma Jigang noticed that a balloon floating in the air suddenly dropped a black line, which then pulled a humanoid figure up into the sky. In the next moment, that balloon opened its terrifying mouth, swallowing the humanoid figure in one gulp and chewing for a moment before falling silent again. That direction, I remember that direction, leads to a hospital. The scene of the balloon feeding horrified Ma Jigang, and in an instant large beads of sweat broke out on his body, as if his very tissues and genes were paralyzed by fear. He trembled as he zoomed in with his camera, and soon the words Tsuhua Central Hospital appeared on the screen. What are those things? Was that being devoured a person or a soul? Why am I seeing these things? Endless terror and countless questions surged through Ma Jigang's mind as he screamed internally, yet his body lay trembling on the floor, curled up. Are we livestock kept in captivity? Is this what the true world looks like? If the world is so hopeless, I'd prefer to know nothing. At least that way I would suffer less. Who made me see this cruel reality? The divine seal. Yes, the divine seal. Surrounded by fear, Ma Jigang suddenly recalled the divine seal he obtained in the game, remembering that its authority represented command the divine eye to observe spirits and demons. If the divine seal truly exists, then everything makes sense. If the divine seal exists, demon god conquest must be a real world. Why did we descend into that world as players? Is it possible that our world is not entirely oblivious? The high-rises and the world might be planning a self-rescue, which is why countries are wholeheartedly promoting demon god conquest. Because there are deities and divine seals, we can obtain the power for self-rescue from there. With some hypotheses in mind, Ma Jigang revisited the promotional history of demon god conquest and the official bonus system established by the game, instantly feeling a sense of insight into the truth. So the extensive promotion is not because the game is exceptional, but because we need this game, we need self-rescue. The power of the divine seal can bring reality. What about other powers? With questions in mind, Ma Jigang carefully practiced the thunderous mind method acquired in demon god conquest. However, after half a day, he sensed nothing, as if the thunderous mind method were just a normal game skill. Although he spent some time without any gains, Ma Jigang's anxious and desperate mood had improved significantly. Zhanghu martial arts represent mortality, while the divine seal and authority represent divinity. It seems only the power of the divine can descend into the Taixing world. Now that I have obtained divine power, my authority is too singular and lacks other offensive capabilities, so I cannot deal with those terrifying spirits for the time being. I wonder if there are other players who have obtained divine power and discovered the true situation of Taixing. Although Ma Jigang silently questioned himself, he knew the possibilities were slim. After all, most players are diligently playing the game. It's quite rare for someone like him to explore the game as if it were the real world from the very beginning. Under normal circumstances, these players would need at least 2 or 3 years to obtain authority from their respective demon lords. Moreover, Ma Jigang felt that the authority granted by the demon lords might not be applicable back in Taixing, as those demon lord strengths are rather limited. How could their powers possibly work across different worlds? Among the 4 divine powers I know, the 6 heavens of Luophong is confirmed to be real and effective. I have no idea how many other divine powers can be used normally in Taixing. However, this is already quite good. I should be the first Taixing human to obtain divine power, and I also understand the currently effective divine paths. I should find a chance to make more people aware of our situation, and it would be best if everyone knew about the existence of the 6 heavens of Luophong. Ma Jigang initially intended to announce this news on the game forum, but considering the randomness of obtaining the divine seal, he temporarily halted this hasty plan. The internet and forums are not necessarily safe, and the various countries have not explicitly stated they are seeking senior elite players, so the internal security of those forces is questionable as well. As the only deity in Taixing at present, I should first protect myself and search for like-minded companions in the game world. Although the game world is safe, it is ultimately inconvenient for us humans to establish a self-rescue center. If only we could access the Temple of Observation of Good and Evil in the 3 realms from Taixing. Why can't we enter? The authority of the divine seal is real and effective. The Temple of Observation of Good and Evil in the Three Realms likely possesses cross-world capabilities. I will give it a try. If I can enter the temple from Taixing, I will have a safe retreat. Tian Zhao, the Temple of Good and Evil that observes the Three Realms. Ma Jigang lay in bed pretending to be asleep, while inwardly, he continuously called for the arrival of a miracle. His call transcended worlds through the divine seal, prompting a response from the Temple of Good and Evil that observes the Three Realms. Influenced by the high-dimensional true spirit radiation of Zhou Heng, the temple was also able to perceive the state of the divine seal across realms. Thus, with Zhou Heng the master tacitly allowing it, the temple responded normally to the anchor point divine seal far away in the Tai Star world. I can't believe I can truly enter the temple from Tai Star. This is simply wonderful. In the repeated calls, Ma Jigang anxiously begged for the favor of fate. The moment the temple responded to his call, his soul returned once again to the quiet and empty temple area. Upon reaching the temple, a great sense of security enveloped him, sweeping away the despair and fear that had arisen from witnessing the world's reality. Calm down, Ma Jigang. You are the only deity in Tai Star now. You must learn to disguise yourself. The joy of finding sanctuary combined with a mindset that transcended all Tai Star people ignited a sense of arrogance within him. Yet the scant reason within the fervor reminded him that he had merely gained a decent starting point, and what the future held was still unknown. The world was on the brink of disaster. He was one of the few who knew the truth, and the only deity capable of responding to the crisis. The sense of superiority from knowing the truth combined with the responsibility born from immense power gave Ma Jigang a profound sense of fate. At that moment, a notion called salvation ignited within his heart. My wisdom is not outstanding, and I am not a madman who seeks to rule alone. I should do my best to help more people become deities. Only by strengthening our power can there be hope for saving the world. To be honest, Ma Jigang still did not know what those twisted and menacing beings on Tai Star truly were, how powerful they were, or how to resist their predation. If someone had to attack them and collect data on their power, Ma Jigang did not want to be that volunteer. He preferred to be a non-combatant in the Tai Star Divine Salvation Society, though of course, as the founder and elder of the organization, enjoying a bit of privilege would be even better. Embracing a mix of salvation and cowardice, responsibility and avoidance, Ma Jigang exited the temple and returned to the game pod. Daki Caizhou, Xiangtai County, Jialing Mountain. Hey Xiaoma, why aren't you playing your thief game? Did you get wanted at the foot of the mountain? Of course not. Louding, let me tell you, we are professionals. As long as I don't go easy, those NPCs at the foot of the mountain could never catch me. By the way, where is Hai Bai? I need to find him for something. He's in the hunter's cabin studying the scriptures you sent last time. Xiaoma, did you find something mysterious again that you plan to sell to Hai Bai? I'm not saying you, but the points that Hai Bai earns from diligently doing tasks have all been swindled by you. You know that a point has now risen to over 100. Doesn't your conscience hurt? What are you talking about? It's clearly that Hai Bai has a need in this area and hired me, a professional, to collect information. How is that swindling? Don't say random things. As Ma Jigang spoke, he waved goodbye to Lao Ding and headed straight towards the hunter's cabin on the hillside without looking back. Ow! On the way, a yellow-skinned, green-eyed fierce tiger suddenly emerged from the jungle. Ma Jigang did not evade but approached eagerly to scratch and massage the tiger. A bit harder, not bad, not bad. You humanoid race are indeed much better than those lingering souls. Serve me well, and when I become the mountain god, I'll reward you with a position as a patrolling general. The fierce tiger enjoyed Ma Jigang's service leisurely, and perhaps it was too comfortable as it emitted a few purring sounds in the meantime. Although Ma Jigang was anxious, he could only endure and stroke the big cat, thinking of his goal for this trip. After a while, the mountain lord tiger grew tired and wagged its tail to signal Ma Jigang to leave. Still waiting for the patrolling general position. Just wait, players will eventually push you off this boss. Earlier, Ma Jigang treated the Daki world as a game, so facing a special lord like the Mountain Lord Tiger, he found it quite interesting. But after obtaining the Divine Seal, he already knew that the Daki world was a real world. Now seeing the man-eating wraith-like tiger made him very disgusted. However, considering his weak strength, Ma Jigang had to temporarily endure the Mountain Lord named Ghost Lord, who was essentially a demon. Hai Bai opened the door. Hey, I found something you would be very interested in. The young man in the hunter's cabin, engrossed in examining Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, immediately jumped up from the ground upon hearing this, and quickly walked to open the door. Mago, what have you discovered this time? A big discovery. I found exquisite murals in the basement of a wealthy merchant. I believe those murals depict scenes of worshipping deities. Originally, I wanted to bring 2 pieces back for you, but those stones are special. When struck, they produce a sound as crisp as porcelain. I was afraid of alarming the merchant's guards, so I had to return empty-handed. Phew, that's great. I'm glad you didn't break off 2 pieces. Things related to worship lose their original charm once damaged. Let's go, Ma, go hurry, and take me to the site for an inspection. All right. Ma Jigang's lips curled into a smile, looking as if he had earned another batch of points. Players are not afraid of death. Their greatest wealth is game points, so there is no scenario of being swindled down the mountain and ambushed for looting corpses. Thus, Li Haibai was easily deceived down the mountain by Ma Jigang. However, after descending, Li Haibai kept asking about the details of the murals, and since Ma Jigang did not have the real murals, he could only rely on his imagination to fabricate the mural content. But such fabrications based purely on conjecture were filled with various loopholes, and Li Haibai quickly noticed something was off. Ma Gu, are you trying to deceive me? We're already off the mountain and out of the Lord's influence. Just tell me what you need to say. But I don't want you to use this kind of trick to deceive me again in the future. You can think my interests are ridiculous, but you can't treat me like a fool. Don't get excited, Haibai. I truly have a major discovery, but I can't discuss it on the mountain, which is why I deceived you down. Ma Jigang had known Li Haibai for a long time. He understood the boy's obsession with mystery worship and deities. According to Li Haibai, he became a professional player just to study different myths and rituals, and being able to enter the game ghosts and deities proved that his choice was indeed very correct. Haibai, do you believe there are really ghosts and deities in this world? I'm talking about the real world. Of course not. Maga, you should believe in science. If there were ghosts and deities in the real world, why would I come to the game? If I give you a chance to become a deity, but you have to face a terrifying world-ending crisis, would you still want to become a deity? Ma Jigang seemed to be chatting casually, but he was fully focused on observing the boy's reaction. Is there a chance of victory? Mago, even hypotheticals need to have some logic. I don't know, but at least your temple will provide you with absolute safe haven. Absolute safe haven. Then the chances are quite high. Alright, Brother Ma, we are already at your hiding place, so just speak your mind. Although Li Haibai found Ma Jigang's questions today somewhat strange, he considered it merely a way for Ma Jigang to bring up a topic of interest to distract him. I've already mentioned it. Huh. Brother Ma, you can't be joking. Ma Jigang did not verbally respond to Li Haibai, but looked directly into his eyes and nodded firmly. Faced with Ma Jigang's sincere and resolute gaze, Li Haibai's previously natural expression gradually became serious, and his slightly trembling hands betrayed the excitement within him. Brother Ma, you must be referring to the background of the game gods and demons clash. I didn't expect such a grand storyline in this game. Of course. Haibai, you wouldn't think I was talking about the real world, would you? Just a moment ago you told me to believe in science, and now you're getting superstitious. Li Haibai's response left Ma Jigang very disappointed. He had thought that this friend obsessed with the mysterious would be the best breakthrough. But he didn't expect that despite his clear hints, Li Haibai still associated the matter of salvation with the game. The fear of knowing the truth about the world and the fervor of receiving a response from the divine temple had previously transformed into an overwhelming excitement, which had brought him with anticipation to meet Li Haibai, but now he felt disheartened. In that moment, Ma Jigang felt that his previous caution and probing seemed ridiculous like a clown, so he forced a smile and shifted the direction of the conversation. How can this be my fault? It's because you, Brother Ma, were too serious earlier. How could I not think more? By the way, Brother Ma, are you asking this because you have already become a deity and discovered the hidden background of the world? Indeed, I unexpectedly obtained the divine seal and traveled to a place called Temple of Observing the Good and Evil of the Three Realms, where I learned some secret information. So Haibai, your brother Ma did not follow the game's guidance, but instead moved ahead of you. Why don't you simply take that mountain, Lord, and become my subjects? Together we will definitely become top-tier players. Sure, but Brother Ma, without task guidance, can your subjects still take on point-earning missions? Hey, this cannot be done for now. So you want to exploit my labor and have me generate power with love? You exaggerate. Your brother Ma is merely in the entrepreneurial stage and indeed needs some investment right now, but once I become a powerful deity, I will definitely appoint you as the enforcement deity general. Huh. The mountain patrol general of the mountain lord and your enforcement deity general, I see you two, are indeed cut from the same cloth. It's true, a person's stance is determined by their rear end. As the two laughed, Li Haibai asked many questions about the divine seal and the temple, while he also provided Ma Jigang with several methods for collecting incense. Ma Jigang expressed his gratitude to Li Haibai, and citing having delayed Li Haibai for a day, gifted him 2 books related to offerings. After watching his friend leave, Ma Jigang sighed deeply. In that moment, he let down his disguise and an unprecedented sense of loneliness enveloped him, while the previous disappointment transformed into profound confusion. I had oversimplified matters. An obsession with mythology does not necessarily mean a willingness to bear the responsibilities of divinity. Perhaps what he seeks are merely the privileges and powers of a deity. After the passionate blood and expectations dissipated, Ma Jigang finally recovered from his previous childish mindset. However, this confrontation with reality did not feel good. He did not even know what to do next. Could it be that I can only passively waiting for the next fortunate one to obtain the divine seal and gamble that this fortunate one will not evade? Ma Jigang knew that such passive waiting was utterly meaningless. He could not expect a plethora of fortunate individuals to appear, nor could he hope that all those who obtained the divine seal would have the courage to face the truth. The conflicting psychology and anxious, confused emotions caused Ma Jigang to lose sleep. Tossing and turning, he picked up the mythological book detailing the origins of the divine seal, hoping that this book, which had granted him miracles, would once again provide him with some inspiration. In the myth of the heavenly ladder, it is recorded that the earliest humans could see far, but the gods feared they would see the divine form, so they eliminated the ability for humans to gaze far. Thus, seers became figures who could see more and further in the myth of the heavenly ladder, akin to prophets. Are you a seer, Brother Ma? Haibai, didn't you leave? The closed door was pushed open from the outside, and a boy named Li Haibai stepped into the candlelit room from the dark world. Yes, I left, but on my way back I kept thinking about what you said today. Brother Ma, your authority is the spectral eye of the ghosts. You must have seen things we cannot see, which is why you talked to me about becoming a deity and salvation today. Since you guessed it and left, why come back? Because my guess is just a guess and I cannot completely trust your words, so I turned back halfway and hid here to see what you would actually do. Brother Ma, tell me the truth now. Let's have an open and honest discussion. Li Haibai's eyes were filled with fervent colors. He hoped for a satisfactory answer from Ma Jigang, as a miracle was right before him, and he wanted to believe in its existence. Are you sure? Once I tell you there's no turning back, to keep the secret, I will kill anyone who might leak it. Of course, in the face of a deity who has descended into reality, I have enough reverence. Moreover, Brother Ma, you have the divine temple as an absolute refuge. You can try to trust me once. Li Haibai did not know how much extraordinary power Ma Jigang possessed in reality, but he understood that even if those extraordinary powers were minimal, killing an ordinary person like him would likely not be difficult. But he was not prepared to back down. In addition to his obsession with miracles, he had seen numerous legends of seers in the myths of various countries in the Tai Star. He believed that similar legends across different cultures concealed the world's secrets. Alright then, my plans have just begun, so it's no harm to tell you. Everything began with this book. That day the divine seal fused with my soul, and as a result I glimpsed the reality of the world. Ma Jigang tried to describe all the anomalies he had witnessed and the grandeur of the temple. Unlike his previous assertiveness in the face of despairing reality, he truly needed a companion. Brother Ma, the authority of the spectral eye of the ghosts allows you to see terrifying spirits, but I estimate that the cultivators on Tai Star won't be so singular. You need to quickly enhance your authority and uncover the hidden truths of Tai Star. And don't view them as terrifying ghosts, instead see them as a divine civilization, i.e. perhaps we live in their breeding ground. That would be even more despairing. No, it is full of hope. Our situation cannot get any worse, and every step we take will lead us to something better. People tend to trust what they see with their own eyes, and players from Taixing are no exception. The authority granted by Zhou Heng revealed to Ma Jigang an unseen layer of reality, naturally reshaping his worldview. In truth, the player's situation was far from secure. Though their world might be formidable, they were not its masters, but merely one link in its vast biological chain. Taixing's humans occupying a low rung of that chain were in essence livestock bred and tended by gods and demons alike. So long as the truth remained unknown, outward tranquility would persist. But the moment Ma Jigang opened his eyes to reality, the seed of rebellion took root. I never imagined players served not only as soldiers invading the Taixing world, but also as reserve sustenance. The plight of Taixing's humanity reminded Zhou Heng of horses, some trained as war steeds to aid human warfare, yet most destined for labor or slaughter. The seed has been sown, now it is time to arm them with swords. Under Zhou Heng's watchful gaze, Ma Jigang and Li Haibai embarked upon their charlatan's pilgrimage. Leveraging players' daily free resurrection ability, they performed in villages across the countryside. When villagers witnessed Ma Jigang, the so-called mute, reviving unscathed each morning after repeated deaths, they gradually came to revere him as an incarnation of divinity. Thus, in the unregulated rural hamlets, Ma Jigang swiftly amassed a devoted following his miraculous rebirths, lending him an aura of sacred invincibility. Though he could not speak to the people of Daki, his silence, punctuated only by occasional gestures, only deepened their conviction that he was divine. Once his accumulated faith reached the threshold, Ma Jigang ascended to a higher divine rank and delegated the authority of the spectral vision art to Li Haibai. Having finally obtained the wondrous power he had long yearned for, Li Haibai rushed back to the real world. In Taixing, a realm steeped in mysticism, he at last beheld the enigmatic and merciless truth. Thanks to his prior mental preparation, though overwhelmed by suffocating dread, he did not succumb to the despair that had once paralyzed Ma Jigang. Tianzhao Sinara, heaven-inspecting divine hall, arbiter of virtue and vice across the three realms. When Li Haibai truly stepped into the divine hall from Taixing, his pent-up soul erupted in sudden release. He laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face. How utterly fascinating! How utterly fascinating! This is the mystery I have long craved. While Ma Jigang and Li Haibai played their roles as sham priests and stirred chaos across the land, Zhou Heng's party at last arrived at Yuyang Commandery. As the nominal highest-ranking military official of the commandery, Zhou Heng received respectful reception from all local factions. Thus, 3 li outside Yuyang City, an official delegation awaited them. Your humble servant Gui Yu, on behalf of all Yuyang's people, respectfully welcomes General Zhao Wu. His Excellency, the prefect and former commander of Yuyang Garrison, have already prepared a banquet within the city. Pray accompany your Excellency into the city. Though Gui Yu had heard the new General Zhao Wu was young, he had not expected him to be so extraordinarily youthful, who, judging by his appearance, Gui Yu suspected the general might be younger than his own son. Wasn't the General Zhao Wu merely scion of a minor aristocratic house? How could he be so young? Had the nobles, having seized control of the court, abandoned even the pretense of propriety? Though Gui Yu brimmed with questions, he dared not voice them outright, and so offered only a perfunctory smile. A pleasure, a pleasure. Thank you, Your Excellency, for guiding us. Yuyang City, a fortified frontier stronghold, lacked the opulence of Daliang City. Its citizens commonly wore swords and daggers, a clear testament to the region's fiercely martial culture. Passing through scarred ramparts and a gate tunnel over 20 meters long, Zhou Heng's party entered the walled city, its skyline studded with numerous watchtowers. Master Guodaliang City's walls are far thinner than Yuyang's. Does Yuyang possess superior fortification techniques? General Zhou, you may not know this. Yuyang City appears singular, but is in fact two concentric cities. The outer wall stands approximately 6 meters thick, the inner 5 meters, separated by a 10-meter gap. Their tight integration creates the illusion of a single fortress, yet structurally it lacks the monolithic strength of Daliang City. General, you must understand, the greatest challenge in wall construction is bearing weight. Dividing the wall into 2 layers serves both defensive enhancement and material economy. Ah, I see. The interstitial gap can also house apertures for archers' fire or spear thrusts, indeed a clever means of reinforcing defense. Precisely. During wartime, legions of militia will occupy the gap to assist in defense. Through this exchange, Guo Yu sensed the youth before him was no ignorant fool. His anxieties eased if only slightly. He feared deeply that Yuyang, the strategic linchpin of the realm, would become mere political currency in the hands of aristocrats recklessly bartered away. And should that happen, the people of Yuyang would bear the cost. Ah, Master Guo, what purpose serve those evenly spaced towers within the city? They are siege towers for close quarters combat, should the city fall, built of solid stone and rammed earth with narrow vertical shafts, permitting only single-file ascent. Yet their broad summits can accommodate 50 archers firing in unison. Do not underestimate them, General. Their modest height belies formidable battlefield efficacy. Have they ever been used? Twice. May your excellency never need them again. Daqi had reigned less than a century. Yuyang, as a vital frontier bastion, tolerated no incompetence. Guo Yu prayed the young general beside him would refrain from rash commands, and thereby preserve Yuyang's inviolability. Rest assured, I am no fool. May your excellency honor these words, and avoid autocratic decree. Your candor is admirable, though perhaps your rank is modest. Humph. After traversing several streets, Zhou Heng at last glimpsed bustling commercial districts, like stepping from a military encampment into civilian life. Citizens flowed past one another purchasing salt, grain, leather goods, and weapons. Do not be startled, General. Yuyang permits bows, arrows, and leather armor. Only iron armor and crossbows are forbidden to civilians. Noticing Zhou Heng's lingering gaze upon weapon shops, Guo Yu assumed he marveled at the ubiquity of arms, and thus clarified Yuyang's fundamental ordinances. Master Guo misunderstands. I know prohibitions must adapt to local conditions. I do not object to civilian arms, but was observing the city god temple. Master Guo, what is the matter with Yuyang's city god temple? I see artisans actively restoring it. Ah, you mean the city god temple. That affair is indeed peculiar. Roughly half a month ago, a torrential rain fell upon Yuyang, and afterward the temple collapsed. Strangely, many nearby residents reported hearing fierce battle cries that very night, including the chilling shout, Yuyang has fallen. Yet when able-bodied men rushed out armed and alert, they found nothing amiss. The next day, the prefect, struck by its uncanny nature, ordered immediate reconstruction. Is something amiss with the temple, General? Gravely amiss. Through Zhou Heng's celestial fortune insight, the newly rebuilt city god temple bore not a trace of golden divine fortune from the Haoyan divine court. General Zhou's presence truly brightens this humble abode. Please take a seat. Your youth and remarkable talents promise that together we can ensure the long-term stability of Yuyang City. General Zhou Heng holds the rank of a 5th-grade Zhao general, theoretically equal to the governor of Yuyang, which is why the governor willingly relinquished the main seat to him as a gesture of welcome. Governor, you are being too courteous. You are older than I and have overseen Yuyang for many years. In every regard, you are my senior. Please do not belittle me and take your seat. Since the general insists, I will not refuse. Please let us both take our seats together. The governor of Yuyang, Shun Yin, realized that the young general was not arrogant, but rather quite sensible, causing his earlier displeasure regarding Zhou Heng's age to dissipate somewhat. I foresee that Yuyang City will struggle to maintain stability in the future. A tall and burly military officer with a rugged beard coldly scoffed, observing the harmonious interaction between the governor and Zhou Heng. Sir Shin, may I ask who this general is? General Zhou, please forgive my ignorance. This is the former Yuyang garrison commander, General Peng Yuanhang. He had to leave Yuyang when you arrived from the capital. However, General Peng had deep feelings for Yuyang after many years of service, so he was in a rather foul mood. General Zhou, please be understanding. I see. It just so happens that I have matters to discuss with General Peng. If he does not wish to leave Yuyang, that would be splendid. I will write a letter to retain him. General Peng Yuanhang, pretending to drink his sorrows away, nearly spat out his drink upon hearing Zhou Heng's words. He was not like the bureaucrat Guo Yu. He knew Zhou Heng's background. Given the current relationship between the Zhou family and the Xian Wuhou family, they could indeed force him to stay as a deputy. General Zhou, please do not joke around. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, but you cannot demote me to be your deputy. I, old Peng, have served in Yuyang City for nearly 8 years. While I may not have accomplishments, I have endured hardships. After finally being promoted, I hope you will kindly let me go. What do you mean, General Peng? Do you view me as a narrow-minded person? You misunderstand. I sincerely wish for you to stay, and as my superior, no less. Zhou Heng looked at Peng Yuanhang earnestly. Since witnessing the calming of the Yuyang City God Temple, he had wanted to retain the original garrison commander and hoped to promote him to a better position. General Zhou, are you not joking? Such matters are no joking matter. General Zhou, you are indeed straightforward. I was rude earlier, allow me to drink 3 cups as an apology. Peng Yuanhang had initially wanted to assert his dominance over the new noble youth, but he did not expect Zhou Heng to possess such a deep background and a strong sense of loyalty. Thus the resentment he initially harbored towards Zhou Heng vanished entirely, and he began to feel that Zhou Heng was someone he could forge a deep friendship with. General Zhou, I appreciate your goodwill, but Yuyang City is small. If I stay, I must be demoted, so I will not remain. Moreover, let me give you a piece of advice. Governor Shun is an exceptionally petty good official. Your days ahead may be quite stifling. General Peng is drunk. General Zhou, do not take it to heart. Governor Shun Yen had been quietly observing the two powerful figures clash while analyzing Zhou Heng's character. Little did he expect that his former colleague would be so unreliable. Is it just because he can write a letter to promote you that you would be swayed? What about your stance? Governor Shin, General Peng, I am not joking. I truly need General Peng to stay. Please listen to my reasons, esteemed seniors. Seeing Zhou Heng's earnestness and unusually formal demeanor, Shin Yan and Peng Yuanhang involuntarily grew serious. They exchanged glances, preparing to hear what this young general had to say. Since my arrival in the city, I have observed that the Yuyang soldiers uphold strict discipline, their weapons sharp, and the archery towers well maintained, each tower conveniently covering a civilian district. All of this underscores the governor's good governance and the garrison commander's military acumen, which is why I wish to retain the general for more important tasks. By the way, both of you are aware of my public identity. Now allow me to discuss another aspect of myself, which is also the reason I wish to retain General Peng. Governor Shun's hand that had been stroking his beard paused slightly as he looked at Zhou Heng suspiciously. Could this General Zhou have a greater background? Peng Yuanhang straightened his back as if to indicate that he was indeed worthy of a higher position and greater responsibilities. In addition to being a court official, I am also a land deity under the city god of the capital. My great-grandfather, the founding general, was the night wanderer of the city god's estate. Upon arriving in Yuyang City, I found that the Yuyang City God Temple lacked any deities, which is why I wish to recommend General Peng to take charge of the temple and protect the people of Yuyang. Moreover, General Peng need not worry that my words carry little weight. Currently, the city god's estate promotes talent based on merit, and given the special circumstances of Yuyang City, as long as I file a report to the underworld, there is a high probability that General Peng will be appointed as the local city god. Peng Yuanhang, who had been sitting upright, suddenly slumped down. He wanted to show a smile, but when it reached his face, it turned into a twisted grimace. At that moment, he was mentally thanking Zhou Heng. Thank you, you truly see potential in me. In reality, I am not as exceptional as you think. We are not familiar, and you do not understand me at all. Peng Yuanhang was not an ignorant person. He had a certain understanding of the divine system. With the previous city god having just passed away, he did not believe his slight stature could intervene in the struggles between the divine and cultivation realms. General Zhou, you jest. Is it not the case that the city god is chosen after death based on merit? I am still alive, which is truly inappropriate. Unlike the bitter-faced Peng Yuanhang, Governor Shun Yen suddenly stood up vigorously. General Zhou, are you serious? I am serious. This matter concerns the people of Yuyang and the divine realm. I would not joke about it. That is good. Truly, heaven does not completely close off opportunities for people. Governor Shin picked up a cup of wine from the table and walked solemnly towards Peng Yuanhang. As he approached, he respectfully bowed and raised the cup high above his head. Please drink, General. Governor, that is a dead end. I cannot drink this wine. Governor Shun Yen waited for a while, as seeing that Peng Yuanhang truly would not drink, he realized that this plan would not work. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his own cup and drank it all. General Zhou, let me give it a try. Without the city god to protect against the demons, they will eventually enter the city. Yuyang City is one of the key strongholds of Daqi's 9 borders, and we cannot afford to lose it. Governor Shin speaks nobly. General Peng has not experienced battles against the divine realm, so it is indeed understandable to have some hesitations. There is no need for both of you to worry. Since I have spoken, there will be more than one solution. What other solutions are there? I will become the city god of Yuyang. Governor Shun will remain in his position, and General Peng will continue to manage military affairs. General's righteousness is beyond my reach. I, Peng Yuan, am willing to stay and assist the general in guarding Yuyang. Peng Yuanhang initially thought that Zhou Heng was deliberately raising his status and trying to set him up, but he didn't expect Zhou Heng to be willing to personally take on the dangerous position of city god. When a person truly sacrifices themselves for righteousness, even those around them, despite their disagreement, will have a moment of admiration for them. Xin Yan and Peng Yuanhang had no conflict of interest with Zhou Heng, thus they held great respect for the young general before them. Good, with General Peng's assistance, Yuyang City will surely be safe. On the way to Yuyang, Zhou Heng had already planned his next steps. He himself was not proficient in ancient military command and did not wish for his arrival to cause issues in the well-defended Yuyang City. Therefore, from the very beginning, he intended to keep the original Yuyang garrison general in place. Later, upon seeing that the Yuyang City God Temple had no deity present, this idea became even more resolute. Originally, Zhou Heng wanted the original garrison general to temporarily take on the role of city god to maintain the balance of order between the realms of Yin and Yang in Yuyang. Now that Peng Yuanhang had clearly rejected this proposal, Zhou Heng could not let the non-combatant governor Shen take on the role of city god, so he planned to shoulder this position himself. My lords Heng will simultaneously submit a petition to the court and the city god office. We will be colleagues for a long time to come. It is an honor for us to work with General Zhou. Feel free to submit your petition. To be honest, the world is quite chaotic right now, and under normal circumstances, I would not wish to leave the familiar Yuyang city. A welcoming banquet turned into a meeting to establish the order of Yin and Yang in Yuyang, but the three present were quite satisfied. If all goes well, both realms of Yin and Yang in Yuyang city will fall under their control, making it perhaps a safe haven in this increasingly chaotic time. In the capital Daliang city at the residence of the Marquis of Xinwu, Henger is truly a thoughtful person. I was originally worried that his youthful arrogance would impact state affairs, but it seems I was overly concerned. What happened, my lord? Did the nephew of Minister Zhou do something good? The Marquis of Xinwu He Hong's exclamation caught the attention of his wife, Shui, who knew her husband seldom praised relatives in private. Indeed, Henger asked me to keep the original Yuyang garrison general, stating that due to his youth and inexperience in military affairs, he wished for the original garrison general to continue managing Yuyang's military matters to prevent loss in such a crucial area. There are many power seekers and few willing to delegate. This Zhou family's second son seems to be a wise person. Indeed, in this way he will not miss out on any credit, and the court should first hold the original Yuyang garrison general accountable. Henger truly is a clever person who understands when to advance and when to retreat. Zhou Heng's previous initiative to relinquish his military power in the capital garnered a glance from He Hong, but He Hong did not expect him to dare keep the deeply entrenched garrison general in Yuyang. He is indeed a talented person, and my lord should have kept him by his side from the start. In any case, it's better than that arrogant fellow He Wei. He cannot stay. The smarter subordinates should be sent to the localities. As long as they can control real power locally, it is far more useful than staying in the capital. Moreover, the Zhou family is deeply bound to us, and if any changes occur in the capital, Henger will also be one of our routes of retreat. He Hong initially worked hard to promote Zhou Heng's official position, not merely because of Zhou Heng's initiative to cede power. His greater intention was to use this opportunity to let his faction gain more military power, and it now appeared that Zhou Heng indeed did not disappoint his expectations. In his view, showing one's brilliance immediately upon going to that unfamiliar place would be a poor strategy. The best strategy should be to display a gentle and cooperative demeanor, ensuring that he stabilizes his position and establishes influence before vying for power. My lord, will there really be changes in the capital? This is not something the court can decide. The city god office is in the capital, providing us with protection, yet it is also the source of turmoil. Reports from local spies indicate that many county city god temples have collapsed. The situation of the divine path is difficult. Without the protection of the divine path, those with great abilities among the immortals and demons will directly govern humanity. Indeed, the human path and divine path benefit mutually. Coupled with the fairness and impartiality of the heavenly emperor, this is how we have a prosperous human era. If other forces become the new rulers, humanity may very well become slaves and food. Though Shui is a noblewoman from a deep courtyard, she is originally the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Wei, thus she is not entirely ignorant of the divine path. Since marrying into the Marquis of Xinwu's residence, her husband, He Hong, had also educated her on the connection between the divine and human paths, which made her understand the roots of peace for the great Qi and humanity. In the face of the great changes influencing heaven and earth, we can only drift along with the current. Having sent Yuner to Qingyang Palace and Yi to Talon Temple, there is not much more we can do now. Wait, the forces of the immortal and Buddhist paths are not weak. If these two paths gain power, the human path can continue to be maintained. The changes of a local garrison general are completely minor issues for someone of He Hong's status. When his report is submitted to the court, Peng Yuanhong, the garrison of Yuyang, will no longer need to be transferred elsewhere. In the inner city of Daliang at the city god office, King Fuming Ling received Zhou Heng's petition earlier than He Hong, but he was somewhat hesitant. Summon the night wanderer, Zhou Su, to the office. Yes. Upon hearing the summons from the city god night wanderer, Zhou Su did not dare to delay and immediately put down his patrol work and followed the Yin officers to the office of the city god. Zhou Su, I have heard that you have a descendant named Zhou Heng. Reporting to the city god, there is indeed a great-grandson named Zhou Heng. At the time, he coincidentally condensed the Yin spirit, and to ensure his survival, I sought a land god seal for him. This matter was entirely handled by Judge Wu Master Lu, and Zhou Heng was also ordered to eradicate the 5 paths immoral cult. His background is correct. Zhou Su, do you think Zhou Heng is trustworthy? Facing the imposing city god, Zhou Su did not dare to conceal anything. He first recounted everything he knew about Zhou Heng, and then reported back to the city god that he believed Zhou Heng should be trustworthy. Zhou Heng has submitted a petition stating that there are no deities in the Yuyang city god temple. He wishes to temporarily take on the role of city god to maintain stability in the area. What does the night wanderer think? Absurd. He has neither fortune nor governance experience. How could he serve as a city god of a county? Please reject his request, city god. Since Zhou Su had previously sent a land god seal to Zhou Heng, he had rarely contacted him, so he did not even know that his descendant had already risen to the position of general of the Great Qi, a 5th rank official. He possesses fortune now. He is a 5th rank official with real power in the Great Qi. With no deities in the Yuyang City God office, he can build a new administrative system according to his understanding. Zhou Su, let me ask you, if the City God office needs him to become the City God, do you think he can handle it? If the City God office has such a need, he naturally cannot shirk his responsibility. Are you sure? He is only 16 this year. Are you not afraid he will be attacked by evil spirits? He is the land god, and also a Great Qi official occupying both the divine and human paths. How could he possibly retreat? The capital City God's mansion was severely understaffed, or rather the entire divine bureaucracy was facing a critical shortage of personnel. Yet the capital City God could not arbitrarily elevate mortals to divinity, for the current celestial order demanded warriors capable of combat, not ordinary civilians unskilled in strife. Thus, upon receiving Zhou Heng's petition, the capital City God granted him an opportunity to prove himself. His hesitation stemmed only from fear that Zhou Heng might become mere expendable fodder, ascending to office only to fall days later beneath a demonic assault. Such concern was not unfounded. The previous Yuyang City God had been a renowned martial general of the Great Qi dynasty, elevated through the official City God examination. His name was Yang Jingyan, a famed paragon of valor in the mortal realm. Yet he proved ill-suited to divine warfare, for the methods of demons and spirits bore little resemblance to earthly combat. Though he fought with undiminished courage after ascension, he still perished, and so did every one of his former elite guards now serving as underworld enforcers who fell alongside him in that fateful battle. Your Excellency, the capital City God, I have previously discussed the world's shifting balance with Zhou Heng. He understands the dire straits of the divine path, and having dared to seek the mantle of City God, he has already steeled his heart for what lies ahead. Very well. Then let Zhou Heng, formerly Lord of the Land, be ordained City God of Yuyang Prefecture. At the moment the capital City God rendered his final decree, his divine seal blazed with sacred radiance and imprinted itself upon the edict. Simultaneously, Zhou Heng's land god's sigil transformed into a City God's sigil, and a cascade of unfamiliar divine authorities manifested before him. Moreover, a torrent of potent divine energy surged forth from the newly forged City God sigil, refined, pure, and profoundly concentrated. I am deeply grateful for your Excellency's trust. I shall devote myself utterly to safeguarding this land and its people. The instant the sigil shifted, Zhou Heng knew the capital City God had accepted his petition, and thus he became the City God of Yuyang Prefecture. We pay our deepest homage to your divine eminence, and henceforth entrust the safety and welfare of Yuyang's people to your protection. Governor Shun and General Peng had been discussing Yuyang's defenses with Zhou Heng, when without warning Zhou Heng rose midair and performed a solemn celestial bow. Upon completing the gesture, the gentle youth before them transmuted, his bearing now august, his presence radiant with sacred authority. Witnessing this, Shun and Peng instantly grasped that Zhou Heng had ascended. They rose at once and bowed with reverent humility. Esteemed colleagues need not stand on ceremony. Your continued support in nurturing the City God's incense offerings will be indispensable. Your divine eminence may rest assured. We shall immediately institute a City God festival throughout the city. To accelerate your restoration of divine faculties, Yuyang will host a grand celebration every 10 days and a full-scale temple fair each month. Does this arrangement meet with your approval? This is acceptable. I thank you both sincerely. It is our solemn duty, your divine eminence. No thanks are necessary. Though Zhou Heng insisted they need not observe such formality, Shun and Peng maintained unwavering deference throughout, stripped entirely of the easy camaraderie they'd shared before. They understood clearly the man who had chatted with them as General Zhao Wu was Zhou Heng. The being now enthroned as Yuyang's City God was also Zhou Heng. Yet these two were worlds apart, though bound by a single name. If your divine eminence has no further commands, we shall respectfully withdraw to prepare the festival. Very well. Watching them depart with profound reverence, Zhou Heng knew their future encounters would never again be marked by casual banter or shared wine. That single City God sigil had not only transformed his station, it had irrevocably reshaped his standing in Shun and Peng's eyes. Your Excellency, have I ever shown disrespect toward the City God? Indeed you have, though you've already forgotten. On the very day the City God first arrived in Yuyang, you uttered words most unbecoming. Rest easy, you're beyond redemption now. Fretting serves no purpose. Your Excellency jests. The City God embodies sublime grace and magnanimity. How could such a lofty deity possibly take offense at a humble soul like me? That remains uncertain. You, however, are plump and robust, a perfect candidate for sacrifice to establish divine authority. Peng Yuanhang muttered softly under his breath, then fell silent, offering no further retort to Shun Yan. Since you hold the City God's majesty in such high esteem, why did you refuse his earlier recommendation? Brother Shen, cease your teasing. I fear no battlefield nor shirk frontier defense, but resisting demons. That lies beyond my capacity. Even Yang Jingyan, the valiant City God before us, met his end despite his legendary prowess. I doubt I surpass even Yang Jingyan of the Xinguo Marquisate. So if he failed, how could I succeed? Precisely. Thus he is divine, we remain mortal. When the highest local authority resolves to act, and the cause is just, all regional resources swiftly converge upon that endeavor. Under Governor Shun and General Peng's orders, every official across Yuyang Prefecture was mobilized. Proclamations appeared overnight plastered across every street and alleyway. On the day of last month's torrential rains, demons breached the city walls and wreaked havoc. Yet the city god descended in radiant splendor, shielding all citizens. In gratitude for his boundless compassion, Yuyang shall host a grand city god festival 3 days hence. All residents are required to offer incense on the festival day. The city god's vast impartial benevolence shall surely protect those who worship with sincere devotion. This decree is issued personally by the governor. Compliance is mandatory. Though Yuyang's populace was famously fierce, its location on the frontier, where conscription and death in battle loomed ever near, had instilled deep preoccupation with matters beyond death. Under the authoritative summons of Governor Xinyan, a figure widely revered, even skeptics who disbelieved in gods or ghosts visited the city god temple to offer humble sticks of native incense seeking inner peace. And for those who already believed in the spirit realm, the response was all the more fervent. So much so that even before the festival commenced, the Yuyang city god temple had already blossomed into a thriving center of incense offerings. Yet for Zhou Heng, this influx of incense energy was merely ornamental, a pleasant enhancement. What truly mattered was the refined divine energy transmitted directly to him through the city god's sigil by the capital city god. This high-grade purified energy constituted the capital city god's allocation for establishing Zhou Heng's divine domain. Yet Zhou Heng had no intention of using it to forge his domain's outer structure. For this energy born of crystallized devotion was exceptionally stable and equally susceptible to direct absorption and control. Thus Zhou Heng simply drew it in through his Yin spirit. Under its influence, his low-dimensional soul repeatedly shattered prior energetic thresholds, until his divinity attribute soared to a staggering 35 points. The opulence of the divine path lives up to its reputation. For most deities, absorbing pure divine energy directly is wasteful. They possess abundant incense, yet stable domain-forging energy remains exceedingly rare. Zhou Heng differed fundamentally. Constrained deities limited in energy, focused on constructing impregnable outer barriers, walls of bronze and iron, for their domains. But Zhou Heng, whose energy reserves approached infinity, chose instead a strategy of overwhelming volume, fashioning a fortress-like city god domain nearly solid throughout. Neither approach was inherently superior, but Zhou Heng's method suited him perfectly. Demons would find it nearly impossible to breach his domain where every inch was reinforced barrier. Let me examine the authorities embedded within the city god sigil. These will complete and perfect my divine path. Zhou Heng knew his cultivation path suffered a glaring deficiency, a severe lack of offensive and defensive divine authorities. Now with full city god authorities at his command, those deficiencies would vanish. True, the authorities delegated by the capital city god were restricted to this realm, but in Zhou Heng's hands they were different. Radiated by his transcendent, high-dimensional true spirit, every authority he conferred would transform into genuine cross-realm divine techniques. Under the jurisdiction of the city god are the civil and military judges, various divine officials, General Gan, Lu General Fan, Siet General Nyoma the Day and Night Wandering deities, and General Jiasu. Among them, the county city god oversees 3 departments, the prefectural city god oversees 6 departments, and the capital city god oversees 12 departments. The 12 departments of the city god are namely the Yinyang department, the rapid reporting department, the merit and demerit department, the blessings department, the pestilence department, the response department, the sin department, the merit assessment department, the record of merits department, the affairs department, the prison department. Simultaneously, the 12 departments of the city god also reflect his authority, with Zhou Heng serving as the city god of Yuyang Prefecture, commanding the powers of the 6 departments under the city god. Through Zhou Heng's arrangements, his newly acquired powers include communication between the realms of Yin and Yang, the enhancement of blessings and fortunes, the safeguarding of the land and its people, the judgment of sins and penalties, the governance of lost souls, and the dispelling of ailments and emergencies. Since the city god emphasizes local governance, most of his powers relate to good and evil, blessings and calamities, but this does not imply that the city god's combat abilities are lacking. As a local official within the Yin department system, the city god possesses, in addition to his regular Yin department, powers the universal functions of purifying incense and forging divine power. With this enhancement, the power possessed by the city god is no longer merely the force of incense. He also wields a more concentrated and powerful divine strength. With divine power at work, authorities like judgment of sins and penalties unleash exceptionally powerful forces. Any life-bearing sins will be restrained to varying degrees by the city god. As for powers such as safeguarding the land and its people, not only can they protect the citizens under the city god's rule, but they also enable the city god to possess formidable defensive capabilities within his territory or jurisdiction. Overall, the city god can be likened to a local lord within the Yin department system. His powers allow for self-sufficiency and the ability to establish his own small realm of Yin. The emergence of new Yin department powers will enrich the functions under Zhou Heng's divine path, and make them resemble genuine deities even more. Thus, Zhou Heng swiftly incorporated these newly acquired powers into his divine system, and his subordinates would gradually obtain the authorization of these powers as they advanced in their divine positions. After analyzing the newly acquired powers, Zhou Heng began constructing his own city-god jurisdiction with a soul strength of 35 points attributed to the god attribute, far surpassing the incense offered by ordinary citizens. With Zhou Heng's unrestrained investment of soul power, his city-god jurisdiction is rapidly taking shape. The new city-god jurisdiction boasts hundreds of layers of jurisdictional barriers. For instance, with Zhou Heng's power, as a prefectural city god, a typical prefectural city god would find it nearly impossible to shake this terrifying augmented defense. The benefits of layered jurisdictional barriers are evident, but their drawbacks are significant. A normal city god could not possibly support a jurisdiction of this scale. The reason is the excessive consumption. Doing so with the incense income of a city god would undoubtedly be suicidal. However, this type of jurisdiction is well suited for Zhou Heng, who possesses nearly infinite energy. For him, maintaining the new city god jurisdiction is almost no different from maintaining a regular land jurisdiction. In the first year of Yong'an, on November 22nd, the entire Yuyang city stirred to life even before dawn. A large number of Yuyang citizens spontaneously left their homes in groups towards the city god temple, while officials of all ranks in Yuyang city dared not be negligent, arriving at the city god temple in the early hours to wait. This was not due to their piety, but because the governor of Yuyang, Shun Yin, and the defending general Peng Yuanhong had arrived early at the city god temple, compelling them to act with greater enthusiasm. Governor, look at how seriously the citizens regard the city god celebration. Do you think the revered deity will be pleased with the scale of the celebration? He should be pleased. We are sincere enough and the citizens are sufficiently respectful. The previous city god never received such treatment from the revered deity. Indeed, in times of clarity, who knows the value of reincarnation? Now that a crisis is upon us, the reincarnation department has become the refuge we need most. Peng Yuanhang was unafraid of death. He understood that mortals inevitably face death, but he feared that his soul would become fodder for evil spirits after his death, leading to a fate of eternal damnation. Thus, he eagerly anticipated Zhou Heng bringing a new order to Yuyang and hoped that Zhou Heng would remain safe and secure, not being attacked or killed by demons. By the way, General Peng, how is the preparation of the messengers going? No problem. The revered deity said that there are many souls of the brave who died in battle protected by abundant incense in Yuyang's loyal martyrs cemetery. Those soldier souls are the best candidates for messengers. In a few days, the revered deity will summon them to the city god mansion for service. That's good. I will write to the revered deity shortly to see if we can have those soldier souls with families manifest during the celebration. This would enhance the cohesion of Yuyang's military and civilians and provide a large number of devout believers for the revered deity. That's a good idea. Those who died on the battlefield and were posthumously deified, as long as this is implemented, Yuyang will become the earthly divine kingdom of the revered deity, and all the citizens of Yuyang will become subjects of the revered deity. Governor Shun Yin did not appear as kind as he seemed. He was not a diehard loyalist of the Deqi court. His life ambition was to be a good official who benefits the country and the people, which is why Yuyang city remained stable during the turmoil of Deqi. However, when better options arise, he would not blindly prioritize the Deqi court. If the city god could provide protection for Yuyang during the chaotic rise of demons, he would be willing to lead the people of Yuyang to become subjects of the city god. At the Yuyang city god temple, Shun Yin respectfully performed 3 bows while holding 3 sticks of sandalwood incense. Revered deity, I humbly request that the deification of the valiant soldiers who died in battle could showcase your benevolence. This will surely win the hearts of the Yuyang citizens, and such an act will aid the prosperity of your divine path. Please bestow your compassion and blessings. Good. The original city god system did not recommend excessive interference in mortal affairs, but now that the heavenly emperor was trapped in the battlefield, the capital city god had no choice but to grant greater autonomy to the city gods across various regions. The Yuyang city god mansion, where Zhou Heng took office, had no deity residing in it before, meaning there were no conservative forces to hinder him, allowing him to act entirely according to his own will. Therefore, Zhou Heng planned to take a bold approach. He wanted the citizens of Yuyang to clearly understand the existence of the city god and provide them with a beautiful spiritual anchor. With this determination, Zhou Heng's spirit detached from his physical body and headed to the loyal martyrs cemetery in Yuyang. All lost souls heed my command. This mansion serves as the city god of Yuyang Prefecture, with responsibilities for governing lost souls and judging sins and penalties. In recognition of your loyalty in protecting the nation and borders and your bravery in dying on the battlefield, I hereby confer upon you the title of messengers and ghost soldiers of the city god mansion. We thank the revered deity for your compassionate salvation and are willing to heed all your commands. Although the soldiers in the loyal martyrs cemetery had already perished, they maintained the management state of a military camp, patrolling in an orderly fashion under the command of various officers. In the center of the cemetery, there was a group of souls who appeared dazed and lifeless like puppets. They were the first batch of soldier souls to enter the cemetery. As time passed, even though the cemetery received incense offerings from citizens, they lost all emotions, becoming hollow shells. Originally, the city god of Yuyang would periodically dispatch messengers to lead these empty souls into the underworld for reincarnation. However, since the fall of the city god last month, this group of soldier souls has lost their final resting place, much like abandoned wandering souls. Thus, when Zhou Heng appeared in a red robe radiating infinite divine light, they eagerly hoped that this unfamiliar deity would redeem their souls. When they heard that the golden red deity intended to confer upon them the title of messengers and ghost soldiers of the city god mansion, they knew that the long-awaited redemption had finally arrived. The melodious ringing of bells echoed from the city god temple of Yuyang, marking the official beginning of the celebration to honor the city god. Under the leadership of the local governor Shun Yin, the officials of Yuyang first bowed respectfully, then collectively chanted the city god's sutra for dispelling calamities and gathering blessings. The common folk of Yuyang followed suit in their reverent gestures and prayers, though most did not comprehend the scriptures for honoring the city god, resorting instead to simple words of blessing. These prayers, whether sincere or not, combined with the burning of various incense, transformed into a powerful essence of incense that was absorbed by Zhou Heng's ethereal body. As the ceremonial rites commenced, Zhou Heng collected a substantial amount of incense, far surpassing the offerings made by the people in the preceding days. Among the continually gathering incense, myriad emotions such as infatuation, love, resentment, reverence, and sincerity intertwined, and in the midst of this incense, Zhou Heng's ethereal form gradually became majestic and sacred. Zhou Heng gazed at the devout populace and tossed a talisman of incense towards the direction of the loyal martyrs' cemetery. The talisman manifested in the air, resembling a fiery golden-red flame as it streaked across the sky above Yuyang. What is that, a falling star? So beautiful, could that be the legendary Li Hua Feng Miao? The city god has manifested. That flame flew from the city god temple. It must be the city god revealing his divine presence to subdue demons. In the dim light of dawn, Zhou Heng's talisman, propelled by the authority of communicating yin and yang, emitted brilliant colors that captivated the attention of the citizens. The people of Yuyang had never witnessed such beautiful firework-like flames. The talisman's passage through the sky struck their hearts with awe. Accompanying the flight of the talisman, the sound of war drums echoed from the loyal martyrs' cemetery. That sound, though distant, resonated as if it were ringing in the ears of the Yuyang populace, the familiar beat of the war drums transporting them back to the battlefield. In that moment, instead of preparing for battle as they should have, they stood in a daze, staring towards the direction of the loyal martyrs' cemetery. They beheld countless soldiers resembling evil spirits with severed limbs marching in orderly formation towards the city god temple. The various buildings and houses along the way posed no hindrance. They walked through walls, emerging on the other side. At the same time, the previously unremarkable clay statue of the city god suddenly radiated brilliance, its intense light surpassing even that of the newly risen sun, enveloping the entire city of Yuyang in a sacred golden glow. Under the illumination of the divine light, the soldiers, resembling evil spirits, gradually transformed into the appearance of normal humans, their once pale and blood-stained faces regaining the vitality characteristic of the living. In the radiance of Zhou Heng's communication of yin and yang authority, the sacredness of the city god temple and the forms of the soldier spirits made their first appearance before the eyes of the people of Yuyang. Panzi, is that you? I am your mother. Do you remember me? My poor son, are you not being bullied over there? De Young, over here, come to your father. Let me see you one more time. Lucen, you heartless man, how could you abandon us and run off to find peace by yourself? Do you know how many times a Zhu has begged me for her father? You heartless man, go in peace. The 6,000 soldier spirits still retaining consciousness were all Yuyang soldiers who had perished in battle in the past decade. Most of their loved ones were still alive, and they yearned every moment to see their children, husbands, and fathers once more. Now these once missing souls emerged from their small graves, reappearing before their loved ones, stirring a wave of emotions. Facing the crowd filled with sorrow and joy, the officer leading the soldier spirits, Kai Rubai, vigorously waved the nearly 10-meter-high talisman of incense in his hand. By the command of the city god, allow the soldiers to return home for a visit. Assemble in 1 hour. Those who disobey will be sent back to the cemetery and never be summoned again. Thank you, city god, for your mercy. Thank you, commander, for your grace. Zhou Heng's command gave all soldier spirits the opportunity to reunite with their loved ones. After more than a decade confined within the earthen mounds of the cemetery, they had a heart full of words they longed to say to their families. Thus, when Zhou Heng's command was issued, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards the divine for the mercy, and then, filled with anticipation and excitement, they made their way towards their former homes. Dong dong. Who is it? The door is unlocked. Come in. Kai Rubai pushed open the familiar yet strange door, having wished countless times after his death to return to this small courtyard. Now he finally had. Mother, your unfilial son has made you suffer. The elderly Kai Popa squinted at the doorway, reaching for a small box beside her pillow, thinking it was her granddaughter come to beg for money to buy candied hawthorn. But she did not expect that the one who entered was a resolute-looking armored general, whose face she felt she had seen before, resembling her son from 7 years ago during the war. When Kai Rubai knelt down repeatedly bowing, Kai Papa finally confirmed that the armored general was indeed her son. Rubai, have you come to take mother away? I have waited so long for you. Come, mother will go with you now. Mother, your unfilial son has come to see you. Take care of your health. I will come to see you every day from now on. What nonsense, mother is not foolish. My son Rubai has long since died. Since you have come to see me, are you not here to take mother away? No matter what, this time you must take mother with you. I have lived long enough. If not for worrying about your two children, I would have sought you long ago. Kai Papa trembled as she stood wanting to touch her son again. Kai Rubai immediately sprang up to assist his elderly mother, but he was unable to do so, for his seemingly normal form was but an embodiment of his soul. Mother, live well. Oh, as long as you are alive, your son can come to see you every day. I have made something of myself now. The city god is promoting me to become an official, and from now on I will patrol Yuyang with my soldiers every day. Fearing that Kai Papa would continue to be despondent, Kai Rubai hastily shifted the topic to share the good news of his appointment to the city god's office. Do not deceive me, my son. Will the city god truly summon you to serve? I would not dare to deceive you, mother. The city god not only summoned me, but also summoned thousands of soldier spirits from the Loyal Martyrs Cemetery. By now the entire Yuyang city should know of this news. Today is the city god's celebration. It is the city god's divine will that has allowed us to return home for a visit. Without the city god's decree, even if I stood before you, you would not see me. The city god is merciful, my son. Why has the city god summoned you to serve? Is there going to be war in the underworld? Kai Rubai had also been summoned to serve due to urgent war circumstances. Although he later rose to the position of officer, due to his bravery, he ultimately perished in battle. Kai Papa feared for her son's life. Once more, given a choice, she would prefer her son to reincarnate safely. Mother, the former city god who protected the people of Yuyang died in battle a month ago. The current city god requires me to fight against demons or subdue evil spirits. I must go. In human wars, defeat merely leads to death, but in the underworld, defeat is intolerable, for otherwise the townsfolk would have no resting place after death. Then go, my son. We young people are not afraid of the northern barbarians while alive, nor do we fear those demons and evil spirits in death. The divine manifestation of the city god and the return of fallen soldiers to visit their families. These two miraculous events utterly transformed Yuyang City. Overnight, the city god temple became the liveliest place in Yuyang. Elders led children in gratitude for the city god's boundless compassion, while others offered sacrifices hoping their offspring might fare well within the city god's sacred domain. Still others knelt reverently in prayer, vowing to fight valiantly for Yuyang, and beseeching the city god to grant them eternal vigilance over the city after death. Faced with such widespread divine revelation, even the staunchest skeptics could no longer deny the city god's profound mercy. Thus Yuyang City was rapidly transforming into Zhou Heng's terrestrial divine realm, where his decrees now held greater authority over its people than those of the Great Qi imperial court. Amid this fervent devotion, the fighting spirit of Yuyang soldiers surged dramatically. The city had truly become an unshakable bastion, united in purpose between military and civilian alike. The scale of the divine manifestation was simply too vast. Within 2 days, all 650 citizens of Yuyang knew the full truth behind the miracle. Through their hymns and oral traditions, a mythos centered on Zhou Heng took definitive shape. Within the legend of the city god's divine manifestation, Zhou Heng beheld another Yuyang city. When Zhou Heng's consciousness entered the narrative world of the city god's divine manifestation, his transcendent true spirit's observation imbued that world with tangible reality. As the absolute core of this narrative world, he effortlessly assumed total dominion over every facet of its existence. Through prodigious expenditure of soul energy, he reshaped the story world's Yuyang city into the city god realm. The first inhabitants of this city god realm were the 6,000 souls of soldiers sworn to the city god's bureau. Zhou Heng fused their spirits with the bodies they inhabited within the tale, thereby birthing a unique life form native to the realm itself. By decree, Kai Rubai shall serve as the day patrol deity, commanding 2,000 spectral troops to patrol the city by day and safeguard its people. Jiang Haoshuan shall serve as the night patrol deity, commanding 2,000 spectral troops to repel demonic incursions by night and guard against barbarian assaults. Yin Feng shall serve as the shackles general, commanding 2,000 spectral troops to administer punishment, enforce justice, and subdue malevolent ghosts and demons. We accept this mandate. We shall not fail our divine sovereign. Under Zhou Heng's command, the 6,000 spectral soldiers swiftly assumed their designated duties, commencing their patrols and defensive watch. With these 6,000 spectral troops now stationed within the city god realm, Yuyang City's defensive strength across both the mortal and spiritual realms underwent a qualitative leap. Demons and monsters found it nearly impossible to slay these spectral soldiers, who existed outside the fabric of the Great Qi world. Their sole recourse was to assault Zhou Heng's multi-layered fortress-like sacred domain. Barring confrontation with exceptionally powerful demons, the rate at which the sacred domain sustained damage would likely lag far behind Zhou Heng's capacity to restore it. At present, aside from the capital city god temple in Daliang City, Zhou Heng's sacred domain stood as the most impregnable divine territory within the entire city god system. Thus, though newly established, his city god temple had already taken firm root in this world. Shower, hurry, and prepare the sacrificial meal. The city god will pass our door during his daytime patrol. Take your younger brother and offer incense at the threshold. He will see you both. Yes, grandmother. You saw father the day before yesterday. Was he stern and imposing? I long so much to see him too. I have so much I wish to tell him. You will, child. The city god is merciful. He permits meritorious underworld officers to be enshrined with statues in his temple. Once your father earns such honor, you may visit him daily at the city god temple. Wonderful. May father achieve merit and receive enshrinement soon. As Kai Rubwa led his spectral troops past the street before his own home, he saw his aged mother and wife kneeling at the threshold with 2 small children offering incense. General of the Day Patrol, shall we pause briefly to rest the troops? No. Duty comes first. We must guard all of Yuyang City. Never let trivialities weaken our resolve. A gentle breeze stirred the incense smoke, and Kai's grandmother's family seemed to hear the soft rhythmic tread of armored footsteps passing beside them. The 2 children prostrate upon the ground glimpsed, through hazy vision, a general clad in armor smiling down at them. He bore no air of severity, instead his warmth and kindness radiated profound tranquility. Grandmother, I almost saw father. I didn't see him. I only saw a general smiling gently. Foolish child, that is your father. He has always been a gentle man. Kai Rubo's experience was no anomaly. Along their patrol route, the spectral troops encountered countless families performing roadside rites. Some were kin of ordinary spectral soldiers, others relatives of officers, still others mourners whose loved ones' souls had long since passed into the netherworld. They prayed with hope, hoping their departed kin might witness their enduring love. The sudden divine manifestation of the city god had kindled hope among Yuyang's people and brought grave complications for the demons who had slain the former city god. Yusha, what in Yuyang is happening? We are about to dispatch the Heishui Mo southward, yet now a new city god has emerged there. You know well that the Heishui Mo's elite warriors rely entirely upon shamanic totems. If the Yuyang city god seizes this as pretext to intervene in human warfare, the Heishui Mo will never breach Yuyang's walls. Zihui, this is not my fault. I warned you then we should have slaughtered Yuyang's populace outright. You forbade it, and insisted instead on manipulating human civil war, thus bringing us to this pass. Foolish. With spiritual energy dwindling across the world, human incense offerings constitute precious energy. Slay them all, and what remains for us to conquer in the great Qi realm? Moreover, the divine path retains formidable combat power. Should we dare strike at its foundations, its deities would turn their wrath upon us and annihilate us without mercy. Yusha, our Heishui demon territory must never act as the spearhead. That principle should be self-evident to you. On a mountain near Yuyang City, a colossal purple-black horned serpent and a rat the size of a tiger gazed from afar upon the city, bathed in the city god's radiant divine light. So what do you propose? Shall we storm the city god temple again? Yet if another new city god appears in days' time, what then? Yusha, divine growth demands immense time. The capital city god temple commands only a limited number of high-tier deities. A border region like Yuyang scarcely warrants heavy defensive investment. Then kill this new city god. Kill him. If he proves a formidable adversary, we shall withdraw and seek easier prey, but if he is merely a pretender elevated through the city god examination, we shall destroy him. Very well. I shall gather my progeny immediately. Tonight we storm the Yuyang city god temple. The serpent and the rat believed their plot remained utterly concealed, but under Zhou Heng's destiny perceiving their reconnaissance had been exposed from the very beginning. As dusk approached, a vast host of demons gathered upon that mountain. Their collective fate coalesced into an inauspicious cloud of blackish-gray qi, within which the phantoms of a giant rat and a horned python endlessly rose and fell. So they come. Their resolve to strike at the divine path is indeed unwavering. Excellent. I too wish to test their mettle. My sacred domain and the city god realm are long overdue for their first trial by fire. In the dead of night, a torrential rain suddenly descended upon Yuyang City. This rain was akin to the heavy downpour that occurred a month ago, during which the former Yuyang city god and his underworld officials all perished. This time it was Zhou Heng and his spectral soldiers' turn. All generals heed my command. The black water demons are attacking. This office will temporarily open the channel of divine power. With the enhancement of the divine power channel, you need not worry about energy depletion. I hope you will bravely fight to protect Yuyang. We accept the command and vow to protect the deity and defend Yuyang with our lives. Zhou Heng had only recently been appointed as the city god, and naturally, he did not possess enough incense divine power to squander on his subordinate spectral soldiers. However, he had sufficient soul power. The divine power manifests in various forms depending on its purity, and these spectral soldiers were unable to discern the difference between high-quality soul power and divine power. When Zhou Heng opened the energy channel for his subordinates through the city god seal, a continuous and almost boundless force descended upon all the spectral soldiers. At that moment, the spectral soldiers felt as if they possessed infinite stamina, and with this surge of power, they could fight indefinitely. Victory! Victory! The morale of the spectral soldiers in the city god realm soared, and they were ready to conquer the demons. Yusha, something feels off. I noticed it too. Yuyang City has only ordinary soldiers patrolling. Is it possible that the new city god has no spectral officials available? A snake and a rat maneuvered through the rain on a wave of demonic wind, and at this moment the rain intensified due to the wind. That should not be the case. My descendants are scattered throughout Yuyang City, and they informed me that the city god summoned a large batch of soldier souls from the loyal and righteous cemetery to fill the office in recent days. It seems that the soldier souls being new to the spectral soldiers are likely to be of low combat effectiveness. I guess the Yuyang City god has included them in special training within the divine realm. Then we can catch them all at once and see who dares to take the position of city god in Yuyang next time. Very well. Since we are here, we might as well test the strength of the new city god. A black demonic wind rushed into Yuyang City, but once it entered it suddenly vanished. Again with this trick. The last time Yang Jingyan, the former city god of Yuyang, opened his divine realm to let us in, and now the new city god does the same. Do they not realize that relying on the divine realm for defense is the best strategy? Why abandon a favorable position for trivial gains? Yusha, you do not understand. The city god fears that we might take advantage of the situation to harass the citizens, which is why he has to include us in the divine realm. The rat demon Zhou sensed the faint scent of incense power in the city god's realm and felt that the attempt to assassinate the city god was assured. This new city god truly lacked foundation. His incense power probably could not even establish a divine office. Let us proceed. The scent of incense is stronger in that direction. The core of the divine realm, the city god temple, should be in that direction. Upon entering the city god's divine realm, the intense rules began to suppress the activity of their demonic powers. At this moment, they could no longer command the demonic wind to carry a large number of demonic soldiers forward. However, this did not pose a challenge to the two powerful demons. They commanded their respective descendants to continue forward and then went ahead to investigate the area with strong incense. Zhou is that place enveloped in the scent of incense, a city. Yes, it seems to be Yuyang City. Which great deity did the capital city god send to such a small place like Yuyang? As the two great demons observed Zhou Heng, he was also assessing their strength. Under Zhou Heng's fortune, the snake and the rat's powers were significantly stronger than his. But this was his home turf. He could move freely within the divine realm, and with the enhancement of unlimited energy, this battle was winnable. The authority of protecting the realm and ensuring the people was fully activated by Zhou Heng, and countless soul powers were transformed into protective divine power. Under the massive divine powers enveloped, Zhou Heng's spectral form transformed into a giant clad in golden armor. In the next moment, a golden spear crackling with lightning appeared in his hand. This was a manifestation of the judgment and punishment authority generated after being empowered by a substantial amount of soul power. Not good. That deity has locked onto our evil deeds. Quickly summon the purple cloud banner. The one-horned giant python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a long banner shrouded in black and purple mist. As soon as the banner emerged, it transformed into thick fog enveloping them. Under normal circumstances, the purple cloud banner forged from vengeful souls and demonic blood would emit a large amount of negative energy, thereby hindering the city god from locking onto the demon's evil deeds. However, they encountered Zhou Heng. All of Zhou Heng's subordinates possessed the evil deed observation eye, and he naturally had this authority as well. Thus, in Zhou Heng's eyes, the appearance of the purple cloud banner did not obscure the sins of the two demons, instead it made their sins more conspicuous. You are guilty. Zhou Heng instantly traversed the city wall to stand before the two demons, and his punitive spear accurately struck the sins contained within the body of the snake demon Yusha. Under the effect of the authority's restraint, Zhou Heng's punitive spear met little resistance and pierced straight through the body of the snake demon Yusha. This strike not only harmed its demonic body, but also injured its soul. I will devour you. The giant python was simply too massive. Zhou Heng's transformed body appeared minuscule before it. Otherwise, this strike would have taken its life. Yusha don't. Zhou, the rat demon, could not stop the snake demon from succumbing to its primal instincts. In a fit of rage, the snake demon surrounded Zhou Heng's divine form, and its colossal strength caused Zhou Heng's form to continuously shatter. It spewed a torrent of venom corroding Zhou Heng's divine form, but it was of little use. Zhou Heng's divine form remained resilient under the continuous supply of energy. The pace at which the snake demon Yusha destroyed Zhou Heng's divine form did not reach Zhou Heng's repair limit. Faced with the abyssal jaws coming for him, the punitive divine power transformed into a giant sword in Zhou Heng's hands. He swung it down with force at the soul laden with sins before him. The authority of judgment and punishment targeted not the snake demon's flesh nor its soul, but directly acted upon the sins themselves. Thus, the snake demon's prideful body had no effect. This strike directly severed its massive jaw. The foul, toxic, demonic blood spurted out in an instant, splattering onto the ground of the city god's divine realm, causing a hissing sound of corrosion. Yusha, we should retreat for now. Let the demonic soldiers drain his punitive divine power. The purple cloud banner is ineffective against him, and we cannot win against his authority's suppression. At this point, the already severely injured snake demon calmed down. It quickly shrank its form and coiled around the rat demon. Zhihui, carrying the snake demon, dodged Zhou Heng's attack and then fled into the ranks of the demonic soldiers. Facing thousands of various targets of sin, Zhou Heng traversed back to the city wall through the divine realm. Command the spectral soldiers to charge out and slaughter the demons. We obey the command of the deity. Kai Rubai, Jiang Haoshuan, and Yin Feng, the three spectral generals, led their soldiers away from the city wall. It was not that Zhou Heng did not wish to use the wall to organize defenses. Rather, the injured great demons did not intend to allow their demonic soldiers to attack the city. Therefore, Zhou Heng prepared to take the initiative and force them out from the horde of demons. Zhihui, this one is not easy to deal with. His divine power shows no signs of depletion even now. We might as well return to the black water demon domain to gather reinforcements. We cannot escape. Just now I tried to break the barrier of the divine realm. After exhausting all my strength, I broke through 3 layers of barriers, but behind each barrier was still another barrier. There is no way out at all. Yao soldiers possessed modest combat prowess. Most were hastily awakened cannon fodder hastily cultivated by great Yaos. Zhihui, this Chenghuang divine domain is surely a trap. Not only is it encircled by multiple layered barriers, but the Chenghuang deity and his Yin soldiers wield an unnaturally abundant reservoir of energy. Observe how their Yin shield regenerates incessantly. Those archers show no sign of exhaustion, nor do they conserve their precious Yin arrows. They expend them with reckless abandon. I see it clearly. It appears our previous assault upon the Chenghuang violated sacred Taoist taboos, prompting the capital Chenghuang prefecture to dispatch a mighty cultivator to retaliate against us. Yin soldiers fight unlike mortal beings. Their weapons and armor manifest from Yin energy alone, rendering their strikes impervious to flesh and bone, striking directly at the soul. Under such Yin energy assaults, countless minor Yaos collapsed motionless, serene, as if asleep. Yet their souls had already shattered, leaving behind only hollow, mindless husks. Most minor Yaos were awakened by us. Though their physical strength suffices, their souls remain frail and barren. We brought them intending to suppress the Yin soldiers' spiritual force with overwhelming Yao Qi and blood vitality. Yet now it is evident we erred gravely. The Yin soldiers' power shows not the faintest wane. Even now it is they who threaten to overwhelm the Yao's vital Qi with sheer Yin force. You shall let our direct descendants engage first. You and I shall jointly restrain the Chenghuang deity. If we swiftly rout the Yin soldiers, we may exhaust his divine power through sheer numerical superiority. Agreed. We stake all on one final gambit. Should all else fail, surrender remains an option. Surely the Chenghuang deity would welcome 2 more Yao souls into his service. The serpent cow Yusha, having endured 2 strikes of punitive evil divine power, now trembled in fear. The last Chenghuang they slew exhausted his divine power after merely 3 minor punitive strikes. Yet this Chenghuang wields the authority of judging sins and enacting punishment as freely as any mundane attack. Victory seems utterly beyond reach. Surrender. The divine Tao is presently besieged from all sides. Even if the Chenghuang accepts our submission, we shall soon be dispatched to the netherworld battlefield, pawns in a multi-front war. Still, that fate is preferable to death by the authority itself. Though conscription as cannon fodder promises eventual demise, at least our true souls may return to the world cycle. But should the authority consume us, our true souls and primordial spirits shall be utterly erased, doomed to eternal oblivion beyond redemption for 10,000 eons. Yusha, your reasoning is sound, but this Chenghuang may refuse our capitulation. It is safer to subdue him outright. The rat Yao Zhihui had never suffered Zhou Heng's punitive sin divine power, and thus could not fathom Yusha's dread. As a regional Grand Yao who had slain both Chenghuang and Tudishan, Zhihui still believed victory over this new Chenghuang remained possible. My warriors, advance now. Hesitate, and know that your ancestral patriarch shall show no mercy. With those words, Zhihui devoured several fleeing Yao squads, then turned his gaze upon his own descendants. His emerald eyes gleamed, saliva streaked with fresh blood, a silent visceral warning: unless they wish to become his next meal, they must fight with every fiber of their being. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dozens of rats shrieked, revealing their monstrous Yao forms before leaping past ordinary Yao troops and charging headlong into the Yin soldiers' formation. Hiss. My children, advance now. A colossal horned python, jaw-shattered torso pierced by a crimson wound, radiated greater terror than Zhihui. Injured, it craved blood to replenish its essence. Thus its offspring obeyed without delay, launching themselves like projectiles toward the Yin soldiers' ranks. Once true Yaos entered the fray, they inflicted tangible losses upon the Yin forces. Yet the Yin soldiers' formation held firm, empowered by the divine channel. Both their defense and offense had ascended to a transcendent level. Reform the formation. Let each Dubois, commander of 50, lead his troops to surround and eliminate Yao generals. Archers, fall back and concentrate fire upon those breaking the line. Yin Feng, bring your unit forward to re-establish the front line. Jiang Haoshuan, deploy your men with soul-grasping cords, bind the Yao generals' spirits. Kai Rubiai's sun-traveling god division bore the brunt of the Yao generals' assault, yet he refused retreat. Under his command, General Yin Feng swiftly erected a new defensive line. Once the night-traveling god division sheathed blades and unfurled soul-grasping cords, the ferocious Yao generals quickly fell silent. Thousands of energy cords coiled around their very souls. Pulled by the cords, the Yao generals' souls severed from their bodies. One by one, night-traveling god soldiers scaled the cords onto their souls and drove energy spears deep into their spiritual cores. Squeak, squeak, hiss, hiss. Rat and serpent shrieks pierced the air, but Zhou and Yusha could no longer protect their offspring. The terrifying golden-armored giant god had locked his gaze upon them once more. Since even Grand Yaos could not breach his defenses, Zhou Heng felt no concern. This time it was not Yusha entangling him. It was he who had ensnared Yusha. The moment they clashed, chains forged from punitive evil divine power seared into Yusha's body like white-hot brands. Her soul and flesh instantly immobilized, bound beyond escape. So long as she bore unabsolved karmic sins, she could not break free. The authority of judging sins and enacting punishment had sealed her fate irrevocably. Zhou, aid me now. Unwilling to lose his elite ally, Zhou lunged, repeatedly gnawing at Zhou Heng's divine form with relentless fury, while Yusha coiled her massive body around him. By virtue of his racial talent, Zhou's fangs could rend unstable space itself. Under his assault, Zhou Heng's divine form fractured into shimmering shards. Yet in the next breath, the fragments reassembled, restored by divine power, as if all Zhou's efforts were naught but futile whispers. I have beheld your sins. A golden divine spear wreathed in blinding lightning plunged deep into Yusha's karmic core. Fueled by punitive sin divine power, her accumulated sins erupted into roaring karmic flames, consuming both flesh and soul alike. Merciful sovereign, this humble Yao surrenders. I beg for mercy. Crimson karmic fire erupted from Yusha's very marrow. Zhou Heng, entwined in her coils, appeared a celestial deity, crowned with serpentine inferno. You are no mere local deity. You are a celestial god. Heaven has returned. Flee, flee now. Karmic fire spilling from Yusha's body seared Zhou. Only then did despair drown him. He knew no ordinary Chenghuang could ignite such karmic conflagration solely through sin. In his understanding, only heaven's chosen, celestial gods entrusted with vast authorities, possessed such overwhelming cosmic might. Thus he abandoned his comrade without hesitation, burning decades of lifespan and primal essence to unleash his racial talent, frantically tunneling through the divine domain's barriers, heedless of cost. Faster, faster still. I've pierced 40 layers. Freedom is near. Consumed utterly by karmic fire, Yusha perished, her body, soul, and final primordial spirit reduced to ash. Zhou, too, met his end, exhausting his entire primal essence while breaching the 68th layer, collapsing at last from utter depletion. He reached 68 layers. How perilously close he came to escaping. Clearly my Chenghuang divine domain lacks sufficient strata. When time permits, I shall reinforce it with another 100 layers. Upon the deaths of the serpent demon Yushi and the rat demon Zhui, their soul lamps, left behind in the Blackwater demon realm, extinguished simultaneously. Zhui's soul lamp has gone dark. Could it have been devoured by that wretch Yushi? Humph. I warned him repeatedly not to draw too close to the Lu vein, the serpent clan. Now he's paid for his folly with his life. A gray-robed elder, his countenance clouded with displeasure, removed Zhui's soul lamp and rose to depart. Bathed in sunlight, his emerald eyes shimmered with a blood-red hue. Elder's Lord Xiuzhou of the Lu vein requests an audience. In hiss. How fortuitous. The elder is just now contemplating seeking out that old serpent himself. Open the demon realm and admit him. As commanded. Na pale cold-faced Taoist entered the rat clan's demon realm. Every rat demon whose gaze met his sallow yellowed eyes trembled uncontrollably, a primal genetic terror of the predator. Xiuzhou, I demand an explanation. Zhui was my child. He cannot simply vanish without cause. In Jijun, Yushi's soul lamp blazed with karmic flame. You know full well what that signifies. Karmic flame. That pup possesses remarkable audacity to dare provoke a celestial deity entrusted with divine judgment. Jijun's fury instantly dissolved. He knew all too well the dread import of karmic flame in the era when Emperor Haoyan reigned supreme from the heavenly palace. No demon or fiend who flouted celestial law escaped its purging fire, or the thunderous wrath of heaven. Could Haoyan's celestial generals have returned? The very thought was unspeakably terrifying, so much so that Jijun bitterly regretted not secretly eliminating Yushi long ago. Yushi may be reckless, but he is no fool. Were a true celestial deity descending, he would have fled far and hidden long before now. My descendants report that Yushi and Zhui mustered demon legions to assault the Yuyang city god temple. Clearly this new city god is a figure of profound origin and authority. It seems they haven't sunk entirely into folly. This misadventure likely arose from miscalculation. And yet why would the capital city god temple dispatch a deity of such stature to Yuyang? Does it already know of our intent to manipulate the Blackwater Mo into southern invasion? Unlikely. Logically, the underworld's battlefield should hold its attention fully. It ought to have no concern for a minor frontier town like Yuyang. Xiuzhou could fathom no reason why the Blackwater demon realm warranted such scrutiny. Were not the demon lords and ghost kings far more deserving of heavenly ire than these petty demons? Elder Ji Jun the Blackwater Mole have raised the Black Dragon banner. They will march south within days. Shall we intervene? Elder Ji Jun stroked his twin whiskers, thoughtfully paced back and forth, then made his decision. Do not interfere. Let them advance southward. Since the capital city god desires a tranquil northern frontier, we shall deliver those unruly elements straight to its gates. The new city god has surely prepared to purge surrounding powers. Even if we wish to hide, we must sever our tail to save our lives. Elder Ji Jun, you speak with veiled meaning. Surely you do not intend to provoke this enigmatic city god merely because of Zhi Hui's death. Perish the thought. Human clans may war and slaughter among themselves. What concern is that of ours? To halt the Blackwater Moa now would only confirm suspicions that we orchestrate human civil strife. Better to withdraw entirely and let events unfold. After all, the great Qi dynasty has fractured and weakened. Its decline has long stirred covetous glances from every regional power. Even without our influence, the Blackwater Moa would inevitably descend to plunder. Indeed, I shall instruct the other clans to temper their actions and allow human infighting to reveal the new city god's stance. The deaths of Yushi and Zhi Hui sent ripples through the Blackwater demon realm. Countless lesser demons were recalled into the realm's core, while even a few greater demons fell silent once more. They had remained quiescent for millennia, though their demonic natures persisted. An abiding bone-deep dread of the divine path had long since taken root in their very marrow. Thus they could never unite to storm the Yuyang city god temple, to challenge that formidable, inscrutable deity. And while the Blackwater demon realm drew inward, Zhou Heng remained ceaselessly active. Wielding his divine authority of curing illness and averting crisis, he purified over 10,000 demon soldiers of their corrupting demonic essence, then tasked his soldiers, now retrained as butchers, with processing the carcasses of the slain demonic beasts. The sudden influx of vast quantities of meat dramatically lifted the morale of Yuyang's garrison. This year, every soldier would remember two towering figures. One was the city god who granted them hope, the other was General Zhao Zhou Heng, who personally funded improvements to their rations. The people of Yuyang remained unaware that Zhou Heng was the city god. Holy deity, why bestow meat upon the troops now? Is battle imminent? A black serpent from the north coils its fangs and flicks its tongue, preparing to descend and hunt. The beast meat I purified strengthens the soldiers' vital qi and blood. Each ounce of added vigor now means one less life lost on the field of war. How compassionate, your holiness. Does your holiness refer to the Blackwater Moa? And indeed, we are profoundly grateful for your holiness's warning. I shall immediately reinforce the city's defenses. Zhou Heng waved Shenyan away. In his divine vision, not only did the black serpent bow low and bare its fangs, but a gray wolf paced with watchful stillness, and a hawk circled high above, crying out across the heavens. Meanwhile, in the great Qi lands, serpents and carp surged forth from the wilderness, while the crouching white tiger of the subduing dragon stood encircled, its low rumbling roars no longer sufficient to cow the newly risen powers. Chaos multiplies. Aside from my domain, none of the neighboring frontier towns enjoy the protective aura of divine mandate. This invasion may well shatter the great Qi beyond recovery. The shifting tides among rival factions did not overwhelm Zhou Heng. He bore no blind loyalty to the great Qi, and would certainly not sacrifice himself for a sinking vessel. After all, even the great Qi imperial house had hedged its bets across multiple fronts, abandoning the mandate of heaven without hesitation. Why should Zhou Heng bleed for them? Dragons and serpents rise upon the land. Thus I too shall walk both the divine and the mortal paths. While Zhou Heng's Yuyang commandery mobilized for total war, his player subordinate Li Hai cautiously explored the world of Taixing. The astonishing spectacle of player Ma Jigang's resurrection, his return from death itself, had left a profound impression. Moreover, they sought no wealth. Sometimes they even dispensed miraculous elixirs to heal common folk, using points to redeem healing potions. As unrest spread across the land, bewildered civilians, desperate for spiritual solace, clung to whatever faith offered stability. Consequently, Ma Jigang's faith spread more rapidly than many of Zhou Heng's native subordinates could achieve, even though Zhou Heng's own agents could hardly stage a resurrection performance daily. Under these circumstances, Ma Jigang accumulated incense offerings at an extraordinary pace. Upon his latest promotion, he gained the divine authority of punishing evil, a branch of the broader authority of judging sins and punishing wickedness. Combined with the ghost-seeing divine eye he received upon ascension and the evil karma-perceiving divine eye granted at his first promotion, he now possessed full authority to judge and condemn malignant spirits. Brother Ma, how goes it? Can you forge it and done? Hi bye. This is the divine dagger of punishing evil forged entirely from our pooled incense offerings. Are you truly determined to return to Taixing to investigate those cultivators? Absolutely. Brother Ma, my presence here in Great Qi holds little value. With each of your promotions you grant me new authorities. I'm free to pursue other paths. Rest assured, Brother Ma, I'll exercise restraint. My mission is reconnaissance, not combat. I carry the dagger solely for self-defense. Li Hai cradled the radiant divine dagger, smaller than his palm, and smiled with quiet triumph. At last he could act. Hai Bai is going out. Yes, sisterly. I've been cooped up at home so long I'm practically rusting. Time for some fresh air and movement. After watching Li Yin bid farewell to the gaunt pale-faced Li Haibai, she returned home and immediately yanked her younger son, deeply immersed in video games, away from his screen. How even Li Haibai has gone out to exercise, yet you're still glued to your game. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unaware of the commotion unfolding next door, Li Haibai left his residential compound, hailed a taxi, and headed directly to the city's largest temple. Please don't crowd. Form an orderly line for blessings. The great Lord of Life teaches us humility. Under the temple overseer's guidance, throngs of tourists filed into the grand hall, and among them was Li Haibai. Li Haibai had not come to this temple on a whim. He sought to verify whether the Lord of Life, the central deity worshipped across the taxing world, truly existed, and if so, why humanity, his professed followers, remained confined like livestock. Soon he uncovered the truth. Through his divine vision, the statue of the Lord of Life revealed a grotesque orb, its surface bristling with 7 or 8 pairs of wings and studded with mouths of varying sizes. Moreover, deep fissures constantly split open across that monstrous orb from which oozed blood-dripping tentacles. Is it wounded? Li Haibai watched as each reverent bow from a devotee caused the fissures upon the horrific orb to partially seal. With the collective prayers of countless believers, the frequency of new ruptures even diminished, ever so slightly. Ugh! Suddenly, Li Haibai's body convulsed violently, seized by uncontrollable dry heaves. Bystanders assumed the youth had fallen ill and hastily carried him out of the sanctum. Make way, please. Someone's having a seizure. Call an ambulance. Li Haibai bit down hard on his own forearm. The searing pain restored a sliver of lucidity. I'm fine. It's just an old condition. I'll sit and rest for a moment. Seeing Li Haibai regain consciousness, the onlookers cleared a small space for him to recover. Thank you all. After a brief respite, Li Haibai forced himself upright, hailed a cab, and returned home. The moment he crossed the threshold, he urgently invoked the temple of the 3 realms, observing virtue and sin. Only once his soul entered the Tianzhou Crime Chi Heaven Temple of the 3 realms, observing virtue and sin, did he truly exhale in relief. Only then did he see stark upon his own soul several mouths of irregular size. Karma. Pure unadulterated karma. The ancient celestial ladder myths speak no falsehood. The earliest subordinates of the Lord of Life were indeed twisted, abhorrent monsters. Man must not gaze directly upon divinity. This ancient adage now bore a terrifying new meaning. Merely beholding that entity had warped his very soul. Li Haibai stared at the mouths devouring his essence, and drew the punitive dagger of sin, plunging it deep. A sound of profound, almost euphoric relief escaped Li Haibai's lips. The dagger's strike brought no agony, only an overwhelming sense of lightness of soul, deep serenity. Under the dagger's sacred assault, the grotesque mouths vanished one by one, until at last his soul stabilized, restored to its natural state. Li Haibai did not realize how deceptively perilous that cleansing truly was. Each stab of the punitive dagger against his soul's corruption represented a violent collision between 2 irreconcilable cosmic laws. It was only within the temple of the 3 realms, observing virtue and sin, the sovereign domain of punitive authority, that the dagger could effortlessly excise such spiritual blight. Phew, I've survived. That was dangerously close. Clearly, I must never sustain prolonged divine sight observation of those warped eldritch deities. Li Haibai had anticipated the taxing world's overseers would be formidable, but he had never imagined their power would render resistance utterly futile. Now he was certain before those contorted alien gods humanity possessed not a shred of defiance. The sole force capable of opposing them lay within the divine pathways of the game world itself. Venerable disciple Li, how have you fallen prey to external demons? Greetings, Venerable Master Huiming. You know I hail from beyond this realm. Today I dared peer upon the idol of our world's malevolent deity, and without warning my soul became corrupted. Fortunately, my sovereign deity bestowed upon me a divine instrument of retribution, otherwise I might well have perished unknowingly. After Ma Jigang began engaging native talisman bearers of the Daki realm, he deliberately cultivated alliances with those few deemed trustworthy, gradually revealing fragments of the taxing world's reality, seeking benevolent aid. Venerable Master Huiming was among their primary targets for alliance, and thus already knew of their extraterran origin. Venerable disciple Li, your aspiration to save the world is profoundly admirable, but prudence must temper courage. I offer you the mantra of pure heart and universal benevolence, supremely efficacious for calming the mind and stabilizing the spirit. May it serve you well. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Master, but this mantra likely holds no efficacy in my world. I have already tested numerous incantations there, only the authority granted by the temple proved truly potent. That matters not. You may cultivate this mantra within the temple itself. The stronger and more resilient your soul grows, the less vulnerable you become to demonic incursion. Your wisdom pierces my confusion. Li Haibai humble student bow in deepest gratitude for this transmission of sacred dharma. Master Huiming raised a gentle hand in silent gesture, declining the bow, then settled into serene lotus posture and began chanting the mantra of pure heart and universal benevolence. Namo Saptanam Samyaksham Buddha Kadanam Tadayatha. Om Kale Kul Kunsvaha. Sacred Sanskrit syllables resonated throughout the temple of the 3 realms, observing virtue and Sin echoing and multiplying until it seemed countless venerable monks chanted in unison. Accompanying the chant arose a fragrance both soothing and profound, the unmistakable scent of purified incense energy. Has venerable disciple Li recovered? I owe you boundless gratitude, Master, for your boundless compassion. My soul has fully restored. To expend such refined incense energy on my healing burdens you greatly. I beg you, should ever opportunity arise, grant me the honor of repaying your grace. Li Haibai's cultivation level paled beside Master Zhou Heng's. Thus the monk's mantra effortlessly mended his soul. As his soul healed, Li Haibai surrendered to a profound inner stillness, a tranquility emanating from the very core of his being. In that instant, every torment, dissolved anxiety, doubt, fear, all swept clean. Only when Master Hui Ming called his name did he stir from that rapturous calm. Deeply moved by the Master's compassion, he rose and offered a solemn reverent bow. Venerable disciple Li, such formality is unnecessary. I do not act for your sake alone, but for all sentient beings of the taxing world. Bow not to me, I'll hold them instead within your heart. Master's compassion knows no bounds. Li Haibai understood his personal rapport with Master Hui Ming fell far short of warranting such profound instruction, or the expenditure of rarefied incense energy for soul mending. Though outwardly aiding Li Haibai, Master Hui Ming's true intent was to extend salvation indirectly to the 100 billion souls of the taxing world. Yet this did not diminish his compassion. Li Haibai, after all, had genuinely benefited. After respectfully escorting Master Hui Ming away, Li Haibai turned left then right, entering a chamber, his sovereign deity Ma Jigang's residence within the temple precincts. With the emergence of numerous talisman bearers, the temple of the three realms observing virtue and sin had steadily matured in function and governance. Consequently, every talisman bearer, including none of their subordinate deities, was granted a private chamber for residence or secure storage of confidential documents. Li Haibai unlocked the door via his talismanic link, then selected a notebook from the chamber's bookshelf and carefully inscribed with a brush pen. The revolting entities in the sky are shepherds, the winged orb-like monstrosity is a warrior, the legendary deities are rulers, and humanity the lambs. His kingdom rests in the heavens, his faithful tend the flocks. We were never the faithful, we were the flock. Those abominations enthroned above the sky, they are his true disciples. Li Haibai had been fascinated by mythological tales since childhood, and as he matured he immersed himself in the traditional myths of numerous nations across the Tai Star. Naturally, he was well acquainted with the widely circulated doctrine of the Lord of Life, though he had long assumed the shepherds referenced therein were merely high-ranking temple prelates and grand pontiffs. Now, however, he knew he had been mistaken. Humanity had never truly integrated into the civilization of the outer gods. From beginning to end, they remained a bestial herd cast beyond the boundaries of civilization. If we are excluded from civilization, then why does the authority of punishing evil deem them guilty? Indeed, the divine path of Daki leans toward humanity. Thus, the criteria for judging karmic sin inevitably reflect human morality. Otherwise, every meat-eating, egg-consuming citizen of Daki would bear overwhelming karmic guilt. Li Haibai understood that absolute equality does not exist in this world. The definitions of good, evil, benefit, and harm are ultimately inscribed by dominant civilizations. Tragically, in his own world, humanity lacked the power to inscribe such moral codes. Yet fortuitously, Daki was humanity's native ground, and the shared domain of gods and mortals, where conceptions of good and evil were co-authored by both. This was not due to parity between gods and humans, but rather because exceptional individuals among humankind had gradually assimilated into the divine path, becoming integral cogs in its machinery, thereby allowing human moral sensibilities to naturally permeate the divine order. Put differently, had the divine path been constituted primarily of Yaoma, it would be humanity, not the Yaoma, who stood trial before the authority of punishing evil. Authority is impartial and immutable, it simply is. Yet those who invoke it are neither selfless nor neutral, they possess thought and perspective. That is precisely why Zhou Heng's bestowed Dharma, eye of karmic observation, could perceive the evil karma of the Tai Star's outer gods, for Zhou Heng himself is human, and his mortal stance inevitably colors the authority he emanates. Thus, even if the outer gods of Tai Star now wield Zhou Heng's authorization, what they behold, reflected through that authority, is their own profound karmic corruption. Hence, coexistence between Zhou Heng and the invaders is impossible, not a matter of conflicting interests, but of irreconcilable ontological principles. The human path of Daki aligns more closely with the standpoint of Tai Star's humanity, yet here we are serving Daki's Ghostan God lords. It seems the operators behind the Ghostan God supremacy game harbor deep internal fractures, otherwise they would have granted players unfettered freedom to explore Daki, seeking miracles hidden deep within its world. Instead, they bind players to the Ghostan God lords through quests and points. Li Haibai, a professional gamer, understood the chaotic nature of players all too well. Had players initially aligned with humanity, they might have exercised greater restraint. But now entrenched within the Yaoma faction, he could scarcely imagine how they would treat human NPCs, mere non-player characters in their eyes, as they ruthlessly pursued tasks and accrued points. Daki is our last hope, Players who undermine the foundations of the divine path are our enemies. The massive influx of players upon public beta release will herald catastrophe for Tai Star. The deeper Lehigh Bai wrote, the graver the crisis appeared, until he found himself sharing Ma Jigang's very same dread. Tai Star's humanity desperately sought miracles to alter their fate, but humanity, there was no monolith. Indeed, it was little more than a rabble. Among those who had uncovered the world's truth, some exhausted themselves gathering weapons of resistance, others shamelessly groveled before their master. Even knowing they were lambs destined for slaughter, they dared not rebel. They clung instead to the delusion of mercy, hoping their master would tenderly shepherd them through life. A shepherd may treat lambs with kindness, but he will never bury them with honor. Should a lamb escape the butcher's block, it will not be out of mercy. Rather, it will be to grant them a hollow hope, to whisper that lifelong obedience and faithful service as shepherd dogs will earn them passage into a blissful paradise. But I know no such paradise exists. A lamb laid to rest finds only decay, and is devoured in turn by smaller worms. At this point, Lehigh Bai knew there was no turning back. Ignorance might have allowed him to dwell in quiet resignation. Yet now, having glimpsed despair, and then in Daki a glimmer of hope, how could he ever accept the fate of being mere sustenance? Players, within them lie potential allies, escapists lost in hedonism, and perhaps even devotees of the outer gods. This cohort defies simple moral categorization. Their negative impact will vastly outweigh any benefit. We must establish an organization on Tai Star and launch recruitment efforts there. Deep down, Lehigh Bai held no faith in the player demographic. He believed those truly worth recruiting and capable of bearing the burden were already excelling across countless fields in the real world. Should they fixate recruitment solely upon players, their salvific endeavor would almost certainly collapse into farce. If we recruit divine servants from the real world, unity demands we all swear allegiance to a single sovereign deity, so that he may forge disparate voices into one unshakable will. For Tai Star's humanity, the authorities conferred by divine seals hold little intrinsic value. The elite seek instead immortal souls and sanctuaries of absolute safety. I propose we reframe the divine seal as a voyage ticket, a vessel escaping apocalypse and sailing toward eternity. Those boarding must be willing to brave peril. As Lehigh Bai wrote intently, Ma Jigang entered his chamber within the temple of observing virtue and vice across the three realms. What are you writing, Hai Bai? When do you plan to return to Tai Star for exploration? I've already completed my exploration, brother Ma. Look, this is what I uncovered. Ma Jigang gazed at Lehigh Bai's animated expression and felt a flicker of doubt. Had Lehigh Bai truly unearthed secrets so swiftly? Puzzled, he accepted the notebook Lehigh Bai offered and sat down to read it carefully. This, Hai Bai, are you suggesting I become the new master? No, sovereign deity. One whose purpose is unwavering, whose majesty is absolute, and who maintains dignified distance from his divine servants. We lack the brilliance of the elite, so your sole imperative is to embody unassailable authority. I shall serve as your favored divine servant. You issue commands, I convene the divine assembly to interpret them. Thus you need not be flawless as a god. Errors in command become the assembly's responsibility, while you remain eternally sublime and sacred. Hai Bai, does this truly serve a purpose? I feel we ought to proceed with transparency. Ma Jigang recoiled at the notion of complicating the salvation movement, and doubted his ability to convincingly embody divinity. It serves profound purpose. A mere fortunate novice cannot command widespread faith. Trust me, a mysterious, formidable sovereign deity inspires far deeper loyalty and cohesion. Very well, what precisely must I do? Bestow blessings or authority upon initiates, revoke them from traitors, and occasionally deliver divine edicts. So I'm just a tool. Brother Ma, you must shed the mindset of doing everything yourself. Recruiting divine servants is like hiring staff. Your duty is to assign tasks, not perform them. In Lehigh Bai's plan, Ma Jigang does not need to engage in any specific activities. It is best for him to merely serve as a backdrop for the control of power. Brother Ma, you must understand that you have never been a god. You cannot make yourself into the perfect deity imagined by your subordinates, so it is better to maintain a distance from the very beginning. As long as you establish the tone of the organization, they as extensions of your power will naturally find ways to execute your commands. Hai Bai, I still believe our organization should not be built on lies. I fear that when the lies collapse, our faith will also shatter. Brother Ma, there has never been a lie. What you need to do is remain silent. Trust me, your silence is far more meaningful than an eloquent speech. Faced with Lehigh Bai's resolute gaze, Ma Jigang hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he realized the truth in Lehigh Bai's words. He had to admit that he lacked outstanding oratory skills, and even had no concrete plans to resist the evil god. It was better to remain silent from the start and leave the issues to more professional individuals. Silence. Yes, history has proven that rulers who enjoy micromanaging are very likely to cause unnecessary losses to frontline warriors. This holds true for us as well. As the master god wielding authority, even if your decisions are unreasonable, the subordinate gods cannot resist. Therefore, it is better for you to issue commands and let the subordinate gods find ways to solve the problems themselves. Even if they cannot come up with the best answers, they will not choose the worst. Because behind them is you, the master god, responsible for rewards and punishments, they dare not gamble with their divine lives. Li Haibai's words reminded Ma Jigang of a renowned scholar from the Taixing, who once said, "If we are given a crown, each of us will internally yearn for absolute kingship." Haibai, you are right. The purpose of our organization is to save the world, not to become an extension of my will. I am just an ordinary person, I cannot save the world with my wisdom alone. Brother Ma, don't blame me for being too direct. What we are doing is not a game of power, but a desperate resistance that cannot afford to fail. Of course, how could I blame you? Thank you, Haibai. Thank you for pulling me out of the naive game of savior. I am merely a pioneer, not the only chosen savior of the world. Through his conversation with Li Haibai, Ma Jigang's once fervent spirit gradually calmed down. He had countless times dreamed of being in a vast hall surrounded by innumerable followers and subordinate gods. There he spoke loudly of his noble ideals and occasionally sent a team of soldiers to eradicate some evil god that had taken root somewhere. The followers and subordinate gods praised and cheered for him. He became the great savior. Now, as the initial fervor faded, he realized that the scenes from his dreams were nothing but a ridiculous joke. He was merely fantasizing about his kingship under the guise of salvation. Haibai, I am willing to accept your suggestion. Now what do you plan to do? Master God, I plan to first expand the organization's funds. Only when funds are sufficient can we subordinate gods wholeheartedly serve the organization. Li Haibai was undoubtedly a pragmatic person. He understood that no matter how lofty the ideals, the issue of basic necessities must be addressed first. He did not want everyone to be engaged in saving the world while worrying about their livelihoods next month. Indeed, funding is a problem for Taixing. Are you planning to attract a batch of investors first? Yes, our organization should have a dedicated combat department and a professional financial department. Do you have specific candidates? Yes, once he joins, I won't need to recruit investors anymore. He can attract trustworthy individuals within his circle. Ma Jigang said nothing but directly opened the authority he held completely to Li Haibai. Now Li Haibai could represent him in attracting the subordinate gods. Brother Ma, how many subordinate gods can you recruit now? Currently, I have 50 slots for shadow soldiers under my divine position. Got it. After bidding farewell to Ma Jigang, Li Haibai returned to the Taixing world, where he aimed to bring a celebrity from the paranormal circle into their organization. Taixing, Fenghuan City, Rongqi Technology Headquarters Building. President Du, the esports player Li Haibai wants to see you. He has already arrived at the first floor reception area and asked for 5 minutes of your time. How could this kid Li Haibai come to see me? Does he want to become a contracted player of our company? Although Du Ingyang was the owner of a publicly listed company, he was also a fan of the paranormal, and Li Haibai was a big name in that circle, so they had exchanged a few words before. Yet he could not find a reason for Li Haibai to see him. He could only think that Li Haibai intended to use backdoor channels to obtain a high-paying contract as a professional player from him. 5 minutes, then let's meet. After Du Ingyang agreed, the secretary quickly brought in a thin, pale young man, then she discreetly left and closed the office door. Li Haibai, I have another meeting later, so I can only give you 10 minutes at most. Du Ingyang glanced at his watch, thought about today's schedule, and gestured for Li Haibai to get to the point quickly without wasting time. President Du, do you remember what you said at the last paranormal gathering? You told me that if we truly found the mysterious, we must inform you immediately. Now I have found it. Are you planning to see the mysteries hidden beneath the world? Li Haibai, this is not the time to talk about those hobbies. I hope you respect the opportunity one have given you. Du Ingyang had already prepared for Li Haibai to ask him for a favor, but he did not expect Li Haibai to come to his company to discuss those topics that could only be considered hobbies. This caused the little goodwill he had for Li Haibai to vanish instantly. He knew he should not have any expectations for someone obsessed with the paranormal. President Du, I am not joking, nor would I deceive you with my pursuits. Just give it a try. I only need a second. What do you want to do? A simple handshake will suffice. President Du, lies are easily detected, but the truth requires evidence. Du Ingyang hesitated for a moment, then skeptically extended his right hand. He did not believe Li Haibai could bring him any mysteries. But as Li Haibai said, he only needed a simple handshake to detect the lies. If he didn't do it, this matter would keep churning in his heart. President Du, thank you for your trust. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Is that all? That's it. As Du Ingyang and Li Haibai shook hands, the authorization from the divine temple transformed him into Ma Jigang's subordinate god, yet he sensed nothing. Where is the mystery? Where is the paranormal? Look outside, aren't they all up in the sky? Du Ingyang, half in doubt, turned his gaze toward the window. A massive, grotesque monster was floating above the Rongqi Technology building, and the once clear sky was now filled with that twisted creature. At this moment, immense fear enveloped Du Ingyang. He deeply regretted believing Li Haibai's nonsense. If the mysteries were this terrifying, he would rather never know the truth of the world. Li Haibai, I swear I will kill you. Speak, what can I gain? Anger and fear coursed through Du Ingyang as he contemplated pummeling Li Haibai, yet his legs trembled and felt weak, forcing him to calm himself. Mister, Do you will obtain longevity. Note that it is longevity, not immortality. Damn, is there any meaning in longevity in such a world? I fear I may not even live out my original lifespan and could die from mental collapse one day. If the mysterious were gentle and beautiful, Du Ingyang would gladly crawl at Li Haibai's feet to beg for longevity, but now he faced the terrifying aspect of the unknown. All he wanted was to erase this memory and return to a mundane life. Do not rush, there is a divine temple that will provide you absolute protection. It is not in our world, but located in a powerful other realm. Take me there, take me now. In desperate need of a refuge, Du Yingyang could hardly ponder Li Haibai's description. His instincts urged him to approach the sanctuary as quickly as possible. The temple of divine judgment of good and evil across the three realms. After a series of hopeful calls, Du Yingyang finally entered the sanctuary that Li Haibai spoke of. In this place the world regained its normal appearance, and his initially fearful and anxious heart gradually found some peace. Tell me the truth, everything. Li Haibai knew his methods were not honorable, so he fully understood Du Yingyang's anger. However, he also recognized that such anger could not be soothed. What Du Yingyang needed was merely benefits and hope. Li Haibai had already explained the benefits. Now he needed to offer Du Yingyang a visible and tangible hope. Through Li Haibai's candid revelations, Du Yingyang quickly grasped the truth of the Taixing world. Players' deities, it seems our world is invading the other realm, and the deities of the other world have also set their sights on ours. Li Haibai, do you want me to be a traitor to this world? Mr. Du, being a traitor at least offers a chance of amnesty. Being a lamb only leads to the dinner table. Both Li Haibai and Du Yingyang knew that their allegiance to the otherworldly path already made them traitors in this world. As traitors, the evil gods of the Taixing world would undoubtedly tear them apart upon discovering them. Yet they had no choice. The path of the Dachi world had them become gods, while the evil gods of the Taixing world merely intended to turn them into ingredients. Indeed, being a god is better than being human and far better than being food. Li Haibai, I will do my best to recruit trustworthy individuals to join the Divine Savior Council. At the same time, we must not overlook the player group, who unrestrained they can cause too much chaos. I will place shackles upon them, making them serve us. Mr. Du, what are your plans for controlling the players? With contracts, I will establish the Rongqi battle team to enter the Demon God Clash game. Li Haibai, you will be the captain. Under the constraints of company contracts, they will no longer be unruly players, but the most loyal warriors of ours in the Dachi world. Mr. Du is wise. When the game becomes work, the players will no longer be chaotic. Taixing, February 16, 358 of the Qi Ming era. Rongqi Technology suddenly announced over a dozen new business plans, with one particular proposal causing a significant stir in the esports community. That was Rongqi Technology openly recruiting professional players with high salaries. All selected would join the recently popular Demon God Clash game under the guidance of renowned esports player Li Haibai. Rongqi Technology explained that they had high hopes for the future of Demon God Clash and intended to invest heavily in cultivating their Rongqi battle team. Of course, beneath the high-paying contracts released by Rongqi Technology, there were terrifying penalties for breach of contract. However, this did not deter the fervor in the esports community. After all, aside from a very small number of professional players, most did not earn much. Thus, under the temptation of high salaries and benefits, a large number of professional players signed player contracts with Rongqi Technology. Meanwhile, some players with beta testing slots for Demon God Clash also became contract workers for Rongqi Technology. In this way, the player group, which could have inflicted significant damage on the Dachi world, was being fragmented. It was foreseeable that with Du Yingyang's actions, more gaming teams would emerge. When the Demon God Clash game officially launched its public beta, these gaming teams, controlled by the subordinate of the Zhou Heng Divine Path, would surely be at the forefront of combating chaotic players. A contract can transform chaotic and unruly players into loyal warriors. This method is indeed efficient and stable. Zhou Heng, who was reinforcing the city god's domain barrier, clearly observed through the connection of divine seals how his subordinates indirectly manipulated the player group. The results of the reverse invasion were even more fruitful than he had imagined. With merely a divine seal, his subordinates began to voluntarily resolve the player problem. One must admit their solutions went straight to the core. While players may act freely in the Dachi world, they ultimately must adhere to the rules of Taixing's human society. Having completely changed his stance, Du Yingyang, the financial minister of the Divine Savior Council, began his journey to recruit people. Those who were brought aboard by Du Yingyang enjoyed the protection of the Temple of Divine Judgment of Good and Evil and naturally contributed to the establishment of several professional teams. For a time, the already popular Demon God Clash game became even more so due to various enterprises, but true professional players were all eagerly anticipating that high-paying player contract. As Zhou Heng observed the Taixing world through the divine seals, others were also using magical tools to observe the situation in the Dachi world. Not far from the Dachi capital Daliang City stood a well-known Taoist temple named Qingyang Palace. Master, are there any changes in the world situation? The lords of the Central Plains are vying for power, the northern barbarians are advancing south, the west is preparing for war, and the southern tribes are rising. Only the east remains relatively stable, though there are disturbances from bandit attacks. Is only the east stable? Shouldn't we send disciples to the east to establish a branch? The abbot of Qingyang Palace, Taoist Chang Ning, gazed at the mirror of heavenly reflection for a while, seemingly dissatisfied with the blurry information he saw. Do not rush, let the old Taoist expend some merit to get a clearer view. After Taoist Chang Ning infused his cultivated merit into the heavenly mirror, the previously hazy image became somewhat clearer. He saw that the brilliance of the earth deity was no longer sufficient to cover the entirety of Dachi and observed various colors of light shimmering. Among those lights, the fate of Yuzhou's Yuyang County was not prominent, yet Daoist Chong Ning still discerned some differences. Shoujian, I remember that Zhou's second son went to Yuyang County some time ago, right? Reporting to Master, Zhou's second son did indeed go to Yuyang County 2 months ago. Master, could it be that he is a potential dragon? I do not know, the path of fate is hard to discern entirely, but since he arrived in Yuyang, the fate of Yuyang County has indeed increased significantly. Even if he is not a potential dragon, he is still a person of good fortune. Shoujian, I want to test him if, after the trial, Yuyang's fate increases again, you shall head to Yuyang to serve him. Master, how do you intend to test him? Just help him cleanse his shackles. Oh, I will influence the court to send the Zhou family to Yuyang City. Shoujian, I recall you are acquainted with his uncle Zhou Jian. You will accompany them and ensure their safety along the way. No group can ever have a completely unified stance, and the Daoist community is no exception. The fact that Qingyang Palace is built on the Xiyun Mountain near Daliang City proves their alignment with both the divine and human paths. As practitioners of both the benevolent divine and human paths, Qingyang Palace naturally hopes for the ultimate victory of the divine path, and also wishes to quickly consolidate the strength of the human path. Thus, the royal family of Deqi, which had made multiple bets, was directly abandoned by them, and they have already begun searching for the hidden dragon. They wish to strengthen the power of the human path's hidden dragon as much as possible before total chaos ensues, in order to prevent the human forces from being greatly consumed in the impending turmoil. As a transcendent force that has cultivated for many years in the capital, Qingyang Palace naturally possesses considerable influence in the Deqi court. Under their maneuvering, the Marquis of Xinwu, He Hong quickly visited the Zhou residence. My lord, it is truly an honor for you to visit my humble abode amidst your busy schedule. Please wait a moment while I have someone dig up the fine wine we have hidden. Oh, we must drink heartily together today. Marquis He Hong's sudden visit, accompanied by his son, He Shua, caused the initially leisurely Zhou residence to become bustling. Brother-in-law, there's no need to trouble yourself. You have important matters to attend to, and I will leave after I finish speaking. Please speak plainly, my lord. He Hong's words were somewhat serious, prompting Zhou Jian to quickly reflect on whether he had made any mistakes recently. Brother-in-law, your nephew is gravely ill. Reports from Yuyang state that General Zhou Heng has been unwell for a long time, and it poses a grave danger. Now Henger is unable to return to the capital. You must prepare to travel immediately and take the whole family to Yuyang to visit Henger. Impossible. Erlang is fierce and valiant. How could he suddenly fall gravely ill? Upon hearing that his nephew might not survive, Zhou Jian panicked. At that moment, he felt he could never face his parents and younger brother again after death. Brother-in-law, take heart. Illness strikes as suddenly as a mountain collapsing. It doesn't reflect one's usual bravery. You should quickly notify the whole family to go to Yuyang. Perhaps by the time you arrive, Henger will recover. Also, as his uncle, I sent Henger to the border town, which is what led to his current predicament. I feel deeply guilty about this. The affairs of the capital are busy and I cannot leave, so you must take Shura with you to care for Henger. Zhou Jian, who was initially in disarray, suddenly realized that this situation was not simple. He Hong's suggestion to have his son accompany them carried significant implications. As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Jian knew that while He Hong and Zhou Heng were on friendly terms, they were not particularly close. Normally, even if Zhou Heng were ill, He Hong would not have the thought of sending his son to care for him. After all, both were of the same generation, and He Shua was the legitimate young master of the Marquis. It was quite unreasonable for him to travel such a long distance to care for a distant relative. My lord, should I bring Weiner, Zhou Jian's daughter, and her family along? Of course you must bring them. When Zhou Heng was in a coma, he often called for his siblings, so Re and Weiner should go too. By now, Zhou Jian understood the situation. He knew that while Zhou Heng had a good relationship with Zhou Rui, he was only somewhat acquainted with Zhou Weiner, so it was impossible for Zhou Heng to miss his sister Weiner. I understand, my lord. After we leave, please take care of yourself, and don't overwork yourself. I understand. Go quickly. Daoist Shoujian from Qingyang Palace will accompany you and protect your family. I will give you 100 knights. Do not delay on the way and hurry to Yuyang. Otherwise, you may not see Henger in time and regret it for the rest of your life. Thank you for your reminder, my lord. He Hong left, leaving behind a passage document and his 11-year-old son, He Shua. However, he must have instructed something before coming. Before parting, He Shua merely pouted and showed signs of crying, yet ultimately did not call for his father to take him home. On the other hand, Zhou Heng's aunt, He Shur, upon learning of this matter, kept holding He Shua and crying, causing the already sad He Shua to have to comfort his aunt in return. My husband, are we really leaving Daliang City like this? Will you and Rueyer's official positions still be retained? My lady, at this point there's no need to think about those official titles. The Marquis has his reasons for sending us away. Look, he has entrusted Shore to us. You surely understand the implication of this. I know, but I just can't accept it. He sure never expected that the Zhou family, which she had painstakingly defended, would be so easily expelled from Daliang City. There's no need to be like this. Rueyer and I's official positions originated from the Marquis' patronage. Once a force that the Marquis cannot refuse intervenes, our positions will naturally be restored. Moreover, while these court officials seem noble, they rely on the court. In the current situation, how could the position of a deputy minister of war compare to the support of tens of thousands of soldiers in Yuyang? My husband, why do they insist we go to Yuyang? Perhaps Erlang is too stable in Yuyang, and some people wish to sever his shackles to see whether he is a cat or a tiger. Zhou Heng left over 100 shadow soldiers in Daliang City, so the whole Zhou family's relocation could not escape his notice. Sending the Zhou family to Yuyang and involving He Hong's son, what do they want me to do? Through his connections with the shadow soldiers under his command, Zhou Heng realized who was extending goodwill towards him upon seeing the Taoist in green among the Zhou family's entourage. It seems that as a martial general stationed at the border, I have already caught the eye of Qingyang Palace. They intend to cut the chains binding me to the Deqi court. Zhou Heng knew that behind various lords of Deqi there were more or less the support of practitioners, but he had not expected that even he, a mere general of Zhaowu, would receive the favor of practitioners. With Qingyang Palace, a force aligned with both the benevolent divine and human paths now involved, the situation in Deqi has become increasingly urgent. On the 16th day of the 12th month in the first year of Yong'an, the Zhou family was still sailing northward, while the Heishui Mosh began their southward advance. The bitter cold of December is typically unsuitable for marching, yet the vanguard of the Heishui Mosh moved, as if they were on an autumn campaign, completely at ease. Your Excellency, the scouts have detected the vanguard of the Heishui Mosh. Those soldiers are as strong as if they were not mortal. General Peng, the Heishui Mosh have deployed their totem warriors. Do not worry, I will have the shadow soldiers in the manor deal with those totem warriors while you focus on the ordinary soldiers of the Heishui Mosh. This subordinate obeys the order. This battle will not disappoint Your Excellency. After General Peng Yuanhang left, Zhou Heng took out a letter sent to him by the capital city god office, which clearly stated, counter the provocation of the transcendent forces, but do not allow the shadow soldiers to slaughter mortals. Zhou Heng, using his chi vision, observed the northern black serpent sharpening its fangs and drooling, preparing to head south for hunting. He then sent a letter to the city god's mansion through the city god's seal. He wanted to understand the stance of the divine path to determine the subsequent strategy for war. This was not out of loyalty to the divine path, but rather because he did not want the already weak line of the earth deity to be attacked by more powerful forces due to his selfish motives. The response from the city god's mansion was as Zhou Heng expected. The city god's lineage still had to adhere to their bottom line. This meant that Zhou Heng's city god system could not directly participate in the battle, but it was not a significant issue. His city god mansion could not join, and he would not allow those totem warriors burdened with demon souls to engage in battle among mortals. Thus, everyone returned to the same starting point, and it was impossible for the mortals of Yuyang to lose in such a conflict. Because the city god's mansion only required Zhou Heng not to slaughter mortals with his ghostly soldiers, but did not prohibit him from aiding the common people of his territory. With Zhou Heng's energy reserves, as long as the soldiers of Yuyang did not die on the spot, he could use his authority of healing and urgent aid to cure them. Even if a few unfortunate souls died instantly, Zhou Heng would promote them to ghostly soldiers of the city god. Therefore, it was impossible for Yuyang to lose this battle, and Zhou Heng would not allow his subjects to suffer significant casualties. Over 50 miles north of Yuyang City, over 1,000 cavalrymen were on their way, their breath forming a faint white mist in the air. Eta urged the warriors to push harder. We must enter Yuyang County before the common people evacuate. This way we won't have to rely on the supply lines behind us. Understood, my lord. Salubo watched the speeding totem warriors, a bloodthirsty smile creeping onto his lips. He imagined the weak Qi people crawling at his feet, wailing, while groups of Qi women became their spoils, indulging freely in the prosperous Yuyang City. As he thought of this, Salubo's blood surged, and a black wolf's head rose from behind him, howling. At this moment, he felt it was worth nurturing the demon souls with flesh, even if these totem warriors would have short lives. As long as they could gain powerful strength, everything was worth it. Hiya, don't rush. We'll soon enter the territory of the Qi people, and there I will let you feast. Wuhis hum. Salubo's reassurance had no effect. Instead, the demon souls carried by the totem warriors began to howl. What's wrong with Edo? Why are the totems suddenly agitated? Reporting to the commander, I don't know. Before we set out, we offered enough slaves to the totems. According to the timeline, they shouldn't be due to feed for another 7 days. Useless. It must be that Borgwood didn't prepare enough blood food. Let the warriors kill horses to feed the totems, and then we'll quickly break into Yuyang County. Understood. Ada was about to ride over to relay the orders to the totem warriors when a bone-chilling cold wind suddenly blew in. Since becoming a totem warrior, he hadn't felt anything like this for a long time. As the cold wind swept through, he felt the eagle demon's soul on him, lamenting. Use the soul-reaping rope to capture all the demon souls that consume the life essence of the mortals. Yes. The general of the Yuyang City God's Mansion, Yin Feng, revealed a cold smile as he looked at the hidden demon souls within the totem warriors. If it weren't for the divine master instructing him not to slaughter mortals, he would have already taken the living souls of those totem warriors. The battle of the ghostly soldiers capturing demon souls went very smoothly. Since experiencing a city god's domain offensive and defensive battle, they had gradually become qualified ghostly officials. Now facing these demon souls that could only be considered demon soldiers, and with the advantage of numbers, they naturally captured all the demon souls successfully. General, all the demon souls have been captured. Good, let's go. The rest will be left to our juniors. Yin Feng cast a reluctant glance at the totem warriors trembling in the cold wind, then with a cold face, led his soldiers back to Yuyang. It wasn't until he saw thousands of galloping Yuyang knights on the way back that a smile finally appeared on Yin Feng's icy face. Commander, I feel a bit cold. Coward. We are noble and powerful totem warriors. How could we fear a mere cold wind? Salubo tightened his leather coat, feeling the cold as well, but he had to maintain a strong exterior, otherwise the totem warriors under him might challenge him to a duel. It's truly cold, my lord. The agitated totems have been calmed by this cold wind. That is merely the totems being soothed by the blood food we provided. Haya is a bloodthirsty wolf king. How could he fear such a minor cold wind? Salubo wanted to lift morale, but the colder he walked the weaker he felt, for their bodies had long been drained by the so-called totems, which were in fact demon souls. Their strength was built on the feedback from demon souls consuming life souls and blood food. Now that those demon souls were gone, they naturally lost their source of power. Da-da-da. My lord, the sound of hooves coming from the south. The cavalry of the Chi people is coming. Mount up and prepare for battle. Salubo weakly climbed onto his warhorse and swung his whip fiercely, but he charged in the wrong direction. The Chi people were coming from the south, yet he was headed north. Run. The great totem has abandoned us. We are no longer powerful totem warriors. The commander has fled, we shall flee too. The totem warriors, having enjoyed the enhancement of the demon souls, had developed a strong dependency on the totems. Now that the totems were gone, they not only lost their strength, but also their fighting spirit. Chase. Leave no one behind. After learning that Zhou Heng was dealing with the Blackwater Mo totem warriors, Peng Yuanheng knew this was a rare opportunity. In the past, Yuyang had always been on the defensive against the Blackwater Mo, partly because the Yuyang cavalry that took the initiative to invade the Blackwater Mo territory would suffer counterattacks from the totem warriors. The existence of the totem warriors limited the external expansion capability of Yuyang City. Therefore, when given the opportunity to eliminate a batch of totem warriors, Peng Yuanheng naturally would not hold back. After obtaining approval from Zhou Heng, he took 3,000 Yuyang cavalry, guided by scouts, and quickly headed towards the batch of totem warriors. When Peng Yuanheng saw a phantom armored general nodding and smiling at him during the march, he knew that the batch of totem warriors had already been stripped of their claws. Damn Chi people! How could they appear when the totems are malfunctioning? It must be their gods intervening in the mortal battle. I must return and inform the Grand Shaman to awaken the totem gods of the Blackwater Sacred Domain. Salubo leaned down, clutching the horse's neck tightly, frantically racing towards the town controlled by the Blackwater Mo. At this moment, not only was he panicking, but he was also filled with rage, angry at the totems for malfunctioning and at the Chi people for their lack of martial virtue. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through Salubo's chest. As he fell from his warhorse, he saw a general riding a chestnut horse, drawing a bow and knocking an arrow. As all the totem warriors fell, with some dead and some alive, a divine steed eagle soared into the northern sky. With a sharp eagle cry, the eagle landed on the shoulder of a Blackwater Mo tribe shaman, who stroked the eagle's feathers, making cooing sounds to communicate with it. After the communication was complete, he took out some fresh meat to feed the eagle and then headed to the main tent in the center of the tribe. Great Khan, the city god of Yuyang, has joined the battle. Has the Yuyang city god directly intervened in mortal warfare? Does he intend to defy Tengari, the revered title bestowed upon the supreme sovereign Hao Tian by the Heishui Mo? Balwa immediately commenced a divine ritual. We must make the great Tutai Fu Jun, the mountain god of the Tutai Mountains, aware of the vile conduct of the Qi realm's deities. The Hao Tian divine court governs all beings across the three realms, heaven, earth, and mortal humanity, and the Heishui Mo dwelling between the Tutai Mountains and the Heishui River naturally fall under its celestial jurisdiction. Though Hao Tian's subordinate deities stand united in suppressing rebellious demons and heretics, regional allegiances and divergent loyalties among their mortal followers inevitably spark internal tensions. Beyond venerating Hao Tian as the supreme deity, the Heishui Mo proclaim themselves children of Tutai Fu Jun. Thus, the mountain god of Tutai inherently favors the Heishui Mo in matters concerning mortal affairs. Indeed, Tutai Fu Jun's dominion over lands spanning multiple provinces constitutes the Heishui Mo's greatest source of confidence. Otherwise, they would never dare ally with the great demons of the Heishui demon domain, but without formidable backing, those multi-clan demonic tribes would have devoured them whole long ago. As commanded, mighty Khan, I shall ensure the exalted Tutai Fu Jun learns of the Qi deity's audacity. Under the guidance of the Grand Shaman Balgua, the entire Heishui Mo tribe swiftly erected an open-air altar for divine veneration. Tikij Kanboki, the chieftain of the Heishui Mo, and Grand Shaman Balgua jointly presided over the rite. Beneath their leadership, warriors as mighty as mountains knelt in solemn rows, encircling the sacrificial platform. Exalted and venerable Tutai Fu Jun, your children suffer slaughter at the hands of the Qi deities. We implore your guidance. The children of Tutai and Heishui shall obey your will without reservation. The Heishui Mo's worship placed Tutai Fu Jun squarely on the crucible. Recently, demonic entities slaying city gods had emerged within his domain, severely tarnishing his prestige among the terrestrial deities. Though he later captured and executed numerous demons from the Heishui demon domain, the rift with the Qi city god lineage remained irreparably fractured. Should he now accuse the Yuyang city god, the capital city god seated in Daliang City, would surely grow uneasy. Even a mountain god commanding vast stretches of the Tutai range is no match for such a sovereign deity at present. Moreover, both now serve as comrades in arms, jointly battling rebel ghost kings within the netherworld. At this juncture, any hint of division among the terrestrial deities, whether from him or the capital city god, would draw immediate summons from the netherworld's sovereign lords and judges. My children, the Yuyang city god apprehended only demonic souls possessing living mortals. He did not directly intervene in mortal warfare. Were he to dispatch troops to massacre mortals, I would send envoys to hold him accountable. This boundary stands immutable among the terrestrial deities. Even with Hao Tian's sovereign leading mighty divinities into extraplanar battle, and even with new sovereigns and judges ascending in the netherworld, this line remains inviolate. Should Zhou Heng truly unleashing troops upon mortals, Tutai, Fu Jun need not lift a finger. The capital city god himself would purge his own ranks. For the reason mortals remain largely unscathed by cultivators' wars lies precisely in the terrestrial deities' unwavering defense of this sacred threshold. If even they abandon it, demons and malevolent spirits gain far greater justification to do the same. Venerable Tutai, Fu Jun, your children swear before the great Tengri, this war shall be one of mortals vying for survival space. We shall secure more land and faith for you. Our warriors shall stand as unyielding as mountains. Tutai Fu Jun's reply made it clear to Tikaj Khan Boki and Grand Shaman Balgua, if the Heishui Mo wish to carve a rich portion from the Qi realm, they must wage a purely mortal war. At this moment of contention among transcendent powers, the ancient divine covenants, not weakened, have grown even more stringent. While said mortals possess the sovereign right to choose their own conditions of survival. Ultimately, Tutai Fu Jun did not impede the Heishui Mo's southward advance, for it was the choice of mortals themselves. Deities may not slaughter mortals, nor compel their children to forsake the pursuit of bettering harsh living conditions. Thus, the Heishui Mo would inevitably march southward. At this moment of Qi's profound weakness, they were determined to seize a substantial prize. The ritual concluded hastily. For Tutai Fu Jun, this was but a trifling affair. Whether the Heishui Mo triumphed or fell held little consequence for him. So long as the Heishui Mo avoided annihilation, Tutai Fu Jun would not interfere in ordinary mortal conflicts among humankind. Nor would he object should the Yuyang city god expend divine power, healing his people, thereby indirectly influencing the course of war. For across his vast existence, he has witnessed countless such precedents. During the former Wei dynasty, preceding Qi, many city gods cherished their people deeply. Some even perished, their divine essence spent in healing their subjects. Yet what did it matter? The Wei dynasty ultimately collapsed, the same people still dwell there. Only now they are called Qi subjects instead of Wei subjects. Upon completing the divine rite, Tikaj Khan Boki immediately convened the chieftains of all Heishui Mo tribes. Children of Tutai and Heishui, you have heard the divine edict of Fu Jun. Under the witness of the great Tengri, the Qi city gods can accomplish nothing. This is auspicious news. Though we cannot rival the Qi realm in transcendent might, our fearless totem warriors have secured us a solemn guarantee through their sacrifice. My warriors, this war now belongs entirely to us mortals. I require every tribe's fighters arm yourselves instantly with bows, arrows, and long sabers. We shall invade the entire northern region of Yuzhou simultaneously. Warriors, our long-awaited hour has arrived. 7 centuries ago our ancestors established a royal court in Yuzhou. Now we shall return there, to found our Khanate anew. Respected Tikaj Khan, our warriors stand ready. In the bitter winter the Qi soldiers will grow ever weaker. Our warriors shall rend their defenses asunder. The great Tengri grants us life. All lands traversed by the boundless Tutai mountains belong to us. Balgua, sound the horn. Release the eagles. Our war begins. Harsh living conditions forged the Heishui Mo's formidable physiques. With half the year submerged in winter, their soldiers possess far greater resilience in cold weather combat than those of the great Qi. This advantage intensified after they acquired vast quantities of cotton from steppe khanates. Now, they were specially crafted padded armor for winter, dwell in windproof tents stitched from beast hides, and operate under a ruthless system of plunder. Thus their soldiers eagerly anticipate the southern campaign against the great Qi, and the spoils seized there shall sustain them through the long, grueling winters of the Tutai and Heishui lands. As the Heishui Mo mobilized their forces, Zhou Heng in distant Yuyang observed the Black Serpent, a metaphor for their advancing host, turning southward, its target extending beyond Yuyang to encompass all of northern Yuzhou. The great Qi's decline is glaringly evident. Even with my suppression of transcendent interference, the Heishui Mo persist in waging this war. To the side of Yuzhou, adjacent to the Heishui Mo, lies a land of 8 prefectures: Dai Prefecture, Shanggu Prefecture, Yuyang Prefecture, Xinglong Prefecture, Fira Prefecture, Yangla Prefecture, Heishan Prefecture, and Dongyan Prefecture. Among them, Yuyang Prefecture serves as the administrative center of Yuzhou, while Dongyan Prefecture is located at the northeasternmost point of the Great Qi, making both prefectures one of the 9 critical strongholds of Great Qi with abundant soldiers and supplies. However, this does not imply that the military strength of the other prefectures in Yuzhou is weak. With 12 counties and 96 districts, 2/3 of this vast territory borders the Heishui Mo. In essence, Yuzhou is a massive military camp. Aside from the bustling Chongping Prefecture, the citizens of the other prefectures may be conscripted at any time to defend the borders of the nation. Therefore, the combat capability of the other border prefectures in Yuzhou is also considerable, especially with the coordination of the local governor, the Yuzhou Cixi, ensuring a robust overall defense. However, the data on paper is one thing, while the actual combat strength is another, as officials of Great Qi do not adhere to rules like deities. Under Zhou Heng's observation through the lens of fate, the fortune of Yuzhou has long transformed from a fierce tiger guarding the border into a multi-headed serpent, indicating a division within Yuzhou. Currently, with the coordination of the Yuzhou Cixi, everyone still manages to function as a whole, but it is hard to say how much combat power they can truly muster. It is unrealistic to rely on such a combined force from Yuzhou to resist the invasion of the Heishui Mo. Should any border prefecture fall, it is highly likely that Yuzhou would witness the situation of allied forces standing still in times of crisis. Moreover, the military commanders controlling each border prefecture may not be without thoughts of changing their superiors. After all, everyone knows that the ship of Great Qi is already taking on water. If they do not want to sink with it, it is better to plan ahead. As for the clashes of divine paths, the border generals do not care at all. Those powerful beings are ultimately too distant from the border generals. If they can vie for their own interests without betraying the human race, it is already a sign of respecting the deities. General Peng the Heishui Mo is about to launch a full-scale assault southward. You must immediately report this to the Yuzhou Cixi. This subordinate obeys the command. The invasion of the Heishui Mo in Yuyang is entirely different from a full-scale southward advance. Peng Yuanhang is confident in defending Yuyang City, but he is not at ease with the other border prefectures of Yuzhou. He knows that as long as the Heishui Mo establishes a foothold in Yuzhou, this war will be difficult to conclude in the short term. When the citizens of Great Qi in the occupied areas are forced to produce war supplies for the Heishui Mo under the pressure of swords and blades, this war will turn into a brutal war of attrition. Moreover, with the Heishui Mo having city defenses, they will be hard to expel by the soldiers of Great Qi. This is because the Heishui Mo are not ordinary prairie warriors. They are a semi-agricultural, semi-fishing and hunting nation with soldiers who are not only proficient in cavalry tactics, but also adept in infantry combat. My lord, if any border prefecture is breached, should we dispatch troops to reclaim lost territories? If necessary, we should expand our military now. In recent times, Shun Yan's mindset has undergone a significant change. He has transformed from an official of Great Qi to a subordinate of Zhou Heng. Especially after Zhou Heng killed over 10,000 demon soldiers who invaded, he is convinced that Zhou Heng is a deity worth following. Thus, he wishes for Zhou Heng's influence to grow. This war provides him with the opportunity to expand power, as he believes Zhou Heng should take the chance to seize all of Yuzhou. In doing so, they can not only unify the strength of the other border prefectures to resist the southward advance of the Heishui Mo, but also calmly observe the conflicts among the forces of Great Qi. Let's expand the military. Yu's military strength in Yuyang and Dongyan is the richest. If we do not deploy troops, Yuzhou will truly be left unattended. Understood. I will take charge of military expansion immediately. Due to the long-standing state of readiness among the citizens of Yuyang and the fact that the city god has shown his mercy, Shun Yan's conscription plan proceeded very smoothly. Not long after the notice was issued by the governor's office, many young and strong individuals came to Yuyang military camp with their own weapons to enlist. Conversely, the situation in Chongping Prefecture is entirely opposite. As the administrative center of Yuzhou and its most prosperous region, it should theoretically be the area with the greatest potential for warfare. However, the reality is quite the opposite. After receiving the warning from the guarding general of Yuyang, Peng Yuanhang, the Yuzhou Cix's office was thrown into disarray. Cixi Yuzhou is currently impoverished and unable to support a new army. Please, my lord, report our difficulties to the court and request that they quickly allocate reinforcements. How can we allocate troops? From where should we draw them? You all know the current situation of the court. The court's army must not only defend the border towns, but also deter those lords who rise amidst the chaos. The court is already in a tight spot, so how can they spare extra troops to support us? Yuzhou Cixi Zhang Liqing is a staunch supporter of the aristocratic faction, and his uncle is the current ruler of the court, Duke Zhang Shiji. Although the title of Great General carries weight, it loses its efficacy beyond the city of Dalian. Zhang Liqing has been stationed in Yuzhou for over half a year. Initially, he got along well with his colleagues. However, since the great general led the aristocrats to install the 6-year-old king of Bohai as emperor, his situation has become somewhat awkward. Although the conservative forces in Yuzhou do not openly express it, they privately believe that the aristocratic faction led by Zhang Shiji is unlawfully controlling the court. The more radical and rebellious factions do not hesitate to wish to oust Zhang Liqing from his position as Yuzhou Cixi and install King Xiao Jishan of Zhongshan as the legitimate ruler. Fortunately, Yuzhou is heavily guarded and the aristocrats and conservatives hold absolute power here, otherwise Zhang Liqing would have long been sidelined. Yet, even so, when faced with a significant issue like the full-scale invasion of the Heishui Mo, the discontent among the suppressed factions in Yuzhou is bound to erupt. If we lack troops, surely we can be allocated some funds and supplies. It is feasible, but not much. The court currently has little actual control, but many places are consuming resources, making it difficult to allocate large quantities of grain and supplies to support us. Without reinforcements or supplies, how can the soldiers of Yuzhou risk their lives? Master Lin, be mindful of your words. As officials of the court, we are obligated to defend Yuzhou. If not, what does the court want from you? Do you think it is acceptable to merely complain and disrupt the morale of the troops? When Cixi Zhang Liqing uttered such words about disrupting military morale, Lin Pingsong, who was in charge of Yu's finances, could only remain silent, though his flushed face indicated his lack of belief. General Gao, what do you think we should do? Cixi, I believe we should recruit a batch of local militia as reserve forces, and please grant us the authority to act flexibly in Yuyang and Dongyan prefectures. If any border prefecture is truly breached, Yuyang and Dongyan, which are heavily guarded, can quickly support the other border prefectures. Zhang Liqing initially thought the civil officials in Yuzhou would be a hassle, but General Gao Yuanpei's words made him realize that the military officials in Yuzhou are no less formidable. Granting the authority to act flexibly may seem inconsequential, but what if Yuyang and Dongyan use this as an excuse to deploy troops and control other prefectures? However, since Zhang Liqing had already rejected the civil official's request for assistance, he could not refuse the military official's proposal, lest he be forced to come up with a solution himself and bear the blame. Though General Gao's method may be somewhat improper, given the urgent situation of warfare in Yuzhou, we cannot wait for a perfect solution. I shall adopt General Gao's suggestion. With the authorization from the Chongping Prefecture, Cixi, a segment of the multi-headed serpent representing the fortune of Yuzhou fell away, and that segment did not turn against the southward-moving black python, but instead fixed its gaze on its companions beside it. As the northeastern border town of the Great Qidongyan County is a significant stronghold, not only well-equipped with troops, but also not lacking in provisions. However, there is a major problem in Dongyan County, or rather a common issue across the counties of Yuzhou. The military authority has long been held by the families of generals in the border counties. These families have defended the borders for generations, displaying both combat prowess and loyalty. Yet such families of generals in the Great Qi are merely considered local tyrants struggling to enter the central government in the capital. Consequently, dissatisfaction has accumulated over generations. When turmoil erupted in the capital, the nobility seized the opportunity to dominate the court, leading this dissatisfaction to reach its peak. As the nobility sought to maintain control over the border troops in Yuzhou by intentionally replacing border generals with their own offspring, the families of generals could no longer endure it. When a father dies, a brother succeeds, when a brother dies, a younger brother takes over. In times of war, which family among us border lords does not suffer losses, with many male heirs nearly wiped out? Yet what have we gained through our struggles? We have exchanged our efforts for the disdain of the Three Rivers gentry and the court nobility. When they need us, they call us the sons of respectable families from the border, but when we are of no use, they simply assign us to meaningless positions. General Zhao Zhan, commander of Dongyan County, held the authorization letter from the governor of Yuzhou, angrily questioning his subordinate officers. Brothers, now is our opportunity. General Gao has secured authorization from the governor for us. We, the sons of Yuzhou, can choose how to establish ourselves in this chaotic era. General, are you planning to gather troops to rise? This is unwise. The key town of Yuyang is controlled by the nobility, and with the Heishui Mo preparing to advance south, we cannot afford any internal turmoil at this time. Vice General Sun Shao, also from a family of border generals, shared the same dissatisfaction with the court's exclusion and oppression, yet he understood the dire threat they faced, and that internal strife was unacceptable. General Sun, you misunderstand. We are not plotting rebellion, we are seeking to protect ourselves. We will resist the Heishui Mo and comply with the military orders from the court, but we will no longer accept appointments from court officials. Yuzhou belongs to us, the people of Yuzhou. We are capable of managing Yuzhou without interference from those high-ranking officials in their lofty halls. General, but Sun Shao originally intended to retort, but he suddenly noticed that his former colleagues had turned their attention towards him. Only at this moment did he understand what Zhao Zhan meant by we. As someone who still held some loyalty to the court, he had unwittingly become an outlier among the Dongyan troops. General Sun, think about the soldiers you lead. Oh, which of them is not a son of Yuzhou? Now look at our superiors. How many of them are sons of respectable families from Yuzhou? Alas, how poorly the court treats the sons of border families. Given the circumstances, I am willing to follow your orders, General. Good General Sun is still our brother. General Zhao Zhan gestured behind Sun Shao, indicating for the soldiers to sheath their weapons. Since we have laid our cards on the table today, I will no longer hold back. The governor of Fairu, General Deng, has now sealed off the Liaoxi corridor, effectively splitting Yuzhou into two. While the lands of Liaoxi remain under the governor and General Zhao Wu of Yuyang, the lands of Liaodong will now belong to us, the sons of border families. Brothers, look here. The lands of Liaodong consist of 5 counties: Fairu, Yangla, Heishan, Dongyan, and Shishui. The terrain of Yuzhou is broad at both ends and narrow in the middle. As long as we hold the Liaoxi corridor, the 5 counties of Liaodong can be unified. We have 30,000 soldiers in Dongyan plus over 20,000 from Fairu and Shishui. Soon the entire Liaodong will be under the control of our Dongyan army. At that point, we will no longer be the border generals at the mercy of the court. Of course, we will not rebel. We only seek a place of refuge to escape the open and covert struggles from the court. General, the Heishui Mo is about to advance south. Can our current military strength defend the entire Liaodong? Of course we can. Yuzhou has 12 counties and 96 districts, most of which have the families of generals on our side. With the expansion of our forces, the strength of the Liaodong army will soon surpass that of the Liaoxi region. As long as we withstand the initial attacks of the Heishui, Mo, they will ultimately seek easier prey. General, how can there be so many families of generals on our side? Of course, the families of border generals have long been plotting today's events. The lords of Daliang will form alliances, and we the sons of border families are not helpless. Hearing Zhao Zhan's response, Sun Shao was completely disheartened. The nobles in the court could manipulate various intrigues through the young emperor, and the families of border generals could also step outside the chessboard to break free from their control. Gong Xing and Gao Fanyu too are to immediately take the governor's authorization to the armies of Yangla and Heishan. Next, we in Liaodong must consolidate all our forces to resist the invasion of the Heishui Mo. Understood. As the Dongyan army took control of Yangla and Heishan, the land of Yozhou, comprising 12 counties, was effectively split in half. The relatively prosperous 7 counties of Liaoxi were temporarily under the control of the court, while the desolate and impoverished 5 counties of Liaodong became the de facto local lords. Regardless of what intentions General Zhao Zhan and General Gao Yuanpei of Yuzhou had, they were ultimately gathering troops to rise. In the midst of this turbulent change, Yuzhou appeared to Zhou Heng as a many-headed serpent, the 7 counties of Liaoxi, and a white iron serpent, the 5 counties of Liaodong, united against the descending black python. However, the strength of that many-headed serpent was gradually waning, while the white iron serpent was steadily growing stronger. Xinyan, why do you think the situation in the world has changed so rapidly? Your Excellency, there are many ambitious people in the world, and even I harbor some ambitions for revenge. As the court falls into disorder and becomes incapable of governing the various regions, they will naturally rise up. Indeed, there are too many ambitious people. In times of chaos, it is a battleground for the lives of the common folk, and also a playground for the ambitious. Even though Zhou Heng possessed the eye of fortune, allowing him to see the general situation in Yuzhou, he did not grant himself the ability to see through the hearts of men, so even he could not discern the private calculations of the various generals in Yuzhou. However, this was of little consequence. He would not easily grant himself the eye of human hearts, as he feared that if he saw through the hearts of others, he would be disappointed in everyone. Has the support of money and provisions from Chongping County arrived? It has arrived. The chief official of Yozhou, Lin Pingsong, personally escorted the provisions to Yuyang. He said the governor ordered him to stay and assist our garrison in Yuyang with the allocation of supplies from various regions. However, he also mentioned that the supplies Chongping County could provide are limited, and assistance from the court has yet to arrive. It seems Dongyan County will not receive aid from the state government. As the chief official of the state government, Lin Pingsong has tried to be as diplomatic as possible. In truth, he knew that Governor Zhang Liqing, unable to allocate a large amount of food and troops, had intentionally abandoned the impoverished 5 counties of Liaodong. He had already ordered General Deng Canifairu to guard the Liaoxi corridor. It must be said that both Governor Zhang Liqing and General Zhao Zhan of Dongyan County had come to the same conclusion. They both planned to abandon each other to save themselves. I never expected that we would also become a factor in Dongyan's rise. As a member of the nobility, should I say he treats Yuyang well, or that he is harsh on Dongyan? The self-establishment of the 5 prefectures in Liaodong could not escape the notice of Zhang Liqing, the inspector of Yuzhou. However, instead of worrying about this matter, he felt a significant reduction in the pressure within his heart. It was no longer him secretly abandoning the 5 prefectures of Liaodong, but rather the garrison generals of Liaodong rebelling and breaking away from the control of Yuzhou. Therefore, Zhang Liqing immediately sent an urgent report to the court, intending to solidify the rebellion of the border generals in Liaodong and conveniently throw General Gao Yuanpei, who proposed decentralization, under the bus. However, General Gao Yuanpei was the highest military officer in Yozhou, and it was unrealistic to expect the already rebellious border troops to escort their general to the capital. In the end, Gao Yuanpei merely went through the motions and proceeded to the Liaodong region under the protection of his personal troops. From then on, the 7 prefectures in the west of Liaoxi, controlled by the nobility, completely severed ties with the 5 prefectures of Liaodong, dominated by the families of border generals. Although the 5 prefectures of Liaodong still nominally obeyed the orders of the court, they began to build their own administrative system. With the pressure from the invasion of the Heishui, Mo, the court, not wanting to push Liaodong completely into rebellion, could only issue edicts to appease them, but this would also solidify the border family's control over the 5 prefectures of Liaodong. The 5 prefectures of Liaodong were expanding their military and preparing for war, while Yuyang City was also improving its defenses. Zhou Heng dispatched 500 soldiers to the 6 counties under Yuyang and ordered them to rebuild the city god temple. Next, he planned to connect the city god temple in the 6 counties with the one in his prefecture, allowing him to quickly reach each county to aid the scattered garrison troops of Yuyang. As for the soldiers stationed in each county, they would serve as the best scouts, constantly monitoring the invasion situation of the Heishui Mo. While Zhou Heng expanded his realm of the city god, his subordinate Li Haibai, the captain of the Rongqi battle team, was leading Master Huiming to visit his old patron, the Mountain Lord of Jialing Mountain. Master Huiming, can you really subdue the Mountain Lord? Our matter is not urgent. If helping us causes your fellow disciples to be injured, it would be a loss. Through the connection of the divine seal, Li Haibai could communicate directly with Master Huiming. He genuinely hoped that the strongest ally of the current taxing humanity would not run into trouble. Rest assuredly, benefactor, my fellow disciples, all possess cultivation, and the fierce tiger of Jialing Mountain is no nameless character. We have a certain understanding of its capabilities. That's good. Master, let's proceed. The Mountain Lord likes to hunt around the mid-mountain area. Li Haibai, accompanied by 8 bald-headed men and 7 players, entered the territory of the Mountain Lord from the foot of Jialing Mountain. Ma Jigang, a direct subordinate of the taxing deities, was also part of this team. After all, the contract offered by Rongqi Technology was too enticing, prompting Ma Jigang to come for a high salary. To maintain the authority and mystery of the main deity, those transformed into deities in taxing did not know Ma Jigang's true identity. There was no one else who could do what Ma Jigang did, and now his subordinate, Du Yingyang, the owner of Rongqi Technology, not only worked for him, but also paid him. When the leader and subordinate are the same person, the middle management truly becomes a tool. Captain, after we take down the Mountain Lord, can we really change our profession? Of course. As long as we take down the Lord, we become free men. Then we can directly join Master Huiming's Songxiang Temple to change our profession to martial monk. Isn't that much better than being the Mountain Lord's ghost? Li Haibai knew that the game Ghost God rivalry made players the subjects of ghost lords, which was a significant obstacle to controlling players. If this issue was not resolved, the player teams under their control would be unable to suppress the increasingly strong other player groups in the later stages. Thus, he sought out Master Huiming to deal with the Mountain Lord, hoping to verify whether the game Ghost God rivalry was picky. If the game Ghost God rivalry was not picky and could recycle points even from players' lords, he would lead the professional team to make as many players as possible become free men. He understood that as long as he solved the issues of the lords and the point acquisition method, most players would still unconsciously lean toward the human faction. After all, normal players, when seeing beasts devouring humans, even if they would not save NPCs, would treat the flesh-eating beasts as bosses to strategize against. Wait a minute, isn't this game called Ghost God rivalry? If we take down our own Ghost Lord, wouldn't we be deviating from the main storyline? Old Ding, think about your identity. You are a member of the Rongqi battle team. Du said to explore various development paths of the game, and we must execute the company's orders. You aren't playing a game, you are working. Sorry, Captain, I've become accustomed to being a freelancer and haven't adapted to the mindset of a worker. For the bonus, please let me be the first to charge at the Mountain Lord. What are you thinking? We are just the guides. The real main force is Master Huiming and his fellow disciples. Under the leadership of Li Haibai and Ding Yingshan, 2 players familiar with Jialing Mountain, Master Huiming and his group quickly locked onto the green-eyed, yellow-skinned, fierce tiger Mountain Lord. I knew you unreliable human ghosts would be untrustworthy. Forget it. After I finish dealing with these monks, I will use you as food for my teeth. Mountain Lord, you are ill. Why not come back to Songxiang Temple with us for treatment? You are the one who is sick. I see that your hearts are wicked. How dare you come to trouble me? Who gave you the confidence? The Mountain Lord's roar stirred up a tremendous wind as it leaped into the gust, ready to attack the few monks radiating Buddhist light. However, those monks stood tall, neither sad nor happy, showing no fear at the sight of the great demon. It was not that they possessed the strength to crush the Mountain Lord, but in their eyes this formidable Mountain Lord was indeed ill and in fact had multiple ailments throughout its body. The disciples brought by Master Huiming were all his divine subordinates. When he joined Zhou Heng's divine path, he gained the eye of observing the illnesses of all people. This extraordinary authority after his promotion allowed him to see through most ailments present in living beings. Therefore, in the eyes of Huiming's disciples, this fierce Mountain Lord was merely a facade of outer strength, but inner decay. A woo! The violent wind blew Li Haibai and the other players off balance. As they struggled to hold on to a large tree to avoid being blown away, the fierce tiger, Mountain Lord, peeked out from the gust and lunged at the leading monk. The tiger spirit wind manipulation is indeed powerful, but your tiger spirit has a cause of illness. Master Huiming revealed a wrathful visage, and with his right hand's demon-slaying pestle, he directly attacked the cause of illness he saw, while his disciples simultaneously targeted the other causes of illness of the Mountain Lord. Strangely, although the monk's glass-like Buddhist light was clearly attacking the strong winds, it seemed as if the Mountain Lord had suffered a heavy blow, falling from the gust almost instantly. Blood and black smoke continuously flowed from its mouth, and the black smoke transformed into figures kneeling before Master Huiming. The injured Mountain Lord still wanted to resist, but at this point it could no longer stand up. Those monks' single strike had nearly robbed it of control over its own body. What just happened? What have you done to me? Mountain Lord, I mentioned before that you are ill. We merely triggered all your causes of illness. Master, can I be saved? I am willing to become your protective mountain spirit beast. I can see your causes of illness, but I am not skilled in healing. The Lord of Jialing Mountain has departed, and his departure was anything but peaceful. The attacks from Master Huiming and others on the cause of his ailment were as terrifying as a dozen burly men wielding demon-suppressing clubs, inflicting damage upon him. The Lord of Jialing Mountain believed that enduring the excruciating pain that struck deep into his very soul, while still maintaining a facade of dignity to plead for mercy, made him a tough entity among demons. Unfortunately, Master Huiming failed to comprehend his resilience and insisted on sending him to the Pure Land for treatment. Thus, the once dominant lord of Jialing Mountain departed, leaving behind his massive tiger body and the demon's soul shivering in fear hidden within the demon form. Initially, the lord of Jialing Mountain thought he would be salvaged by the great monks, as monks are known for their compassion. Having killed him, they would likely spare his demon's soul from utter destruction. However, he overlooked one type of being, the players he referred to as human-shaped ghosts. "Captain, the lord is down. Should we collect it?" "Don't move, let me handle it." Li Haibai drew the dagger from his waist, severing the branch that had pierced his calf in the raging wind, then quickly hopped toward the corpse of the lord of Jialing Mountain, dragging a limp leg behind him. "Li, you are injured. I have secret medicine from Songxiang Temple. Take it first." "A minor injury is nothing. Thank you for your kindness, master." "They'll try to recover the lord's body first." "Very well, whether we can recover the demon is of great importance, so please proceed, Li." After receiving master's permission through the communication of divine seals, Li Haibai reached out toward the lord's corpse and summoned the game's points exchange panel. "Do you wish to submit the infected tiger demon and weakened demon soul?" "Submit." As Li Haibai confirmed the submission, the demon body and demon soul of the lord vanished along his palm in an instant, as if this small player had devoured the massive lord. It turned out that the Ghost God Clash game was not picky at all. As long as it had a soul, whether human, animal, or demon, it welcomed them all. "Captain, how did it go? Did you get anything?" "Yes, and it's a significant harvest. The boss is indeed different. The lord not only provided us with 3,000 points, but also dropped attribute-enhancing pills, and the tiger's soul wind-controlled divine ability." Divine ability. Just the name sounds much more powerful than skills or techniques. Do Ghost God Lords possess such wonderful items? Facing the curious teammates, Li Haibai generously revealed the item descriptions for the pills and the tiger's soul wind-controlled divine ability. Tiger Bone Pill upon consumption can simultaneously increase constitution strength and agility by 5 points with a maximum cap of 20 attribute points. Tiger's Soul Wind Control allows one to expend energy to transform into wind, eliminating physical form and becoming an energy entity capable of flying on the wind and attacking enemies with it. Wow, is this the correct way to play the Ghost God Clash game? Being a loyal subject to a lord for years wouldn't yield such rewards. The players of the Ronchi team felt they had uncovered the truth behind Ghost God Clash. Previously, they had toiled over point tasks for 2 months, which did enhance their levels, but they only earned a single free attribute. In the Ghost God Clash game, one receives a free attribute point for each level gained. Now, the generous rewards bestowed by the Lord made them feel that their former selves had been too naive. The truth proved that collaborating with NPCs to become lords was indeed the player's way to greatness. "Thank you, Master Huaming, for your assistance. My verification has been successful. The items you provided are not picky. After submitting the Lord's body and soul, it granted me ample rewards. May Buddha be compassionate. It seems the Lord was familiar with the game. He should receive excellent treatment there." Because the players who descended into the world of Daki become the subjects of the Ghost God, Lord Li Haibai and Master Huiming concluded that the demons of Daki were connected to the game, or rather they were allies cooperating with each other. The Lord has already had its muscles and bones extracted by the game to make attribute pills, and even the innate divine ability Tiger's soul has been drawn out. What kind of treatment is that? It's likely to reunite within its belly. Upon hearing Master Huiming utter the word treatment, Li Haibai couldn't help but scoff. The people of Daki were still a bit naive. It was always easier to harvest those they were familiar with. "Master Huaming, you are aware of the player's situation. I wish to entrust you with a portion of the players we control. In the future, you can assign them any dirty work or arduous tasks." "There is no need to decline, Master. They represent us, the human beings of Taixing, to express gratitude to Songxiang Temple. We will provide them with ample rewards in the Taixing world. There is no need for such courtesies, Li. Helping you is helping the beings of this realm. No thanks or gratitude is required." Master Huiming was willing to assist Li Haibai in dealing with the Lord of Jialing Mountain purely out of a mutual benefit for the beings of both realms. He had never considered gaining any benefits from the precarious human beings of Taixing. If that is the case, Li Haibai earnestly request the Master to open the doors of convenience and accept the players as protectors and monks. This way, the subsequent entering players can see a new career direction and will not need to exhaust themselves supporting those Ghost God Lords. Indeed, Songxiang Temple does need some worldly disciples. The players of the Ronchi team were discussing the might of the divine abilities while their captain was planning their future paths. Now these individuals without identity, unable to communicate and unclear in character, finally had the opportunity to transition into monks. Brothers, Master Huiming believes that our daring to lurk near demons and seek out righteous individuals to eliminate them proves we are compassionate and courageous people. Thus he intends to admit us to Songxiang Temple. Master Huiming truly is a great monk. He can see through my pure heart. I must take him as my master. I can finally change jobs. I want to become a diamond great monk. The players were eagerly anticipating the job change. After learning about the rich and diverse social structures of the Daki world, they were tired of the days spent on the mountain with the Lord as wild people. Now being able to switch from the demon camp to the human camp, while also gaining greater freedom, was something they naturally desired. After instructing the team members to follow Master Huiming to Songxiang Temple, Li Haibai headed to the Temple of Observing Good and Evil in the Three Realms, where the true leader of the Rongqi team, Du Yingyang, was waiting for him. How did it go, Haibai? Did our plan succeed? It succeeded, Director Du. The harvest exceeded our expectations. In addition to the points and powerful attribute-enhancing pills, we also obtained the Lord's intrinsic divine ability. It's fantastic that it is not picky at all. Haibai, please write a detailed guide. I want to change the mindset of players who have entered the game and those who will enter in the future. Players should fight bosses. Oh, honestly, playing the Lord game has no future. Understood, Director Du. Through the efforts of Li Haibai and the members of the Rongqi team, a detailed guide on how to counter their own Lord was quickly completed. This detailed guide, exceeding 10,000 words, caused a tremendous stir in the increasingly popular Ghost God Clash gaming community, simultaneously altering players' perspectives on how to engage with the game. The true way to unlock gods and demons' contention lies hidden within the opening gift waiting beside you. For newcomers, how to swiftly bypass the cultivation phase and rise to dominance from the very start. How a player can themselves become a god-demon lord. Amid orchestrated public discourse by Rongqi Technology and numerous tech firms, forums exploded with posts on rapidly conquering lords and securing the game's first fortune, flooding the gods and demons contention player community. While closed beta players were still immersed in lordship management, tilling fields, and grinding levels toward the martial arts era, Li Haibai's Rongqi team had already leapt into the cultivation immortal era. Faced with such a staggering disparity in progression, their inner worlds crumbled. After all, they were all players, so why could Rongqi achieve what remained beyond their reach? When Rongqi team unveiled the Mountain Sovereign Tigerbone Pill and the Tiger Soul Windwalking art, the game's discourse surged to its zenith. Is this truly the gulf between professional teams and ordinary players? Are you even playing the same game? Thank you, Senior Expert, for sharing your insights. I've already decided how I'll treat my own lord. If one can join sects and learn profound arts, why serve these lords at all? As the controversy intensified, countless esports teams stepped forward, declaring their intent to adopt this novel strategy. Guided by professional players and tech corporations, gods and demons contention was undergoing a quiet but profound shift in how players perceived it. Even the once dutiful beta testers, steadily cultivating their lands, began sprouting rebellious instincts. Their respective lords soon noticed their subjects' gazes had grown unsettlingly fervent. Rongqi team's strategy subtly reshaped collective player consciousness and delivered a devastating blow to a select few closed beta players. Those few were the 5 players Zhou Heng had arrested and imprisoned while serving as deputy commander of the Tiki Guard in Daliang City, devotees of the heretical Wu Tong deity. Though Zhou Heng later departed the Northern City Tiki office, the newly appointed commander, He Wei, paid them no heed whatsoever. They remained locked inside the Northern City Tiki Guard's prison, a textbook case of life imprisonment. Qifeng, have you seen Rongqi team's guide? Of course I have. Senior Expert, when Han never imagined lords could drop divine arts. Had we slain the Wu Tong ourselves, perhaps we'd have obtained the wealth-granting art. At the current exchange rate between the Qi silver and our real-world currency, acquiring that art would mean instant financial liberation. Qifeng watched Li Haibai's triumph with burning envy. As peers in competitive play and fellow beta testers, he couldn't fathom how far ahead Li Haibai had surged within gods and demons contention. Originally as professional esports athletes and closed beta participants, they'd held genuine prospects of landing contracts with major corporations. Yet the moment interviewers learned they were detained at the Northern City Tiki office, their affable demeanor vanished instantly. Some dismissed them outright, others politely suggested they reapply once granted freedom, and only then might employment be considered. Indeed, the golden opportunity has slipped through our fingers. Now I understand why gods and demons contention withheld voice interaction from us. The developers likely feared early access to overwhelmingly potent divine arts via NPCs would grant an insurmountable advantage over later arriving players. Damn it. All our avatars remain locked inside the Northern City Tiki Guard's prison. How long will this last? Will we still be incarcerated when the game launches publicly? Such a massive bug. Why hasn't the design team intervened? Within the game, Qifeng attempted every conceivable method of suicide, but the Tiki Guards were too sharp. Under their meticulous care, he remained trapped to this day. We cannot wait any longer. A single step behind means falling irreversibly behind. We must reclaim our freedom before launch. Seize whatever edge we can. Otherwise, once mass influx begins, professional teams won't even glance our way. Senior Expert Wen Han, what's your plan? Contact Li Haibai. His network in the game world is vast. Only he can arrange someone to enter the Northern City Tiki Guard's prison and eliminate us. That's viable. Though whether Li Haibai still deems us worthy remains uncertain. As a professional player, Li Haibai had once been teammates with Lu Wenhan during his esports career, giving Lu Wenhan direct access to his contact information. Haibai, it's Wenhan. I need your help. After connecting the call, Lu Wenhan concisely outlined their predicament. NPCs won't casually slaughter prisoners inside the Tiki Guard's compound, Wenhan. You'll need to offer fair compensation, or even with connections secured, I cannot extract you. Haibai will serve as Rongqi team's subordinate unit. We'll sign a formal labor contract. We accept a 3-month unpaid probationary period. Should we fail to generate sufficient value, I'll personally cover the contract's penalty clause. Agreed. I'll send the contract immediately. You sign it, and I'll expedite your release. Lu Wenhan and his 4 companions held little intrinsic value warranting Li Haibai's investment, yet they possessed one undeniable external asset: their location, within Daqi's imperial capital. Daqi is vast, so vast that Rongqi team's members are scattered across continents with no hope of assembling in the near term. Among the 100-plus closed beta players recruited by Rongqi Technology, not a single one resided in the capital city of Dalian, making Lu Wenhan's group uniquely valuable to Li Haibai. Once integrated into Rongqi team, they would serve as Li Haibai's eyes and ears in Dalian, delivering intelligence vital to the team's intelligence division. With authentic reports from Dalian and fragmented updates from other regions, Rongqi's intelligence division could rapidly map Daqi's socio-political landscape and anticipate pivotal future events. As for extracting Lu Wenhan and his companions, Li Haibai already harbored a clear plan. He intended to enlist Yang Yuan Kuei, the young master of the Xingwu Duke's household in Daqi. Though unfamiliar, Li Haibai could offer compensation substantial enough to secure Yang Yuan Kuei's cooperation. Events unfolded precisely as Li Haibai anticipated. Enticed by the allure of incense power, Yang Yuan Kuei agreed to test the proposition. Empowered by the self-reflecting past, seeing Yang Yuan Kuei had recently passed the scholar examination, significantly elevating his standing within the Xingwu Duke's household. In Dalian, a city where aristocratic influence reigned supreme, a scion of the Xingwu Duke's household could erase a few imprisoned heretics with effortless ease. Ultimately, he paid 20 taels of silver for Lu Wenhan's quintet. The tiki guard who accepted the bribe even offered enthusiastic assistance, allowing selection among execution methods: blade, drowning, or hanging, whatever the buyer preferred. Thus Lu Wenhan and his comrades were finally freed. This ordeal would ensure they spared no effort to avoid capture ever again. Li Haibai is truly extraordinary. We're finally free. Free. Don't flatter yourself. Rongqi's intelligence division has just issued a mountain of fieldwork assignments. From now on, we're Daqi's social investigators. In the Great Qi, on the 23rd of December in the first year of Yong'an, Zhou Heng experienced a peculiar dream. Logically speaking, someone at Zhou Heng's level should no longer dream, as low-dimensional information cannot affect his high-dimensional true spirit. His low-dimensional soul had also become the city god, making it difficult for ordinary external information to influence his soul. However, the source of this dream was quite unique. It emanated from Zhou Heng's city god seal, with information surging forth from the seal, transforming into dreamlike scenes. In this realm, Zhou Heng beheld a colossal yellow dragon freely roaming the mountains and lands of Yuzhou, wrapped in solid earth that resembled gentle seawater. Beside it, the land of Yuzhou appeared as soft as the sea, with the land and mountains undulating in rhythm with the dragon's movements. It was not a king of the sea, but rather the soul nurtured by the land of Yuzhou. Yuzhou comprised 12 prefectures and 96 counties, a vast expanse of land that formed its body. The immense and sacred dragon, merely walking upon the earth, could alter the very topography of the mortal realm. Yet this mighty dragon was gradually becoming ethereal as it moved, eventually dissipating into specks of glowing light. After its disappearance, the once vibrant land of Yuzhou fell silent once more, which was not a good sign, as the tranquil mountains and land seemed to have lost their very essence. Moreover, the lifeless land of Yuzhou was slowly sinking, with seawater from the borders gradually pouring in. Has the dragon god of the bitter sea fallen? This is indeed a matter that could change the mortal realm significantly. In ancient times, the Yuzhou of the Great Qi world was not a complete land, but an expansive ocean directly connected to the vast eastern sea. At that time, the beings of Yuzhou could only inhabit scattered small islands, now the tops of various mountains, and each time the tide rose and fell, it would deal a deadly blow to the beings on those islands. Furthermore, the neighboring regions of Qingwei and Bing were often inundated by seawater, leading to devastating floods. Thus, Yuzhou was referred to as the Bitter Sea. It was not only the bitter sea for the beings of Yuzhou, but also for the common folk of the Qingwei and Bing regions. The reason Yuzhou transformed into its current landform was due to the Bitter Sea dragon god Aozhun joining the heavenly court in ancient times, offering land to reject the sea. For thousands of years, the beings of Yuzhou have lived under the protection of Aozhun. Without this powerful dragon god, this land would inevitably return to the embrace of the Eastern Sea. Due to Yuzhou's unique circumstances, its city god, land god, mountain god, and river god are not only deities of the earth god lineage, but also subordinates of the Bitter Sea dragon god Aozhun. The fall of Aozhun has caused damage to the seals of Yuzhou's deities, breaking a pillar that granted them divine power, leading to natural feedback from the earth gods of Yuzhou. The emperor of the heavenly court has been on campaign for over 30 years, and during this time strong celestial beings rarely fall. Who would have thought that the pillar of Yuzhou would fall this time? Without the support of the Bitter Sea dragon god Aozhun, the land of Yuzhou will inevitably sink again. When that happens, the waters of the Eastern Sea will once again fill Yuzhou, and the nearly 10 million humans and countless beings will be displaced. What determines the fate of the Great Qi and its people is not the struggle of dynasties, but rather a higher-level war. With the nest overturned, how can there be unbroken eggs? Looking at the invasion of the Heishui Mo, the establishment of the Liaodong regime by the Eastern Extension Army, and the power struggles among the noble families controlling the 7 prefectures of Liaoxi, Zhou Heng felt a profound sense of absurdity. In the face of absolute power, the political struggles of various factions seemed so laughable, as they were still scheming on how to seize benefits and strike against each other. Yet after the fall of the bitter sea dragon god Ao Zhun, the significance of all their conflicts instantly lost its foundation. When the waters of the eastern sea pour in and the bitter sea reappears, they can only drown in their own ambitions amid the transformation of the world. I was mistaken, of the war between the two worlds is perilous. I thought I could manage a territory and rise secretly, which is truly naive and laughable. Today, the fall of the bitter sea dragon god will lead to the downfall of Yozhou, and tomorrow, who knows if the Earth Mother Yuanjun will fall, turning the mortal realm into murky air, returning to the source of the world. At that time, all demons, evils, and righteousness will lose their basis for existence, or perhaps only those great beings will survive, and they will be able to seize opportunities for progress when the material world returns to energy. The fall of such a powerful deity as the bitter sea dragon god not only turned the internal conflicts of Yuzhou into a joke, but also dealt a heavy blow that awakened Zhou Heng. Two worlds are at war, with the danger of overturning looming at any moment. There is no time for him to develop slowly. Now he must shift his gaze away from the great Qi world and truly focus on the countless low-dimensional worlds. Zhou Heng had previously harbored a sense of complacency, not believing that the world's situation could change so rapidly. This mindset became more pronounced when he saw the emergence of the players and glimpsed the world of Taixing through the players' subordinates. At that time, he thought that since the Taixing world had sent players to invade, it might be that they had not gained a significant advantage on the front lines. After all, the Emperor of the Heavenly Court and his divine army had been resisting the invaders for over 30 years, during which the Great Qi world had not undergone any significant changes. But now he understands that the Taixing world might simply be engaging in multi-front warfare, attempting to open second and third battlefields while having the advantage. Players are their tools. It doesn't matter whether they are effective as long as they can defeat the Heavenly Court as quickly as possible. They are willing to give it a try. I am ultimately not a great deity born with divine nature. I once thought that being able to view the Great Qi from the perspective of the world was already quite good. But I am still too superficial. I should transcend the constraints of the Great Qi world and the Taixing world and consider the future development direction from a broader perspective. Zhou Heng was once an ordinary person. Even after gaining power, he could not instantly change his original way of thinking. However, he has now awakened. He has shifted his high-dimensional true spirit's gaze away from the story of the rebellion in Daliang City, allowing this illusory world to collapse back into a simple story. Then he continuously projected this simple story information into the outside world using a principle similar to how the Earth emits signals into the universe. For this, Zhou Heng even crafted a small artifact to enhance the signal using divine power. Due to the existence of his high-dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng could descend into this flow of information at any time, continuously replenishing it with energy until it was received by the lives of other worlds. Now the biggest challenge for him is whether the Taixing evil gods will intercept these signals. However, these signals are merely a simple ordinary story, so the likelihood of the evil gods paying attention is low. This is also why Zhou Heng does not project his information to the outside world alone. By projecting the vague story of the rebellion in Daliang City, he is preventing the invaders from locking onto him. Outside the Great Qi world, numerous evil gods are constantly assaulting the barriers of the world, while the Heavenly Court and its legions are doing their utmost to repair the world's vulnerabilities. Whom is someone planning to spread a distress signal? A massive tentacled evil god captured a thread of information from the void. After tasting it, it discovered that this thread of information was merely a simple story, and thus paid it no further mind. After all, the Great Qi world is constantly emitting different information to the outside. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot intercept all the information. Its main goal, along with its subordinates, is still to prevent the Emperor of the Heavenly Court from disseminating information to the outside. As for the ordinary information emitted by the Great Qi world, they do not have the time to care. Have I succeeded? Next, I just have to wait for other beings to write the story for me. The successful transmission of the tale, The Uprising of Daliang City, was undoubtedly excellent news for Zhou Heng. From now on, so long as sentient beings from other realms received this fragment of narrative and wove it into their own stories, he would gain a foothold. With that anchor established, Zhou Heng could once again manifest the uprising of Daliang City as an illusory realm, binding it precisely to the coordinates of that foreign world. Thus, he would secure yet another path of retreat, and more importantly, use the story world itself as a vessel to absorb and integrate the intrinsic power of that realm. Even should the Great Qi realm truly fall, he could still depart for other worlds and continue his cultivation and dominion. The demise of Ao Zhun, the dragon sovereign of the Bitter Sea, was momentous. Even as Zhou Heng continued broadcasting the narrative of the uprising of Daliang City, the capital city god and the Yuzhou provincial city god had already issued summoning edicts. Upon receiving the decree, the local deities of Yuzhou swiftly gathered at the corresponding underworld prefectural office in the netherworld. There Zhou Heng beheld the full current strength of Yuzhou's divine lineage. He observed that aside from the provincial city god, only 6 prefectural city gods remained. Over 50 county city gods were present, and together mountain gods and river lords numbered more than 20. These constituted the entirety of Yozhou's divine might, while minor spirits such as earth gods and underworld officers were excluded from deliberations of this magnitude. You are all aware, I trust, of the dragon sovereign of the bitter sea's return to the heavens, so no further explanation is needed. What demands our immediate attention is the backflow of the Eastern Sea. The Dragon Lord of the Eastern Sea has accompanied the celestial emperor, Hao Tian, into battle beyond our realm, and his offspring lack the power to part the seas and raise new land. Though they strive desperately to halt the inundation, the overall situation remains grim. Thanks to the concerted efforts of several dragon princes, large-scale marine backflow has been temporarily averted, but with the bitter sea dragon sovereign's support withdrawn, Yozhou's terrain will inevitably sink gradually. In time, Yozhou shall descend into a river valley basin. The seawater the dragon princes cannot contain will slowly transform it into a vast marshy realm. Now each of you is invited to propose feasible measures to save the people of Yuzhou. The capital city god gazed upon the 80-odd deities before him, hoping for a viable salvation strategy. Your Excellency, might we not divert Mount Tutai to block the seawater's advance? Impossible. Mount Tutai spans multiple provinces, not all within the Great Qi realm, and its relocation would inflict catastrophic devastation upon all life across those lands. To say nothing else, the relentless tectonic tremors alone would annihilate countless living beings across several provinces. To sacrifice entire provinces to save Yuzhou would be unacceptable. Not only would the spirit of Mount Tutai refuse, but the underworld prefects currently suppressing rebellions would never consent. Why not? Relocating Mount Tutai would not only save Yozhou's millions, but also halt the barbarian horde's southern advance and prevent their slaughter of innocents. A single act yielding manifold epical merit. The county city god who spoke was clearly a former Great Qi official who had ascended through the city god examination. Though now divine, his human loyalties remained firmly aligned with the Great Qi state. To him, shifting Mount Tutai promised not merely Yozhou's salvation, but also the eradication of the northern barbarians, a feat of unparalleled strategic brilliance. Presumptuous. Harmony between deities and mortals does not refer solely to the Great Qi. It encompasses all humankind. How dare you jeopardize the lives of multitudes across the human realm for the sake of one province? The capital city god had served as a deity for many years. Though his tenure as capital city god was brief, he had previously governed as the Jinling city god for a long time. Thus he had long since transcended mere humanity, evolving into a deity whose impartiality superseded parochial allegiance. Sacrificing broader humanity to preserve Yuzhou was utterly unthinkable to him. Beyond gradually becoming a marshland, Yozhou's collapse will cause its elevation to plummet drastically, eventually severing it entirely from the existing human world. By then its people will lack even the capacity to flee, and even if the wider human realm wished to rescue them, how could grain and supplies possibly be conveyed down a chasm 1,000 zhang deep? Yuzhou is already impoverished, its harvest barely sustains its own populace. Should seawater inundation further render vast tracts barren and saline, its people will face utter ruin. The bitter sea of Yuzhou, the suffering sea of Yuzhou. Your Excellency, Yuzhou must not be abandoned, else its 10 million souls shall drown eternally in sorrow. As the provincial city god of Yozhou, he bore sacred duty to protect his domain and pacify its people. He could not bear witnessing his subjects devolve into specters, doomed to drift forever in that desolate sea. Thus, though he knew even the capital city god possessed no better solution, he persisted, striving against all odds to carve out one last sliver of hope for Yozhou's people. Given the circumstances, perhaps we should evacuate Yozhou's populace before its descent begins. Any action, however imperfect, is preferable to waiting helplessly for death. Evacuate to where? The Great Qi realm is fractured. Beyond its borders, nomadic khanates launch relentless raids, where then could shelter nearly 10 million refugees. And do you grasp how many would perish during such a migration? Under the Dragon Prince's protection, they may yet endure for years, yet your proposal condemns them to certain death. Then tell us what should be done. This fails, that fails. We as deities cannot simply watch our people descend into hell. 2 prefectural city gods driven by desperation had already erupted into heated argument. Had not the capital and provincial city gods stood present, they might have drawn weapons on one another. Enough. I summoned you here to deliberate strategies for saving mortal lives, not to hear you quarrel. Others, speak freely. Today no remark shall be held against you. The capital city god had reached an impasse. Moving mountains was within the power of local deities. Yet uprooting such a range would trigger widespread land collapse and ceaseless seismic upheaval. Consequences too dire to permit such a course. Blocking is futile. The sea will eventually submerge Yuzhou regardless of barriers. Better than to seek another path to survival. Your Excellency, let us muster Yozhou's full military might and march northward. By conquering the Khanate's territories, our people shall secure new lands to dwell upon. A viable plan. If barbarian soldiers may invade southward, then Yozhou's people may likewise advance northward to claim their domains. Regarding intra-human conflicts, the capital city god rarely intervened. Whether Yuzhou folk or Mo tribesmen mattered little to him. Though practicable, such a campaign would exact a toll of over 1 million lives. Moreover, in open-field combat deep within the Blackwater Mo heartlands, Yozhou's forces, lacking home-ground advantage, may well falter before a desperate cornered foe. The provincial city god of Yuzhou had indeed contemplated inciting a northern campaign to secure new living space for his people. Yet he also understood launching a full-scale existential war with Yozhou's singular strength against the Blackwater Mo masters of the frigid northern plains was near impossible to win. Your Excellency, the gravest peril arising from the dragon sovereign's demise lies not in human strife, but in the revelation of his fall to wavering powers once Yuzhou sinks. Indeed, human affairs may yet be mediated, but should more ambivalent factions perceive the dragon sovereign's death and align with invaders, our entire realm faces catastrophe. Your Excellency, might we elevate a new deity to assume the dragon sovereign's sacred office, thereby stabilizing both the mortal and cultivator realms? Difficult. Not just anyone can bear the weight of all Yuzhou. Lord of the city god, could we allow a virtuous immortal from the earth deity lineage to bear the divine duty of the city of suffering dragon god? At present, the earth deity lineage does have deities capable of bearing the divine duty of the sea of suffering, but those who can do so are currently suppressing rebellions across various realms. If a lord of the underworld were to be sent to bear this divine duty, that lord would struggle merely to maintain stability in Yozhou, let alone exert any effort to uphold the order of the underworld. In this case, it would nearly incapacitate one of the highest combat powers of the underworld, and the already precarious situation there would likely collapse in an instant. Such a scenario is absolutely forbidden by the earth deity lineage, for their greater duty lies in maintaining stability throughout the entire world in addition to protecting the human realm. Their most important task at present is to prevent the Emperor Haoyan and his divine army from suffering defeat on the battlefield due to internal strife within the world. This is also the reason why the city god has never proposed that the earth deity lineage bear the responsibility of Yuzhou. Other city gods understand that the current earth deity lineage is incapable of shouldering the burden of Yuzhou. Therefore, some have turned their attention to those powerful practitioners who are close to both humans and deities, hoping to stabilize the human realm and the cultivation world by bringing in external assistance. It is feasible, but the cultivators willing to accept this task might lack the capability. Those who can bear the weight of Yuzhou are few and far between, and at this time, they will certainly not abandon their own traditions to bear the burden of Yuzhou in the sea of suffering. The city god knew that if the Emperor Haoyan had not yet set out and the world was stable internally, those highly skilled great practitioners would likely be willing to bear the responsibility of Yuzhou. But now with the Emperor Haoyan on campaign and the world in turmoil, no one would waste their strength to bear the burden of Yuzhou. This is not a matter of people's hearts changing, rather it is the situation in the world that has transformed. Is there truly no way? If I were willing to bear Yuzhou, I wonder if it would be possible. Even if I could only carry it for a month before suffering damage to my Tao, I would still be willing to try. The city god of Yuzhou gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. He hoped that his subordinates would support him and succeed him in the divine position of the city god after his death, continuing to bear the burden of Yuzhou. He believed that as long as the city god examination continued, new city gods would come to bear the responsibility of Yuzhou, and they could exchange sacrifice for peace in the human realm and the cultivation world. The city god of Yuzhou has good intentions. While your divine duty encompasses all of Yuzhou, you do not have the capacity to bear Yu's weight. With your Tao attainment and divine power reserves, if you were truly to bear this burden, you would instantly perish, and your true spirit would be crushed by the divine duty of the sea of suffering. The naturally born deities of the world, and those later supported by the Emperor Haoyan after merging with humanity, are entirely different concepts. For example, a deity like the sea of suffering dragon god, who commands certain world rules, can still battle alongside the Emperor Haoyan, even while bearing the burden of Yuzhou. If it were truly the lords of the underworld from the earth deity lineage bearing this burden, those lords who had transformed from humans into deities would likely be unable to move, let alone fight. Moreover, the sea of suffering dragon god bears Yuzhou with the rules he commands. Whether Yuzhou is land or sea makes no difference to him. However, if the lords of the underworld were to bear Yuzhou, they would require a substantial amount of divine power to support it. The costs of these two scenarios are simply not comparable. The sea of suffering dragon god could support it for 10,000 years without feeling a thing, but if the lords of the underworld were to sustain it for a few decades, they might exhaust their divine power and perish. What should I do? Heaven and earth have treated me with kindness, nurtured me, bestowed upon me authority to protect the human realm, yet when I am truly needed, I find myself powerless. For thousands of years I have received the grace of heaven and earth, and have enjoyed the worship of the 10,000 people of Yuzhou. If I watch Yuzhou fall, and the neutral faction turn traitor, how can I, the city god of Yuzhou, return to the essence of heaven and earth with any face? The city god of Yuzhou is undoubtedly a proud and courageous deity. His ability to voice such sentiments proves his willingness to sacrifice himself for heaven and earth. Yet even such a loyal and fearless deity now finds himself without even the qualification to sacrifice. How could this not lead to his collapse? After his collapse, the city god of Yuzhou named Meng Gong shed tears. This just and noble city god, who had deliberately forgotten his own surname over the centuries, wept. His tears moved even the iron-hearted city god, for indeed heaven and earth nourish them, and the emperor, Haoyan, entrusts them with authority. Though they are not born deities, they are among those who have received the most grace from heaven and earth, and to watch the decline of heaven and earth, and the Emperor Haoshan's court, is undoubtedly the greatest torment to their souls. Alas, brother Menggong, do not be agitated. We are the last barrier of the human realm, and as long as we live, those rebels cannot rise again. The newly appointed city gods through the city god examination cannot understand the feelings of the city god and the city god of Yozhou, but their selection undoubtedly reflects their quality of loyalty. In the past, they were willing to die for the great Qi. Now they are equally willing to perish for the Emperor Haoyan. Just like the former city god of Yuanyang Jingyan, he may not possess the special feelings that natural deities have for the world, yet he remains willing to fulfill his duty and die for it. This is the path of the Emperor Haoyan. He is the just and impartial heavenly emperor, and his followers will similarly possess qualities akin to this. Honestly, this scene has greatly impacted Zhou Heng. He originally thought that the Emperor Haoyan united his deities through the mastery of fundamental authority. But now Zhou Heng discovers that this heavenly emperor's path possesses a significant capacity for resonance, naturally attracting similar positive emotions. One must say that the Haoyan of the world truly deserves its name. How could a heavenly emperor with such a title simply be a tyrant wielding authority over his deities? He is indeed a primal divine being born of heaven and earth. However, good and evil are binary. The just and impartial heavenly emperor attracts positive life forces from the world, and those negative life forces are naturally excluded from his divine path. This is also why many extraordinary forces in the great Qi world have developed rebellious tendencies. The just and impartial heavenly emperor must adhere to the rules he has set, and will not arbitrarily execute cultivators who have not committed wrongs. If the Emperor Haoyan truly judged beings by their notions of good and evil rather than their actual actions, there would likely be few living beings left in the great Qi world. This is the reason why demons and evil spirits can exist in this world. In the past, when they were under the governance of the Emperor Haoyan, they were each law-abiding cultivators. However, as time has passed, when the greatest righteousness of heaven and earth led an army representing righteousness into battle, hasn't the world become increasingly filled with evil? If possible, Zhou Heng truly hopes that such an Emperor Haoyan can return alive from the outer battlefield. For even the Emperor Haoyan, who can embrace demons, would surely impartially accept his new divine path, even offering guidance on how to develop this new divine path. As for concerns about conflicts arising from incense offerings, that completely underestimates the nature of the Emperor Haoyan as a primal divine being. Why would the Emperor Haoyan need incense to support his divine court? It is the very essence of this world that sustains him, and only this world can uphold his divinity. He is the greatest ruler of the world, the primary steward of the world, the most steadfast warrior, and the most selfless monarch. Is there really no way to stabilize the situation between the mortal realm and the cultivation realm? Even bestowing the divine position of the Sea of Suffering to a benevolent demon immortal would be acceptable. The divine positions of the Haoyan divine court not only grant authority to the bearer, but also assign responsibilities, and it is this responsibility that fundamentally nurtures the divine nature of the bearer. Thus, even a righteous cultivator from the demon clan can be accepted by the divine path, as long as they are willing to bear the responsibility of the divine position. Demon Immortal. Husan and his wife would probably agree the Fox clan demon immortals rightful celestial beings of the home guardian, but I fear that bearing the burden of Yuzhou could cost them their lives. The two Fox clan demon immortals have cultivated for thousands of years, guarding families and doing good deeds. The divine path immediately asks them to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the people of Yozhou, which is no different from demanding others to sacrifice for one's own gain in the demonic path. However, your words remind me of another possible divine force that might be willing to bear the land of Yuzhou. The capital city god is unwilling to sacrifice the benevolent gods and the demon immortals from the mortal realm for two reasons: moral considerations and worries about the world situation. In this current period of divine decline, if the divine path, under the guise of relieving the suffering of the people, forces the benevolent demon immortals to sacrifice themselves for others, would that not chill the hearts of those righteous demon immortals? Furthermore, it would deepen the animosity of those sitting on the fence. If even the benevolent divine path could be discarded in the face of tribulation, they would have no choice but to side with the invaders. Besides the Emperor's divine court, are there other divine forces in this world? The city god statement left the 80+ gods of Yuzhou present astonished. My goodness, how many peculiar paths has the Haoyan Emperor embraced? How is it that upon his departure, not only did demons and monsters emerge, but now even the divine path has individuals daring to meddle? What is their intention to establish a new divine court? Among those present, the only ones not surprised were the city god and Zhou Heng. The city god was the instigator of the question, while Zhou Heng suspected that the divine path mentioned by the city god was likely his new divine path. Well, it seems that being a god is indeed not an easy task. Zhou Heng's new divine path has not yet been recognized, yet he must already bear the responsibilities of a deity. Yes, there is, and it is right in Daliang City under my jurisdiction. Recently, my underlings reported that they discovered over 100 teams of Grim Reapers specifically capturing evil spirits in Daliang City. They initially intended to capture those grim soldiers without enforcement powers, but those grim soldiers always vanished in an instant. Even when my underling the literary judge took action personally, they still could not catch them. It is indeed quite astonishing that even the literary judge could not capture the opposing grim soldiers. The literary judges assigned to the localities are supposed to be city gods, and with their great divine power, it is remarkable that they could not capture even one of the opposing grim soldiers, indirectly proving the strength of their force. Thus, I authorized the literary judges to contact them. In fact, those grim soldiers are not hard to approach. Most of them were citizens of Daliang City in their previous lives. Through contact, the literary judge discovered that they came from a place called Tian Zhao Zhe, Qi Tian Cha, Sen Jieshan, Yishin Dian, and they were drawn back from the Sea of Suffering by that temple after their death. Interestingly, after identifying himself, a grim soldier captain named Zhong Tsongyu, who was a butcher in life, actually invited the literary judge to switch over to their temple. Hiss! How bold of them! The gods present did not expect that a subordinate of another divine force would be so audacious to poach from the city god's court, targeting even the authoritative judges of the city. No wonder the city god said it was peculiar. For a moment, the gods of Yuzhou could not discern whether the other party was deeply scheming or simply foolish. The literary judge must have refused right. No, I let him agree, so now the literary judge has become a deity bearing two sets of authority and responsibilities. The city god's actions left the gods of Yuzhou at a loss for words. They regarded it as a foolish and arrogant joke. How could their direct leader take it seriously? It seems the authority the literary judge acquired is indeed extraordinary, though otherwise the city god would not have brought them up. Indeed, given the literary judge's distinguished identity, the grim soldier named Zhong Tsongyu recommended a squad leader of grim soldiers named Fang Haoyu to the literary judge. The literary judge obtained the authority of Guanzui Fa Yin from him, which not only allows one to see the karma itself, but also grants the ability to directly attack karma. To be honest, this kind of authority that is akin to I observe and can touch is more useful than our trial and punish evil authority. At that time, after the literary judge explained the capabilities of the authority to me, considering that the other party's deity name was Cha San Jieshan, Yishun, Dian, it likely dealt with karma, and there would also be merit. I genuinely feared that if a villain obtained the ability of Guanshani Fa Yin, they would use this power that perceives the essence of life to diminish the merits of virtuous humans and gods. The city god's concerns will not materialize, as Zhou Heng's opening of Guanzui Fa Yin is to guide subordinates in punishing evil. As for the authority of Guanshani Fa Yin, he has yet to open it to anyone. He is also worried that someone might achieve evil purposes through the prosperity of virtuous people via merit. If that is the case, then the authority is indeed remarkable, and that divine force truly has the capability to bear the land of Yuzhou. The city god of Yuzhou had originally lost hope, but he did not expect that the seemingly ridiculous divine force would possess such profound foundations. Could it be that the Haotian emperor has bestowed part of the celestial authority upon them? That should not be the case. The emperor is just. How could he grant such extraordinary authority to grim gods who have not achieved any merit? Because that authority likely does not originate from the emperor. After entering that temple, the literary judge discovered a divine position chart bearing the divine seals of numerous gods, while ordinary grim soldiers could only see the divine positions of Luo Feng Lu Tian. However, the literary judge could see the divine position of Fengdu Dadi, and the information recorded on the divine position chart indicated that Fengdu Dadi is the lord of the underworld, managing all affairs of the netherworld and the underworld. Given the extraordinary nature of that divine force's authority and its profound foundation, I have dispatched the literary judge to oversee Cha, Sen Jieshan, Yishin Dian, and guide those new deities onto the right path. Strangely enough, that temple has a reflection mirror that can see the incense, fate, evil deeds, and merits of life. With the assistance of that mirror, the literary judge has begun to fulfill his duties as a judge in that temple. City God, are you suggesting that the divine position chart bearing the divine seals of various gods be used to bear the divine position of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering? The city god of Yuzhou found this method indeed feasible, but he was somewhat worried that those new deities might one day gain the ability sufficient to bear the divine position of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering and commit some harmful acts against the world. Yes, not only that, I intend to have all the gods of Yuzhou reside in Cha Sen Jieshan, Yishin Dian. The number of those new deities is not large, and their positions are not high. Once you arrive, you will be able to guide that divine force to become our strength. Feasible, worth a try. The gods of Yuzhou found a way to save the people of Yuzhou, thus feeling very pleased. However, Zhou Heng was unsure whether to be happy or not. His new divine path was about to have a batch of powerful deities move in, which was indeed good news. But his Cha San Jieshan, Yishun Dian might consequently become a branch of the earth gods of Yuzhou, which was indeed somewhat unexpected. However, since he opened the door of convenience wide, he would not refuse the joining of the gods of Yuzhou. Come now, the convergence of old and new divine paths is quite good. At least the deities nurtured by Haotian are far more professional than those chosen by Zhou Heng. Having made the resolute decision to allow the various deities of Yuzhou to reside in the temple of good and evil beneath the capital city, the city god was no longer satisfied with others controlling the source of authority of the new divine path. Consequently, he took the lead in offering a substantial amount of incense power, prompting the deities of Yuzhou to generously contribute as well. Thus, after the Wen judge sacrificed a significant amount of incense to the divine position diagram within the temple, he not only broke free from the constraints of the ghostly officer Feng Haoyu's divine duty, but also became the first punisher of evil in the temple of good and evil. In addition to his promotion in divine rank, Zhou Heng also significantly opened the authority of the Eye of Sin and Karma to him, transforming the Wen judge's power into the Eye of Sin for all living beings. Now, aside from being unable to perceive the sins contained within the world itself, other beings in this realm would find it difficult to escape his legal gaze. Having been promoted to Punisher of Evil, the Wen judge naturally gained a large number of subordinate deity positions, thus using his own authority as the core to bring all city gods, mountain gods, and river gods of Yuzhou into Zhou Heng's new divine path. After more than 80 earth deities entered the temple of good and evil, they immediately selected a batch of subordinates based on their own powers. In this manner, the Yuzhou earth deities quickly became the largest, most powerful, and principled faction within the temple. Subsequently, in the name of the Punisher of Evil, the Wen judge established his punishment office within the temple district. Thus, the subordinates previously recruited by Zhou Heng found their easy days coming to an end, and under the guidance of the punishment office, they could only develop towards the path of righteousness. Wen judge, this is the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering reformed by the city lords. You shall offer it to the divine position diagram in the temple. Since the temple can bear the divine duty of Emperor of Fengdu, who governs all matters of the underworld, it should also have the capacity to carry the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering to uphold the land of Yuzhou. After the fall of the sea dragon god Ao Zhen, his divine duty returned to the realm of heaven and earth, allowing the underworld lords to reformulate this unowned divine duty, and they possessed the right to do so. Before departing, the Emperor of Haoyan granted the earth deities the power to consolidate the divine sutra, which was also the reason the Haoyan divine court could continue to fight. With the authorization of Haoyan, even if the heavenly gods and earth deities on the front lines perished, the deities left behind in the world of Dachi could quickly consolidate the divine sutra of the fallen and thus nurture new deities. In accordance with the city god's order, I shall now attempt it. The Wen judge held a soil yellow sacred sutra in both hands as he entered the temple of good and evil, while the deities of Yuzhou, already waiting there, anxiously watched the sutra. Although they would gradually draw the power of this divine path into the earth deities after joining the temple, this was merely an unexpected delight. Their true purpose all along was to stabilize the land of Yuzhou and in turn secure the situation between the human realm and the realm of cultivation. A multitude of deities from Yuzhou lined up in 2 rows as the Wen judge walked through them, holding the sacred sutra, the serious atmosphere, causing even the original ghostly sergeants in the temple to stand in respect. As the envoy of the Haoyan divine court and a member of the temple of good and evil, I respectfully offer the sutra of the Sea of Suffering. Please, divine diagram, accept it to save all beings of Yuzhou. The Wen judge knew that the divine position diagram, reaching high into the sky, bore no consciousness, yet he still earnestly recited the incantation and respectfully bowed. He was not bowing to the gods on the divine position diagram, but rather pleading for life on behalf of all beings in Yuzhou. After completing the necessary rituals, he presented the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering to the divine position diagram. The moment the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering touched the divine position diagram, it naturally merged into it. In the next instant, a majestic and divine dragon god appeared above the divine position diagram. Everything proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, as if the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering had always belonged to the divine position diagram. Observing the location of the image of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering, it was situated in the realm of reincarnation beneath the 6 heavenly lords of Luofeng, which was already a respectable position. From this point onward, although Zhou Heng's underworld system did not yet have the 10 halls of reincarnation, it had already gained the Sea of Suffering for all living beings. Upon seeing that the divine position diagram had truly accepted the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering, the Wen judge led the deities of Yuzhou to once again bow respectfully, chanting compassionate divine path Sea of Suffering shore. As they worshipped, the temple of good and evil bore the weight of Yuzhou's earth, and the land of Yuzhou, which had already begun to sink, gradually started to rise again. Moreover, the temple of good and evil was rapidly expanding, with Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit continuously bestowing reality upon the temple, while the barrier between Yuzhou and the East Sea in reality was also quickly recovering. The integration of a Sutra of the Sea of Suffering allowed the temple to acquire all information related to Yuzhou, and a new Yuzhou was forming within the space originating from the story of the temple of good and evil. At this moment, as Zhou Heng was also within the temple district under the gaze of his high-dimensional true spirit, the new Yuzhou was rapidly realizing. When the deities of Yuzhou finished their worship, they discovered that the area outside the temple was no longer a gray and chaotic void, but an entire piece of Yuzhou land. Is that Jimen County? I can actually feel the realm of the city god's authority here. I feel it too. It seems the temple has replaced the dragon god as one of the pillars of our Yuzhou deity's divine sutra. It is indeed incredible that the temple can generate another Yuzhou here. Though the Yuzhou within the temple district was not a physical entity, the deities could sense that the new Yuzhou possessed a reality higher than that of the city god's domain. If a comparison had to be made, the deities of Yuzhou felt that the new Yuzhou resembled a special plane like that of the underworld. Since this place can trigger a response from our city god's duty, does it not prove that our city god's duty has transformed into a two-realm divine duty? Indeed, I tried it out, and there is no difference between being here and in the Qi Yuzhou. Our divine duties can still be used normally. This is truly marvelous. After entering Tian of Calm and Sin, we can not only continue to fulfill the responsibilities of the city god, but also possess a piece of land that we guard here. As the deities of Yuzhou expressed their amazement beneath the gradually rising land of Yuzhou, a colossal dragon invisible to the life forms of the Qi world was swimming. He is the manifestation of Zhou Heng's temple of good and evil, this originally formless and intangible story space, gradually supporting the land of Yuzhou from the level of information. From this moment on, all information related to Yuzhou would become the anchor points of this story world, bearing Yuzhou gaining all authority of Yuzhou and transforming into the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering. As the fall of the sea dragon god Ao Zhun had not yet leaked out, the new dragon god of the Sea of Suffering was born. Thus the life forms of the Qi world did not notice anything amiss with Yuzhou, but the master of Chongning from Qingyang Palace, who held the Mirror of Heaven and had been observing the Yuyang region, detected some clues. Just now the overall fortune of Yuzhou seems to have risen a bit. Now the guardian Zhun should lead the Zhou family into the land of Yuzhou. This suggests that General Zhou Heng of Yuyang may indeed be the hidden dragon of human fortune. Otherwise it makes no sense that as soon as his family arrived in Yuzhou, the overall fortune of Yuzhou would rise a bit. After the expansion of the heavenly temple of tranquil virtue and divine justice, it could no longer be called a temple. At this moment, it had already qualified to be referred to as a realm of its own. Upon seeing the land of Yuzhou appear within the heavenly temple of tranquil virtue, the deities of the Yuzhou lineage knew that this divine positioning chart not only embraced the Abyssal Sea divine inscription, but also undertook the duty of the dragon god of the Abyssal Sea to reject the ocean. Thus the literary judge immediately left and returned to the capital city of Dalian. My lord, we have succeeded. I am aware. The literary judge has just informed me that the Dragon Prince sent an urgent report stating that the barrier between the East Sea and Yuzhou is rapidly restoring and the land of Yuzhou is also rising. As the lord of the capital spoke, a hint of joy could not help but surface on his face. The fall of the dragon god of the Abyssal Sea had weighed heavily on his heart, and now, with Yuzhou's restoration, he finally felt a bit relieved. However, that feeling of relief lasted only a brief moment, as he soon became worried about the heavenly emperor and the divine army sent to battle. The dragon god of the Abyssal Sea is the strongest among the 4 great dragon lords. Now that he has fallen, does that mean the situation for the emperor and the deities has worsened again? The lord of the capital understood that the fall of the dragon god of the Abyssal Sea signified an escalation of the battles in the outer realms, and he feared that more celestial beings would fall in succession. At that time, how could the earth deity lineage maintain the order of heaven and earth? They certainly could not allow that fog-laden temple to absorb all the innate divine positions returning to the world. If the earth deity lineage were to do so, they would become the sinners of a divided heavenly court. Yet if they did not do that, how many could they put forth to bear the authority of those innate deities? At this moment, the lord of the capital felt caught in a dilemma. My lord, there is one more matter to report. After the temple embraced the divine position of the Abyssal Sea, it transformed into a vast realm of blessings where a new land of Yuzhou emerged. Did it reflect the land of Yuzhou? Not quite. It has created a new land of Yuzhou, and I sense that it resembles the underworld, although the living cannot enter it, can accommodate souls. Moreover, the gods of Yuzhou have sensed feedback from the authority of the city deity mountains and rivers on that land. The authority granted to us by the heavenly emperor can also be utilized there. What are you saying? It possesses such great power. Literary judge, tell me everything you observed in the temple area. As you command. As the literary judge recounted, the lord of the capital occasionally furrowed his brow and sometimes showed signs of joy. By the end, this usually composed lord even stood up to pace back and forth in thought. Literary judge, do you think that the temple realm has a master? I do not know, but it seems likely that it has a master. Otherwise, how could it possess the energy to create a new land and simultaneously bear the entirety of Yuzhou? Indeed, it most likely has a master and probably serves as a pivot for the outer divine court. If only the emperor were here. The divine paths contained within this temple realm are similar to ours, and the emperor could find its source and attempt to form an alliance. The content shared by the literary judge led the lord of the capital to discover a path that was not a retreat. Since the temple realm can create a piece of Yuzhou land, it indicates that the earth deity lineage can turn it into a final sanctuary. In this way, even if the emperor were to be defeated, the beings of heaven and earth would still have a chance of survival. As long as they exist, the emperor will surely return one day. The beings of heaven and earth in the world of Daki complement the heavenly emperor. As long as the emperor exists, even if the beings were to perish, he could still guide them back. Should the beings still exist, even if the emperor were to fall, they too would bring him back. If only it were masterless. Having a master makes it both a retreat and a dead end. If we retreat into it, we might be accepted, but it may not be willing to accept the emperor. Indeed, if the subjects of the Heavenly Emperor were to all become subjects of the temple to survive, it would be the greatest betrayal to the Emperor. Both the Lord of the Capital and the literary judge understood that if the Heavenly Emperor were to be defeated, he would definitely wish for his subjects to enter another realm to seek survival. But precisely because of this, the Earth deity lineage could not do so. The Heavenly Emperor does not forsake the beings. How could the beings forsake the Heavenly Emperor? Literary judge, the martial judge has gone to battle in the underworld. Henceforth, the matters concerning the temple realm are entrusted to you. If the situation deteriorates, you may take the people into the temple realm for refuge. I shall obey the Lord's command. If necessary, I will preserve the seeds of life for the world. The Lord of the Capital and the literary judge exchanged glances, neither mentioning what to do about the other deities, for they knew that someone must fight for this world until the last moment. The burden of the abyss found its place, and the calamity of Yuzhou came to a temporary halt. The gods of Yuzhou left some subordinates to assist the literary judge in operating his penal office before returning to their respective stations. After all, they were very busy. If they were to leave for too long, those hidden demons and evil beings in Yuzhou would likely jump out to celebrate. Upon returning to the jurisdiction of the Fisher Yang city god, Zhou Heng finally had time to carefully investigate the authority information contained within the Abyssal Sea divine inscription. Upon examination, Zhou Heng discovered that the authority controlled by the dragon god of the Abyssal Sea was somewhat less than he had imagined. He only saw 3 authorities in that divine inscription: Yozhou, Abyssal Sea, and Rescue from Suffering. The authority encompassing the land of the entire Yozhou, including the terrestrial and subterranean elements, and some of the aquatic elements of the East Sea, is equivalent to that of a powerful earth god and water god. This Rescue from Suffering authority is the core authority of the dragon god of the Abyssal Sea. He can stabilize the positions of innate deities with this authority. Indeed, under his protection, generations of Yuzhou citizens and countless other lives can thrive in the land of Yuzhou. He is indeed constantly engaged in rescue from suffering. The authority of rescue from suffering encompasses various forms of rescue, such as rescue from disaster and redemption. He undoubtedly possesses immensely powerful authority. Zhou Heng remembered that in the mythology of the Earth Star Taoist teachings, there was a deity known for rescuing suffering, whose full title was the Great Emperor of the Eastern Extreme, Qinghua, the Supreme Lord of Salvation from Suffering. Logically, a deity with such divine duties would possess extraordinary power when fighting on behalf of all things in heaven and earth. However, this deity, the dragon god of rescue from suffering, has fallen. No wonder the earth deity lineage would rather hand over the dragon god's divine inscription to the temple realm to preserve the semblance of the dragon god. The impact of this dragon god's fall is indeed too great. After all, with the deity of rescue from suffering fallen, it remains uncertain how long this world can endure. Rescue from suffering and relief from distress, the abyssal sea and water elements align very well with the functions of the lower Yuan 3 grades of relief water official of the Yin Great Emperor. The dragon god of rescue from suffering and the water official of relief from distress, the earth deity lineage chooses to carry hope with my divine positioning chart, and I will not let them down. In fact, Zhou Heng has already begun to fulfill his divine duties as he upheld the land of Yuzhou. Within his temple realm, the authority of rescue from suffering once again radiated its brilliance in this world. The heavenly emperor of the outer battlefield, who had originally weakened due to the fall of the dragon god, quickly regained his strength. My path is not lonely, the divine path flourishes. Zhou Heng's divine palace cave carried the Kuhai divine inscription, granting him all the authority of the Kuhai divine inscription. After his divine palace cave transformed into the serene and auspicious sinful sea dragon god, supporting the land of Yozhou, the power of incense he possessed began to spontaneously transform into relief divine power. This was not a reward bestowed by heaven and earth, but rather a ceremony or a duty feedback resulting from the relief authority producing advanced divine power. With the offerings from the gods of Yozhou, Zhou Heng's incense reserves were exceptionally abundant, and these incenses were constantly transformed into relief divine power by the relief authority. Soon Zhou Heng possessed sufficient relief divine power to wield. Moreover, it seemed that the relief authority was naturally connected to the Kuhai authority. By stabilizing the relief authority after fulfilling his duties, Zhou Heng indirectly activated the Kuhai authority, and the resonance between these two authorities stirred the water essence throughout Yuzhou. However, when he stirred the Yuzhou land authority, he could only directly manage the land and mountains of Yuzhou, and could not manipulate the earth's essence qi. It can be inferred that the Kuhai dragon god is inherently the god of water essence, and the land is merely the manifestation of the water essence it submerged. Thus, its Kuhai authority is purer and more powerful than the Yuzhou authority. Water transforms into mist that dances with the wind, rises to the sky to nourish the land with thunderous rain, and sinks underground to silently nurture life. Water exists in different forms in various environments, and on this peculiar land of Yozhou, water is ubiquitous. After Zhou Heng stirred the water essence of Yuzhou with the Kuhai authority, his consciousness seemed to transform into an invisible dragon freely swimming amidst the water essence of heaven and earth. Through the omnipresent water, he saw the Dongyan army controlling Liaodong preparing for battle, and also witnessed the soldiers of the Blackwater, Mo, continuously pouring into the land of Yuzhou against the cold wind. He also saw Zhou Jian's family had arrived at Chongping County, where the Yuzhou governor Zhang Liqing was warmly hosting them. After all, in terms of background, they were all noble families. In terms of status, Zhou Jian's position as the Minister of War was on par with that of a governor, but undoubtedly much more prestigious. Moreover, with Zhou Heng's connection, Zhang Liqing naturally held a favorable impression of Zhou Jian's family. Zhang Liqing noticed Zhou Jian leading a boy around 11 or 12 years old to take a seat, and instinctively asked, "Who is this young master?" "This is He Shua, the fifth son of the revered General Xine Wu. This child resonates with my second son, as if they are kindred spirits. Therefore, upon hearing of my second son's serious illness, he insisted on accompanying our family to Yuyang." "What? Zhou Heng is ill? Is it serious? How come I didn't know about this?" Zhang Liqing's friendliness towards Zhou Jian was merely a tactic to win over Zhou Heng. Otherwise, as a minister of war, he wouldn't have the standing to entertain someone of Zhang Liqing's substantial background. However, Zhou Jian's words nearly made him leap from his seat. For him, Zhou Heng absolutely could not have any mishap. Yuyang had 30,000 elite troops, and he had already sent the grain from Chongping to Yuyang. A few days ago, Lin Pingsung, the Yuzhou prefect stationed in Yuyang, wrote back stating that the Yuyang military was fully equipped, and after receiving grain support, they had expanded by an additional 20,000 troops. He believed that this battle could not only defend the Yuyang region but also achieve victory, and they even had the capability to support other states and counties. Thus, at this moment, General Zhou Heng, leading his 50,000 elite troops in Yuyang, was the strongest military force indirectly controlled by Governor Zhang Liqing. This was also one of the reasons why Governor Zhang Liqing personally entertained Zhou Heng's family. Though he had a deep background, Zhou Heng wielding 50,000 elite troops was the most significant presence among the 7 counties of Liaoxi. Now that Zhou Jian suddenly informed him that Zhou Heng was gravely ill, it caused ripples in the strongest military force under his command, and how could he feel at ease? "Do not rush, Lord Zhang. We are also unclear about the whole story. About half a month ago, General Xine Wu suddenly mentioned that my second son was seriously ill and urged our family to visit Yuyang to see him. However, since you who oversee Yuzhou have not heard this news, there must be some misunderstanding." "Indeed, there is a misunderstanding. Perhaps General Zhou Heng is not physically unwell, but has fallen victim to a mental affliction." Zhang Liqing pondered for a moment and realized the pros and cons involved. He had to admit that the young General Zhou Heng might be an ambitious and capable individual. Otherwise, how could there be Taoist priests from Qingyang Palace escorting his family, and why could his family escape the court's control? It is important to note that those were 50,000 border troops from Yuyang. Even in prosperous times, such a force could be capable of treason, let alone in this chaotic era of warring lords. If it is indeed a mental affliction, our family members can provide guidance. I can say that the court ordered our family to come to Yuyang because the Grand General already knew the cause of my second son's illness. The Grand General is in charge of state affairs, and with a successor like you, Brother Liqing, guarding the region, the Su family is indeed a leader in the world. Upon hearing Zhang Liqing say that Zhou Heng was suffering from a mental affliction, Zhou Jian realized that the descendant of the current Grand General had the intention to keep their family behind. Thus, he mentioned that this arrangement was agreed upon by the court and hinted that the Grand General's descendant was in Yuzhou, while his family members were also in Yuyang. The Grand General Zhang Shiji's power allows you to control the region, while the soldiers in my family's hands can also prevent you from leaving Yuzhou. Moreover, we are all from noble backgrounds. Your Su family is still the leader of the noble lineage, and we are all part of the same circle, giving each other face. Otherwise, a fallout would be unfavorable for everyone. You flatter me, Brother Zhou. The court is benevolent to its subordinates, which has led to the prosperity of the Su family. My official trust in General Zhou Heng ensures the stability of Yuzhou. Governor Zhang Liqing gazed at Zhou Jian for a moment before raising his cup with a welcoming smile. Through his conversation with Zhou Jian, he had abandoned the thought of keeping Zhou's family behind. As Zhou Jian had indicated, he could trap Zhou's family, but the 50,000 elite troops of Yuyang could also trap him. In this way, everyone would tear their faces apart, which would not benefit anyone. Therefore, it would be better to directly comply with the court's orders, which would not only give face to each other, but also prevent infighting among the noble lineages. Lord Zhang governs wisely. I raise my cup to you, my lord. After dismissing the issue of Zhou's family traveling to Yuyang, there were no other conflicts between Zhang Liqing and the Zhou family, allowing him and Zhou Jian to engage in a few casual exchanges over drinks. During the conversation, he also expressed admiration for General Xine Wu He Hong, openly stating that General Xine Wu He Hong, sending his young son across vast distances to care for distant relatives, was truly a paragon of loyalty and righteousness. In reality, he was subtly mocking He Hong for placing multiple bets, now not even letting a small General Zhou Heng escape his grasp. However, Zhang Liqing knew in his heart that He Hong must have his reasons for doing so, especially since although General Zhou Heng was not significant, he currently commanded 50,000 border troops. After the banquet, the Zhou family stayed in Chongping City for a night, and the next day set off for Yuyang County to the north of Chongping. Husband, why do you not clarify He Shua's identity? My dear, if we do not clarify, it would imply that my second son is plotting treason, leaving no room for maneuver. In the first year of Yong'an, on December 26th, the Zhou family finally entered the territory of Yuyang. As soon as they arrived in the Yuyang region, the Zhou family immediately sensed Zhou Heng's power in the area. They saw over 1,000 well-equipped soldiers of Yuyang stationed early at the border between Yuyang and Chongping under the leadership of a military officer. I pay my respects to Vice Minister Zhou. I am Sun Gui, sent here by General Zhao Wu to await your family's arrival. Please allow me to accompany you, and I will ensure your safety with all my strength. Thank you for your reception, General. I have heard rumors on the road that the Heishui Mo are invading from the south. How is the situation in Yuyang? Although Zhou Jian was aware that Yuzhou was facing a major battle, he did not know the specifics of Yuyang's situation. With his family about to enter Yuyang, he felt some concern about the war there. Report to Vice Minister Zhou, a contingent of the Heishui Mo has already entered the Yuyang region. This is also why General Zhao Wu sent someone to welcome you and your family. However, Vice Minister, there is no need for concern. Currently, Yuyang's troops are well-trained and well-supplied, and with General Zhao Wu and the Yuyang garrison working together, those barbarians will soon be driven back to the North Plains. That's good to know. I was overthinking it. With your elite border troops here, Yuyang will surely be as solid as a rock. You flatter us, Vice Minister. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Zhou family's convoy merged with the Yuyang soldiers, and Zhou Jian returned to the carriage, his previously restless heart finally calming a bit. Father, I didn't expect that Erlang would have such influence in Yuyang. When I was in the capital, I never enjoyed the privilege of being escorted by over 1,000 soldiers. Indeed, times have changed. In the past, Erlang had to rely on family protection, but now he is able to provide that protection for us. Truly, Erlang has indeed become successful now. I wonder what kind of position he will offer me. Now that I have also started a family, it will be difficult in the future without an official position and salary. Zhou Rui thought simply he had come to Yuyang with his newlywed wife Xue Shi and Xue Xushuan, who shared the same noble background as his aunt from the Duke of Weiss residence. After becoming a husband, Zhou Rui experienced significant changes in his mindset. Positions that he once did not value have now become very important to him. He understood that Zhou Heng could support Zhou Jian and he sure, but could not sustain his own small family. Even if Zhou Heng was willing, he could not accept such charity. Now a suitable official position would not only sustain his small family, but also represent his status at home. Thus, he subtly brought up the matter, hoping that Zhou Jian could assist him in seeking Zhou Heng's help. You rascal, you have learned to play tricks like your father. Rest assured, since Yuyang has expanded its army, there will certainly be a need for new military commanders. With your status, Erlang will surely assign you to an important region. Father, please don't jest. You know my capabilities, so I could manage being a military officer in the capital. But if I were to lead troops in this region, wouldn't that just give the enemy a chance to earn merits? Zhou Rui was self-aware, with his tendency to get uncomfortable in the saddle. After a while, he really lacked the competence of a military scion. All he sought was a high-paying and respectable position, while he preferred to avoid the responsibilities of leading troops into battle. As long as you understand, my son, I just fear that you might become too ambitious and insist on leading troops into battle based on your status. Eldest son today is different from the past. In the past, your work was for the court. As long as you didn't make any major mistakes, it didn't matter whether it was done well or poorly. But starting today, you will be helping your second brother. If you don't perform well, others won't criticize you. Instead, they will say your second brother appointed you based on favoritism. So you must always be self-aware, know your own strengths and weaknesses, and not let yourself be used by petty people, becoming a tool that restricts your second brother. I understand, father. Zhou Jian seemed to be teaching Zhou Rui, but he was also reminding himself that his position was more sensitive than Zhou Rui's. If he was influenced, it could indirectly affect Zhou Heng. Such a situation was unacceptable for Zhou Jian. When they were in the capital, they were the bargaining chip that the court used to control Zhou Heng, the border general. But he could not allow the Zhou family now in Yuyang to become another tool to constrain Zhou Heng. The Zhou family had only obtained this opportunity to become lords after 1,000 years. He could not accept that such an opportunity crumbled due to internal family issues. You two truly have no conscience. In the past, you would consult me about family matters, but now you don't even seek my opinion on Rui's position. Do you think that once we leave the capital and lose the support of the Duke of Xinwu, I will become nothing? He sure had not been in a good mood since entering Yuyang. She felt that the familiar Zhou family of the past was gone, and now the wealth that supported the Zhou family was no longer herself the matriarch, but General Zhao Wu, who held military power in Yuyang. In reality, after seeing Zhou Heng's power, she felt quite proud. After all, Zhou Heng's success today was also partly due to her efforts. She had witnessed her investments yield extraordinary returns and could provide a solid support for her and her family in chaotic times. It would be false to say she felt unappreciated. Yet she was more anxious, fearing that after entering Yuyang she would become an ordinary housewife, spending her days merely trying to please her husband's family. If that were the case, what would her investment in the Zhou family over the past decade mean? It would just be a fleeting dream. How could you have such thoughts, my lady? I was merely advising Rui on how to conduct himself in the future. Don't overthink. Even if the two of you have some leisure time in Yuyang, you won't be able to relax. Think about it as a direct female elder of Hengir. You should help Hengir connect with the female relatives of his subordinates. Moreover, with war imminent, once the battle begins, many soldiers may perish. Will you not represent Erlang to comfort the families of fallen officers? And those widows of the fallen soldiers cannot be neglected, or whether you meet them one by one or in batches at a later time, you will still need to meet them. You must let them know that although their husbands and children died for Yuyang, Erlang will not forget them, and neither will the Zhou family. In the event that someone tries to bully these widows, who will they turn to for help? Isn't it still you, the aunt of General Zhao Wu? We can't allow them to take their grievances to court. Zhou Jian understood He Shi's anxiety. Even he, having come to rely on his nephew after losing his foundation, felt some unease. Thus he approached He Shi from a practical perspective, intending to tell her that she was far more important than she realized. All this. I have only established connections between the Zhou family and the Duke of Xinwu. Can I really handle the connections with the female relatives of the Yuyang soldiers? You can, my lady. You are both strong on the outside and gentle on the inside, and your wisdom is well suited for this task. Showing kindness to the families of fallen soldiers is the greatest help you can provide to Erlang. Moreover, if you do not take this on, will Shuxian Zhou Rui's wife have to comfort those women in the name of Erlang's elder sister-in-law? With her overly kind nature, she would likely be overwhelmed upon seeing so many grieving women. Right, this is indeed something only I can do. In the future, you two can fight without worry, and I will ensure the families of those soldiers are taken care of. That's good. Erlang gathers loyalty and power, but someone must handle the aftermath so that those soldiers will truly pledge their hearts. With the escort of the county lieutenant Sun Gui, the speed of the Zhou family's journey increased significantly. 2 days later, they entered Yuyang City with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. As soon as they arrived in Yuyang City, they were received by Qianxi, the captain of Zhou Heng's personal guard, and brought back to the residence of General Zhao Wu. After Zhou Heng finished handling the military supplies and grain affairs with Shanyan, he returned home to visit the Zhou family. Uncle, sorry to keep you waiting. You traveled a long way and Heng should have come out to greet you, but the soldiers of the Blackwater Mole have already engaged the defenders of Yinping County. Therefore, Heng had to send reinforcements to Yinping County first. Please forgive any delays, Uncle. Erlang, you speak too humbly. We are all family, no need to worry about those mundane formalities. Moreover, the nation's important matters lie in worship and warfare. Right now, the soldiers of Yuyang are fighting valiantly against the enemy. If you neglect public duty for private matters, Uncle would truly be displeased. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle. This is Shun Yin, the governor of Yuyang, Master Shen. He and General Peng Yuanhong, the defender of Yuyang, are close friends of my nephew. General Peng has led the reinforcements to Yinping County to fend off the invasion of the Blackwater Mo and cannot come to meet you. When he returns, I will introduce him to you. All right. Zhou has met Master Shun. Since Master Shun is a close friend of Erlang, let us all go inside and have a gathering. I should thank the sir for the invitation. Through Shun Yan's arrival, Zhou Jian indirectly learned about Zhou Heng's power in Yuyang. He also understood through his conversation with Zhou Heng that his nephew did not take pride in his authority. He still remembered his uncle and the Zhou family. Therefore, he was willing to fulfill his responsibilities as an uncle, allowing Zhou Heng's subordinates and friends to enter the inner hall to meet the Zhou family. In Chi, being allowed to enter a friend's inner hall and meet the friend's wife and children signifies that the host values the visitors and is very close to them. This is why Shun Yin expressed gratitude to Zhou Jian. After all, as Zhou Heng's subordinate, being accepted by Zhou Heng and the entire Zhou family is still somewhat different. The head of the Zhou family visiting Yuyang was not a difficult person to approach, which was good news for Xin Yan. As a blood relative of Zhou Heng, the Zhou family would certainly become part of the Yuyang regime, and establishing good relations with these people was very important for subordinates. After respectfully greeting his aunt, he sure Zhou Heng then playfully joked with Zhou Rui, which finally put the anxious hearts of Zhou Jian and the others at ease. Seeing Zhou Heng's friendliness, they felt that the journey from the capital to Yuyang was worthwhile. How wonderful that the youth who once left their home had not changed. Uncle and elder brother, the situation at the front is urgent, so I won't be too polite now. It is time for everyone to join forces to overcome difficulties, and I hope you all can lend Heng a hand once more. And I would like you to visit the families of the fallen soldiers at the front. Later, I will have Qianxi provide you with a financial report from your residence, and you can distribute some funds to them on behalf of your nephew. Also, you can promise their children and descendants that any families of the fallen will be prioritized for promotion to official positions. Erlang, rest assured, I will handle the nuance as well. He sure saw that although Zhou Heng was not overly polite, he had decisively assigned her the task of comforting the families of the fallen, which instantly swept away her previous worries. It is known that doing such things not only greatly enhances her connections, but also indirectly accumulates a certain amount of public esteem. If she can do well, she will soon become one of the most powerful women in Yuyang City. Elder brother, the previous county lieutenant of the inner city of Yuyang, has gone out with General Peng. Heng intends for you to become the new county lieutenant of the inner city, the military officer responsible for maintaining law and order within the city. However, the county lieutenant of Yuyang's inner city must go to the battlefield when necessary. Elder brother, you will not only patrol for security, but also train alongside your subordinates. Second brother, I am familiar with the role of county lieutenant. You know I was doing this in the Wuqing military command. But I truly have no experience in fighting on the battlefield. I wouldn't want to mess up your important matters. Elder brother, just do your best. When the time comes, everyone in Yuyang will have to become militia to fight, so experience will not matter. Alright, since second brother trusts me, I will not disappoint you. Zhou Rui gritted his teeth and accepted the responsibilities of the county lieutenant of the inner city, now understanding what his father had told him. In serving the court, he could take advantage of the chaos, but when serving his own family, he couldn't just take advantage, he might even have to take the lead in charging forward. At this moment, he felt that the comfortable life he had been lying back in was waving goodbye to him. This rich young man who had been protected by his parents would have to work hard now. Uncle, please assist Master Shun in handling the military supplies and grain support issues for various counties. Originally, the governor of Yozhou Lin Pingsong insisted on personally going to Yinping County to sort out the logistics. No problem. However, second brother, I heard that Master Lin has a good reputation as a noble official who serves the country and its people when I passed by Chongping County. If anything happens to him at the front, it would be bad for both you and Yuzhou. I wonder if we can withdraw him from the front lines. Uncle may not know, although Master Lin is temporarily stationed in Yuyang, his direct superior is the governor of Yuzhou. I had already ordered him to oversee affairs in Yuyang, but he refuses to listen. I don't know what Governor Zhang is thinking, but he directly approved Master Lin's deployment to the front lines for logistics. I originally thought that only the capital had party strife, though I didn't expect such signs to appear in Yuzhou as well. Second brother, rest assured, I will take the matter of military supplies and grain dispatch seriously. Thank you for your assistance, uncle. After discussing the responsibilities, Zhou Heng had a meal with his family and then went to the general's office again. However, no one in the Zhou family thought he was being rude. After all, they had just arrived, and Zhou Heng had already arranged their duties, which sufficiently proved his trust and importance toward them. Zhou Heng did not stay at home for long, and it was not because he had grown distant from the Zhou residence. Rather, he was genuinely busy, for a large army of over 10,000 from the Blackwater Mo had already surrounded Yinping County. They were likely targeting the salt wells that produced brine for salt production in Yinping County. These salt wells were not only an important economic source for Yuyang, but also one of its crucial war resources. Originally, Zhou Heng had stationed 5,000 defenders there, but the Blackwater Mo still aimed to take over the small county town, which had many troops. Therefore, after discussing with Shun Yin and Peng Yuanhang, Zhou Heng decided to dispatch another 5,000 reinforcements to Yinping County, and General Peng Yuanhang would personally go to Yinping to oversee the defense. Thus, on the first day of the Zhou family's reunion in Yuyang, they did not have a proper reunion dinner. Instead, they all became busy with various responsibilities. In the evening, he sure bid farewell to several wives of the Yuyang generals and returned home exhausted. Madam, you have worked hard. Did you adapt to today's affairs? Husband, I just realized that dealing with internal affairs for court officials is entirely different from handling them for generals. Just today, I received 35 families of fallen soldiers. Husband, how do you usually handle political affairs? Why do I feel like you are much freer than I am? Madam, my responsibilities are heavy, but I have many subordinates who can share the workload. You are different. If you send a maid to do it, it would not be a comfort, but a slight to the fallen soldiers. What I do is a matter of duty, while what you do is a matter of emotion, and that inevitably requires more effort. There is a significant difference between hearsay and what one sees with their own eyes. He sure Zhou Heng's aunt once witnessed her father leading troops into battle during her childhood, and at family gatherings, she heard her father speak of how many enemy soldiers he had beheaded. At that time, she only thought her father was exceptionally heroic. A true man should fight fiercely on the battlefield like him and protect the country and its people. However, the cries of the 35 widows of the fallen soldiers yesterday gave her a more intuitive understanding of war. Now she truly feels that those fallen soldiers are not just cold numbers, they have families waiting for them to return, parents, wives, and children. If possible, she sincerely wishes that the men of the Zhou family would not have to go to war. She prefers to bring her family back to their home in the capital, hoping everything could be as peaceful and harmonious as it was last year. Filled with compassion for the fallen soldiers' widows and worries about the Zhou family's future, he sure fell asleep and had a dream. In her dream, she saw 3 men from the Zhou family die consecutively on the battlefield, while she hid with her daughter and daughter-in-law from the marauding soldiers in the fiery chaos of Yuyang City. Oh no. Madam, what is wrong? Are you not used to the environment of Yuyang City? Did you have a nightmare? Husband, why is the capital in chaos, the border regions in turmoil, and the world in disorder? Is there truly no land of peace left in this world? Madam, a land of peace is not something that can simply be awaited, it must be fought for. Rest assured, we no longer have to wait. Our Zhou family can make Yuyang, and even the entire Yozhou, a land of peace. Zhou Jian looked at his panicked wife and sighed quietly to himself. It truly was a burden for her to transition from a noblewoman in the capital to the wife of a general. However, there was no other choice. Although they were leisurely and wealthy in the capital, those powers were ultimately like roots without soil, easily toppled by a strong gust of wind. Even their greatest support, the Marquis of Xinwu Hihong, did not derive his power solely from his illustrious title. A greater source was the military authority he held over the capital's troops. Yet no matter how politically astute Hihong may be, with the continuous provocations from various lords, the day would inevitably come when he would have to lead his troops into battle. At that time, whether he could return to the capital safely was uncertain. Moreover, even if he could return safely, if his soldiers suffered significant losses or were defeated, even if he could rely on his previous connections to preserve himself, what would happen to those who depended on him? Therefore, Zhou Jian had no regrets about coming to Yuyang. Only here could the Zhou family control their own destiny and even change this chaotic world according to their wishes. Indeed, it is better to fight for oneself than to wait for others' favor. I remember when Erlang came to take up his post in Yuyang, he had a coach from the Tiki division with him. From today on, let Rueer train with that coach in martial arts. I do not expect him to be exceptionally skilled, but having a bit of courage is always better. It will increase his chances of surviving on the battlefield in the future. Well, okay. Zhou Jin initially thought to say that the martial arts taught by that coach Yao were difficult to learn, but he reconsidered it was indeed time for Zhou Rui to learn some skills. Besides, enduring some hardship is far better than lacking the courage to wield a weapon and being killed by the enemy. Thus, the love from his mother transformed into expectations and motivation for Zhou Rui. At this moment, Zhou Rui, who was sound asleep, had no idea that he would soon be forced to learn various skills of a military commander. The next day, when Zhou Rui reported for duty, he suddenly found that a general had appeared in his military camp. The officer named Yao Sun was not the least bit polite to him, directly placing a pot filled with beans and a few lightweight wooden staves wrapped in cloth before him. Zhou Xiaowei, you choose one. I have received the commission from Lord Zhou, and Madam, you wouldn't want to make things difficult for me, would you? Coach, do you think I can choose none at all? Choose none. Then it seems you intend to choose two at the same time. Zhou Xiaowei truly has great ambition. General Zhao Wu also chose two back in the day. I hope you have his tenacity. At this moment, Zhou Rui was undoubtedly in despair. All he wanted was to return to the warm residence in the capital and never stay in the cold training grounds of Yuyang again. However, reality would not change according to his will. Whether he wanted to or not, he would inevitably begin his training. Coach Yao might not teach him the skills of a general, but he could teach him how to fight and kill on the battlefield. While Zhou Rui was forced to practice martial arts, Zhou Heng was also paying attention to the battle situation in Yinping County. He observed that the reinforcements of the Blackwater Mole were continuously pouring into Yinping County, and their chosen route of attack was different from previous invasions. In the past, the Blackwater Mole would first besiege Yuyang City and then plunder the surrounding fertile areas. Now their actions in attacking Yinping seemed to abandon plunder in favor of a strategic invasion of Yuzhou. In other words, they previously only wanted to seize wealth and leave, but this time, they were not preparing to leave. Even if they knew that capturing Yinping County would lead to a fierce battle with the defending forces of Yuyang and even the entire army of Yuzhou, they still intended to take on this tough challenge. It seems they are fully prepared for total war, and this time it will be difficult for the Yuyang defenders to repel them by merely disrupting their momentum. Dragon God relieves suffering, cure illness, and alleviate emergencies. The water essence of Yuzhou was stirred by Zhou Heng, and the omnipresent power of water essence followed the humidity, moisture, and wind and snow into the bodies of the Yinping defenders, causing their stiff bodies to gradually regain some flexibility due to the cold. Quickly send the injured soldiers from the heavy armor camp to the city god temple. Under the command of the Yinping defender Dai Lin, many farmers braved arrows and stones to drag the heavily armored soldiers down from the city walls. After Dai Lin, the Yinping defender conducted preliminary small-scale tests and confirmed that the city god temple in Yuyang could indeed heal the wounded. He urgently built 4 more city god temples at the 4 corners of Yinping city walls. Now, with the main city god temple at the center, there are a total of 5 city god temples in Yinping city. These 5 temples, which continuously manifested and healed the injured, greatly boosted the morale of the Yinping defenders. General, the army of the Blackwater Moa has increased again. Although we cleared the surrounding trees in advance, they still managed to gather 2 stone-throwing carts and 3 siege towers by demolishing civilian houses. General, today they have taken out the siege equipment they worked hard to assemble, which likely means they are preparing for an all-out assault. I understand. Has the reinforcements from General Chao arrived in Yuyang City? Dai Lin, the Yinping defender, looked at the siege equipment being erected and felt a headache coming on. He was more concerned about the numerous makeshift wooden ladders. It is expected that the Blackwater Moa will use the cruel siege tactic of ant attachment, as only this can leverage their numerical advantage. Reporting to the general, the Fuyun division established by Zhou Heng for communication with the underworld has informed that General Peng has brought 5,000 reinforcements to Yinping. Great. General Zhao Wu is courageous and righteous. Tell the soldiers to use all the stored flaming oil, rolling stones, and logs. Today, our Yinping defenders will strive to deal a heavy blow to the enemy and create an opportunity for General Peng to intervene in the battlefield. Understood. Shortly after Dai Lin, the Yinping defender issued the order, the Blackwater Moa launched their all-out assault. A massive wave of soldiers, dark as clouds, rushed towards the Yinping city walls with ladders armed with knives and swords like ants swarming. Only the eastern wall was free of Blackwater Moa soldiers attacking, but that was likely not an escape route. Rather, it was a dead end designed to induce the Yinping defenders to collapse and flee. The military campaign in Yuzhou captivated not only its local inhabitants, but also the court ministers and common folk of Daliang City. As the situation in Daki deteriorated steadily, external warfare and regional conflicts became the most pressing topics among Daliang's populace. Just days ago, imperial officials requisitioned a large consignment of grain from prefectures near Daliang City, claiming it was destined for the Yuzhou front. Consequently, the latest developments on the Yuzhou battlefield dominated public discourse in Daliang, and this very chatter enabled the Jingxing Squad, a subordinate unit of Rongqi Intelligence Division, to grasp the evolving strategic landscape there. A major breakthrough. After all these days, we've finally uncovered vital intelligence. Once transmitted to Rongqi intelligence, our contractual penalty clause will no longer be a concern. Senior Brother Wenhan, isn't Daki already in utter chaos? How can mere provincial warfare qualify as major news? Qifeng, this is precisely the opening. Rongqi team needs to insert itself into Daki's political apparatus. Lu Wenhan knew full well that Rongqi technology, the power behind Rongqi team, harbored vast ambitions toward Daki. Otherwise, they would never have established a dedicated intelligence division to systematically analyze developments across the realm. Moreover, Rongqi team's current strategic trajectory centered on leveraging native NPCs to topple world bosses, making their integration into Daki's governance structure not just desirable, but inevitable. The Yuzhou front now offered just such an opportunity. Players could pose as enslaved laborers of the Heishui Mo, rendered mute by poison, and attempt infiltration into the Yuzhou military. Fueled by fearless resolve, these players would swiftly earn standing within the Yuzhou ranks, granting Rongqi team not only influence in the cultivation world, but also an enduring foothold within the human political order. Then this intelligence is truly invaluable. Senior Brother Wenhan, please transmit it to Rongqi intelligence at once. I get migraines just thinking about that contractual penalty. Very well, I'll dispatch a comprehensive intelligence analysis immediately. Though merely a professional esports competitor, Lu Wenhan had authored numerous in-depth game guides. Thus, he possessed a refined capacity to discern meaningful linkages between narrative backdrops and pivotal world events. Upon delivering his analytical report on the Yuzhou campaign to Rongqi intelligence, he received swift and effusive commendation from Rongqi Technology, which pledged to revise his contract proportionally upon verification of the intelligence's strategic value. Sir, this is intelligence relayed by our Daliang City Field Squad. They assessed the Yuzhou campaign as an optimal entry point for Rongqi team's intervention in Daki's political sphere. After internal review, our intelligence analysts concur the Yuzhou campaign represents an exceptionally promising opportunity for intervention. Beyond Yuzhou, other regional conflicts remain contained. Though regional lords and imperial ministers hold divergent stances, they belong, fundamentally, to the same social class. Intervening via Daki's civil war would inevitably subject us to suppression by entrenched aristocratic lineages. Yuzhou, however, differs entirely. Interethnic warfare proves far more brutal, and officer attrition vastly exceeds that of internal strife. Rongqi intelligence's sociological analysis of Daki confirms it functions as a feudal society governed by personal connections, making ascent for an individual lacking pedigree extraordinarily difficult. Yuzhou presents a stark contrast. Players who enlist in local garrisons and survive successive large-scale engagements will naturally rise through the ranks. Even if Yuzhou's military hierarchy possesses its own ceiling, it remains significantly higher than the constraints imposed by intra-Daki lordly rivalries. After all, even captured enemy officers are rarely executed en masse lest reputations suffer. The Heishui Mo, however, operate under distinct societal norms and language. Centuries of border warfare have forged deep-seated blood enmity, making clemency toward captured Yuzhou officers exceedingly unlikely. Indeed, massacres of entire cities may occur, thereby enabling players to embed themselves ever deeper within the Yuzhou military through relentless harrowing combat. Truly promising intelligence. How many of our operatives are currently stationed in Yuzhou? Only 2 squads, 12 personnel in total. 12 is insufficient. Launch an urgent recruitment drive targeting closed beta players already present in Yuzhou, and simultaneously contact allied teams to coordinate a unified Yuzhou operation. The official development pace of the game, Spirits and Sovereigns Contend, grows sluggish. Let us catalyze the emergence of a new main storyline. Activate our public narrative strategy division. I intend for the majority of players to recognize, unmistakably, that the age of contention has dawned. Understood. Du Yingyang watched the Rongqi intelligence director depart, then turned and drew open the Venetian blinds. Though outwardly gazing skyward, his true focus lay upon the colossal, grotesquely distorted specters drifting across the heavens. Change proceeds too slowly. We must accelerate. Otherwise we, mere reserve sustenance, may be harvested without warning. The celestial ladder myth recounts how deities have repeatedly erased the world. The fortunate few were chosen by gods to board the Ark of the Apocalypse. Now I comprehend that vessel is no instrument of salvation, but rather a breeding chamber for sustenance. I have boarded another vessel, but this one wages war against our world. Salvation therefore remains ours to forge. Should the Daki world vessel founder, our own extinction follows. Damn it. Why must I, a modest tech company CEO, bear the weight of cosmic warfare? All because Li Haibai plunged me into despair, only to kindle hope anew. Du Yingyang gazed upon those writhing celestial horrors, inwardly seething. Their recurrent acts, plucking humanoid forms from disparate locations and devouring them whole, filled him with impotent fury. Creak, creak. A cacophony of gnawing filled Du Yingyang's senses, interwoven with human cries of agony and desperate pleas for mercy. He recognized it as illusion. Ever since awakening his Dharma, spectral apparitions haunted his vision daily, crushing psychological pressure, eroding his mental equilibrium. He now suffered mild paranoia, necessitating his cultivation of the mind-cleansing mantra taught by Master Huiming. Though potent, the mantra proved ineffective within the taxing world. Thus he entered the hall of observing virtue and vice across the three realms for cultivation every few days. Having steadied his mind, Zhou Heng reclined onto a chaise lounge, draped a woolen blanket over himself as if napping, and then through silent inner invocation entered the sacred hall. Have I arrived at the wrong place? Zhou Heng stood agape. The divine precinct had expanded manifold, its former serenity replaced by vibrant commotion. He beheld stern underworld marshals and luminous celestial officials patrolling the halls, and noticed a previously nameless chamber now bearing the plaque, Bureau of Punishing Evil. What in heaven's name is happening? Has the headquarters of our Taxing Divine Salvation Council been overrun? No, please not yet. I've only just boarded this vessel. You cannot replace the captain so soon. You, short-haired scholar, yes you. Cease gawking. Are you affiliated with the Taxing Divine Ministry? The Bureau of Punishing Evil holds your records. Let me see. Your name is Zhou Heng, correct? A local deity spirit approached Zhou Heng flanked by underworld marshals and consulted his ledger, quickly locating Zhou Heng's dossier. Esteemed official, what momentous event has transpired within the divine precinct? Has our Taxing Pantheon's primordial deity been apprehended? Indeed, a profound transformation has occurred. The celestial court of Haotian has dispatched a judge of punishing evil to reorganize the local divine order, a standard cooperative measure between heavenly bureaucracies. Rest assured, as for your primordial deity, he remains unarrested. Yet the weight of his sacred charge is immense. Fearing his potential demise, several city gods are presently subjecting him to rigorous specialized training. I see, but how did you, esteemed divine officer, come to know my information? The deity before him, the earth spirit, possesses its own intelligence, which piqued Zhou Heng's curiosity. Could it be that their Tai Xing lineage has been subsumed by the so-called earth spirit lineage? Of course it was your master god who informed us. He worries that after his downfall you would revert to mediocrity, thus he chose to cooperate with our earth spirit lineage. Now you may select another deity. From now on you will have two deities supporting your extraordinary path. Here are the city god, mountain god, and river god. Choose one to go for an interview. Thank you very much. However, esteemed divine officer, may I offer a suggestion? Please do. We will record any suggestions beneficial to the development of the divine path, but we cannot guarantee complete acceptance. Upon hearing that Zhou Heng had a suggestion, the deity did not show any displeasure. Instead, he took out a pen indicating that Zhou Heng need not be reserved, and he would take notes seriously. It is like this, esteemed divine officer. In order to quickly expand the influence of the Tai Xing lineage in our homeland, I focused on practicality when recruiting new deities without giving much thought to the moral character of the candidates. The Punisher of Evil, in order to prevent us from falling back into mediocrity, is willing to provide us with another pillar of divine authority, which is indeed a good thing. I thank the Punisher for his benevolence on behalf of my colleagues. However, esteemed divine officer, the reason we with our individual motives can unite is precisely because of the Master God's constraints. Therefore, while our divine authority will become more stable with an additional pillar, it may also lead to a fragmentation of our internal unity. I believe my Master God has already briefed you on the situation in Tai Xing. There are grave dangers, and if we lose the Master God's suppression, I fear the candidates in Tai Xing may develop ulterior motives. Zhou Heng hesitated for a moment, but still voiced his concerns. To claim he was not looking forward to having another deity would be false. After all, such a move aligns perfectly with his personal interests, but he was more worried that the Divine Salvation Council, which had just begun to develop, would deviate from its founding intentions. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to him. After all, he is not a solitary figure in Tai Xing, nor does he possess any antisocial tendencies. After witnessing the world's realities, what he desires most is for his family and children to live under a normal sky. At the same time, he knows that he cannot expect all the people of Tai Xing to act out of sentiment and righteousness. He fears that those he has brought in might reveal their cold-blooded natures. Moreover, Zhou Heng is quite satisfied with his Master God. Apart from maintaining control over authority and setting absolute goals that must not be violated, he does not interfere with specific matters. In their council, Li Haibai is the Grand Speaker, and he serves as the Vice Speaker. He lacks nothing in terms of freedom, status, or interests, thus he is willing to uphold the existing system. Therefore, after much hesitation, he finally voiced the issue. He did not know whether this suggestion would be accepted, but at least expressing it would bring him some peace. Mr. Your concerns are quite reasonable. Through your Master God, we have gained some understanding of the social conditions in Tai Xing. Rest assured your worries will not become reality. We have countermeasures for these issues. Can you tell us about your countermeasures? Of course. Our punishment division does not manage your department. Rather, we cooperate with your department. If your Master God revokes the authorization of any subordinate deity, we will cooperate. However, there will be a review by the Punisher of Evil. We will actively assist in all reasonable actions to dismiss subordinate deities. However, if your Master God abuses authority for personal gain, excessively maintaining subordinate deities, and forgets the original intention of becoming a deity, we will initiate countermeasures. In simple terms, we will urge your Master God to fulfill the responsibility of salvation. What we provide is not restraint, but protection. That is reassuring, but I still have some concerns. You provide us with protection restraint, but who provides protection restraint for you? Seeing that the Earth Spirit deity was easy to talk to, Zhou Heng boldly expressed his thoughts. He appreciated the other party's kindness, but he was equally puzzled about who would ensure that the other party maintains this goodwill. If they believe themselves to be righteous and can impose their moral standards on the people of Taixing, then they are not truly virtuous, but rather arrogant tyrants. I understand your point. We are bound by the Earth Spirits, and the Earth Spirits are bound by the Celestial Gods. The Celestial Gods are the sacred beings born from the world. Their character is steadfast and trustworthy, yet they too are bound by the Emperor of the Vast Sky. And what about the Emperor of the Vast Sky? The Emperor of the Vast Sky is impartial and selfless. He does not require restraint. Got it? Oh, I have no more questions. Zhou Heng smiled awkwardly. He noticed that when he mentioned the Emperor of the Vast Sky, the previously amicable deity suddenly became serious, making him realize he had touched a taboo. However, he had no regrets, for he had obtained the answer he sought. If this Earth Spirit deity before him was not deceiving him, then the Emperor of the Vast Sky should be akin to an intelligent program, possessing no selfish motives, and his impartiality is the logic of his thought process. Frankly speaking, having such a powerful emperor to restrain the deities of the Punishment Division is undoubtedly good news for the people of Taixing. In that case, should they face oppression from the Earth Spirit lineage, they could send players into the Great Qi world to cry out the name of Vast Sky and seek justice. One would think that the just Emperor of the Vast Sky would not allow his subordinates to harm another deity with a heart for salvation and indirectly deprive the people of another world of their hope for self-rescue. Since there are no issues, you should take a good look at the introductions of the Earth Spirit deities. Choose one that you think would be compatible. Otherwise, if the Earth Gods do not accept you, the suggestions you proposed earlier will become mere fantasies. Understood. I will take a good look. Zhou Heng flipped through the book that the deity had handed him while observing the deity's face both intentionally and unintentionally. Esteemed divine officer, I hope you won't mind my previous rudeness. I mainly don't understand the situation over in the Great Qi, and I am unaware of the Emperor's sanctity. It's nothing. Ignorance is no sin. That's good. Esteemed divine officer, why are you willing to help us? Is it because the Emperor intends to compassionately save the people of Taixing? Is there a possibility that it is the Emperor who is waging war against your world, while the stability between your world and Great Qi is merely the result of the Emperor holding back those invaders? Zhou Heng knew that the Taixing world was invading the Great Qi world, but he did not realize that the ones resisting the invasion were the deities belonging to the heavenly court of the Emperor of the Vast Sky. Now, looking at the officers and spectral beings patrolling back and forth in the Divine Temple area, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. Am I a traitor who has stumbled into the enemy's headquarters, directly finding the organization? No, how could I be a traitor? I am clearly an elite agent of the human camp, infiltrating the lair of the evil gods with lofty ideals and a bright future. Zhou Heng was merely a subordinate deity of Ma Jigang, which allowed him to blend seamlessly into the Earth deity lineage. However, Ma Jigang was different. He felt a deep reluctance as he stepped into the divine realm, transformed into a paradise. He did not want this last sanctuary of the Taixing humans to become a battleground for the various divine forces. Yet he had no power to change this established fact, so he initially resolved to remain concealed and continue to survive. Later, under the guidance of Master Huaming, he gradually accepted the existence of the Earth deity lineage and attempted to reveal some information to seek cooperation from both sides. When the document officer learned of Ma Jigang's background and the existence of the players group, he immediately prioritized cooperation with the Taixing Divine Department. He never imagined that the authority of the divine realm could be utilized across realms, which was undoubtedly exhilarating news for the Earth deity lineage. The invaders can establish a second battlefield within our world. Now we can also create a new battlefield within theirs. Ma Jigang's emergence gave the document officer hope for counterattacking the invaders' stronghold. He planned to nurture and teach Ma Jigang for a time before providing substantial incense offerings to help him ascend to divinity. Furthermore, through in-depth cooperation with Ma Jigang and the Taixing Divine Department, he was preparing to establish a divine academy in the divine realm. This would guide the new gods of Taixing in their thought processes, while also training a cadre of combat deities through professional instruction. After the document officer's proposal was submitted to the capital city god, it received enthusiastic praise from the city god and the rulers of the underworld. Thus, the player teams affiliated with the Taixing Divine Department became recognized allied units within the Earth deity lineage. Mr. Ma, are you satisfied with the terms of our alliance? Rest assured, we have a common enemy and will not restrict the development of the Taixing Divine Department. Document officer, I am very satisfied with the alliance you provided, but why are you willing to allocate significant resources to arm the Taixing Divine Department? Mr. Ma, the world war is brutal. If we fail, the world that nurtures us will become fodder for the invaders. Your failure merely means you continue to be farmed, so we cannot afford to lose. Supporting your development indirectly helps us as well. The document officer understood that the sudden kindness and investment raised suspicions in the otherworldly man before him, but this was normal. Time would prove the sincerity of the Earth deity lineage. The document officer was not lying. He truly hoped the Taixing Divine Department would quickly gather formidable combat power. If the divine realm could only demonstrate the ability to reclaim subordinate deities across realms without showing the capacity to deploy them, the rulers of the underworld would have long since dispatched an army to infiltrate the enemy world. For regardless of when that army was discovered, the invaders would have to divert some of their forces to eliminate it, leaving a portion of their strength behind to maintain stability at home. In this way, the pressure on the Haotian Legion in the outer battlefield would be alleviated. Of course, if we could take the opportunity to establish contact with the Haotian Emperor and deploy some celestial legions to fight on enemy territory, it would be even better, as that would completely break the blockade of the outer battlefield. Alright, I accept your assistance, but please add a clause to the alliance stating that I have the right to refuse missions that are certain to end in death for my subordinate deities. No problem, rest assured, Mr. Ma. We will not require you to initiate a rebellion from within Taixing, as that would undoubtedly be murder. We view you as intelligence operatives. The efficiency of the Earth deity lineage is quite high, especially for matters concerning the Taixing Divine Department, which is of high priority. Thus, after the Taixing Divine Department signed a formal alliance with the Earth deity lineage, the state god of Yuzhou and the 6 county gods received a summons from the document officer. Colleagues, I have explained the situation regarding Taixing to you. Now please leverage your influence to assist the players group controlled by the Taixing Divine Department in entering the Yuzhou regime. They need us to guide the players to discover new directions in the game. I intend to divide the players into factions: Demon Faction, Divine Faction, Martial Arts Faction, and Regime Faction. Of course, based on the players' performance later, we can guide the emergence of even more factions. However, since the game is called Gods and Demons Clash, our current priority is to introduce them to Clash and gradually integrate them into the Yuzhou regime. Mr. Ma has mentioned that players place great importance on their territories. As long as they join the Yuzhou regime and obtain substantive military officer positions, they will find it difficult to give up their vested interests to start anew. In Mr. Ma's words, as long as the development is satisfactory, most players will not consider deleting accounts and starting over. I understand, after all, they are also humans with unique human thought processes. Under normal circumstances, it is hard for humans to abandon the rights and careers they have fought for. As long as we provide them with a fair promotion channel, even if they cannot fully integrate into the Yuzhou army, they will still regard the Yuzhou army as part of their interests. The state god of Yuzhou, having governed for many years, understands human aspirations for profits all too well. Thus, he recognized that the document officer's approach was quite feasible. They could absorb players into the Yuzhou army by granting them official positions and powers. This method can indeed divide the players, but how do we provide the players with a fair promotion channel? You should know that the internal dynamics among the Yuzhou prefects and county generals are not clean. If they abandon their own people and prioritize the promotion of the players group, their internal affairs may become chaotic. At that point, it would be easy to trigger a civil war between the Yuzhou army and the players, and our plan to absorb the players into forming a regime faction would also fail. The city god of Xinglong was somewhat worried that players without concerns might directly disrupt the power structure within the Yuzhou army. This would inevitably make it difficult for players entering the Great Qi world to integrate into Great Qi society. Xinglong city god, you worry too much. Heng is not only the city god of Yuyang, but also the supreme commander of the Yuyang army. I am willing to absorb those players controlled by the Taixing Divine Department into the Yuyang army. This plan is excellent, but Yuyang is ultimately too small to accommodate a large influx of players. No problem, since the Great Qi has numerous lords. Heng is willing to intervene in the power distribution conflict within the human ranks as a human. Good, at this point we cannot afford to be concerned about the distinction between humans and gods. City god of Yuyang, conceal your human identity well. Oh, just avoid being caught in a bind by the celestial and demonic paths. Rest assured, document officer, I can differentiate between the identities of the city god of Yuyang and General Zhao Wu. With the Earth deity lineage confirming their position towards the players, the Yuyang army quickly established a military unit named Rongqi Camp. Upon returning to the Taixing world, Du Yingyang promptly announced that the captain of the Rongqi battle team, Li Haibai, had established contact with the Yuyang army and initially built a friendship. As the Yuyang region was being invaded by the Heishui Mo, players from the Rongqi battle team in Yuzhou would join the counterattack against the Heishui Mo under the identity of the Yuyang army's Rongqi camp. At the same time, the Rongqi battle team announced the military positions and rewards available for achievements, thus officially commencing the chapter of the game Clash. In the first year of the Great Qi's Yangon era, on the 29th day of the 12th month, a team of 53 people with varying equipment entered the territory of Yinping. They held long bamboo poles with a large piece of white cloth hanging from them, boldly inscribed with Yuyang Rongqi Camp. Gentlemen, we have entered the territory of Yinping. We may encounter the barbarian soldiers of the Heishui Mo at any moment, so prepare for battle. As the person in charge of the Yuyang Rongqi Camp, He Fian grabbed the hunter-clad man in front of him and took out a notebook from his bosom, opening it to write. Thank you, but please go back. We can manage the rest of the journey ourselves. The hunter had studied for a few years in a clan school during his childhood. Although he learned little in terms of writing skills, he recognized common characters. Upon seeing what He Fian had written, his previously calm expression suddenly turned crimson. Do you look down on me, Ron? Since I brought you to Yinping, how can I leave alone? Please allow me to stay and fight alongside you. He Fian shook his head, then pointed in the direction they had come from. Noticing the hunter was still inclined to argue, he stepped forward, embraced him, and patted his back firmly before writing another line in his notebook for the hunter to read. "Thank you, brother. You have a wife and children. Go back. Do not act rashly." The hunter hesitated at the sight of the written words. At that moment, he seemed to hear his young daughter at home babbling, "Father. All right, I will return. You all head west or follow the direction of the village houses to reach Yinping County City. Be careful, don't all die. When General Yu Yang gathers the militia, I will join the army to support you. Rest assured we won't die." The hunter glanced at the reply written by He Fian, then bowed to He Fian and the others before turning and heading back home. He needed to return home quickly to settle his wife and children, awaiting either good news from the Yu Yang army or orders from General Yu Yang to enlist the militia. With the departure of the hunter, the originally 53-member team became 52. All the remaining members were players. "Captain, this Yu Yang NPC feels very human. Now I want to drive away the barbarian soldiers and defend Yu Yang. Indeed, they are no different from living people. Perhaps they are normal humans, and we are the anomalies in this world." "Captain, you are getting obsessed again. Are you thinking about your mission? Rest assured she and her father have gone to Yu Yang City and will be fine. Also, we all understand the discussion about experiencing life in cyberspace and talking about electronic girlfriends. You don't need to keep hiding it. Players are human with both the flaws and virtues of humanity, but their mindset of enjoying the game masks part of their humanity. However, some individuals can better integrate into the game, even blurring the lines between reality and the game, and He Fian was one such person. He was injured while escaping the Lord's territory. Normally, this would not be an issue, merely waiting for death and a respawn. Fortunately for him, a passing armed merchant caravan found him. Due to his game character's distinct chi traits, the caravan members took him to the nearby county town for treatment. Since He Fian had no money, he assisted Dr. Shun in processing herbs while receiving treatment. He initially thought this was just a normal gaming experience until he was recruited by the Rongqi battle team, and a letter he wrote before leaving triggered unexpected events. He remembered that the next day, while waiting for his teammates at the city gate, a somewhat familiar girl suddenly appeared and said to him, "My father is going to Yu Yang. I will wait for you in Yu Yang." This puzzling statement became the source of his teammates' teasing, but He Fian did not mind, as everything here was filling the emptiness in his heart. "You talk too much, brothers. Our travel time is up. We may encounter enemies at any moment, so let's all prepare for battle." "Understood, Captain." He Fian and his group followed the hunter's direction and walked for about 2 hours when they spotted a group of patrolling cavalry in the distance. The patrol cavalry also noticed their presence. One cavalryman rode forward, loudly questioning them. Since players could not communicate directly with NPCs, He Fian pointed at the flag and then shook his head while pointing at his mouth. "Yongqi camp. You are the Rongqi soldiers mentioned by the general. Come over here. Do not leave the group without permission, or we will shoot deserters." With the guidance of the patrol cavalry, He Fian and his group quickly encountered the real Yu Yang army. Reporting to the general, "My subordinates discovered the soldiers from Rongqi camp during the patrol. After removing armor and weapons, bring them over." "Understood." Pang Yuanhang initially thought that the soldiers who could respawn and feared nothing would be extraordinary individuals, but he didn't expect that they resembled ordinary citizens of the Great Qi. However, he quickly came to terms with this. Yes, they should look identical, otherwise those cultivation forces would have noticed the soldiers' uniqueness. "Do you have a leader? If not, select one." According to the Yu Yang military regulation, 50 form a team, 10 form a squad, and 5 form a unit. He Fian stepped forward, declaring that he was the leader of this group. Behind him, several players also stepped forward to indicate they had a grassroots management system. "Good. Shortly, I will have the quartermaster distribute weapons and armor to you. Mr. Lili Haibai told us that you are respawning soldiers. If this is true, I will assign you dangerous tasks. If not, you may leave now." Pang Yuanhang looked at the 50 or so immobile soldiers before him, nodded in satisfaction, and then signaled the soldiers to take these people to collect their protective gear. As for weapons, they would be distributed during wartime, as Pang Yuanhang did not trust these soldiers yet. While collecting armor, He Fian and his group also received wooden military tokens and paper identity documents which bore their names and physical characteristics. "Captain, we are about to integrate into the Yu Yang army. Shouldn't we achieve merit and be granted titles and ranks next? What are you thinking? We only received armor and no weapons, which proves that the Yu Yang army does not yet trust us. If we truly want to integrate into this army, we will need to undergo several bloody battles. Only after we demonstrate our valor and loyalty can we truly become part of this army. We still have to wait. I hope a battle happens soon." As the players of Rongqi camp awaited eagerly, Pang Yuanhang did not keep them waiting long, notifying them to assemble that very evening. "Mr. Li said you can respawn once a day at midnight, so tonight you will spearhead 2 assaults on the Heishui Mo's camp." Those barbarian soldiers had just endured a fierce siege battle during the day, and now they were at their most fatigued. "I hope you take advantage of this opportunity to wear down their morale." He Fian wrote a passage in his notebook, handed it to Pang Yuanhang, then led his teammates to collect their weapons, walking into the night battlefield under the guidance of the sentinels. Fight with blood and sweat, unrepentant in death. The soldiers are not human, yet they possess a human heart. Beneath the night sky, the Blackwater Mo army camp saw tribal warriors patrolling back and forth, while the flickering torches and bonfires made the sprawling military encampment vaguely visible. Due to the brutal siege battle during the day, this Black Water Mo Legion had many injured soldiers whose desperate moans echoed in the camp, lacking effective treatment. The sounds of those cries reverberated through the camp, carried by the cold northern winds, extinguishing the inner flames of slaughter within the hearts of the Mo soldiers. Noble Gushin Ujing, the battle during the day has cost us over 2,000 tribal warriors. Yet the defending forces of the Qi did not falter. Their fighting will and backup forces far exceeded our expectations. If this continues, our morale may be exhausted first. Duadair, I have seen all that you speak of. Listen, the cold winds of the north have not brought the cries of the Qi, but rather the wails of our warriors. I wish to know, it has only been a few years since our last southern campaign. Why have our brave and strong warriors become so weak? Faced with the leaders questioning, the generals in the tent dared not speak, knowing that before the siege they had confidently promised the leader that the fierce Mo warriors would swiftly tear through the defenses of Yinping. Now, not only had they failed to enter Yinping to enjoy the cries of the Qi, but they were also listening to the wails of their own soldiers in the camp, shrouded by the cold wind, making it difficult for them to answer the leader's inquiries. Noble Gushinajing, it is not that our warriors have weakened, but that the defending forces of the Qi have grown stronger, especially in their fighting will. During the day, I saw our warriors climb the walls of Yinping many times, yet the Yinping defenders remained calm. Whenever a breach appeared, they would bravely fill the gaps. I remember 2 years ago when we besieged Yuyang City, the defenders were elite, but they were not as resilient as the Yinping defenders today. At that time, the Yuyang army would also tremble and panic, but today's Yinping army seems as if aided by the gods, transforming into true fearless warriors. Duadair, as a subordinate general under the commander, saw that the other generals dared not speak out, so he stood up to express his viewpoint. What do you mean by aided by the gods? The Qi must be receiving help from their deities behind the scenes, who otherwise how could mere county guards withstand the attacks of our Mo warriors? Commander Suaduo understood that under normal circumstances the cruel and fierce Mo soldiers would not lose to the small county's garrison. Thus he concluded that the deities of the Qi were supporting the Yinping defenders, which was the source of his greatest anger. With the gods of the other side supporting them from the shadows and not directly participating in the battle, the Blackwater Mo could not seek help from the deity of Putai Mountain. Despicable Qi, even after becoming gods, remain equally despicable. Noble Gushinajing, do not speak carelessly. This area is under the jurisdiction of the city god of Yuyang, and the souls of fallen soldiers will be collected by his subordinates. Disrespecting them may bring about future troubles. I am a child of Putai, and Heishui, what can he do to me? Although Commander Suaduo maintained his tough demeanor, he no longer mentioned the deities of Qi and instead shifted the conversation to discuss the siege plans for the next day. As the generals of the Blackwater Moa discussed how to attack the city the next day, He Fian and his team, under the guidance of a sentry, reached the vicinity of the Mo camp. We've arrived. That area illuminated by bonfire is the camp of the barbarian soldiers. From here on, it's up to you. The sentry gestured for the Rongqi Dao soldiers to act freely, while he himself found a pit to hide in. The sentry did not intend to leave, as he had to report the combat situation of the Dao soldiers to General Peng. All right, brothers, let's sneak in for a charge first, and when the midnight revival opportunity refreshes, we'll go for another round. No problem, but Captain, this ancient military camp is truly magnificent. Just look at the size of the camp. It's almost as big as one of our villages. Over 10,000 men. They can't build buildings, so they have to set up tents for their camp, and they can't space them too closely for fire safety, making it quite large in scale. The players could only communicate through the built-in voice chat in the game, and could not speak directly, but this was not entirely a bad thing. At least their stealth could remain quiet. Otherwise, given the players' nature in such a battle against thousands, they would surely shout a few battle cries to prove their might. Shall we stay at the back of the team and activate the game's camera function? Our Rongqi battle team must record this first battle in the human competition. Don't worry, Captain, nothing will go wrong. I'm a scenery enthusiast and filming is my expertise. As it was a night infiltration operation, He Fian and the others wore armor that was more convenient for movement and less likely to make noise. These players knew that the video of this battle would be seen by company leaders, and perhaps someone would be promoted and rewarded for their good performance. Therefore, when Shaoli activated the game's camera function, they each did their utmost to appear very professional, with swords in their mouths and wooden shields on their backs, cautiously moving forward. The night was the best camouflage. The bonfires of the Blackwater Moh camp not only soothed their soldiers, but also pointed the way for the players. Captain, there's a wooden barricade ahead. Change direction. Oh, it's impossible for such a large camp to be completely surrounded. He Fian and his team did not approach the brightly lit area easily, but after crawling in the darkness for over an hour, they slowly approached the breach they had discovered. Captain, why are there quite a few people squatting in that big pit? Could they be soldiers defending this breach? Look closely, that big pit is likely a latrine. Indeed, this game is too realistic. Captain, this is definitely a great breakthrough point. Most soldiers coming here will be ineffective due to urgency, and we may achieve greater results because of it. Yes, but I wonder if Captain Du will accept that his battle team's first competition started from such a place. No worries, we'll just clip a segment of the video and change the playback order. I'm also a professional at video editing. With Xiao Li's assurance, He Fian felt at ease, so he led his team to crawl close to the big pit, and then dropped the pretense, shouting words like "charge, give it to me" in the built-in voice chat as they rushed forward. However, in reality, they were wide-mouthed and silently brandishing their swords as they charged out of the darkness, frightening the Mo barbarians into thinking they had encountered forest demons. "Don't run. Fight me for 300 rounds." The startled barbarians instinctively pulled up their trousers and ran, greatly stimulating the players' combat enthusiasm. At this moment, all 52 of them acted like valiant generals chasing after the fleeing barbarians. The Blackwater Mo never expected that such a small breach would be ambushed, nor did they anticipate that the Qi would send a small team over to meet their demise. They thought the Qi army was truly conducting a night raid. Not good, not good. The Qi have broken in. Warriors, don your armor and follow me. The Qi leaving the city are definitely not our match. Hey, there's a person who looks like a general over there. He must be a boss. Brothers, let's take him down. Mo Duan is a 1,000-man leader in the Blackwater Mo army stationed with his tribal warriors in the southeast of the camp. Today, during the daytime siege, Mo Duan's tribe also participated, resulting in a brutal battle that left 132 of his warriors injured. With over a 10% injury rate, his desire for plundering southward was extinguished. At night, he lay awake listening to the wails of his wounded warriors. He knew that his position as a 1,000-man leader was not due to his bravery or loyalty, but because he commanded his own tribe of warriors. Now his greatest fear was that his warriors would be depleted by this war, and at that point he would no longer be a general, but just an expendable, ordinary soldier. This is the military system of the Blackwater Mo, both cruel and bloody. They are ruthless, not only to outsiders, but also to their own. Perhaps this is also the reason they can maintain their combat effectiveness in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Survival requires both ferocity and strength. In the deep of night, as Mo Duan pondered what excuse to give to refuse or minimize troop deployment, a sudden series of cries drew his attention. Not good. The Qi people have broken in. Upon hearing of the Qi's night raid, Mo Duan immediately pressed one ear to the ground, and after a moment, he opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a cruel smile. This tremor indicates not only a lack of cavalry, but also that the infantry numbers are low. While the weak Qi people are still playing, I have already learned to hunt. Daring to make a show of strength with a sneak attack, it seems you are tired of living. However, I must thank you. With your heads, my tribal warriors will not need to participate in the siege tomorrow. As he donned his armor, Mo Duan shouted outside the tent, "Warriors, put on your armor and follow me. The Qi people, having left their city, are definitely no match for us." As Mo Duan called out, his personal guard echoed his cries, and within a very short time, over 100 tribal warriors gathered around his tent, with more warriors emerging from their tents. "Warriors of the Mo Ku tribe, come with me to slay those invaders. While we hunt bears, they are still farming. How dare a bunch of farmers challenge the warriors who hunt ferocious beasts? My warriors will tear them apart. Tear them apart." The gathering of Mo Duan attracted the attention of players. A general, surrounded by soldiers, was irresistibly alluring to them. "Brothers, there's a general over there. He must be a boss. Let's go take him down." The warriors of the Mo Ku tribe, filled with disdain and anger towards the Qi people, clashed with players who were excited and eager to face a boss. As soon as both sides engaged, they were shocked by each other's strength. The players did not expect that their ranks were mostly level 3 with enhanced stats, yet they could not crush these barbarian soldiers. On the other hand, the warriors of the Mo Ku tribe were directly confronted with the formidable power of the players. They could hardly believe that these Qi people possessed such combat prowess. Could it be that these Qi soldiers are the elite from the Yuyang army? Why would the general of the Qi send such elites to their deaths? Although the players had gained some advantage due to extreme stat allocations, they were not accustomed to close combat warfare, and their coordination was not as seamless as that of the Mo Ku warriors. This resulted in one player being able to independently defeat a Mo Ku warrior, but in team battles, the individual combat strength advantage of the players was largely countered by the coordination of the Mo Ku warriors. Mo Duan observed that although the night-attacking soldiers from Great Qi were elite, their numbers were small, and their coordination poor, and they were gradually being surrounded by his warriors. Thus, he no longer watched from the sidelines, and instead called for his personal guards to join him in the fray. This was not because Mo Duan was unaware of the principle of self-preservation. Rather, it was a tradition among the Mo people that if a tribal leader hesitated in battle, he would easily lose credibility and subsequently his leadership. "Captain, the general is coming. The first battle and first kill of our Rongqi camp depend on you now. Rest assured, the Mountain Lord Tigerbone Pill has boosted my attributes by a full 15 points, 5 points each in strength, agility, and constitution. Compared to him, I am the true boss." He Fian did not wield ordinary swords, but instead he held 2 water-grounded, 8-edged iron maces which he had specifically requested from the military supply officer. Typically, such blunt instruments are special weapons used against heavily armored foes, and only the strongest in the army can wield them effectively. However, He Fian was different. All his attribute points were allocated to strength, and with the Mountain Lord Tigerbone Pill provided by the company, his strength attribute now soared to an impressive 8 points. This made the 2 heavy iron maces feel as light as plastic sticks in his hands. As soon as Mo Duan entered the battlefield, he saw a Qi soldier wearing leather armor and wielding iron maces charging at him, effortlessly crushing the tribal warriors that tried to block his path. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the iron mace's striking armor and flesh rang out, causing Mo Duan's heart to race. Seeing the madman with the iron maces suddenly charging before him, Mo Duan realized he could not escape and reluctantly raised his shield to block the descending maces. He Fian's iron mace wielded with all his strength was not easy to receive. With one swing it not only shattered Mo Duan's leather shield, but also severed his left arm. The blunt instrument's severing effect was far more brutal than that of a sharp weapon. Not only did Mo Duan lose his arm, but half of his body was left numb from the impact. Farewell, no need to see me off. He Fian silently thought, then swung the iron mace in his left hand towards Mo Duan's head. The next moment Mo Duan became a headless corpse, forever remaining on the land of Yuyang. Captain is mighty. Quickly come and help us wipe out this wave of enemies. With He Fian's arrival, the warriors of the Mo Ku tribe quickly fell back. It proved that as long as one had enough strength and speed, they could break through the enemy's encirclement without needing coordination. Just as He Fian and his teammates were doing their best to slay the enemies, the commander of the Blackwater Moa Duo Dyer also led over 1,000 soldiers to join the fray. There are such valiant generals among the Qi people. What a pity, though brave, he is ultimately a pawn, and the Qi people still love their internal strife. Archers, loose your arrows and do not let that Qi general escape. After giving the order, his soldiers completely ignored the Mo Ku warriors still in battle and unhesitatingly released the strings of their bows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows flew through the air, and in an instant many players and Mo Ku warriors fell to the ground struck by arrows. Captain, don't worry about us, you are fast. Charge again. I still need one dramatic moment. All right. He Fian picked up a piece of leather shield from the ground, and braving the rain of arrows dashed towards Duo Dyer and the archers. Pikemen, move forward and hold the line, do not let that Qi general break through. Ultimately, He Fian did charge ahead, but under the onslaught of multiple pikemen, he quickly fell amidst the ranks of the Mo. However, he hurled the iron mace in his hand towards Duo Dyer with all his might. Instinctively, Duo Dyer ducked to avoid the fast-approaching mace. Perfect, this is the scene I wanted. Bang! A flying iron cudgel struck a soldier standing behind Duodil. The soldier collapsed instantly, blood gushing from his mouth, his internal organs shattered by the impact. Witnessing the soldier's gruesome fate, Duodil shuddered with dread, then exhaled in quiet relief. Such a valiant Qi general was better dead. Duo Kiduo go pacify the tribal troops, and personally lead enhanced patrols. As reported by scouts, reinforcements from Yuyang City have reached Yinping. The Bio warriors, elite fighters of the Heishui Mo, must rest tonight. They'll face the Yuyang reinforcements tomorrow. Rest assured, such an assault won't recur. There are only so many peerless Qi generals, and none would recklessly sacrifice themselves in futile raids. Understood, sir. Under Duodil's troops' calming efforts, the Heishui Mo camp, once descending into chaos, gradually regained order. As those warriors, weary to the bone, finally slipped back into slumber, He Fian and his comrades respawned smoothly at midnight. Since the game's spirits and deities' supremacy allowed free selection of respawn points, players from Rongqi camp had shifted theirs to Peng Yuanhang's encampment to optimize their nocturnal raid mission. Your valor has already been relayed by my vigilant sentries. Since you truly possess the power to resurrect, I implore you strike the Heishui Mo camp once more. When you return tomorrow refreshed and reborn, I shall reward you without delay, be it military rank, housing, or land holdings. Any recompense commensurate with your deeds shall be granted generously by the Yuyang army. Peng Yuanhang gazed upon these sudden arrivals, the Rongqi Dao soldiers, with profound awe. Yet for now he refrained from deploying these resurrective warriors onto the front lines. For the Yuyang army lacked neither courage nor 50-odd bold, battle-hardened men. It lacked only expendable warriors willing to undertake missions certain to end in death. To him, these small-scale Rongqi Dao soldiers were born for night raids. With them, the Yuyang army's enemies would find peaceful sleep and ever-dwindling luxury. Come, I'll escort you to arm yourselves. Having witnessed the player's uncanny abilities, Peng Yuanhang's demeanor softened considerably. Under his guidance, the Rongqi camp players were swiftly re-equipped and battle-ready. Captain, rank, housing, even land. Just like that we've risen. Even if it's only within the game, my blood still surges. Indeed, merit earns immediate reward, never deferred. Isn't that the very essence of gaming? Exactly. And this world isn't so distant from reality. I plan to dwell here permanently. I'll rise through the ranks, take a wife, and live out every dream denied me in life. Peng Yuanhang could not fathom how deeply his promise stirred the player's anticipation. He simply honored Zhou Heng's instruction to treat them as full-fledged human beings. Had his own soldiers undertaken such a task, he would have pledged rewards just as readily, and even more lavishly, for his men possessed but one fragile life. Let's go. We'll earn greater merit this time and savor what it means to command as a general. Led once again by the same sentry, He Fian and his comrades advanced into the battlefield cloaked in night. Their first raid had been driven solely by Rongqi squad's orders, but this time they were beginning to integrate into the Yuyang army's very fabric. Now their motivation was personal, forging a new future. This rare chance to draw wages while shaping destiny ignited extraordinary fervor. We've arrived. Do not attack from the old route. The Mo will surely reinforce patrols there. He Fian nodded in acknowledgement, then led his team along the path scouted during the first raid, inching silently toward the Mo encampment. Captain, where shall we strike this time? It'd be splendid to meet another Mo general. Slashing down 2 high-ranking officers in one night would earn us bonuses from both our company and the Yuyang army. Patience. This time we'll search methodically for a weak point. Between 3 and 4 o'clock before dawn is when vigilance wanes most. There we'll strike. During the first raid, timing had been urgent. They needed to assault before the midnight respawn window closed. But this time they enjoyed ample time to reconnoiter and infiltrate. After roughly 1 hour, the players identified a fresh breach, the encampment of the Heishui Mo's cooks, evidenced by dozens of earthen stoves and iron cauldrons scattered across the site. Remarkable. Why station logistical personnel on the outer perimeter? Wind. Feeding 10,000 soldiers demands vast quantities of combustibles, and with gusts persisting these past days, they likely fear accidental conflagrations while cooking. The frigid arid winters of the Beiyuan region and Yuzhou, coupled with shifting winds, rendered the cook corps both low priority and perilous. Thus they were relegated to the camp's periphery. Perfect. Resistance here will be minimal. Forward, brothers. Our glory awaits. Let us seize fortune beyond measure and secure honor for our families. Captain, you're getting too immersed. It's a game. No wives or children exist here. Becoming a general changes everything. We can serve as Yuyang officers and step fully into this world, living a life anew. Awoo, charge, charge, charge. Their in-game voice channels erupted into joyful chaos, each player yearning to fulfill long-held aspirations within this astonishingly vivid realm. Duadiel's reinforced patrols proved effective the moment the players launched their charge. Concealed sentries within the camp detected them. Shoo! A sharp, piercing whistle pierced the northern edge of the Mo encampment, summoning patrolling soldiers and tribal warriors alike to converge on the sound. Damn, discovered. Then charge. Kill as many as we can. Hefi and New Surprise had secured their first victory, but repeating it was near impossible. Thus this raid was planned as a frontal assault. He had donned triple-layered armor, leather chainmail, and iron plate, making him the sole squad member with the strength and stamina to advance stealthily under such weight. His weapon too had changed to solid iron staff. On the cold steel battlefield, he moved like a relentless armored engine. His teammates wore leather armor, but now bore thick-bladed Dao swords and lacquered shields. Under He Fian's command, they resembled a tightly coordinated infantry tank unit. Thwack, thwack, thwack. He Fian swung the iron staff in blurring arcs. Most soldiers blocking his path flew backward like ragdolls. Loose arrows. Spear infantry, advance. Clang, clang. Metal rang sharply, but the Mo soldiers' military bows lacked the force to pierce triple-layered armor. And so He Fian led his squad straight into the heart of the Mo formation. Though unversed in formal staff techniques, his raw strength and agility compensated fully for technical deficiency. Bang! A helmeted officer crumpled. His specially padded armor failed to save him. His ribs shattered beneath the iron staff's blow, his heart ruptured, flooding his chest with blood. In his final breath, only one question lingered in his mind. Did not the adjutant declare the Qi would send no more elite generals to raid our camp? Why then would such a formidable Qi warrior willingly undertake a mission with 9 chances of death to 1 of survival?